Regarding the proposition of me being a substitute, I would crush you with spiritual stones. After reincarnating for 14 years, I was suddenly approached by a double rebate system, and the memories of my past life followed. Suit. Have I transmigrated into a novel? Am I a substitute? Am I being deceived by everyone in my sect? Ultimately, did I fall into darkness and meet my demise? Oh no, did I must flee, for this world is filled with cultivators. Wait, I possess a system, Yaoyao, with a swift motion. Utilize the spiritual stones gained from the rebate to undermine the male and female lead sect, elevating the foremost sect in the realm of cultivation. Chapter 2. Spending along the journey as father and mother, you seem to be sharing a rather novel joke. Seeing their disbelief, Yaoyao promptly revealed everything she had in her arms: hairpins, floral adornments, and rouge. Jianglan grasped Yaoyao's hand. My dear child, have you taken a thievery? Yaoyao was both amused and exasperated. Mother, how could you think that? Am I the sort to steal? I speak no falsehood. I am indeed a reincarnated deity. Today, I felt a sudden resonance and uncovered my identity. Moreover, I possess a spiritual ring that contains treasures from my divine past. However, I lack spiritual energy at present and can only access the first layer of space, which holds some gold and jewels. If you and father remain skeptical, accompany me to the town tomorrow and witness how I procure goods. The couple appeared dazed, struggling to accept her words. Yaoyao spoke solemnly to them. Father, mother, I have come to the mortal realm to endure tribulations and to cultivate my heart, retracing the path of cultivation. Soon, my master from this life will come to take me as a disciple. But you must accompany me and take utmost care not to encounter any harm, otherwise I may give rise to demonic thoughts, leading to my untimely demise during cultivation. Jianglan quickly covered her daughter's mouth. Do not speak such nonsense. You and your father must take care of yourselves. You must also look after yourself. She had already begun to believe, deeply touched that her daughter, even as a reincarnated deity, still recognized her as mother, and she vowed not to let any misfortune befall herself for her daughter's sake. Yuanbai, however, remained skeptical. The situation was simply too incredulous to accept. Were it not for his understanding of his daughter's character, he would not have believed even half of it. After enduring a torturous night, the couple, sporting dark circles beneath their eyes, followed Yaoyao to the town. To prevent any hidden coins, Jianglan had inspected all of Yaoyao's garments, confirming she had concealed no money. Yet, witnessing her purchase items without hesitation, even multiple at a time, Jianglan and Yuanbai could not help but accept her words. Yaoyao was elated with her parents by her side. She could finally indulge in purchasing more. Jianglan and Yuanbai had become mere tools to carry her acquisitions. As her purchases grew more extravagant, she eventually reached the point of spending 10 taels and insisted on acquiring a complete outfit. Yuanbai vehemently refused, asserting that if anyone were to buy, it should be for his wife. Yet Yaoyao declared her intention to buy something even more expensive for her mother, as she needed the rebate to obtain 20 taels. Yi's father silently held onto the tental outfit. Jianglan chuckled incessantly upon confirming her daughter's spiritual ring contained an abundance of gold and jewels. She felt no need for pretense, accepting whatever her daughter chose to buy. With an increase in silver, obtaining more became simpler, particularly at the jewelry store, where even a single gold hairpin started at dozens of taels. Yaoyao effortlessly amassed a rebate exceeding 1,000 taels. She spent 50 taels on the most extravagant carriage, with Yi's father taking the reins, and the family gradually made their way to the realm of cultivation. Along the journey, at each small town, Yaoyao would lead her family in spending. After all, she required a staggering 1 million taels of gold to unlock the second marketplace. While they knew her spiritual ring brimmed with wealth, they were still taken aback by her lavish spending. Essentially, they would enter a jewelry store and purchase everything available, spending just a day in each place. Otherwise, any prolonged stay would leave them in disarray. Yaoyao internally reveled. She had yet to commence her cultivation and possessed no means of self-defense, so she dared not indulge recklessly, opting instead to spend swiftly and depart immediately. At least previously, in the town they resided, they were unaware of the existence of cultivators, but here, it was common knowledge. Although most transactions were conducted using gold and silver, there were also offerings of inferior cultivation techniques. Yaoyao shed tears of joy. She was finally about to possess spiritual stones. Father, mother, let us reside here for 2 days before setting off. Upon hearing this, they sighed in relief. Although spending was delightful, the relentless expenditure had left them fatigued. Finally, they could enjoy an additional day of rest. Yaoyao sought out someone to purchase a small courtyard, and even if it was merely for 2 days, she bought it, for she had no shortage of funds. Moreover, she harbored a vague notion that this courtyard would serve a significant purpose. Though Yaoyao herself was quite exhausted, the thought of the 10 months left until the dogged male lead arrived spurred her on, feeling as if someone were pursuing her with murderous intent. Thus, she hastily tidied herself and ventured out. She arrived at the trading post, where rare items from the mortal realm and cultivation techniques were available. "Miss, is there anything you desire?" The manager, observing Yaoyao's opulent attire, was nearly grinning from ear to ear. "Can I exchange gold for spiritual stones here?" "Of course. However, our establishment is relatively small, with only 100 low-grade spiritual stones available. It requires 1,000 taels of gold for a single low-grade spiritual stone." Many sought to exchange for spiritual stones, as mortals often dreamed of cultivating, but lacking connections, they could only explore on their own. Yaoyao gasped 1,000 taels of gold for a single low-grade spiritual stone. Were it not for her system, how could an ordinary person afford such expenses? "I will exchange for all 100 spiritual stones." The manager's smile widened, promptly leading Yaoyao to the inner chamber. In the room, Yaoyao laid out all her gold, a dazzling display filling the empty space. "Calculated, I require 100 spiritual stones." Once the manager counted, he respectfully presented the 100 spiritual stones to Yaoyao. However, she did not choose to leave immediately. Instead, she began purchasing items with her spiritual stones. Cultivation-related goods could only be traded with spiritual stones, and Yaoyao first acquired a pile of explosive talismans. Unfortunately, the location was quite remote, and the available talismans were only of the lowest grade, priced cheaply at a single low-grade spiritual stone, capable of producing a tax equivalent to the second layer of chi refinement. In this realm of cultivation, pills, spiritual artifacts, techniques, talismans, and rare materials were categorized into 5 grades: celestial, earthly, mysterious, yellow, and mundane, with each grade further divided into 4 levels: inferior, middle, superior, and exceptional. The explosive talismans Yaoyao purchased were of the mundane inferior grade, the most potent attack talismans available in this town. Chapter 3. Cultivating with a boost. Yaoyao, with her current low strength, needed these talismans to protect her family. She purchased 100 explosive talismans in one go, transforming her 100 low-grade spiritual stones into 200, yet the second-level marketplace remained unlit. This was because each consumption point within corresponded to a single superior spiritual stone, with one superior spiritual stone equating to 1,000 middle-grade spiritual stones and one middle-grade spiritual stone equating to 1,000 low-grade spiritual stones. She was still impoverished. Yaoyao remained unperturbed, continuing to purchase goods with her remaining low-grade spiritual stones. After acquiring everything available for purchase with spiritual stones at the trading post, she finally illuminated the second-level marketplace. The manager's excitement turned to panic, as he had never encountered such a wealthy individual, at least in their small town. Such affluence was unheard of. His attitude towards Yaoyao grew increasingly respectful. Someone capable of presenting such abundant spiritual stones must hail from a prominent family, and he could not afford to offend her. Why, Yaoyao placed all her acquired items into the newly purchased spirit ring, a prized possession of the trading hall, valued at a superior spirit stone, which she had successfully claimed for herself. "Will your store replenish stock tomorrow? These items are far too fewas, you know. Our sect is grand, and these items are intended for the novice disciples. They are simply insufficient. If I fail to procure enough, the elders will impose penalties upon me." As she spoke, Yaoyao scrutinized the manager's expression. Noticing his growing seriousness, she felt a slight relief, trusting in her own words. "Rest assured, Mississippi. I shall immediately arrange for more stock, ensuring it exceeds today's by 5-fold." However, I wonder if you can manage to consume that much? Yaoyao's demeanor turned frosty. Fivefold? Even if you were to present me with 500 times that amount, I would still find it lacking. Very well. Procure as much as you can, I shall take it all. If it remains insufficient, I shall simply clear out several cities. The manager was taken aback by the notion of 500 times. He bowed his head, nearly wishing to crawl on the ground to escort Yaoyao away. Father, mother, I have splendid news. Jianglan and Yi Wenba, sipping tea in the hall, exchanged identical smiles upon hearing her words. Oh, what is this good news? Yaoyao gazed at her parents' expressions with satisfaction, feeling assured that they believed her to be a reincarnation of a celestial being while still treating her as their own daughter. She felt truly fortunate. I am now capable of cultivating immortality. I can access the second layer of space, which contains countless treasures. Father, mother, let us cultivate together. As the myriad of items appeared out of thin air, Jianglan and Yi Wenba transitioned from astonishment to a calm demeanor. Very well. In this world, the levels of cultivation were categorized as qi refinement, comprising 9 layers: foundation, establishment, golden core, nascent soul, out-of-body integration, great ascension, and tribulation crossing. Yaoyao retrieved a tome of cultivation methods titled the Qi Refinement Method, which is the most fundamental technique in the realm of immortality. With the possession of spirit stones and a spiritual root, one could draw in Qi and commence their cultivation by following the method. The 3 of them cultivated together, with spirit stones laid before them. It wasn't until the afternoon that Jianglan and Yi Wenba claimed to have successfully drawn in Qi and had reached the first layer of Qi refinement. Yaoyao smiled and congratulated her parents, all the while internally grappling with frustration. Why? Because she had not succeeded at all. How splendid! The protagonists possessed the utmost physique and talent, while she, a mere supporting character, was deemed the most inferior. She had seen her own physique on the consumption panel, a waste spiritual root, even inferior to the lowest 5 spiritual roots, with her talent classified as utterly useless. It mattered not. She possessed a golden finger, and even the child of destiny would be trampled beneath her feet. Yaoyao opened the second-level marketplace, where numerous items could be exchanged, yet only a handful were illuminated, as she had but a single consumption point. The marketplace offered a plethora of items, including the spiritual root she desired most. Yaoyao's spiritual root was classified as a waste, while her parents tested at the lowest 5 spiritual roots. Within the marketplace, the exchange for spiritual roots was as follows. 1 consumption point could be exchanged for a 5 spiritual root, 10 consumption points for a 3 spiritual root, 100 consumption points for a dual spiritual root, 1,000 consumption points for a single spiritual root, points for exceptional spiritual roots, 100,000 consumption points for the divine phoenix bloodline. According to the novel's description, the protagonists were both exceptional spiritual roots, embodying the essence of the child of destiny. Yet Yaoyao's gaze was fixated on the divine phoenix bloodline, feeling an urgent compulsion to acquire it, as if it were of monumental significance. She struggled to suppress this feeling and continued to explore other exchange items. In addition to spiritual roots, talents could also be exchanged. Talent and spiritual roots complemented one another. If one's talent was lacking, even a single spiritual root would only yield progress akin to that of a dual spiritual root. Conversely, those with superior talent learned swiftly, possessing heightened comprehension. Yaoyao encountered her own talent. Useless. Do not misunderstand, this is not an insult. The lowest tier of talent is indeed referred to as useless, and Yaoyao found herself both infuriated and amused by this revelation. Talent exchange. 1 consumption point for useless, 10 consumption points for mediocre, 100 consumption points for average, 1,000 consumption points for above average. 10,000 consumption points for superior, 100,000 consumption points for outstanding, 1,000,000 consumption points for defying the heavens. Splendid. The protagonists were both outstanding, and as long as she spent sufficiently, she could overshadow them entirely. Indeed, the system was here to facilitate her against fate. No matter how inept she appeared, she had the system on her side. There was also a special slot for experience years exchange. Experience years corresponded to 1 year of cultivation experience, obtainable for merely 1 consumption point, a veritable cheat device. Moreover, purchasing experience years had an additional advantage. While others risked developing heart demons through the use of medicinal pills to elevate their cultivation, necessitating life and death trials to align their mindset with their level. Her use of experience years would unequivocally preclude heart demons, ensuring her mindset kept pace. With her cultivation, Yaoyao continued to peruse other items, discovering one that could be exchanged for a single consumption point, termed the laws of all things. Upon reviewing the introduction to the laws of all things, it became clear that this was a method uniquely suited for her, the child of destiny. By purchasing a tome of cultivation and mastering it, she would correspondingly elevate the experience bar of the laws of all things. The laws of all things could integrate with any cultivation method, and the more methods Yaoyao mastered, the more formidable the laws of all things would become. Chapter 1. The Golden Finger and the Awakening of Past Memories. Yaoyao, here is a coin for you. I know you wish to buy a hairpin. Your mother will go procure rice and flour. Let us reconvene here shortly. Yaoyao instinctively replied, all right. She then observed a young and beautiful woman departing, leaving her alone on the bustling street. Just as she was about to use the coin to purchase the hairpin she had long desired, suddenly, ding! The double rebate system has been activated. Please, host, do not hesitate to spend. With the system's voice echoing in her mind, an overwhelming surge of memories struck her, causing her to crouch in agony until she finally comprehended her situation. Goodness, she had lived in this world for 14 years, only to suddenly realize she was not a native of this realm. Yaoyao, a girl from the 21st century, had succumbed to death while reading a novel. Yaoyao, an ordinary peasant girl from ancient times, if this were not a narrative world. Sighed, Yaoyao let out a profound sigh. She had traversed into this world, or perhaps one could say she had been reincarnated. Since her birth, she had no memories of the modern world, having always believed herself to be a peasant girl from ancient times. However, the arrival of the system had awakened her past memories, prompting the recollection of everything. This was a narrative world, the very one from the novel she had perished while reading. Yet the protagonist remained alive despite the shattering of her fate plate. The substitute female disciple had initially believed herself to be cherished, only to discover she was merely a stand-in, leading to her descent into darkness, ultimately being obliterated by the protagonists. Indeed, Yaoyao was that substitute. Yaoyao. I knew nothing good would come of this. As if it were not enough to transmigrate into a novel, her memories had also come late by 14 years. Fortunately, she possessed a system. This was her golden finger. System, what did you mean by double rebate? Ding. It means just that. For every coin spent, the system will return 2 coins. For further specifics, please unlock them on your own. Listening to this, it seemed the system was not particularly user-friendly. Yaoyao had no choice but to explore it herself. The consumption panel displayed the grand words first-level store, with a note stating that a total consumption of 1 million taels of gold would unlock the second level. Marketplace. The primary store merely consumes copper coins, silver, and gold, whereas the secondary marketplace utilizes spirit stones, the common currency of the cultivation world. The primary store is solely for expenditure, but the secondary marketplace offers the ability to exchange consumption points for various items. One superior spirit stone corresponds to 1 consumption point, and the items available for exchange include various spiritual roots, talents, and experience years. The experience of a year of cultivation. Isn't this akin to a cheat device? Yaoyao contemplated the humiliation she endured as a supporting character in the novel and let out a soft hiss. This time, the tables would turn. With the intent of toppling the male and female protagonists, she joyfully clutched a copper coin to purchase a hairpin. Her current household could be described as destitute. This small town was a far cry from the cultivation realm, and the existence of immortals had never even been whispered of. Yet, that copper coin was something she had eagerly awaited for a long time. Dear lady, how much for that hairpin? The vendor, upon seeing Yaoyao clad in coarse linen attire, did not look down upon her, for they were all of the same ilk. Even though the girl was merely purchasing a cheap hairpin, her demeanor remained warm and welcoming. That hairpin is the most ordinary kind, just 1 copper coin will suffice. Yaoyao handed over the coin with delight, and instantly a notification echoed in her mind. 2 copper coins credited. Casually, she glanced at a wooden hairpin nearby. The vendor, noticing her interest, eagerly presented the hairpin, saying, "Little girl, this hairpin is quite nice, I'll give you a discount. Just 2 copper coins." Yaoyao's eyes sparkled with surprise. "Thank you, dear lady." I was just thinking of buying this hairpin for my mother. The silk flowers I've embroidered these past few days will cover the cost. She exchanged the 2 copper coins, and the system notified her of 4 copper coins credited. However, Yaoyao chose not to purchase anything further at that stall and happily departed. Employing the same strategy, she visited a stall at a distance and acquired 2 more exquisite hairpins her single copper coin had transformed into 16. Turning around, she proceeded to the cosmetic stall, where she similarly purchased 2 boxes of rouge, mindful of not being greedy and attracting undue attention. As she felt the items in her arms accumulate, she sensed that any further concealment might lead to exposure, prompting her to reunite with her mother. Their small village was named Peach Blossom Village, where the villagers were of simple character but exhibited some flaws characteristic of their era, such as a preference for sons over daughters. Yaoyao's father, Yi Wenba, was a hunter, originally wishing for his son to pursue education, which led him to name his child with scholarly aspirations in mind. However, his son became a hunter instead. With both parents now deceased, Yaoyao's mother, Zhanglan, was sold by her own family as a child and was compassionately bought by Yes' father, leading to a bond that flourished into love, resulting in Yaoyao's birth. Zhanglan faced complications during childbirth, which rendered her incapable of having more children. The villagers urged Yi Wenba to remarry, insisting that a son was necessary. Yet, he remained devoted to Zhanglan, vowing never to take another wife, naming their daughter Yaoyao, which signified the smallest and only child. Yi Wenba never treated Yaoyao poorly simply for being a girl. On the contrary, he doted on her immensely. This adoration is why, upon realizing her modern identity, she continued to cherish her parents. In her previous life, she had been an orphan, and after 14 years of living as a native, she genuinely regarded them as her parents, fostering a profound emotional bond. Yet, Yaoyao recalled the narrative surrounding her parents in the book, which simply stated that she fell into obsession, leading to their demise. In that one sentence, an entire life was summarized. 1 year remained. She had only a year until that hypocritical, deceitful master would come seeking her. With her eyes reddened by rage, Yaoyao resolved to alter her fate with the system she now possessed. She would not allow such a tragedy to transpire. Upon returning home, she firmly closed the door and addressed her parents with gravity. "Father, mother, I must share something with you. Please do not be alarmed." Yi Wenba and Zhanglan, amused by her seriousness, found it entertaining. As ordinary farmers, they could not fathom what could possibly astonish them about their daughter. "Actually, I am the reincarnation of an immortal." Chapter 4. The first encounter with the male protagonist. Yaoyao felt her blood surge with excitement, almost wishing to exchange everything at once. Unfortunately, she possessed only a meager number of consumption points. After careful consideration, she opted to exchange for the 5 spirit roots. At present, she couldn't even perform the most fundamental technique of channeling qi into her body. Ding! The exchange for the 5 spirit roots was a success. Yaoyao continued to attempt the qi channeling technique, dedicating an entire night to her efforts, and at long last, she succeeded. With a deep breath, Yaoyao slowly exhaled, opening her eyes to find that dawn had arrived. Her complexion was far from ideal. After all, qi channeling was the simplest of techniques. In novels, the female protagonists typically succeeded on their first attempt, whereas she had to toil through the night. It seemed imperative to prioritize the exchange for spiritual roots and talent. Having provided her parents with 30 explosion talismans each, Yaoyao set out once more for the trading hall. Fortunately, in such a small town, there were not many cultivators. And even those present were of lower ranks. She had always maintained a low profile aside from her expenditures, so she should not attract undue attention. The person in charge had been waiting for Yaoyao's arrival since early morning. He had arranged for the entire stock to be brought over, and if this transaction succeeded, their trading hall could thrive for 5 years. Upon her arrival, Yaoyao examined the goods, purchasing one item after another, primarily to allow time for system exchanges. Before long, the space in the spirit ring she had bought yesterday was insufficient. Fortunately, 2 larger spirit rings had arrived today, enabling her to acquire everything she needed. She spent a total of 10 superior spirit stones and now possessed 20 superior spirit stones. Yaoyao had underestimated this trading hall. She had initially thought that in such a small place, using 5 superior spirit stones would be quite remarkable, yet here she was, with double that amount. Miss, we truly have no inventory left this time. Would you like to wait a few days while I arrange for more stock? Yaoyao interrupted him. I cannot afford to waste any time. I must hurry to the next city. There is no need for you to trouble yourself. Perhaps fate will bring us together again in the future. Having emptied the trading hall, she knew this news would not remain concealed for long. She had to depart quickly. The person in charge did not insist on her staying and cheerfully bid her farewell. Upon returning home, Yaoyao continued her cultivation journey with her parents while making her way to the next town. Using the same method to deplete the trading hall's resources and hastily leaving before drawing attention, Bai Yiling walked through the marketplace with an indifferent expression, dressed in white as if he were a being apart from the world. Those who saw him instinctively made way, daring not to approach. Ever since his little disciple's life token shattered, he had become this way, almost devoid of humanity. The sect leader, concerned that his continued cultivation might lead him to madness, had forced him to venture into the mortal realm, suggesting that perhaps exposure to the world would provide him with clarity. Have you heard? The auction house is hosting a moonflower auction today. Upon hearing this, Bai Yiling paused. The moonflower, that was his little disciple's favorite flower. Instead of continuing on, he found a nearby tavern to sit in, waiting for the right moment to head to the auction house. Ladies and gentlemen, this Bai Luo sword is a top-tier spiritual weapon of the earth grade, nearing the heavenly grade. Do not miss the opportunity to bid. The starting price is 50,000 superior spirit stones. Earth-grade spiritual weapons are rare, and heavenly-grade weapons are the stuff of legend. As soon as the Bai Luo sword made its appearance, it incited a frenzy among the crowd. 50,010 superior spirit stones. 50,020. 50,050. While 50,000 superior spirit stones was indeed a steep price, there were still a few who could afford it. 60,000. With the sound of a melodious female voice, the previously lively auction house fell silent for a moment, as those behind gritted their teeth and followed suit. 60,010. 60,050. The number of bidders had diminished by 80%, but the female voice rang out again. 70,000. Bidders seethed with frustration. Such increments were hardly fair. Naturally, the sword was ultimately secured at 70,000. Bai Yiling remained expressionless in his private booth, not once bidding on any item until. Next up for auction was the moonflower. As everyone knew, the moonflower blooms only once every few centuries, making it incredibly rare. Those who appreciate it should not let this opportunity slip by. The starting price is 10 superior spirit stones. Why is something so rare so inexpensive? Because the moonflower, while beautiful, possesses no practical uses, not even for alchemy. Each evening it emits a gentle glow akin to that of the moon, making it particularly favored by female cultivators. However, even for those who adore it, few would spend spirit stones to acquire it. Yet, when love is involved, people are more inclined to pay a premium, making it likely to fetch a sky-high price, even if it is merely an ornament. 20. Bai Yiling made his bid. In the adjoining booth, Yaoyao's lips curled into a smile upon hearing his voice. The year had come full circle. After months of wandering, she had finally arrived at a town near the Xianyu sect, her superior spirit stones now exceeding 10,000. To her surprise, she encountered the male protagonist today. Fortunately, after acquiring consumption points, she promptly exchanged for a concealment device, rendering her cultivation invisible to anyone, and even allowing her to modify her cultivation level to deceive others. Even if she crossed paths with the male protagonist now, she would not reveal her true identity. As for how she could identify him without having met him, it was simple. Only the male protagonist would buy such useless items out of love. 100. Yaoyao bid leisurely, raising the stakes to a suffocating level. She aimed to irritate the male protagonist. Bai Yiling's expression remained unchanged. 1,000. The auction house was abuzz with astonishment, all eyes turning to the booth's occupants. Who would spend such a fortune on a worthless flower? In the realm of cultivation, 1,000 superior spirit stones could establish a small sect. Yaoyao smirked. 10,000. Gasp. Had the world gone mad? My goodness, is the moonflower truly worth this much? Should I rush to dig some up? What a squanderer. If I had that many superior spirit stones, I would have reached the nascent soul stage long ago. Bai Yiling did not relent. As the foremost genius in the cultivation world, he possessed an abundance of spirit stones, 100,000. Ah! Someone fainted in the auction house. Even the auctioneer on stage was left stunned. They were the largest auction house in the cultivation world and had successfully auctioned off larger sums. But this was merely a worthless flower. Yaoyao ceased her bidding. Her goal of irritating the male protagonist had been achieved. You profess to love your little disciple, so continue to pay for that love. I shall be the one tirelessly building the foundation for your romance. Subsequently, a top-tier earth-grade cultivation method was auctioned, which Yaoyao also acquired. Her stock of superior spirit stones had now reached 200,000. It seemed this auction house was indeed a treasure trove. She would have to visit more often. If not for the fear of drawing too much attention, she would have wished to bid for everything. Bai Yiling carefully protected the moonflower as he exited the private booth, and upon raising his gaze, he immediately spotted Yaoyao. He swiftly used his cultivation to appear beside her, tightly grasping her hand. Sure. Chapter 5. Become my disciple. This was a name he dared to utter only in his dreams. Yaoyao observed Bai Yiling with great interest. It was her first encounter with the male protagonist, and he was indeed, as described in the novel, a stranger like Jade, a young master unparalleled in the world. However, alas, the gilded exterior concealed a heart of decay. This young master, even if I were to vie for the moonflower with you, surely you would not resort to petty revenge against me? No, it is not sure. Bai Yiling gazed earnestly at Yaoyao's face. The woman before him was distinctly different from his little disciple. She lacked the innocent smile of his disciple, and her eyes brimmed with ambition and fighting spirit. Sure was not like this. Despite her talents, she merely indulged in laziness and affectionate antics each day. My apologies, I mistook you for someone else. Bai Yiling lowered his gaze, suppressing the pain in his eyes. The sight of the male protagonist in such a state elicited an uncontrollable urge to laugh from Yaoyao. Who was he attempting to portray such deep feelings for? If he could not bear the burden, why not seek to perish alongside his affections, and to produce a substitute? It truly tarnished the essence of love. Does the young lady have a master? I am Bai Yiling, an elder from the Xianyu sect, and I can be your master. Yaoyao recalled the description from the original text. Back then, Bai Yiling, heartbroken, had been remarkably surprised to see Yaoyao. He offered no chance for refusal, whisking her away to the Xianyu sect after allowing her a brief farewell to her family. His current politeness was a stark contrast. He merely knew he was not an ordinary person and dared not act so brazenly. A look of disdain deepened on Yaoyao's face. Why should I take you as my master? Are you exceptionally strong? Even if you're strong, I do not require a master. With that, she strode away, disregarding the despondence of Bai Yiling behind her. Though she maintained a calm facade, she felt a tinge of anxiety within. She feared that Bai Yiling might forcibly take her away, leaving her no time to arrange for her parents. Fortunately, he did not resort to such unscrupulous tactics. Both of them were of the 5 spiritual roots, their cultivation speed languishing. Otherwise, with such abundant resources, they would have long reached the foundation establishment stage. Yaoyao was also deeply concerned about her parents' physical condition. While she could exchange her spiritual roots through the system, her parents could not. Thus, she tirelessly endeavored to provide them with body-refining pills. As the name suggests, body-refining pills are elixirs designed to enhance the physique, consumable regardless of cultivation level. Theoretically, if one consumes a sufficient quantity of body-refining pills, it could transform their roots from 5 to 3 spiritual roots. Yet, in reality, no one had ever succeeded. Of course, the high cost of body-refining pills could be a factor, as each one required a mid-grade spiritual stone. Few could afford to treat body-refining pills as a staple. It was also possible that altering one's roots was simply impossible. However, Yaoyao was not lacking in spiritual stones, and in this world there was no notion of pill toxicity. Continuous consumption of elixirs bore no physical repercussions. She had amassed nearly enough body refining pills to fill a spiritual ring. Jianglan and Yiwenba were aware that their daughter was destined for immortality and had been diligently cultivating, envisioning a future where the family would never be separated. Yaoyao cherished this familial bond dearly and resolved to expend her spiritual stones even more fervently. After attending an auction today, her expenditure had reached 120,000, as she had been saving to exchange for the coveted Phoenix bloodline. System, exchange for the Phoenix bloodline. Ding. The exchange for the Phoenix bloodline was successful. Yaoyao entered a state of profound enlightenment, witnessing a magnificent fire-red phoenix soaring across the 9 heavens. Upon seeing her, it joyfully rushed towards her, diving straight into her being. Upon abruptly opening her eyes, her gaze sparkled with uncontainable joy. The Phoenix bloodline was immortal and unyielding. Even if she were to be slain, she could undergo a rebirth. The town of Luoxian, where she currently resided, was the closest to the male protagonist's sect, Xianyu. It boasted the largest auction house and trading post, with an abundance of top-tier resources. It could be said that anyone on the street would at least be at the foundation establishment stage. During her first few days, Yaoyao ventured out cautiously, armed with several defensive artifacts of the Xian grade, providing protection from head to toe. Otherwise, she would not have dared to step outside. For even the finest Xian grade artifacts could only withstand a single attack from a nascent soul cultivator. Now that she possessed the Phoenix bloodline, she felt emboldened to traverse the streets. This was merely Yaoyao's imagination. After all, while she could undergo rebirth, it did not imply she would remain unscathed. Yaoyao promptly closed her eyes, clasped a spiritual stone, and began her cultivation. She had finally shed the constraints of the 5 spiritual roots. Despite having the talents of the 5 spiritual roots and being deemed a waste after a year of consuming qi refining pills, her progress stagnated at the first level of qi refinement, akin to a leaky vessel. Indeed, a lifetime of cultivation could lead one to remain a waste upon their return. Fortunately, she now possessed the Phoenix bloodline. As time elapsed, the spiritual stones beside her gradually dissipated, indicating that spiritual energy had entered her body. After a moment, she opened her eyes, her expression one of ire, as she raised a middle finger to the heavens. Well done. I have the Phoenix bloodline, a lineage surpassing the protagonist's exceptional roots, yet due to my wasteful talent, my progress remains sluggish. Previously, her body resembled a leaky container, incapable of retaining spiritual energy. Now, her body's leakage had diminished by 90%. However, the spiritual energy still dissipated over time, albeit at a much slower rate. It seemed she was merely a stepping stone for the protagonists. Yaoyao glanced at the remaining 20,000 expenditure points and immediately exchanged 10,000 points for a superior talent. Instantly, her mind cleared, and that chaotic sensation vanished. Once again, she retrieved a spiritual stone to continue her cultivation. In an almost instantaneous surge, she broke through to the 2nd level of qi refinement, experiencing no hindrance as she departed the 1st level that had confined her for a year. Yaoyao gazed at the shattered spiritual stones before her, reflecting on the undeniable importance of spiritual roots and talents. Her current cultivation speed could rival that of the protagonists, meaning she had now reached a level where breathing equated to cultivation. She retrieved a qi refining pill from her spiritual ring. This was a cheat for those in the qi refinement stage, as advancing to the foundation establishment stage would not be as effortless. Yaoyao had accumulated several thousand qi refining pills, and she swallowed one, feeling a tempest of spiritual energy surge around her as she thunderously broke through to the 3rd level of qi refinement. Chapter 6. Bring it all on. Once more, She seized 2 more qi refinement pills and consumed them, causing a tempest of spiritual energy to surge within her. Yaoyao treated the qi refinement pills as if they were mere sustenance, and the abundant high-grade spirit stones surrounding her swiftly vanished. With a single breath, she ascended from the 4th to the 5th and then to the 6th level of qi refinement, only halting after breaking through 3 tiers. She had now reached a critical juncture. Although she could continue consuming qi refinement pills to advance further, she required time for her cultivation to settle. Indeed, relying on qi refinement pills was less effective than purchasing experience years directly from the marketplace. Observing her remaining 10,000 consumption points, Yaoyao promptly acquired 100 experience years and closed her eyes to revel in the sensation of her enhancement. She surged to the 7th, 8th, and 9th levels of qi refinement, and then foundation establishment. No need for a foundation establishment pill. She established her foundation directly. However, the mass of spiritual energy within her did not cease. She progressed through the early, middle, and late stages of foundation establishment until finally reaching the initial stage of golden core. As her spiritual energy flowed, she only came to a stop at the early stage of golden core. Upon opening her eyes, she raised her hand to sense the formidable energy coursing through her body. At last, she was no longer the weakling that could be bullied by anyone. The divine phoenix bloodline and superior talent truly proved their worth. A century's worth of experience had propelled her to the early golden core stage. Had she retained her previous physique, she would likely have remained at the 1st level of qi refinement until her dying breath. Yaoyao turned her gaze towards the peculiar law of all things within the marketplace. Now that she possessed strength, she lacked the proper techniques. She could not simply resort to throwing punches in a confrontation. She needed a complete set of techniques. The law of all things required merely a small number of consumption points. Yaoyao exchanged her points and was presented with a detailed introduction to the law of all things. Could it truly blend the strengths of myriad techniques? In simpler terms, this law could assimilate any technique. As long as Yaoyao mastered any technique to perfection, she would gain corresponding experience points. Upon purchasing, she could already see the experience bar for the law of all things, 1st grade technique, 0-10. The rules for acquiring experience points were as follows: low-grade common technique, 1 point of experience, perfection state; middle-grade common technique, 2 points of experience, perfection state, dash; low-grade yellow technique, 10 points of experience, perfection state; middle-grade yellow technique, 20 points of experience, perfection state, dash; low-grade heavenly technique, 10,000 points of experience, perfection state. Understanding this, Yaoyao promptly retrieved a low-grade common technique from her spiritual ring, foregoing personal cultivation and instead purchasing an experience year, activating the exchange and instantly achieving perfection. How splendid it was to possess superior talent. Had she retained her former useless talent, she probably wouldn't have been able to elevate even the most rudimentary technique to perfection with a single experience year. It was evident that the amount of experience years required was tied to one's innate talent. Yaoyao observed the experience bar for the law of all things transformed to 1st grade technique, 110. With over 9,000 consumption points still remaining, Yaoyao continued her cultivation. She retrieved all the techniques from her spiritual ring, which she had acquired along her journey, ranging from the lowest level common techniques to the highest grade earth techniques. Although she had not secured any heavenly techniques, she had a plethora of options. Yaoyao picked up one and began purchasing experience years to initiate her cultivation. The higher the level of the technique, the more experience years required. For instance, the Supreme Yellow technique necessitated at least 5 experience years. However, she had only managed to master a low-grade profound technique, depleting all her remaining consumption points. When Yaoyao opened her eyes once more, she felt as though she had independently formed a complete technique in her mind. And the experience bar for the law of all things had transformed to 1st grade technique, 4,621 10, upgradable. She clicked on upgrade. and the experience bar shifted again. 4th grade technique. 4621. The law of all things was divided into 9 grades, with the highest grade being the supreme. Upgrading required 10 billion experience points, and Yaoyao momentarily questioned whether she would reach the supreme grade even after mastering all techniques within the cultivation world. Never mind. That was not a concern for her at present. She needed to urgently enhance her strength. Thanks to the existence of the law of all things, Yaoyao felt confident even at the early golden core stage, capable of defeating opponents well beyond her level without fear. Even when facing those at the early nascent soul stage, in a buoyant mood, Yaoyao rose to her feet. The once bountiful high-grade spirit stones around her had dwindled to merely a handful, but she felt no regret. Casting a glance at her parents, who were still absorbed in their cultivation, she quietly departed to expend her spirit stones. That fellow, Bailing, would undoubtedly not let her off easily after witnessing her face. Her time outside was limited, and she needed to seize the opportunity to gather resources swiftly. The moment the individuals at the trading hall spotted Yaoyao's arrival, they promptly donned smiles. "Miss Yi, welcome. Everything you requested has been prepared. Please let us know if there is anything you desire." Yaoyao had arrived in Luoxian town 10 days prior and had promptly emptied the trading hall of its goods. She had informed them about the trading schedule, instructing them to procure as much stock as possible, for she would consume it all. The person in charge was astonished by Yaoyao's extravagance. Over the course of 10 days, he had done his utmost to gather an impressive array of items. If this transaction succeeded, his standing within the trading hall would undoubtedly ascend to new heights. Following the person in charge into the inner chamber, Yaoyao was presented with a spirit ring containing 500 acres of space. Delving into it with her divine sense, she discovered a mountain of pills, spiritual tools, techniques, talismans, and rare materials, including the body-refining pills she coveted, 40,000 in total, along with innumerable foundation establishment pills. Among the spiritual tools, the highest grade was a supreme earth-grade artifact, albeit only one, alongside a supreme profound-grade alchemical furnace that made Yaoyao's heart flutter with desire. The techniques encompassed various grades, and Yaoyao was pleasantly surprised to find a heavenly-grade technique within, albeit of the lowest tier, which was a rare treasure in any auction house. As for the talismans, in addition to the explosive talismans she was most familiar with, there were also spiritual concealment and transformation talismans, with the lowest grade being Supreme Yellow, totaling 50,000 sheets. The rare materials were even more abundant. Given her divine phoenix bloodline, these rare materials were less significant to her, and if she wished to absorb spiritual energy swiftly, purchasing experience years would suffice. However, her parents were not in the same position. These were prepared for her parents. Among them, the Xian Frost spiritual flower was a beloved item for foundation establishment cultivators. Utilizing it during cultivation was infinitely superior to using spirit stones. With the Xian Frost spiritual flower, a foundation establishment cultivator could form their golden core at an astonishing speed. Such treasures often fetched exorbitant prices, and this spirit ring contained 10 portions. Other valuable items were suitable for golden core practitioners, meaning they were immediately useful to her. Overall, Yaoyao was exceedingly satisfied with this transaction. As expected of Luoxian town, being the closest to the foremost sect, the items available in this trading hall surpassed all she had acquired throughout her journey. Seeing Yaoyao smile, the person in charge breathed a sigh of relief. Satisfaction would surely lead to greater purchases. The items you prepared are splendid. Let us proceed with the transaction. Chapter 7. Promise me 3 conditions, and I shall become your disciple. The words of Fusion were clear. There were 10,000 talismans of yellow quality and 40,000 of mysterious quality. I will pay you double the market price, totaling 50,000 top-grade spirit stones. The moment the spirit stones were exchanged, the double amount was already in hand. Her rebate system would appraise the items, ensuring she would not fall victim to exorbitant pricing. Nonetheless, she could only purchase items at a maximum of double the premium, excluding auctioned items. The manager trembled, recalling how Miss Yi had previously purchased at double the price, uncertain if this time would be the same. Holding onto a glimmer of hope, the manager mobilized all available stock, and upon witnessing the spirit stones in hand, his heart raced. What remained were elixirs, foundation-building pills, body-refining pills, and chi-refining pills, totaling 100,000. After a brief calculation, I offered you 50,000 top-grade spirit stones. What do you think? The manager nodded vigorously, affirming that it was acceptable. While foundation-building and body-refining pills were relatively expensive, chi-refining pills were merely a low-grade spirit stone each. The price offered was indeed double what he had estimated. Wow! Another 100,000 top-grade spirit stones secured. As for the technique, I will price the low-grade celestial technique at 300,000 top-grade spirit stones. Does that work for you? Yes, that is acceptable. If auctioned, this celestial technique could command an even higher price, yet Miss Yi was a valued client, and offering her a discount was a sustainable approach. Yaoyao felt helpless. She wished to propose a higher price, but the system did not allow it. The total for the other techniques would be 100,000 top-grade spirit stones. Yes, good. As for the rare materials, they would be assessed at 200,000 top-grade spirit stones. The manager nodded throughout, his smile beaming. With this transaction, he would surely receive a promotion and a raise. Previously limited in stock, he would soon have access to more and better items. Would Miss Yi still require these items? Naturally, the more she acquired, the better. Regardless of what you procure, I shall accept it all. However, I may not have the time to visit often in the future, yet I will certainly return. Prepare the items, and the higher the quality, the better. Please pay special attention to celestial artifacts. I will purchase them at any price. Now that she possessed techniques, she was merely lacking artifacts. Although she could manage without them, having always desired a sword from reading novels, she envisioned herself wielding it with unparalleled grace. Yet the marketplace did not offer such artifacts. The manager, hearing this, wore a pained expression. Celestial artifacts were indeed rare and sought after. Even retrieving the celestial technique had cost him dearly. I will do my utmost. Next time, the items will certainly satisfy Miss Yi. Yaoyao exited the trading hall, content with her 70,000 points and a magnificent spirit ring. Had she not encountered Bai Yiling, how uncanny he appeared, akin to a specter? Despite Bai Yiling's extraordinary handsomeness and ethereal aura, Yaoyao felt an aversion towards him, discomfort flooding her senses upon sight. Become my disciple. Yaoyao chuckled in disbelief. What if I refuse? She attempted to wrench her hand from Bai Yiling's grasp, but he held fast, instinctively exuding an aura of majesty befitting a celestial being. Though it was but a fraction, it caused Yaoyao to taste blood at the corner of her mouth. This was her first encounter with the male lead, the son of destiny. The confidence she had built upon her divine phoenix bloodline shattered in an instant. How remarkable! Is this truly the male lead, the son of destiny? Yaoyao, instead of reacting with anger, smiled slyly. If you wish for me to become your disciple, then you must agree to 3 conditions. Bai Yiling's expression softened slightly, yet he still held her hand firmly. Speak, I shall acquiesce. First, our relationship shall be merely titular. I do not require your guidance in cultivation, nor shall you dictate my actions. Without a moment's hesitation, Bai Yiling acquiesced. Ultimately, he did not genuinely desire Yaoyao as a disciple, he merely coveted her visage. Yaoyao smirked ironically. Secondly, I demand you swear an oath to the heavens that you shall never lay a hand on me or my family, otherwise, your most cherished person shall meet a tragic end. At the mention of death, Bai Yiling emanated a terrifying aura, compelling all cultivators on the street to bow in reverence, as if beseeching forgiveness from a deity. Yaoyao gritted her teeth, summoning her divine phoenix bloodline to remain standing, blood pooling in her mouth. She would remember this humiliation, and one day she would repay it 100-fold. Fortunately, Yaoyao quickly reigned in his aura, restoring normalcy. He gazed deeply into Yaoyao's eyes, as if attempting to peer into her very soul. He slowly extended his finger and swore, "I, Yaoyao, solemnly swear before the heavens that I shall not harm the person before me or her family, otherwise my most cherished shall perish." With a thunderous crack, the oath was sealed. "And what is the third condition?" Yaoyao enunciated each word with a hint of suppressed ire. Yaoyao spat out the blood from her mouth, her lips stained crimson. "I have yet to conceive the third condition. I agree to become your disciple. Return to me in 3 days." She glanced at his unyielding grip on her hand. Yaoyao pursed his lips and finally released her. With each step, his fury swelled. Such was the plight of the weak. Their frailty rendered them mere puppets. Had her cultivation been superior to Yaoyang's, she would have surely crushed him should he dare approach. Yaoyao's expression tightened. She needed to elevate her strength without delay. Upon returning to her small courtyard, she summoned her parents. "Mother, father, my master has arrived, and I shall soon join him at the sect for cultivation. However, I have some thoughts I wish to share with you." Jianglan and Yuanbai suppressed their reluctance to listen to their daughter's plans. "Speak." "Although I am about to join the Xianyu sect, the foremost sect in the cultivation world, as a reincarnated celestial being, I cannot remain dependent on others. Therefore, I wish for you to establish a sect of our own. With my divine heritage and an abundance of techniques, elixirs, and spirit stones at my disposal, I am confident we can create the premier cultivation sect." Chapter 8. Establishing the Divine Phoenix sect. Jianglan and Yuanba were utterly devoted to their daughter. Even in their mortal days, they could not bear to let her suffer. Upon hearing her mention living under someone else's roof, an overwhelming motivation surged within them. "Do not worry, my dear daughter. I shall establish the foremost sect in the realm of cultivation, allowing you to live happily as a second-generation cultivator." Jianglan interjected, pinching Yuanba. "Indeed, your mother will strive alongside your father, ensuring our precious child enjoys a lifetime of joy." The anger that had once brewed within Yaoyao dissipated instantly, replaced by a genuine smile. This was the courage that fueled her willingness to stand against the child of heaven. Her family was her inviolable sanctuary. She produced an array of items, each meticulously stored within spatial rings. They promised to reunite when the opportunity arose, at which time she would provide them with additional resources. Furthermore, all 3 possessed voice transmission stones, enabling them to communicate effortlessly, as if they had never parted. In the subsequent 3 days, Yaoyao engaged in activities reminiscent of an ordinary family, wandering the markets by day with her parents and dedicating the nights to fervent cultivation. With a staggering 70,000 consumption points, she swiftly expended 10,000 to exchange for exceptional talent, placing her on equal footing with the protagonists. The time required to master a technique was significantly reduced. She immersed herself in the study of various techniques, regardless of their utility, exchanging experience points repeatedly. Despite depleting her 70,000 consumption points, she only managed to complete techniques below the Xian rank. With her enhanced talent, her comprehension abilities surged, allowing her to learn at an astonishing pace. However, the sheer volume of techniques in her spatial ring meant that even a low-grade yellow technique would take at least 3 years of experience to reach mastery. Given her current aptitude, even with her points exhausted, Yaoyao felt no regret. Her strength was paramount. Soon, she would enter the Xianyu sect, where she would have ample opportunities to consume resources. The results of her 70,000 consumption points were promising. Her understanding of the laws of all things had progressed to 5th grade technique, 567-100-000, although Yaoyao remained at the early stage of golden core cultivation. Her mastery of the 5th grade laws allowed her to easily defeat late-stage nascent soul cultivators. Such prowess positioned her among the elite disciples within the inner circle of the Xianyu sect. When the 3 days concluded, Yaoyao followed by Yaoyao to the Xianyu sect. Meanwhile, Jianglan and Yuanba departed from their humble abode, acquiring a small mountain to serve as the foundation of their sect. Both experienced breakthroughs to the foundation establishment stage during this period, yet their cultivation remained insufficient. Thus, Yaoyao bestowed upon them artifacts to conceal their true levels, ensuring that only those 3 ranks above them could discern their actual prowess. They were also equipped with various protective spirit artifacts capable of withstanding a single attack from a great ascension cultivator, rendering them impervious to lower-tier threats. In the modest library of their newly established sect, Yaoyao arranged the techniques she had procured. Placing a heart inquiry stone at the entrance and a spirit inquiry stone before the main hall, the Divine Phoenix sect was officially established. Have you heard? A new sect has been formed, called the Divine Phoenix sect. Who hasn't? The entire Luoxian town has been abuzz with tales of how the Divine Phoenix sect accepts anyone with a spiritual root, regardless of whether they possess 5 spiritual roots or not. Truly bizarre. Indeed, other sects demand quality spiritual roots, but the Divine Phoenix sect welcomes even those with 5 spiritual roots, deemed useless. Such individuals might possess some potential for cultivation, yet they would likely never reach the foundation establishment stage. What use is it to recruit such disciples? Absolutely. The leader of the Divine Phoenix sect must be a fool, unaware of the resources required to nurture 5 spiritual roots. It won't be long before the sect fades into oblivion, as so many smaller sects have done in recent years. Yongfeng, are you truly planning to join the Divine Phoenix sect? A wandering cultivator inquired of Yang Yongfeng as he packed his belongings. Yang Yongfeng nodded resolutely, as you know. I possess 5 spiritual roots and have only reached the 2nd level of qi refinement after a year. Regardless of which sect I join, I would merely be relegated to menial tasks. It is better to join this new sect, where I might at least receive some resources. Upon hearing this, the wandering cultivator ceased to persuade him. Indeed, cultivating with 5 spiritual roots was exceedingly difficult, and without resources, despair awaited. It was better to take a chance. Yang Yongfeng gazed at the mountain before him and ascended with determination. Upon reaching the entrance, he encountered the Heart Inquiry Stone. Speaking of the peculiarities of the Divine Phoenix sect, in addition to accepting 5 spiritual roots, there was the Heart Inquiry Stone. This stone could assess the purity of one's heart. Those with pure hearts undoubtedly walked the righteous path. The Divine Phoenix sect's foremost requirement for disciples was to pass the Heart Inquiry Stone, while other sects demanded spiritual roots. The Divine Phoenix sect sought disciples of the righteous path. Such righteous disciples may not necessarily possess superior talent, which is why other sects had no such requirement. However, the Divine Phoenix sect's mandate was clear. Without passing the Heart Inquiry Stone, one would not be accepted, regardless of their cultivation level. This aligned with Yaoyao's vision. With her system and ample resources, she could cultivate a multitude of prodigies without concern for recruiting ineffective disciples. Yang Yongfeng approached the peculiar Heart Inquiry Stone, pondering how to pass the test. To his astonishment, the stone illuminated, and upon stepping forward, he found no barriers. Is this a pass? In delight, Yang Yongfeng continued onward, arriving at the main hall where he encountered the Spirit Inquiry Stone. He hesitated, worried that his 5 spiritual roots might dissuade the Divine Phoenix sect from accepting him. Nevertheless, having come this far, he decided to attempt it. Placing his hand upon the Spirit Inquiry Stone, it revealed 5 spiritual roots and a 2nd level of qi refinement. Testing his hand forward, he encountered no resistance and entered the hall, where he beheld Yi Wenba and Jiang Lan seated within. He was met with astonishing news. When Yaoyao decided to establish the sect, she had predetermined the benefits for her disciples. Qi refinement disciples, 1 medium-grade spirit stone per month, 50 qi refinement pills, and 10 body refinement pills. If they reach the 9th level of qi refinement, they may receive 5 foundation establishment pills. Foundation establishment disciples, 100 medium-grade spirit stones, 50 body refinement pills per month. Golden core disciples, 10 high-grade spirit stones, 200 body refinement pills per month. It was unlikely that anyone above the golden core stage would join such a nascent sect. Such conditions, Such benefits. They utterly bewildered Yang Yongfeng. What did this signify? It meant he could effortlessly navigate the qi refinement stage, and even as a 5 spiritual root cultivator, he could easily establish his foundation within 5 years. It is worth noting that he had previously investigated the benefits offered to disciples across various sects, and the Xianyu sect was renowned for providing the best. Chapter 9. Unlocking the sect's marketplace with 100 million points outer disciples, 100 low-grade spirit stones, and 2 body refining pills monthly. Inner disciples, 10 middle-grade spirit stones and 10 body refining pills monthly. Core disciples, 10 high-grade spirit stones and 50 body refining pills monthly. To become an inner disciple of the Xianyu sect, one must at least reach the foundation establishment stage. Such benefits have incited jealousy among all cultivators, as this new minor sect's offerings surpass those of the Xianyu sect by more than tenfold. Yang Yongfeng felt an overwhelming joy that nearly left him faint. He had truly placed his bets wisely. The others who had become disciples of the Shenhuang sect by passing the test with spirit stones were equally elated. If it weren't for the sect master's prohibition on promoting the sect's benefits, they would have eagerly proclaimed the existence of such a celestial sect to the world. This was precisely why Yaoyao insisted that the first hurdle for accepting disciples was the Heartstone. Those who passed it were guaranteed not to possess any character flaws, ensuring they would not betray the Shenhuang sect. Given the current weakness of the sect, they needed to tread carefully as they developed. Originally, Bai Yiling, the sect's top genius, was always the center of attention. The affectionate scenes he shared with his youngest and most cherished disciple, Jian Shishir, still lingered in memory. Now, scarcely a month after Jian Shishir's tragic demise, Bai Yiling had taken on another disciple, even claiming her to be a closed-door disciple. This news sent shockwaves throughout the entire cultivation world. "This will be your cave residence," Bai Yiling said as he guided Yaoyao to the main peak of the Xianyu sect, casually pointing out a location for her cave. As the foremost genius of the sect, possessing a supreme spirit root, Bai Yiling had ascended to the early stage of the Great Ascension after merely a millennium of cultivation. Naturally, his cave was situated in the spirit-rich main peak, and his disciple resided with him there. Jian Shishir, being the youngest and most adored, had lived closest to Bai Yiling. However, the cave designated for Yaoyao, while still on the main peak, was considerably distant, resulting in diminished spiritual energy the further one was from Bai Yiling. Nevertheless, Yaoyao was indifferent to such matters. She did not rely on that meager spiritual energy for sustenance and preferred to keep her distance from Bai Yiling. Bai Yiling gazed deeply at her, saying nothing. As long as her presence graced his side, he felt the void in his heart begin to fill, alleviating some of his pain, though it remained ever present. Yaoyao, observing the mere rudiments of the cave, recalled descriptions from novels regarding the cave residences of female protagonists, where even the simplest teacup was crafted from the finest materials in the cultivation world, prompting a sardonic smile. Fortunately, she possessed an inexhaustible supply of spirit stones. With spirit stones, one could acquire anything. With a grand gesture, Yaoyao emptied her spatial ring of the items she had prepared. She had gathered numerous treasures along her journey: a millennium ice bed, a glazed lotus lamp, a jade pillow, a luxurious silk canopy, and a purple-gold spirit summoning stove. Once these items were arranged, the otherwise ordinary cave transformed into an ethereal abode, leaving Yaoyao nodding in satisfaction. With her abundant resources, she felt no need to compromise her comfort. Relaxing in the expensive mahogany chaise she had purchased, Yaoyao accessed the marketplace. To her delight, she discovered that the previously darkened area after the second-level marketplace had been illuminated anew. She had assumed there was nothing further, yet now she saw something emerge. Her gaze fixated on the 4 grand characters, Sect Marketplace. This was a new marketplace that opened following the first and second-level stores. Upon reviewing its description, she learned that this marketplace also operated on consumption points, but these points were not interchangeable with those of the second-level marketplace. The points for the sect marketplace could only be utilized for sect-related purchases, and to her dismay, The marketplace appeared entirely dark, devoid of any visible items for exchange. Yaoyao noticed a prompt indicating that one must accumulate 100 million consumption points to illuminate the marketplace and unlock its offerings. A sigh escaped her lips. She had previously established benefits for her parents' disciples, believing those to be unparalleled in the entire cultivation realm. Yet now, the requirement of 100 million points to activate the marketplace seemed an insurmountable challenge, even if she permitted her disciples to use spirit stones without restriction. Such overwhelming benefits might incite panic rather than gratitude. She was not invincible. Such a scheme could very well lead to her being cornered by all sects, forcing her to relinquish everything. With a heavy heart, she acknowledged that this plan was unfeasible. The existing benefits were already of the highest caliber and could not be improved further. She needed to devise alternative methods for generating consumption within the sect. Suddenly, an epiphany struck her. The sect must possess foundational techniques to thrive. If she purchased a plethora of techniques, learned them, and subsequently contributed them to the sect, wouldn't this satisfy the criteria for both the second-level marketplace and the sect marketplace? It was akin to exploiting a loophole. Eager to test this hypothesis, she extracted her low-grade heart-protecting mirror, high-grade binding spirit hairpin, mid-grade crimson cloud shoes, and various protective spiritual artifacts, adorning herself with them. She even stuffed her left pocket with a high-grade explosive talisman and her right pocket with rapid talismans. Her appearance was a testament to her fear of danger. Yaoyao wished to remain low-key, yet as Bai Yiling's disciple with such a striking visage, anonymity was an impossibility. The sect members who admired Jian Shishir or envied her would not take kindly to her presence and might even provoke her. Currently, she was merely a facade of a low-level qi cultivator with a wasted spirit root. Thus, how could she afford to be without adequate protection? Once she had adorned herself with all her possessions, Yaoyao strode confidently out, drawing the attention of many who shielded their eyes from the dazzling array of protective artifacts that glimmered in the light. Upon glimpsing her face, astonishment rippled through the onlookers. Is this the new disciple of Elder Bai? Such a stunning countenance. No wonder she caught Elder Bai's attention. Initially, a tinge of envy had stirred within them, but witnessing her present state evoked a sense of pity instead. The surrounding murmurs were far from hushed, and considering the acute hearing of cultivators, it was evident they intended for her to overhear. Had she been the original persona, she would have surely grown incensed and confronted them, leading to Elder by intervening to chastise those who spoke ill of her. This was likely why the original had felt so favored. Yet, the current Yaoyao felt no jealousy whatsoever. Seemingly impervious to the chatter, she made her way to the trading hall, the internal marketplace of the Xianyu sect, a venue for disciples seeking to buy or sell items. Chapter 10. The Trading Hall. Yaoyao navigated the trading hall with ease. Having previously engaged in short selling at numerous exchanges, the elders of the trading hall were formidable figures in the out-of-body stage, typically relegated to the sidelines, sipping wine while nominal disciples attended to visitors, ensuring no disturbances arose within the hall. Upon Yaoyao's arrival, the atmosphere shifted momentarily. All eyes quietly turned to her, though she appeared oblivious, proceeding with her purchasing decisions as if nothing had transpired. Senior sister, what would you like to buy? Or is there something you wish to sell? While other disciples could afford to exchange banter with Yaoyao, the nominal disciples treated her with the utmost respect. These nominal disciples, not truly recognized as members of the Xianyu sect, were often those unable to cultivate in the mortal realm or burdened with 5 spiritual roots, rendering them hopeless. Their unwillingness to accept their fate led them to purchase a nominal title, obligating them to pay spiritual stones monthly to the sect and perform various menial tasks. Such individuals numbered in the millions. It is important to note that prior to the foundation establishment stage, one could not abstain from food. Each day, over 10 million qi refinement disciples of the Xianyu sect required sustenance, which was prepared by these nominal disciples. Had Yaoyao not possessed her system, she might have been among those seeking to purchase a nominal title herself. Glancing at the obsequious nominal disciple before her, she felt no disdain. What techniques can I acquire? I desire them all. The nominal disciple blinked in surprise, momentarily taken aback by her bold declaration. Yet, he dared not question her and promptly retreated to the back to fetch the techniques. Others in the hall turned their attention to Yaoyao, yet none dared to mock her. After all, it was wise to refrain from speaking when lacking strength. Recently, Yaoyao had focused on acquiring techniques to elevate the quality of universal laws and to explore the potential for increasing the sect's consumption points. Soon, the nominal disciple returned, carrying several jade slips. Senior sister, here are some techniques of the common and low-grade yellow levels. Please let me know which category interests you, and I will provide further recommendations. Clearly, he did not believe her earlier assertion of wanting everything, as he dared only to present 10 jade slips. Considering her apparent cultivation level suggested she should only study common techniques, lest she struggle with higher grade ones. Nonetheless, fearing her wrath, he included yellow grade slips as well. Without a glance, Yaoyao accepted the 10 jade slips, placing them into her spatial ring. Very well. Keep a record of this. Bring forth all that you have. I shall acquire them all and compensate you with spiritual stones. The young disciple froze momentarily, realizing her earnestness. He could only comply. Yet, as a nominal disciple in the chi gathering stage, he was limited in what he could carry, returning with only 30 jade slips at a time. Yaoyao frowned. At this rate, she would be waiting a month to complete her purchases. She extracted high-grade spiritual stones from her ring, scattering them across the floor. Wow! What is that? It's blinding! Exclaimed the onlookers. Heavens! Those are high-grade spiritual stones. I have never seen so many in my life. It seemed that Elder by S. latest disciple was truly remarkable. Initial assumptions about her allure were quickly dispelled. The elder, who had been meditating, abruptly opened his eyes. Young friend, what do you wish to purchase? Yaoyao smiled shyly. Because my spiritual roots are not favorable, I am uncertain which techniques to pursue. Thus, I wish to acquire all available techniques and experiment to discover which ones suit my cultivation. This rationale left everyone speechless, including the elder. However, his role was to facilitate transactions, and with spiritual stones in hand, he would comply without hesitation. After a thorough examination of Yaoyao, he sent a spatial ring her way. Contained within are all the techniques available for sale in the trading hall. Peruse and see what you desire. As the elder retrieved the scattered high-grade spiritual stones, the surrounding disciples were left salivating. Although there were only 3,000 stones, they were insufficient to procure all the techniques contained within her ring. Yaoyao accepted the ring, thoroughly impressed with its contents. As expected from the foremost sect in the realm of cultivation, while the most exceptional techniques were housed in the sect's library and not for sale, the trading hall still offered a myriad of eclectic techniques, predominantly of common or low-grade yellow levels, with only a few higher-grade ones occasionally appearing. None of earth-grade were available. Nevertheless, Yaoyao was quite satisfied, as these techniques would serve to earn her experience points. The specific techniques she learned were inconsequential, and she could later share them with the disciples of the Xinhuang sect, as these lower-level techniques were ideal for their diverse spiritual roots. This, indeed, epitomized the correct approach to the cultivation world. Yaoyao produced a spatial ring filled with high-grade spiritual stones and presented it to the elder of the trading hall, containing 500,000 stones. The elder's heart raced upon witnessing such wealth. Elder, as you know, I possess 5 spiritual roots, rendering me nearly devoid of potential. It is said that consuming body-refining pills can alter one's spiritual roots. Therefore, I would like to purchase all the body-refining pills you have. The elder's eyelids twitched. He pondered how Bai Yiling had acquired such an extraordinary disciple. With such an abundance of high-grade spiritual stones, she nearly rivaled his own wealth as an elder. The trading hall has other disciples in need of body-refining pills. I can offer you up to 90%. Yaoyao reluctantly nodded in acceptance. The elder sensed her tone and sighed in resignation. The The trading hall had 900,000 body refining pills, which were being sold by disciples eager for spiritual stones, as the Yaoyao sect distributed them monthly, with those in dire need choosing to sell. With so many pills available, they could easily overwhelm Yaoyao, yet she remained unsatisfied. The combined value of the techniques and the body refining pills did not even reach 500,000 high-grade spiritual stones. Seizing the opportunity, Yaoyao also acquired additional medicinal pills and rare materials, ultimately expending all her stones and ensuring her name would be remembered by all present. Leaving the trading hall laden with treasures, she secured another 50,000 consumption points. A crowd trailed behind her, some brazenly following, while others concealed themselves. None dared to confront Yaoyao. Not only did the Yaoyao sect prohibit internal conflict, but her ostentatious wealth made them wary, fearing they might be crushed under the weight of her spiritual stones before they could act. Chapter 11. Double acquisition driven purely by curiosity. They wondered what Yaoyao would do next. Yaoyao made her way directly to the trading street, where the trading hall of the sect exclusively allowed the exchange of spirit stones, while the trading street permitted disciples to engage in transactions of various kinds. The Yaoyao sect was indeed vast, bustling with numerous individuals. The foot traffic in the trading street rivaled that of the entire Luoxian town. As Yaoyao strolled about, those following her were puzzled by her lack of purchases. Had she exhausted her spirit stones? Little did they know that after surveying the surroundings, she simply took out her rocking chair and set it down, erecting a sign that boldly proclaimed, "All martial arts techniques, elixirs, talismans, spiritual artifacts, and rare materials are being acquired at double the price." Gasps of astonishment rippled through the crowd. Was this individual truly so affluent? Why was there such a disparity among people? Double acquisition? Soon enough, a brave soul approached her. He was an outer disciple with scarce resources, recently having hit a bottleneck in his cultivation. Initially intending to sell his body tempering elixirs at the trading hall, he felt enticed by Yaoyao's offer. "Junior sister, do you acquire body tempering elixirs?" The onlookers felt a tinge of disappointment, expecting something more precious to be presented. The warrior felt a bit bashful. Yet he genuinely had little left in terms of resources and was in dire need of spirit stones. "Yes, I will acquire as many as you have. At double the price." Yaoyao replied without hesitation. The warrior promptly handed her a small vial containing the 2 body tempering elixirs allocated by the sect this month. His gaze was fervent as he looked at her, and Yaoyao, unfazed, exchanged 1 elixir for 4 medium-grade spirit stones. The warrior, elated, rushed to rejoin the crowd, eager to procure more body tempering elixirs, as he could exchange them here for double the spirit stones. Witnessing Yaoyao's genuine double acquisition, others immediately retrieved their own stock of body tempering elixirs. "Junior sister, I have 100 body tempering elixirs saved up." "Junior sister, I possess 60. "Junior sister, would you acquire this low-grade yellow-level martial arts technique?" "I stumbled upon the Nanyu Hanyi while on a mission last time I descended the mountain. Please offer a price." In no time, a throng of people had encircled Yaoyao, eager to partake in her double acquisition offer. Those who had been setting up stalls quickly joined the line, who would sell at the original price when they could receive double. Yaoyao found herself overwhelmed by the crowd and casually seized 2 onlookers. "You 2 senior brothers, assist me in tallying these items. After the transactions are complete, I shall reward each of you with a high-grade spirit stone." The 2 immediately perked up, thumping their chests in assurance that they would handle the task. Finally, Yaoyao could relax a little. The Yaoyao sect treated its disciples exceptionally well, being the foremost sect in cultivation with countless resources. Items that might be deemed precious by other casual cultivators could be casually produced by any disciple here. As she felt her accumulating points of consumption rise swiftly, Yaoyao reflected on how fortunate she was to have come to the Yaoyao sect. A low-grade heavenly formation? Among the myriad of traded items, even the rarest of materials failed to capture her attention, as she had not anticipated a disciple would produce a low-grade heavenly formation. Heavenly grade items, whether techniques or artifacts, were capable of causing tremors within the cultivation world. The crowd stared in astonishment at the individual presenting the formation. Jiang Lin, sensing the surprised gazes directed his way, couldn't he help but offer a wry smile. After all, heavenly grade items could be passed down as family heirlooms, yet here was someone willing to sell it. But upon realizing it was a formation, he felt relieved. It was well known that cultivators often possessed some knowledge of formations to protect their abodes, and years ago, formation masters were a highly sought-after profession. However, as time passed, fewer individuals pursued learning formations. Everyone could grasp the basics, yet those skilled in formations above the mysterious grade were rare. Why? Because mastering formations was arduous. Not only did it require extensive time to study, but it also demanded exceptional comprehension. While mysterious grade formation masters could effortlessly eliminate those at the nascent soul stage, the time to reach that level often surpassed that required to cultivate to the nascent soul stage itself. With such time and talent, why not cultivate directly? Why venture into such high difficulties with a failure rate of up to 90%? It was possible that in the end, one might not even succeed in mastering the formation, rendering the effort meaningless. It is crucial to note that individuals in the cultivation world do not possess infinite lifespans. The lower one's cultivation level, the shorter their life. Engaging in the study of formations meant sacrificing orthodox cultivation, leading to stagnation in one's cultivation and no extension of lifespan, while struggling to master a formation that was arduous to succeed in. Many met their end without ever successfully learning a formation. However, such individuals were few, lacking the requisite talent and unwavering determination to succeed. Most would not choose to delve into excessively challenging formations. This heavenly grade formation was thus discarded by Jiang Lin for precisely this reason. Jiang Lin, despite his fondness for heavenly grade techniques, a treasure he had unearthed in a secret realm decades ago, found himself disheartened upon discovering it was merely a formation. He pondered relinquishing it but felt reluctant to part with something of such caliber, yet after decades of study without progress, he ultimately resolved to sell it. Seeing Yaoyao's double acquisition, Jiang Lin, aware of the attention it would attract, nonetheless stepped forward. Yaoyao had indeed intended to acquire a high-tier technique, and to her surprise, a heavenly grade technique was laid before her. With her unique advantage, she felt no concern over the potential limitations of lifespan for cultivation. This formation is heavenly grade. I will offer you 500,000 high-grade spirit stones. At double the price, I can give you 1 million high-grade spirit stones. Does that seem reasonable? In the cultivation realm, techniques held greater value than artifacts, talismans, or rare materials, making Yaoyao's offer quite standard. Upon hearing the figure of 1 million high-grade spirit stones, Jiang Lin was left in awe, although he had considered this number prior to selling. The reality of Yaoyao pronouncing it left him utterly stunned. I agree. Yaoyao promptly provided Jiang Lin with 1 million high-grade spirit stones, inciting envy in the eyes of onlookers and fueling their eagerness further. Following this, nothing presented to Yaoyao caught her eye as particularly remarkable, with most items being of earthly grade quality. It was also possible that news of her double acquisition had not spread widely enough. Otherwise, as disciples of the Xianyu sect, those possessing valuable items would undoubtedly be numerous. Nonetheless, Yaoyao was genuinely open to all offers. She received techniques mostly of mysterious grade, while earthly grade techniques were seldom sold, as most individuals preferred to keep their higher-tier artifacts for personal use. Only a select few would choose to sell, yet many still opted to part with rare materials, especially with Yaoyao providing double the acquisition, allowing for ample spirit stones to reinvest. Chapter 12. The first encounter with the senior brother. Many individuals were also motivated by this intention to sell their wares. Yaoyao spent a full 2 hours continuously extracting spirit stones, feeling as though she had transformed into a heartless machine for monetary transactions. Senior brothers, I wonder if you would be willing to assist me in continuing to procure items? How about this? I shall offer you 10 top-grade spirit stones as remuneration each month. Would that be agreeable? Upon hearing the sum of 10 top-grade spirit stones, the two senior brothers gulped, as outer disciples. They received merely 100 low-grade spirit stones from the sect each month. Were it not for Yaoyao, they would not have even laid eyes on a top-grade spirit stone. Thus, they had no reason to refuse such an offer. Yaoyao directly handed them a spatial ring containing 2 million top-grade spirit stones, allowing them to procure items at double the rate. Confident that they would not abscond with the stones, for a large sect like the Xianyu sect would never permit such occurrences. Anyone with a modicum of sense should realize that Yaoyao was a formidable ally. Choosing to align with her was far more advantageous than courting death. Finally, Yaoyao managed to depart successfully, yet the consumption points in the secondary marketplace continued to rise, filling her with a sense of satisfaction. Although spending money was exhilarating, the continuous expenditure became rather exhausting. Upon arriving at the entrance of her cave dwelling, she unexpectedly encountered an individual she had not anticipated. Yaoyao clenched her fists. Had it not been for the protective aura of spiritual energy enveloping her hands, her nails would have surely punctured her palms. Gongchen, the first disciple of Bai Yiling and the eldest among his 4 disciples. The descriptions of Gongchen in novels were numerous, nearly rivaling that of the main protagonists, and the original host's life revolved significantly around him. Unlike the tumultuous emotions that developed between the male and female leads, the original host genuinely appreciated Bai Yiling for taking her as a disciple. Despite her lack of talent in cultivation, Bai Yiling still granted her the treatment befitting the top disciple of the Xianyu sect. She held pure admiration for Bai Yiling, but her feelings for Gongchen were sincere love. Yet, Gongchen had always favored the female lead. He had refrained from expressing his feelings earlier due to her youth. But who could foresee that she would meet with misfortune? His sorrow was no less than that of Bai Yiling, her master. However, Gongchen was a man of gentle appearance, but dark heart. If Bai Yiling had taken her as a disciple to maintain his own resolve, then Gongchen sought to project his affections onto Yaoyao, gifting her the techniques and garments favored by the female lead, treating her as a mere substitute. Curiously, the original host was rather naive, believing that everyone in the sect adored her, especially under the fervent advances of the senior brother, and soon succumbed to his charms. Yaoyao could sense the original host's fury. Thus, upon seeing Gongchen, a wave of murderous intent surged within her. She truly wished to eliminate him. Yet, Yaoyao managed to force a smile. "Ah, senior brother, I am your junior sister Yaoyao." Witnessing a fleeting distortion on Gongchen's face, Yaoyao felt a surge of delight. Gongchen had never permitted his junior brothers and sisters to address her in such a manner, for in his heart, only the female lead held that title. But Yaoyao was determined not to comply. She aimed to tear open Gongchen's heart and shatter it with her sword. "Junior sister, welcome to the Xianyu sect. Here are some items that will aid your cultivation. I have matters to attend to and must take my leave." Gongchen tossed a spatial ring to Yaoyao and swiftly departed. How amusing, a mere utterance of junior sister had breached his defenses. It seemed Gongchen was not as formidable as he appeared. As for the spatial ring Gongchen had given her, Yaoyao did not even bother to open it, certain that it contained trinkets favored by the female lead. Holding it made her feel discomfort, and she promptly discarded it down the mountainside. A named disciple who had been sweeping the ground below was startled when a spatial ring suddenly fell at their feet. Curiously opening it, they discovered various techniques, spirit stones, and numerous garments, and immediately knelt in gratitude, exclaiming, "Thank you for this gift from nature." Just moments ago, upon seeing Gongchen, Yaoyao had experienced a fleeting impulse to disregard all else and enhance her cultivation to eliminate him. After all, she possessed a cheat. As long as she had consumption points, she could elevate her strength to obliterate Gongchen. However, she managed to suppress her urges. Currently, her true strength was at the early stage of the golden core. Those within the realm of cultivation understood that establishing a foundation was essential. with the golden core representing the entry point into cultivation. Many mortals referred to the golden core as golden core ancestor, which explains the title. Aspiring cultivators typically slowed their progress during the golden core stage, diligently refining their internal core, akin to the meticulous crafting of a weapon that demands countless forges. They infuse spiritual energy into the golden core, compressing it to render it more resilient. The more times the golden core is compressed, the sturdier the foundation of cultivation becomes, akin to a solid foundation for a building. However, many individuals, hindered by a lack of sufficient spiritual energy, could compress their golden cores only a few times, leading them to directly ascend to the nascent soul stage. Yet, those with a robust foundation during the golden core stage would undoubtedly find their future paths smoother. Among practitioners of the same level, those who had spent more time honing their golden cores would prove more formidable. Thus, Yaoyao halted her cultivation at the golden core stage. She possessed ample spirit stones to provide sufficient spiritual energy. However, with her impending arrival at the Yaoyao sect, where even greater treasures awaited, she was resolute. Many within the Yaoyao sect were aware of the female lead's existence and recognized the striking resemblance between Yaoyao and her. Yet not a single soul warned the original host, allowing her to remain ensnared in a web of delusion. Even the self-proclaimed righteous sect leader merely lamented that the original host's presence had prevented Bai Yiling from succumbing to darkness, remarking that she had met her due fate. What a fitting end it was. Yaoyao vowed that she would not leave the Yaoyao sect without claiming its treasures. After all, she had endured 14 years of tragic existence within this narrative. With a system now at her disposal, she pledged to exact vengeance for Bai Yiling and his associates, and the Yaoyao sect would serve as her stepping stone. Chapter 13. The Formation Emerges. The demigod Falls Yaoyao retrieved the celestial grade formation tome and commenced her purchase of experience years. For the time being, she refrained from elevating her cultivation level or revealing her true prowess. However, the formation was a different matter altogether. Even a practitioner at the Qi refining stage could vanquish a cultivator in the Great Ascension stage if they wielded a sufficiently advanced formation. While this example may seem extreme, it remains theoretically plausible. Furthermore, a prodigious cultivator might fall midway through their journey, yet an exceptional formation master would invariably be shielded by the collective guardianship of others. Yaoyao was eager to witness the moment when her mastery of formations reached its zenith, and whether Bai Yiling and others would still dare to treat her as a mere substitute. Even if they wished to, the denizens of the cultivation world would likely not acquiesce. Without hesitation, she purchased 200,000 experience years to cultivate the celestial grade lower tier formation, uncertain if it would suffice. After a considerable duration, she slowly opened her eyes, a glimmer of delight flickering within them. 200,000 experience years represented 200,000 years of cultivation, enhanced by Yaoyao's divine phoenix bloodline and her unparalleled talent. Yet, it had barely allowed her to grasp the fundamentals of this celestial-grade lower-tier technique, underscoring the arduous nature of formation cultivation. It was akin to expecting a primary school student to solve the Goldbach conjecture. Yaoyao found herself pleasantly surprised. The greater the difficulty, the more it attested to the formidable power awaiting those who mastered it. Truly, it was a celestial-grade formation capable of slaying Great Ascension stage cultivators. For an ordinary individual, mastering it would indeed be an unattainable dream. Without a moment's pause, she proceeded to purchase 1 million experience years, convinced that such an investment would undoubtedly suffice to perfect her grasp of this celestial-grade lower-tier formation. Midway through her endeavor, Bai Yiling arrived at the entrance of Yaoyao's cave dwelling, intending to catch a glimpse of her. However, upon noticing her seemingly engrossed in cultivation, he could only depart with a sense of regret. After a while, Yaoyao reopened her eyes, raised her hand, and conjured a chaotic formation, her expression brimming with joy. The formation emerged, the demigod fell. According to her understanding, there was not a single celestial-grade formation master in the cultivation world. as even the lifespan of a great ascension stage cultivator barely reached 500,000 years. Unless one attained divinity. Such longevity could not support the mastery of a celestial grade formation. Of course, the possibility of an actual celestial grade formation master existed, albeit concealed. After all, the cultivation world did possess rare treasures that could extend life, though they were exceedingly scarce. Yaoyao rose with satisfaction. Although she had nearly exhausted her recently acquired points, the rewards were substantial, allowing her to move through the Xianyu sect with newfound confidence. She was unperturbed by the potential revelation of her identity as a celestial grade formation master. Given her appearance, Bailing would undoubtedly support her. As the foremost prodigy in the cultivation realm, his strength was self-evident. Moreover, her escapades outside could yield a formidable adversary for the Xianyu sect, an enticing prospect indeed. Adorned with various protective talismans and spiritual artifacts, Yaoyao strode out of her cave dwelling with an air of confidence. Her presence drew the attention of many, especially in light of Bailing's recent acceptance of disciples, compounded by Yaoyao's ostentatious actions earlier that morning. Within the Xianyu sect, a significant number of disciples, both outer and inner sect members, as well as core disciples, were seen eagerly selling their wares, capitalizing on the opportunity to trade at double the price. Even if they sold body refining pills and immediately purchased them back from the trading hall, reselling them to Yaoyao was entirely permissible. This was a prime opportunity to amass spiritual stones. Having already patronized the trading hall, Yaoyao's purchases had left many items depleted, prompting the elders to urgently restock. Fortunately, the Xianyu sect's robust foundation prevented them from going bankrupt due to her shopping spree. Nonetheless, this could not diminish the fervor of the crowd. As Yaoyao approached the trading street, she found the entrance blocked, with everyone anxiously awaiting their turn, fearful that the trading might conclude before they could present their goods to her. After all, this was a double-price acquisition. What if others ran out of spiritual stones? Those at the back lamented their late arrival, as the line had already formed extensively. Disciples of the Xianyu sect were not permitted to engage in internal strife, leaving them no choice but to queue. "Oh, I must get to the front," Yaoyao exclaimed, struggling to maneuver through the tightly packed crowd. As she spoke, a path was reluctantly cleared for her amidst the throng. "Hey, you stepped on my foot. Don't push, I'm already flattened enough," came the grumbles of those pressed against one another. Yet, upon catching sight of Yaoyao, they graciously made way for her, though they did not personally know her. The entire sect buzzed with news of Bailing's new disciple, who bore an uncanny resemblance to the previous junior sister, Jian Shishir, and, most importantly, was the proprietor of this extravagant double-price acquisition. At last, Yaoyao beheld the scene ahead, where her two senior brothers were busily collecting various items, their faces alight with enthusiasm as they deftly exchanged spiritual stones. It was undeniable that spending money, even if it wasn't one's own, brought joy to the heart. "Are the spiritual stones sufficient, my two brothers?" Upon her arrival, the two men were even more excited, rising to their feet. "Junior sister, here's our acquisition list for your review. We still have over 120,000 spiritual stones from the 200,000 originally allocated." Yaoyao glanced at the list and realized that one brother was responsible for appraising and dispersing funds while the other diligently recorded transactions, clearly delineating their roles to prevent any suspicion of misappropriation. Nodding in approval, Yaoyao commended their efforts but urged them not to overexert themselves. "If you grow weary, feel free to take a break. We will need your assistance in the coming days. I hope this does not interfere with your cultivation." They immediately shook their heads vigorously. No. It won't. Junior sister, we truly enjoy this task. Please allow us to continue acquiring, and we don't feel tired at all. As cultivators, we don't require sleep. We can work tirelessly. It was important to note that these two outer sect disciples had no idea how long it would take them to accrue even a single superior grade spiritual stone. The spiritual energy contained within a superior grade stone was exponentially greater than that of a lower grade stone. Yaoyao's generous gift of 10 superior-grade stones was a dream they had never dared to imagine, and the thought of carrying such wealth without feeling anxious was utterly exhilarating. Chapter 14. The auction. Yaoyao expressed her admiration for their work ethic, doubling the 10 premium spirit stones to 20. The two men flushed with excitement, gazed upon enviously by countless onlookers, and immediately vowed to procure tirelessly. Despite Yaoyao's attempts to dissuade them, they remained resolute. In resignation, she produced a luminous pearl, placing it beside them. The instant the pearl was revealed, it illuminated the entire trading street, allowing them to continue their acquisitions even in the dimmest light. Yaoyao also provided them with an additional 2 million premium spirit stones as a supplement. Those lingering behind breathed a sigh of relief. The junior sister assured that the procurement would continue, alleviating their concerns about missing out. Yaoyao departed with her spatial ring filled with items, intent on checking on her parents. Though she was their daughter, her worries for them lingered. Currently, the Divine Phoenix sect occupied merely a small hill, while any peak within the Xianyu sect dwarfed it significantly. Yaoyao paid little mind to this, as a relocation was inevitable in the future. However, her parents' current strength was still too feeble to attract undue attention. Upon reaching the entrance, she encountered the Heartstone, raising an eyebrow before stepping inside and locating her parents. Father, Mother, how are you feeling? Yi Wenbai and Jianglan were elated to see their daughter, bombarding her with inquiries about her well-being. After confirming her safety, they shared the current situation of their sect. The Divine Phoenix sect was merely a minor faction, lacking any renown, and had attracted a few individuals with subpar spirit roots, likely hoping for a stroke of luck, as their prospects in other sects were dim. The sect now comprised 16 members, all with 5 spirit roots, 8 at the first layer of chi refinement, 3 at the second, 3 at the third, and 2 at the fourth. This represented the entirety of the Divine Phoenix sect's combat strength, alongside Yi Wenbai and Jianglan, who had just entered the Foundation establishment stage. Yaoyao had anticipated this outcome. She was unperturbed by the disciples' low combat prowess. Even those with inferior spirit roots posed no concern, as she possessed ample resources to elevate their capabilities. Father, Mother, regarding matters of the sect, I have contemplated further additions. As a new sect, many aspects remained underdeveloped, and being novices in cultivation, the trio had relied heavily on Yaoyao's insights. She proposed the following new regulations for the sect. 1. The library's yellow and ordinary level texts shall be accessible for disciples to peruse at will. 2. Upon breaking through a major realm, a disciple may select a profound level technique from the library. 3. A monthly competition, for example, a free-for-all among all chi refinement disciples, will be held, with the victor granted a full day of access to the library, regardless of the technique's grade, including celestial level texts. Given the current scarcity of disciples, there was no need to distinguish between inner and outer sect members. Yaoyao could only think of these for now, intending to expand upon them in the days to come. My dear, as the disciples are merely at the chi refinement level, it is manageable. They can cultivate independently. However, what if they have questions after reaching the Foundation establishment stage? Your mother and I are utterly ignorant. Yi Wenbai lamented, his brow furrowed with worry. Both he and his wife were novices in cultivation, suddenly thrust into leadership without guidance, and they were apprehensive about disciples seeking advice on cultivation matters. Yaoyao shared this concern. Initially, she had planned to recruit someone from the Xianyu sect to instruct the Divine Phoenix sect's disciples, but she soon realized this was impractical. The individuals from the Xianyu sect held a strong sense of belonging to their faction, even with a lucrative offer. Loyalty could not be guaranteed. System, do you have a solution? Ding. Why not open the sect's marketplace first? It may contain what you seek. Upon hearing this, Yaoyao's eyes sparkled. The system never spoke without reason. The sect's marketplace was bound to harbor treasures she desired. However, activating it required a staggering 100 million consumption points. Where could she possibly acquire such an amount of spirit stones? Yet, when she accessed the marketplace, She was astonished to find the consumption points displayed were not 0, but 100 million. Surprised, she recalled that it had indeed been 0 when she arrived. The change must be due to her recent purchases for her parents. Ecstatic, Yaoyao realized she could exploit this bug by purchasing items for the sect. She could not only increase the marketplace's consumption points, but also enhance the secondary marketplace's points. The daunting task of amassing 100 million consumption points suddenly seemed attainable. She would diligently spend her spirit stones. Rising to bid farewell, she snapped her fingers to activate a formation, inscribing 2 protective arrays around the small hill. Without her permission, even those at the ascendant stage would be unable to harm anyone upon it. Witnessing the formation's activation, she exhaled in relief. Logically, the Divine Phoenix sect was too small to attract attention or provoke formidable adversaries, yet this was a world of novels. What logic could be applied? Especially since she played the role of a female antagonist? Caution was paramount. Having completed her preparations, Yaoyao soared toward the Xianyu sect. Her motivation to spend growing stronger. Opening the sect's marketplace demanded an extraordinary amount of consumption points, and she was determined to expedite her efforts. Fortunately, the Xianyu sect boasted disciples as numerous as stars, many possessing valuable items, allowing for prolonged harvesting. Yet, this method of expenditure felt too slow. A single circuit of the auction house could yield greater returns. After all, her previous visit to the so-called largest auction house in the cultivation world had been cut short by Yiling, leaving her with a sense of loss. Prepare me a private room. Yaoyao utilized her learned techniques to alter her appearance and voice, employing a technique of earth-level quality that even a mediocre master would struggle to discern. Casually tossing a premium spirit stone, she was promptly ushered inside with great respect. She was assigned to box 11, raising her eyebrows in curiosity. On her last visit, she had gained entry to box 1 with a single premium spirit stone. This indicated that today's auction featured exceptional items, attracting a considerable array of forces, hence her later placement. How exhilarating this was! Chapter 15. The Third Senior Brother. Inghaoyu Yaoyao took a sip of the spirit tea served by the maid. It was quite pleasant. Yet it paled in comparison to the exquisite spirit tea she had previously acquired. During her travels, she had obtained some spirit ginseng tea, a rare delicacy that could double her cultivation speed for an hour. Albeit with a high consumption rate and a price to match, 10 high-grade spirit stones could only buy a couple of ounces. She purchased all that she could and even managed to acquire a bit more upon arriving at Xianyu sect, amassing over 600 pounds. All of which she graciously gifted to her parents for their enjoyment. Now she could elevate her cultivation at will. But her parents lacked such advantages and had to progress gradually. She wished fervently that they could indulge in celestial treasures as if they were mere meals. Fortunately, her parents understood the significance of this matter and never hesitated to utilize resources essential for their advancement. Yaoyao felt a sense of satisfaction when she visited her parents, noticing that their foundational cultivation had stabilized, and she believed they were not far from reaching the mid-stage. Given their 5-element root talent, their rapid progress was indeed a result of resource accumulation. Ladies and gentlemen, the next item for auction is a mid-grade Earth-level flying vessel that can accommodate 100,000 people, an indispensable spirit tool for sect travel. Starting at 5 million high-grade spirit stones. Although the Divine Phoenix sect had only a handful of members, this was a tool of prestige, and she was eager to invest in her sect. Surprisingly, few voices called out bids, as such items were beyond the means of smaller sects, and larger sects had already acquired them. Only a couple of individuals were bidding. 5,100,000 high-grade spirit stones. 5,200,000 high-grade spirit stones. Yaoyao made a bold bid. 6 million high-grade spirit stones. She elevated the auction to an unprecedented level, leaving the other bidders momentarily speechless. The auction staff found the situation eerily familiar, recalling a similar occurrence just days prior. Yaoyao hoped someone would continue bidding against her. But the two contenders were frightened off, leaving her with a tinge of regret as she secured the item. The next item was a high-grade Earth-level alchemy furnace, capable of refining top-tier Earth-level pills. Alchemy masters, do not miss this opportunity. The mention of the alchemy furnace excited many attendees. Unlike the scarcity of formation masters, alchemy practitioners were plentiful in the cultivation world, and many held high ranks. Given the high demand for medicinal pills, it was far more economical to refine them oneself. This furnace was bound to attract fierce competition. Yaoyao, too, had this in mind. Recalling that she had acquired a high-grade Earth-level alchemy technique and had been contemplating the need for a corresponding furnace. Although purchasing pills would have been more convenient for her consumption needs, some pills were exceedingly rare and nearly impossible to obtain. Thus, self-refinement was the more prudent choice. Especially considering her unique advantages, learning another technique could provide an additional means of survival. Starting bid, 100,000 high-grade spirit stones, 111,000 high-grade spirit stones, 112,000 high-grade spirit stones, 145,000 high-grade spirit stones. As expected, many sought the alchemy furnace, and despite the escalating bids, no one seemed willing to relent. Only high-tier alchemists could utilize a high-grade Earth-level alchemy furnace, typically elders of sects or esteemed members of prominent families, all of whom were well-resourced. When the bids reached 200,000 high-grade spirit stones, participants hesitated slightly, but the fervor continued. 300,000 high-grade spirit stones. A sudden increase of 50,000 high-grade spirit stones left many bidders feeling anxious. Yaoyao, hearing someone bid against her, gleefully raised her offer by another 50,000. 350,000 high-grade spirit stones. In box number 1, young master, we cannot continue bidding. This alchemy furnace has exceeded our expectations. We can only bid up to 300,000 high-grade spirit stones, and we still need to purchase items later. Hearing the steward's words, Yaoyao reluctantly ceased his bidding, feeling a surge of frustration. In his previous auction experiences, he had always secured the items he desired without contention, but this time, he found himself at odds with another bidder. As a direct descendant of the esteemed Ying family, Yaoyao's resources were beyond common comprehension. His status alone granted him influence in any nation or locale, and even in the presence of the emperor, he would face no repercussions. Moreover, as the top genius of the Ying family, he had been accepted as a disciple by the foremost prodigy of the Xianyu sect, a source of immense pride. Although 300,000 high-grade spirit stones were negligible to him, he had come to the auction with a specific mission, and the items he sought were yet to come. To ensure he had sufficient funds, he could not indulge excessively in bidding. For the first time, he felt an overwhelming sense of constraint. As Yaoyao continued to bid, others followed suit, but when the bidding reached 400,000, all but Yaoyao retreated. She leisurely declared, 450,000 high-grade spirit stones. Upon hearing that voice, Yaoyao's expression contorted. It was the same voice that had consistently outbid him. Had it not been for this interference, he would have secured the item long ago. Ultimately, Yaoyao acquired the high-grade Earth-level alchemy furnace. She refrained from further bidding on subsequent items, while they could enhance her consumption points. She had already invested in the flying vessel for the Divine Phoenix sect. Given that the sect was not yet formidable, she could not afford to reveal her identity, as it would attract undue attention. However, the next auction item was bound to draw attention regardless. Ladies and gentlemen, the final treasure for auction tonight, eagerly anticipated by all major sects, is a spiritual vein. The announcement sent waves of astonishment through the crowd, with discussions erupting uncontrollably. Spiritual veins were invaluable, as sects were fundamentally built upon them. The broader the coverage of a spiritual vein, the larger the sect and the greater the number of disciples. A spiritual vein provided abundant spiritual energy, facilitating cultivation with remarkable efficiency. The Xianyu sect, for instance, thrived on several spiritual veins that spanned thousands of peaks, nurturing countless exceptional talents. Please listen closely. This spiritual vein is classified as medium-sized, covering 108 peaks. Following evaluation, it has been determined that the spiritual energy will persist for a century. Its value is beyond measure, with a starting bid of 10 million high-grade spirit stones. This price immediately deterred 99 of attendees. While everyone understood that only major clans and families could afford such a treasure, having their participation stripped away was undeniably disheartening. No wonder so many influential figures had gathered today. It was all for the spiritual vein. Chapter 16. The Hero's Rescue? Non-existent Yaoyao could hear the audience below fervently conspiring on how to bid, and she fully understood their excitement. Indeed, she felt quite exhilarated herself. The item up for auction was exquisite, and soon it would be hers. 10 million high-grade spirit stones. 12 million. 15 million. In recent years, the number of cultivators had surged, and promising talents were becoming abundant. Small sects were struggling to survive. New sects were continuously being established. Yet many more small sects were disbanding. The few prominent sects were overwhelmed with applicants, yet they had no choice but to accept them. As the population grew, accommodation became scarce, necessitating the expansion of sects, making the emergence of the spirit vein exceptionally timely. The announcement of the spirit vein auction had come abruptly. Yet several prominent families and sects had received the news and promptly dispatched elders to secure the spirit vein. Yaoyao did not hasten to place her bid. After all, the outcome would not be determined immediately. This rare moment allowed her to leisurely gather her thoughts. She was unwilling to be a mere pawn, nor could she bear to witness her parents perish tragically. Thus, she vowed to defy fate at all costs. Fortunately, she no longer felt the urgency. Having mastered the inferior grade celestial formation, she could hold her own against the male lead and perhaps even engage in a mutually destructive conflict. At last, she would not be at the mercy of others. With a sigh of relief, Yaoyao observed the bidding with a relaxed demeanor. 51 million high-grade spirit stones. At this price, the crowd hesitated. After all, the scarcity of spirit veins was apparent, but why pursue a spirit vein? It was primarily for the spiritual energy it emanated. Spirit stones also contained spiritual energy. Was it truly worth spending such a vast sum to procure a spirit vein covering 108 locations? It should be noted that the spirit vein could only sustain itself for 100 years. Of course, if one continuously infused various heavenly materials into the vein's spring, it could indeed maintain its output of spiritual energy, but fundamentally, the value of the spirit vein itself was merely that century. Many bidders faltered. Seeing an opportunity, Yaoyao hastily called out, 52 million high-grade spirit stones. A moment of silence passed without further bids. Just as Yaoyao excitedly believed he could secure the win, Yikes intervened. 60 million high-grade spirit stones. A collective gasp echoed from the audience. 60 million high-grade spirit stones. This sum would likely deplete the entirety of an upper-grade family's savings. Only the top 4 families and the leading 3 sects could possibly afford such a bid. Yaoyao's head buzzed. Here it was again, that very voice. The same voice that had contended with him for the alchemy furnace was now competing for the spirit vein. Noticing the young master's desire to continue bidding, the steward quickly restrained his hand. Young master, we cannot bid any further. This exceeds our estimated range, and the spirit vein is not worth this price. Yaoyao's eyes burned crimson, feeling as if he were losing control, yet he refrained from raising his hand. He cursed himself for being too rational. Had he gone mad, he would have bid recklessly. Reflecting on his life, he had never faced such oppression, let alone twice. Yaoyao firmly believed that if this person were not eliminated, he would undoubtedly harbor inner demons. Ultimately, the spirit vein was secured by Yaoyao. During the payment, she relinquished one spirit ring after another, as she did not possess sufficient spirit stones to pay all at once. All right, that's all. You may count it. Due to the significant sum Yaoyao spent, the auction house manager, accompanied by 3 staff members, took several minutes to tally all the spirit stones. The manager beamed like a blooming chrysanthemum, respectfully presenting Yaoyao with a small black plaque. With a swift stroke, the spirit vein became hers. Yaoyao nodded, casually stowing away her flying apparatus and alchemy furnace. By the way, if any celestial-grade items come up for auction in the future, whether techniques or otherwise, they must be widely publicized. Once I am aware, I will certainly bid. Yaoyao wished to conceal her identity. She merely requested publicity. And although the manager was somewhat curious, he promptly agreed. Promoting it well would entice this esteemed individual to participate in the auction, potentially elevating the prices of items that would otherwise not reach such heights. The higher the price, the greater his commission. Yaoyao boldly exited the auction house, feigning ignorance of those trailing behind her. After all, she possessed a plethora of life-saving spirit tools and various protective charms, many of which were of earth-grade quality, an inexhaustible resource. Not to mention, as a celestial-grade formation master, unless it was the male lead, no one else could harm her. Suddenly, the pursuers seemed to lose patience. Before Yaoyao could enter a narrow alley, they launched their attack, seemingly unrestrained by the presence of onlookers. The attackers were seasoned bandits, each at least in the initial stage of the Qi transformation realm. This piqued Yaoyao's curiosity. While the Qi transformation stage was common in Xianyu sect, it was hardly remarkable, yet in a small sect, such an individual could easily be the sect leader. Why forsake the righteous path to engage in banditry? Yet, Yaoyao was indifferent to their motives. This presented an opportunity to test her perfected formation in combat. However, before she could make a move, one of the assailants rushed forward, effortlessly snapping the necks of several others. Yaoyao raised an eyebrow, observing the man who emerged. Was this a hero's rescue? Who would have guessed that after dispatching a few attackers, he would turn to Yaoyao with a gaze full of murderous intent? It was none other than Yaoyao. Yaoyao chuckled. Indeed, she was fated to be the supporting character. The hero's rescue was a privilege reserved for the female lead. While she was merely a stepping stone, how could she expect to be saved? Sure enough, the one who eliminated her would-be assailants was the very person who sought to kill her. Yaoyao was resolute in his thoughts. He regarded her as his inner demon that needed to be vanquished first. Moreover, she was merely at the first level of Qi transformation, entirely within his grasp. Kneel and kowtow before me. Perhaps if you beg sufficiently, I might spare you. Yet, sparing her was out of the question. Yaoyao would not allow Yaoyao to continue living. One must eradicate the roots of evil, lest new inner demons arise. Chapter 17. Bloodshed against Yaoyao. Yaoyao gazed at the vivid crimson hair of the individual before her, instantly reminded of someone. That someone was Yaoyao, her third senior brother, who possessed a mutated fire spiritual root. Yaoyao squinted her eyes. Yaoyao's affinity for fire manifested not only in his powers, but also in his temperament, which was as fiery and impulsive as the element itself. In the narrative, he had the most pronounced reaction to Yaoyao's arrival. His affection for the female protagonist rendered him unable to accept Yaoyao's encroachment upon her position, leading to a blatant display of malice towards her. The original host had received little genuine guidance from her canine master and was burdened with a wasteful spiritual root, resulting in her low cultivation level. As a consequence, she often fell victim to Yaoyao's taunts, which invariably left her injured and seeking solace from her master. Although the master offered comfort, his ulterior motive was merely to gaze upon the host's countenance. In contrast, the gentle eldest senior brother frequently consoled her, causing her heart to gravitate towards him. A digression aside, Yaoyao was convinced that the person before her was indeed Yaoyao, a most unfortunate coincidence, for their paths had crossed yet again. He demanded her to kneel. However, she harbored an equal desire for him to do the same. What are you barking for? Yaoyao folded her arms defiantly, challenging Yaoyao. Caught off guard, Yaoyao seemed momentarily bewildered. Yet, upon grasping the meaning behind her words, his fury intensified, radiating an overwhelming aura. I had intended to leave you intact, but it appears I have been overly merciful. Prepare to die. The formidable energy belonging to the nascent soul stage surged forth rapidly, yet Yaoyao remained unmoved, standing her ground. With a crack, a protective talisman fell to the ground, having absorbed a blow meant for her. Though currently at the golden core stage, her mastery of formations was of celestial caliber, allowing her to contend with the male protagonist effortlessly. Dealing with a mere nascent soul practitioner posed no challenge. While achieving the nascent soul stage at his age marked him as a prodigy, in Yaoyao's eyes, he was inconsequential. After all, her collection of defensive artifacts was abundant, and she had merely utilized one at random. Oh! You possess artifacts? Let me see how many more you can conjure. Just as Ing Haoyu prepared to strike once more, Yaoyao halted him. Wait! Ing Haoyu could not suppress his laughter. Are you begging for mercy? Let me tell you. It's too late. What I mean is, you just attacked, so now it is my turn. Yaoyao replied calmly. What? Without granting Ing Haoyu the time to process her words, she snapped her fingers, invoking a formation. Lower-tier formation masters required external materials to establish formations, spirit stones or artifacts, but a high-tier formation master like Yaoyao could manifest formations with a mere snap of her fingers. This was the terrifying aspect of high-tier formation masters. One could never discern when they might ensnare you within their traps. Ing Haoyu only had time to see Yaoyao seemingly curling her fingers, and then a circle of white mist inexplicably enveloped him, obscuring his surroundings. What the hell? What is this? Smack! Just as Ing Haoyu pondered how to escape the fog, Yaoyao swiftly struck him across the face. The mist hindered his vision, and he could only catch a glimpse of her face before receiving a stinging blow. Scoundrel! I will have you dead. Never before had he been struck, much less in such a humiliating manner, igniting a fiery rage within him. His pupils turned as red as his hair, the fire affinity within him surging uncontrollably, poised to obliterate her with a single strike. However, the persistent white mist rendered him incapable of pinpointing Yaoyao's position. Smack! Another crisp slap balanced the punishment on both sides of his face. Enraged, Ing Haoyu bellowed, "You insolent wretch!" Smack! Yet again, the retaliation was met with Yaoyao's palm, leaving him seething in impotent fury. Ultimately, Yaoyao's hand grew sore before she released him, yet the mist remained. Let someone else come to his rescue then. Fortunately, the formation's duration was limited, otherwise it would have taken considerable time for anyone to extricate Ing Haoyu. A celestial tier formation master was no trifling matter. Breaking a formation could require half a day. Young master, what has happened to you? Ing Haoyu, plagued by existential doubts, glared at the butler, disregarding his concern. Silence. For one who was the pride of the Ing family, the foremost genius of the cultivation world, such indignity was intolerable. One day, I shall repay this humiliation 1,000-fold. Meanwhile, Yaoyao wandered aimlessly through the streets. Yuanbao Pavilion? She glanced at the sign and entered without hesitation. If one could spend spirit stones, it must be a worthwhile place. Initially expecting it to resemble a trading hall, she was taken aback to find it completely deserted, lacking even a host to assist her. How does one procure items here? As she ventured further, a small box suddenly flew toward her, and she deftly caught it. The box offered no resistance, seemingly containing something within. Brimming with confidence from her array of protective artifacts, Yaoyao opened it without trepidation. Inside lay an object resembling a bronze plate. She noticed a prompt beside it. The celestial mechanism plate can unveil destiny 3 times. Yaoyao's eyes sparkled with excitement. This was undoubtedly tailored for her. She understood the concept of destiny, yet upon her arrival, or rather, awakening, she was uncertain of the transformations it would bring about. Fortunate young friend! Just as she was lost in thought, a sudden voice startled her. An elderly man with grizzled hair and beard emerged, his face beaming with a smile. Our Yuanbao Pavilion serves only those with fate, and correspondingly, treasures will reveal themselves. The celestial mechanism plate in your possession has only manifested this once. Raising an eyebrow, Yaoyao mused, is it truly so remarkable? It made sense. After all, in a world of cultivation. I shall take this celestial mechanism plate. How many spirit stones does it cost? The old man nodded. We, as transcendental beings, value fate. Thus, it is 5 million high-grade spirit stones. Yaoyao's lips twitched. Was he jesting with her, pretending to embody a transcendent sage? She had expected it to be a gift. Chapter 18. Can fate be altered? After Yaoyao paid for the spiritual stones, she did not leave immediately, wishing to see if any other treasures might emerge from this place. The old man spoke again. Young friend, the Yuanyun Pavilion produces only one fated treasure each time, and that has already been claimed. Do come again next time. Yaoyao had no choice but to depart with a tinge of regret. It was such a splendid opportunity to spend. No, such a marvelous place. Continuing her quest along the bustling streets, she scavenged for items, leaving no trace behind as if a locust swarm had passed through, while onlookers gaped in astonishment. Alas, she felt her acquisitions were still insufficient. Upon returning, Yaoyao immediately headed to the trading street, which remained as packed as ever. The Xianyu sect boasted millions of disciples, though most were nominal, and word of the double transaction had spread like wildfire. Except for those engrossed in meditation or undertaking missions, nearly everyone had arrived. Wang Wu and Wang Lu, the two senior brothers assisting Yaoyao, were overjoyed at her arrival. Due to the overwhelming number of traders, the spiritual stones she had provided earlier were already depleted. Yaoyao sensed the rapid increase in her consumption points and knew she needed more. Here, 10 million high-grade spiritual stones. As she tossed the spatial ring to the two, she felt the surrounding gazes sharpen with interest. To deter potential robbers, Yaoyao unveiled the high-grade defensive magical artifact, the Thunder Tower, purchased from the Yuanyun Pavilion, enveloping the trading area in its protective aura. Anyone foolish enough to attempt robbery would find themselves crushed beneath its might. Yaoyao acted out of caution. Although the Xianyu sect forbade internal strife, the allure of wealth could ignite greed. Frowning, she thought of her master, who had recently gained notoriety within the sect. Bai Yiling's words were rather euphemistic. Notoriety was an understatement. It was explosive. First, he had emptied the trading hall, and then he dominated the trading street. With double acquisition rates, who would dare oppose spiritual stones? Yaoyao had already procured billions of body refinement pills, and the numbers continued to rise. Regrettably, she had yet to acquire any celestial-grade techniques. You seem to have no authority over me. Yaoyao spoke bluntly to her master, treating him as a mere stand-in. Unbothered by her own fate, she felt no obligation to show him courtesy. They had previously agreed that Bai Yiling held only a nominal title as her master and had no true authority over her. Upon hearing this, Bai Yiling frowned, realizing she was not sure, and even with such a visage, she remained unlike her. Avoid trouble. Come to me if anything arises. With that, Bai Yiling departed. He longed to see Yaoyao's face, willing to wait hours just for a glimpse, yet he hesitated, for she was never sure. It was a conflicting sentiment. Yaoyao, undeterred by her master's internal struggle, entered her cave dwelling and immediately set up formations, conjuring 100 arrays, depleting tens of thousands of high-grade spiritual stones in the process. Although she had achieved the status of a celestial-grade formation master, the vast energy required to establish these formations was beyond her current golden core cultivation level. With over 100 celestial-grade formations erected, even her master would need to unleash more than 100 attacks to breach them. It was not out of paranoia. Sharing a mountain peak with her master gave her little sense of security. Only after ensuring her safety did Yaoyao take out the heavenly mechanism disc she had purchased from the Yuanyun Pavilion. She was highly sensitive to the term heavenly mechanism and was curious whether this item, 10 times more expensive than celestial-grade formations, was indeed worth the price. The heavenly mechanism disc could divine heavenly secrets. Yaoyao activated it with her spiritual energy, instantly consuming dozens more high-grade spiritual stones. What is the fate of Yaoyao and her family? 3 years later, death. Boom. Upon reading the answer the disc provided, Yaoyao nearly crushed it in her grip, her eyes flickering with uncertainty. 3 years. So the system cannot offer her any assistance? Was the original plot irreversible? Even if her cultivation surpassed that of the protagonists, would she still meet her demise at their hands? Yaoyao cared little for her own fate, but she desperately wished for her parents to survive. Having been an orphan in her past life, she had finally found a family that cherished her. How could she bear to witness their demise? In that moment, Yaoyao contemplated destroying the entire world. If she could not change fate, then they might as well perish together. The system sensed her thoughts and quickly interjected. Host, every situation has the potential for a turnabout. You will understand once you access the sect's marketplace. Yaoyao reigned in her destructive aura. Observing that the opening cost of 100 million consumption points for the sect's marketplace remained unchanged. It seemed she needed to deliver her purchases to her parents for them to truly count as expenditures for the sect. Reflecting on the spiritual veins and flying devices she had procured today, along with the techniques, talismans, pills, artifacts, and rare treasures she had acquired, she believed it should total 100 million. Taking a deep breath, Yaoyao suppressed her urge to seek out her parents immediately. She needed to learn all the techniques before presenting them to her parents, even if she could not alter the narrative in the end. Yaoyao was determined to grow stronger, willing to self-destruct if it meant taking the protagonists down with her. Having traversed the streets today, her consumption points had soared to over 70 million. Yaoyao first purchased 1,000 years' worth of experience, casually picking up a technique to study. The experience points vanished rapidly. Upon depletion, she renewed her purchase. Her spatial ring still contained over 100,000 techniques, with higher-level ones demanding more experience. Yaoyao saved 10 million consumption points as a reserve, using the remainder to buy experience points for learning techniques. This experience did not merely confer a year's worth of knowledge, it also included insights and understanding gained over that year, essentially allowing her to buy time. The following morning, Yaoyao awoke to find herself surrounded by the ashes of high-grade spiritual stones, finally having completed her studies of all the techniques she had acquired. Chapter 19. The experience bar of fortune value. The laws of all things have also undergone a long-awaited upgrade. 6th grade, 6,491, 000,000. It is indeed a daunting task, as this law is exceedingly challenging to elevate. However, with the advancement of the laws of all things, Yaoyao feels her abilities have intensified, seemingly allowing her to match her master, the dog master, on equal footing. Yet, this is merely an illusion, after all. The dog master is the protagonist, the child of destiny, a status she cannot rival. Without checking on the progress of Wang Wu and Wang Lu, she directly set forth towards the sacred Phoenix sect. Previously, her motivation for establishing the sect had merely stemmed from an abundance of spirit stones and a desire to engage her parents. However, after consulting the insights provided by the heavenly mechanism disc, her perspective underwent a profound transformation. The system would not betray her. Since it indicated the necessity of establishing a sect marketplace, this sect would be pivotal in altering her family's fate. She must endeavor to elevate the sacred Phoenix sect. Jianglan and Yi Wenbo were delighted by their daughter's arrival, yet they were puzzled as to why she had come again after visiting just the day before. Had she been wronged at the Xianyu sect? Yi Wenbo rose abruptly, ready to confront any injustice, causing Yaoyao to chuckle. Father, I was not wronged. I have come to share good news. I have acquired a spiritual vein, and we will relocate the sect there. Moreover, I have brought these items for your use. Yaoyao produced several spirit rings filled with treasures, prompting a system notification. Ding! The sect's consumption points have reached 100 million. Would you like to activate the sect marketplace? Yaoyao's heart swelled with joy. Yes. Soon, the previously dark marketplace illuminated, revealing its contents, and her eyes sparkled with excitement. Most notably, alongside the activation of the marketplace, a new experience bar labeled Fortune Value emerged, devoid of numbers, almost entirely empty. Save for a small golden progress point at the beginning. Had her eyesight not been exceptionally keen, she might have overlooked that glimmer of gold. Fortune value? Remembering that the protagonists were children of destiny, a bold thought struck her. System. Does this mean that if the fortune value experience bar fills, I could surpass the protagonists in fortune and alter the original outcome? Please, the host may envision freely. Yaoyao gritted her teeth in frustration, yet felt elated. The system was inherently connected to her, and its casual tone affirmed her suspicions. Since the fortune value experience bar and the sect marketplace had simultaneously activated, and since she had never encountered it before, it indicated that acquiring fortune value was linked to the sect. She pondered the tales of immortal cultivation she had read in her past life, filled with various children of destiny. If she were to gather these children of destiny into the sacred phoenix sect, could that not enhance her fortune? The more she contemplated, the brighter her eyes became as she gazed at the other offerings in the marketplace. Golden core puppets, nascent soul puppets, Mahayana puppets. These puppets could be purchased with consumption points, and according to the accompanying descriptions, once summoned, they would exhibit loyalty akin to real individuals. Was this not precisely what she needed? Her parents were not cultivators, and her disciples required guidance. She currently lacked suitable candidates, but purchasing puppets would suffice. Moreover, Yaoyao conceived another idea. If consumption points allowed for the continuous acquisition of puppets, could she not amass millions of Mahayana puppets, thereby establishing the largest sect in the realm of immortal cultivation? Of course, such aspirations were merely fanciful at present, as a Mahayana puppet required 10 million consumption points for a single exchange, which was undeniably exorbitant. Yaoyao then turned her attention to other items. Sect disciple identity tokens. 1 consumption point requires blood activation. If the recipient harbors ill intentions towards the sect, the token will shatter, forcibly expelling them from the sect. Her eyes sparkled brighter at this revelation. Although disciples were typically recruited through the Heartstone, human hearts could change. Concerned for her parents' safety and unwilling to waste resources on a potential adversary, she promptly purchased 500,000 tokens. While the Sacred Phoenix sect currently boasted only a handful of disciples, their numbers would soon grow exponentially. After completing her purchases, she continued to browse. Eye of Fortune. 10 million consumption points reveals a person's fortune from highest to lowest: gold, purple, red, blue, green, white, black. With this, identifying children of destiny would become significantly easier. This is splendid. Yaoyao immediately made the purchase. Upon opening her eyes again, she could now perceive the fortune hovering above people's heads, and her first instinct was to examine her parents. Jianglan and Yuanbo were engaged in a discussion over the spirit rings, and she noticed both had black fortune. This revelation darkened Yaoyao's expression. Alas, as the parents of a malicious female antagonist, their fortunes were consequently tainted. There was no need to inspect her own fortune. It was undoubtedly black as well. Given her unfortunate circumstances, the marketplace also featured something that caught Yaoyao's attention: secret realms. Typically, larger sects possess their own secret realms, some opening annually, others every 3 years, allowing several sects to exchange access for shared experiences and resource competition, serving as a form of training. Naturally, secret realms also exist in the outside world, some imposing cultivation restrictions while others do not, and entering these realms can be perilous due to the mixed backgrounds of participants. Yaoyao had previously contemplated acquiring a secret realm, expecting it to be exceedingly valuable and capable of generating consumption points for herself. Yet, after inquiring at numerous auction houses, she learned that secret realms were simply not for sale. Such treasures were naturally meant to be tightly held by sections. She had not anticipated discovering one within her own marketplace. The system truly proved to be a remarkable asset. However, the price was indeed steep, with the Golden Core Realm's secret realm costing 100 million consumption points, far beyond her current means. For the time being, she chose to overlook the remaining items and focused on acquiring what she needed. With a decisive wave, Two Mahayana puppets and one core formation puppet materialized before her. Startling Jianglan and Yi Wenbo father, mother, these three are my subordinates. They are entirely trustworthy. These two. Yi Yaoyao pondered before naming them, Yi and Yi, both at the late Mahayana stage, tasked with assisting in managing and instructing disciples. And they would also ensure your protection. This one here is named Yi Yang, at the late core formation stage, who will serve as the senior brother responsible for disciplining the disciples. Jianglan and Yi Wenbo nodded repeatedly, although they did not understand these matters. They trusted their daughter's words completely. With that assurance, they could focus on their cultivation, free from concerns regarding the sect's affairs. Chapter 20. Welcoming disciples. Yaoyao contemplated for a moment before presenting a flying device along with 500,000 disciple identity tokens to Yi. She intended to offer other sects a taste of the generous benefits provided by the Divine Phoenix sect, thereby facilitating the recruitment of more disciples. Realizing that 50,000 tokens might prove insufficient, she promptly acquired an additional 10 million, handing them over to Yi. Yi bowed respectfully, affirming, "Yes. Yi. From this day forth, you shall be responsible for instructing all disciples and keeping a vigilant watch over my parents' safety. Should any matters arise, contact me immediately. Organize a competition among the sect disciples once a month to establish rankings." Though Yaoyao had never established a sect before, she was currently at the Xianyu sect and decided to replicate their structure. She instructed Yi to arrange monthly competitions for the disciples, allocating sect contribution points based on their rankings. Ascending in rank would correspondingly reward the disciples with contribution points, which could be exchanged in the treasure pavilion for cultivation techniques, talismans, elixirs, and rare materials. In addition to the monthly competitions, disciples could challenge one another at any time, though only those of lower rank could challenge those of higher rank to prevent any exploitation of the system. Yi was to supervise each contest personally to ensure there were no fixed matches. Besides the treasure pavilion, a sword tower would be established, containing all the magical artifacts Yaoyao had acquired. Each artifact would correspond to a specific formation, and victory within the formation would grant the corresponding artifact. Disciples could also pursue further challenges for superior artifacts, with each successful challenge yielding additional contribution points. Yaoyao exerted considerable effort to provide ample rewards for her disciples, hoping they would not disappoint her. Time was of the essence, as she needed to cultivate the destined children within 3 years. As the disciples' cultivation progressed, their fortunes would increase accordingly, albeit gradually. Yet, every little bit counted. A slight enhancement in experience would significantly improve the odds of survival for herself and her family. All right, my parents, it's time to prepare for the move with our disciples. Naturally, we must reside atop the Spirit Vein Mountain. The disciples, suddenly informed of the relocation, were bewildered and anxious. After all, those with 5 spiritual roots like them were seldom sought after by any sect, and, even if accepted, they would merely serve as errand runners. However, the Divine Phoenix sect was different. They had never encountered such generosity. Although the number of disciples was somewhat limited, the resources were abundant. The sudden move raised concerns that the previous allocation of resources might have bankrupted the sect. Yofeng, do you know what is happening? Why are we suddenly required to relocate? One disciple inquired with a look of dread. Yongfeng himself felt uneasy. Despite having only arrived at the Divine Phoenix sect a few days prior, he had developed a profound sense of belonging. The generosity was overwhelming, and he wished for no changes. I don't know. Let's just heed the master's words for now. The 16 disciples, perplexed, gathered their belongings and prepared to walk to their new residence. Suddenly, a figure claiming to be a sect elder appeared, producing a massive flying device and instructing them to board. The sight left them utterly astonished. As individuals at the lower echelons of cultivation, they had never encountered such a contraption. At that moment, Yi Yang approached, not concealing his aura. Instantly, the disciples felt as though the very mountains and rivers were bearing down upon them, extinguishing any thoughts of resistance. Greetings, everyone. I am Yaoyao, your future eldest senior brother. Should you have any concerns, feel free to approach me. Yaoyao declared with a smile before retracting his aura, having merely sought to demonstrate his strength. Only then did the disciples find their breath again, and it is no exaggeration to say their backs were drenched in sweat. Their new senior brother was truly formidable. Though they had never encountered a cultivator in the integration stage, the pressure he exuded was enough to leave them in awe. In a daze, they boarded the colossal flying vessel, and in the blink of an eye, they arrived at their destination. Upon disembarking, they were enveloped by the overwhelming presence of spiritual energy. Amazement washed over them as they followed the elder and senior brother ahead. The elder announced that this would be their sect's new stronghold, where they would henceforth cultivate. The news left the disciples in shock, nearly fainting. What kind of sect was the Divine Phoenix sect to be so generous? With the elder and senior brother in their midst, the issues encountered during cultivation were swiftly resolved, leading to rapid advancement. Meanwhile, Yi, tasked by Yaoyao to recruit disciples, was diligently fulfilling his responsibilities. He piloted the grand vessel, its imposing presence garnering attention wherever it soared, instilling a sense of trepidation among the onlookers. In the realm of cultivation, a single flick of a powerful being's wrist could spell disaster for many. Yi transmitted a message from the sky. The Divine Phoenix sect is set to broaden its recruitment. Anyone with spiritual roots, regardless of aptitude, may join our ranks by passing the Heartstone test. This proclamation resonated throughout the land, drawing individuals from all walks of life. Whether they were deemed useless with 5 spiritual roots or ordinary folks harboring dreams of cultivation, they congregated in droves. With the existence of the massive flying vessel, travel required only the expenditure of spiritual stones, and adjustments in speed were possible. Yi's recruitment efforts accelerated significantly, with the vessel gradually filling up. Although many had never heard of the Divine Phoenix sect, a sect capable of wielding such a colossal flying vessel could not possibly be insignificant. Yi remained vigilant, recalling Yaoyao's parting words to be cautious of the Shao, Yi, Lin, and Chu families, ensuring no offense was given. He was to welcome any extraordinary talents who had fallen from grace or experienced inexplicable regressions in their cultivation. Though the request from the young master was peculiar, Yi acquiesced. He never considered family background or innate talent in his recruitment. Anyone capable of cultivation, be they beggars or elders, was welcome. Moreover, he spread the word about the upcoming opening of the Golden Core Cultivation Secret Realm in a month's time, extending a sincere invitation to other sects to join. Chapter 21. Trench Combat. The news swiftly reverberated throughout the realm of cultivation. Unbeknownst to Yaoyao, she felt as though she had discovered a method to reverse her fate, which filled her with immense joy. "Are you my newly appointed junior sister?" She was confronted, her brow furrowing tightly, for this sect indeed made her feel utterly uncomfortable. Raising her gaze to the newcomer, she instantly recognized him from his voice. It was none other than her third senior brother, Yaoyao, whose domineering tone was unmistakable. As expected, the first thing she noticed was his signature red hair. His face appeared to have been treated, rendering the marks of her previous slap completely invisible. "Who are you?" Yaoyao asked, arms crossed defiantly, which only deepened Yaoyao's frown. Though it was their first meeting and she bore a resemblance to the little sister he cherished, an inexplicable irritation welled up within him. She bore an uncanny resemblance to a certain wretched woman. Irritated, Yaoyao resolved to make her experience as unpleasant as possible. "Since you are my junior sister, allow me to test your abilities," he declared, launching an attack on Yaoyao. Although he suppressed his cultivation to the second layer of qi refinement, it was clear that Yaoyao only exhibited the first layer. Even if he could not eliminate her, he would ensure she faced considerable distress. Yaoyao's smile vanished as she swiftly retrieved a large assortment of talismans from her spirit ring, hurling them at Yaoyao one after another. She had previously acquired numerous low-grade explosive talismans, which, while lacking the capacity to deliver devastating blows, could certainly leave his skin charred. Observing this, Ying Haoyu quickly shifted to a defensive stance, but Yaoyao seemed to possess an endless supply of talismans, provoking his fury. The commotion attracted a crowd, and onlookers were astounded to witness the first-layer cultivator Yaoyao mercilessly bombarding Ying Haoyu with talismans. As she continued her relentless assault, Ying Haoyu struggled to evade her attacks, his garments gradually turning black, the scent of singed hair wafting through the air. Driven to a breaking point, Ying Haoyu, initially intent on merely humiliating her, now harbored a desire to see her obliterated. He unleashed his true cultivation, revealing his nascent soul-stage prowess, which elicited gasps from the gathered spectators. Many who intended to sell items to Yaoyao now feared for her safety. Yaoyao, sensing the shift in atmosphere, narrowed her eyes and produced another stack of talismans, this time capable of contending with the nascent soul stage. She opted for offensive talismans, facing an adversary. Allowing herself to be struck was not her style, she preferred to strike first. As she launched her talismans, Ying Haoyu initially dismissed them, but as they approached, he recognized their formidable nature, matching his own power. He hastily summoned his spiritual energy for protection, but it was too late. He sustained an injury, a minor cut. Yet it bled. Gazing at the wound on his arm, he could no longer maintain the facade of peace. "Ah, I will kill you." The humiliation he suffered left a deep psychological scar, and in that moment, Yaoyao's figure merged with the image of the woman who had struck him before. He had to eliminate her. Yaoyao, with a frigid gaze, awaited Ying Haoyu's retaliation. As the scion of the foremost family, he surely possessed lethal skills, yet she too had her own arsenal. She was prepared. "Cease this at once." The enforcers of the law hall arrived, albeit belatedly. Yaoyao stood composed and motionless, but Ying Haoyu, hearing the admonition, continued unabated, consumed by the desire to slay the person before him. An elder from the law hall intervened, thwarting Ying Haoyu's lethal move, then surveyed the onlookers, who promptly scattered in fear. Who among them was unaware of the law hall's strictness? To incur their wrath meant certain punishment. Once the crowd dispersed, the elder turned to Yaoyao and Ying Haoyu, stating, "You too, follow me." Ying Haoyu's eyes were still tinged with anger, his fiery nature evident. Despite being restrained, he glared at Yaoyao with unbridled malice. Yaoyao, unfazed, followed the elder into the law hall, the most solemn place within Xianyu sect, where any disciple who had visited would be instilled with fear of making further mistakes. Yet, the two individuals entering today seemed entirely unperturbed. Yaoyao remained silent, while Ying Haoyu cast a venomous glance her way. It was her. "She has been hurling explosive talismans at me. Elder, look at the marks on my body, all from her attacks." Indeed, Ying Haoyu's attire bore the scars of his explosive encounters. Some fabric was torn, others stained black, and his hair was singed, rendering him a pitiful sight. When did the esteemed scion of the Ying family become reduced to such a state? The elder regarded Yaoyao sternly. "This disciple, are you not aware of the sect's regulations? You cannot harm fellow disciples. Do you acknowledge your wrongdoing?" Yaoyao raised an eyebrow. For the original narrative had not intertwined her with the law hall, leaving her unaware of the elder's character. It seemed all members were indeed unjust. "Elder, are you not going to inquire about my side of the story before determining my guilt?" Yet the elder remained unmoved, reasoning that Ying Haoyu's injuries spoke volumes. "It is clear you attacked him. Now you must apologize and accept the law hall's punishment." In truth, there was no absolute fairness. The law hall would naturally side with Ying Haoyu, a favored son of the Ying family, bolstered by the support of the sect's most talented master. Who would not yield to such influence? Moreover, before them stood merely a first-layer qi refinement cultivator, while Ying Haoyu was a prodigy. The choice was evident. Yaoyao comprehended this dynamic, and as she observed Ying Haoyu's smug expression, she deliberately exuded the aura of a geospatial array master. Curious to see how the elder would respond. Both the elder and Ying Haoyu's expressions shifted upon realizing Yaoyao was indeed an array master. And at the earth level no less. "Elder, it was clearly Ying Haoyu who initiated the conflict. How can you accuse me unjustly?" There were numerous witnesses. Simply ask anyone present. How could a mere first-layer cultivator like me contend with him? She was keen to witness the extent to which her status as an Earth-level array master would influence the proceedings. Chapter 22. An open challenge. Yaoyao gazed at the elder of the law enforcement hall with a smile that radiated mockery, her eyes gleaming with derision. Insinuating that he was a fool. The elder understood her meaning, and his expression darkened ominously. Initially, upon realizing that Yaoyao was a low-tier array master, he had intended to de-escalate the situation. After all, considering her youthful appearance, she could not be more than 15 years old, a prodigy among low-tier array masters, even surpassing the renowned Bai Yiling. However, Yaoyao's arrogance was astounding. Although she had claimed not to be a genius, she was still speaking to an elder of the law enforcement hall, a figure of authority, yet she exhibited no sense of respect for her elders. Yaoyao, mind your tone. I am an elder of the law enforcement hall, your half-master. You ought to show me respect. Yet, Yaoyao merely crossed her arms, retorting, respect is reserved for those who deserve it. Individuals like you, who lean towards villainy, cannot earn my respect. She shrugged, feigning helplessness. This blatant disrespect infuriated the elder, his face contorting with rage. You insolent child, today I shall teach you the meaning of respecting your elders. With that, the elder unleashed his formidable aura, causing Yaoyao to retreat a safe distance, preparing to enjoy the spectacle. Yaoyao was truly courting disaster by speaking so boldly to such a rigid elder. He anticipated a show of her downfall. However, to everyone's astonishment, Yaoyao's aura began to surge, escalating from low tier to high tier. Both Zhang Lai from the law enforcement hall and Yaoyao's eyes widened in disbelief. A high-tier array master. They had underestimated her potential. With a flick of her fingers, Yaoyao declared, "Array rise." Instantly, a lethal array materialized. Even if she did not intend to kill Yaoyao, she was determined to eliminate this elder. If it came to it, she could simply abandon her sect and join another. She had a system now and refused to be a victim of such folly. The sect master, upon hearing reports about Yaoyao, sensed trouble and hurriedly approached with his disciple Bai Yiling. As they drew near, they felt the presence of a high-tier array master preparing to activate an array, prompting the sect master to swiftly disperse the nascent formation, thus saving the elder and Yaoyao from peril. Both men, shaken and incredulous, stared at Yaoyao in disbelief. How can she be a high-tier array master? It is impossible for a mere 15-year-old to attain such a level. The sect master, equally astonished, had not anticipated that his casual acceptance of a disciple would yield a high-tier array master. He observed Bai Yiling's shocked demeanor, realizing that his disciple was just as oblivious. I have comprehended the situation. It was Yaoyao who instigated the provocation. Elder Huang, have you lost your discernment with age? The sect master's voice was calm. Yet the oppressive aura he exuded left both Yaoyao and the elder feeling as though a heavy stone pressed upon their hearts. Elder Huang's face flushed with embarrassment and anger. However, he understood the sect master's message and could only offer a formal apology to Yaoyao. My actions today were rash. Upon witnessing Yaoyao's predicament, I prematurely assumed that Master Yi had bullied him. I apologize. In light of this incident, I shall resign. Please do not hold it against Master Yi. Addressing her as master denoted respect for an array master, a title typically reserved for those of significant rank. For an elder to refer to a disciple in such a manner was a considerable disgrace, particularly for Elder Huang. As he spoke, he clenched his jaw, enduring the humiliation. Yaoyao accepted his apology with a cheerful demeanor, quipping, I hope Elder Huang can pay more attention while washing his face to avoid such misunderstandings in the future. Elder Huang's teeth ground together in frustration, the humiliation searing into his memory. Very well. Yaoyao then turned her gaze toward Yaoyao, who had shed his earlier fiery demeanor. Under the sect master's prompting, he begrudgingly offered an apology. It was my error. Upon hearing that my master had taken a disciple, I wished to spar with my junior sister, not anticipating that it would lead to Elder Huang's misunderstanding. Elder Huang seethed with resentment, blaming Yaoyao for his loss of face and position, and lamented Ing Haoyu's betrayal, as he had instigated the situation yet now shifted the blame entirely onto him. Yaoyao refrained from uttering words of forgiveness, recognizing that they were destined to be bitter enemies. She merely bowed to the sect master and Bailing, stating, "With matters resolved, I shall take my leave." Without waiting for a response, she strode away confidently. Her objective in joining the Xianyu sect was singular, to deplete its resources and diminish its power. She was not there to endure humiliation. If respect was to be demanded, it must be reciprocated. Should the sect master decide to expel her for her demeanor, it would matter little. If they were willing to forsake a high-tier array master, she would simply set up shop at the foot of the sect's mountain. After all, she could offer double the price, and she was certain the disciples would still sell her their goods. Creating arrays required a substantial amount of spirit stones, and she filled her entire cave dwelling with high-quality spirit stones before closing her eyes to commence array formation. These formations were exceedingly simple for her, and she crafted them swiftly. Observing Yaoyao's blatant disregard for him and his junior disciple, the sect master sighed helplessly, demoting Elder Huang to manage the medicinal fields while sending Ing Haoyu to the meditation cliff for reflection. The meditation cliff was a place where sharp sword energy permeated the air. For those lacking sufficient strength, it was akin to being pierced by 1,000 arrows. While Ing Haoyu, as a nascent soul cultivator, would not face death, he would still be subjected to a relentless barrage of pain akin to being sliced by numerous blades. Ing Haoyu accepted his fate with a sullen demeanor, contemplating how he might rid himself of Yaoyao. This punishment was not merely for his actions, but also due to the oppressive presence of the high-tier array master, which confirmed that she was the same woman who had ruthlessly slapped him the previous day. That accursed woman, a high-tier array master herself, had chosen not to kill him outright but to humiliate him instead. Yet, in his heart, he had already marked her for death. What did it matter that she was a high-tier array master? Her youth rendered her inexperienced compared to seasoned practitioners. Ing Haoyu was determined to find a way to eliminate her. Chapter 23. They are all under my protection after observing Elder Huang and Ing Haoyu depart. The sect leader gently patted his junior disciple's shoulder. "Where did you find this apprentice? Were you aware that she is a celestial grade array master?" Bailing silently shook his head. "I encountered her outside and persuaded her to become my disciple." The sect leader sighed, fully aware of his junior's character. Previously, he had not given Yaoyao much thought, merely considering her striking appearance and leaving the treatment of her to his junior. However, the situation had changed. She was not just an ordinary individual but a celestial grade array master, and henceforth, she could no longer be treated casually. "My dear junior, I understand your thoughts, but you must reconsider. Yaoyao undoubtedly possesses formidable backing. Treat her as your disciple and instruct her earnestly. She may well become a significant asset to our Xuanyu sect." The sect leader had no doubt that someone intended to undermine the Xuanyu sect by introducing Yaoyao as his junior's disciple. For a celestial grade array master could only be compelled to act if they so wished. Bailing's expression was complex. He ultimately refrained from revealing that his relationship with Yaoyao was merely one of a nominal master and apprentice. 2 days later, Yaoyao opened her eyes once more. She had successfully completed the formations for tens of thousands of magical artifacts, all of which were of the mundane and yellow grade. For her current capabilities, these were as simple as a mere flick of her wrist. To her delight, the spirit stones in her cave abode had turned to powder. The spirit stones she expended in crafting formations were counted towards the sect's expenditures, which she found quite satisfactory, even though they were not considered personal consumption. Previously, when she accessed the sect's marketplace, she had over 100 million consumption points available. After purchasing 3 puppets, a disciple's identity token, and the Eye of Fortune, she still retained over 50 million points. Her creation of formations had consumed over 5 million spirit stones, and her consumption points continued to rise, likely due to Elder Yi's usage. After all, operating the flying vessel required a significant amount of spirit stones, and Yaoyao had instructed him to prioritize speed without concern for the expenditure. Naturally, Yi complied with her wishes. Before departing, she had generously gifted him 50 million high-grade spirit stones, and now her consumption points had reached 70 million. She believed she would soon reach 100 million, enabling her to purchase a secret realm for the golden core stage. After 2 days of inactivity, Yaoyao felt her bones crack as she stood up, having undergone a period of fasting to avoid starvation. It was time to replenish the spirit stones, as Wang Wu and Wang Lu must have exhausted their supply. The trading street was noticeably less crowded than before, but still bustling with activity. Although Wang Wu and Wang Lu remained excited, their faces bore signs of fatigue. Yaoyao approached them, noticing the dark circles under their eyes, though cultivators typically did not exhibit such signs. "My 2 senior brothers, you must be weary. How about I find a couple of others to rotate with you for collecting items?" Wang Wu and Wang Lu, fearing that Yaoyao might replace them if she were dissatisfied, quickly insisted that they were not tired at all. However, Yaoyao had already begun scouting for new collectors. A pair of twin sisters, having overheard her offer, volunteered. Yaoyao found them quite suitable and decided to replace Wang Wu and Wang Lu with them. Seeing Yaoyao's decision made, the 2 brothers could only leave dejectedly, but Yaoyao casually tossed each of them 10 high-grade spirit stones. "Here. Take this as an advance reward. Return in 2 days to exchange for these sisters." Moreover, she addressed the others around her. "These 4 individuals are under my protection. Should anyone wish to offend me, feel free to act against them." The crowd quickly averted their gazes, unwilling to meet Yaoyao's eyes. Everyone was aware of the altercation between Yaoyao and Ing Haoyu 2 days prior. Although the sect leader had refrained from disclosing her identity as a celestial grade array master to shield her, the sight of her effortlessly producing a stack of attack talismans was indeed intimidating. Wang Wu, Wang Lu, and the twin sisters were moved to tears, having prepared to defend the spirit stones with their lives, unaware that Yaoyao would extend her protection to them. Though her words were spoken casually, they held the power to save their lives. The enthusiasm of the twin sisters for their work surged dramatically. Yaoyao, as per her usual practice, provided them with 20 million spirit stones, then wandered about, sensing that no one regarded her with the same disdainful expressions as before, leaving her somewhat unfulfilled. She preferred the rebellious demeanor of the previous crowd. During her visit to the Divine Phoenix sect, she had established a teleportation array in her mother's chamber. Now, as long as she set up another array in her cave abode, she could teleport to the Divine Phoenix sect at any time. Although she possessed a concealment device, she remained wary of being tracked, for the cultivation world was rife with cunning individuals. Furthermore, as she needed to continuously craft array formations for magical artifacts, frequent departures from the sect would attract undue attention. Her cave abode was once again filled with an abundance of spirit stones, and the quantity she consumed this time was incomparable to before. In truth, she could directly consume spirit stones without taking them out, but she relished the sensation of watching them disappear, finding joy in the act of expenditure. After establishing the array, each activation of the teleportation array would require spirit stones. Regrettably, the system did not allow for infinite replication. It could only transport a limited amount at a time. Otherwise, she could have sent 1 item at a time and accumulated billions of sect consumption points in a single day. Having transported the magically arrayed artifacts, Yaoyao resumed her work on other magical items. Based on her estimates, this round of disciple recruitment would primarily focus on those with 5 elemental roots, who would not possess high cultivation levels. Therefore, she prepared mostly low-grade magical artifacts with simple and easy-to-set formations, although she required a substantial quantity. She also readied several hundred items for those in the Foundation Establishment and Golden Core stages, uncertain if any nascent soul cultivators would be willing to join the Divine Phoenix sect. Yaoyao summoned Yi using a voice stone, unhesitatingly expending spirit stones for the call. Yi, how many individuals have you recruited thus far? Feeling a bit embarrassed, Yaoyao rubbed her nose as she reflected on her earlier belief that a flying vessel accommodating 1 million people would suffice. She had not anticipated the sect's actual needs. However, her perspective had shifted. 100,000 now seemed insufficient. It was worth noting that aside from the several million nominal disciples, the Xuanyu sect had over 100 million disciples, including outer disciples, inner disciples, core disciples, and direct disciples combined. She was determined to surpass the Xuanyu sect. Hence the scale of her endeavor could not be small. Chapter 24. A relentless endeavor this. I must trouble the elder to make several more trips, as there are currently no larger flying vessels available. It is not as if one can simply purchase them at will. Despite having previously acquired numerous items from the trading post, she has yet to obtain even a single one. It is also possible that the trading post is too small for such a transaction. Indeed, miss, of the 1 million disciples, the majority are at the qi refining stage, with several tens of thousands at the foundation establishment stage, 1,000 at the golden core stage, and over 500 at the nascent soul stage. Oh! This revelation truly delights Yaoyao, as she is surprised to learn of the presence of nascent soul cultivators. While the Xuanyu sect boasts a plethora of nascent soul disciples, it is the foremost sect in the realm of cultivation. Typically, it is remarkable for a smaller sect to have even 1 or 2 nascent soul cultivators in residence. The fact that individuals capable of holding positions as sect leaders or elders in other sects would come to her own divine phoenix sect is astonishing. However, Yaoyao does not delve further into the matter, as it is verified through the Heartstone and the disciples' identity tokens, ensuring that no ungrateful souls reside within the sect. I understand now. I shall rely on Elder Yi for this. Do not skimp on spirit stones. If we run short, simply obtain more from my parents. Although these puppets originate from the system, it has been stated that they possess emotions akin to those of real individuals, and I shall treat them as such. Yes, Elder Yi and the 1 million disciples hastened their journey to the Divine Phoenix sect, arriving in less than a day. The expenditure of spirit stones left the disciples in awe, yet they were immensely excited. A sect with such wealth is indeed a treasure to join. The world of cultivation is vast, encompassing several continents. Yaoyao herself traversed great distances, utilizing all her resources upon acquiring the Spirit Flight Talisman to hasten her journey. Relying solely on horse-drawn carriages would mean spending a lifetime traversing the continent. Upon reaching the Divine Phoenix sect, the disciples were initially taken aback by the dense spiritual energy permeating their sect. Yaoyao had instructed Yi to daily nourish the spiritual veins spring with rare materials. Their astonishment quickly transformed into exhilaration. Particularly after Yi announced the sect's benefits, the crowd was left in shock. Each disciple would first establish their benefits according to their cultivation level, engage in battles to determine their rankings, and receive rewards of spirit stones and contribution points based on their standings. These contribution points could be exchanged for various treasures in the treasure vault. Moreover, there was the Sword Tower, where each disciple could challenge it at any time. Victory within the formation would grant them corresponding magical artifacts. The higher their cultivation, the better the artifacts they would receive, with each position corresponding to specific contribution points. Is this not an extravagant offering of resources to everyone? Many were moved to tears, for most had endured countless hardships in pursuit of cultivation resources, often facing betrayal. Yet, upon entering the sect, they received such generous treatment. The disciples felt an overwhelming sense of duty to cultivate diligently, believing that failing to do so would be a disservice to the sect's investment in them. With the opening of the secret realm approaching in a month, time was of the essence. After settling the disciples, Yi proceeded to fetch more individuals, while Yaoyao organized the disciples to collect their monthly allowances. Following this, they would compete in the arena for rankings. Yi stood beside the arena, exuding an imposing presence characteristic of someone at the ascension stage, which silenced the previously boisterous crowd. This sect competition aimed to establish rankings in a month. The sect would open the secret realm for those at the golden core stage and below, with external participants also allowed entry. For your own safety, it is advisable to exchange for life-preserving items in the treasure vault. Additionally, I shall oversee the entire competition. Any deceitful conduct will result in immediate expulsion from the sect. Upon hearing this, many felt a sudden tension, their hearts brimming with vigilance. They understood the necessity of giving their all in the competition. Should they be deemed guilty of cheating, they would lose the opportunity to remain in such a prestigious sect. Furthermore, upon learning that the sect possessed its own secret realm, their fervor intensified as thoughts of accumulating contribution points consumed their minds. Cultivation equated to resources, and in an instant, they aligned the two concepts. Yaoyao's desired effect had been achieved. As long as they were not overwhelmed, they would strive relentlessly. Each of the 1 million disciples received a spiritual ring containing their monthly allowances. Many contemplated consuming qi refining pills or exhausting their spirit stones before the competition to improve their standings. However, upon hearing that further rankings would be established, with each advancement yielding an additional 100 contribution points, it felt akin to a gift from heaven. Thus, a throng of disciples eagerly awaited their turn to compete, clutching their spiritual rings. The accommodations for the disciples had been hastily constructed. Though somewhat rudimentary, they were built by millions of ordinary individuals whom Yikes had engaged. Payment was offered in silver or spirit stones, and many were willing to continue assisting the sect as nominal disciples, to which Yikes consented, as the qi refining disciples still required sustenance. Meanwhile, Jianglan and Yi Wenba made their appearances, receiving the adoring gazes of numerous disciples. Both struggled to maintain their composure, reminding themselves to adapt to their new roles. Management of the treasure vault and the arrangement of accommodations necessitated manpower, and as the current sect leader and sect leader's wife, they could not be burdened with such tasks. Upon hearing this, Yaoyao reluctantly expended 45 million consumption points to exchange for 9 puppets at the late-stage integration level, assigning them to oversee various sect affairs while assisting Yikes in monitoring the competitions. After confirming with her parents that sufficient personnel were now available, Yaoyao exhaled in relief, as her consumption points had plummeted to half of the previous 90 million. Yet, witnessing the rapid accumulation of consumption points due to Yi's expenditure of spirit stones, her own formation costs, and the spirit stones distributed to the disciples, she realized all these contributed to her current consumption total. Additionally, the items she had collected over the past few days remained unaccounted for, promising a potential surge in points. She anticipated that within a month, she would manage to spend enough to secure the secret realm. Yaoyao sighed in relief, never expecting a day would come when she would fret over insufficient funds. After transmitting the pre-drawn formations to her parents, she resumed her work on the formations. Her initial excitement had dulled to a sense of numbness, with the only source of joy being the visible consumption of spirit stones. Regardless of the era, expenditure always brings a sense of pleasure. After 2 more days of sending the magical artifacts, Yaoyao emerged, feeling somewhat detached. Chapter 25, A Chance to Acquire the Spirit Stone by Yiling awaited her at the entrance, sensing the formations within the cave. He refrained from forcefully breaching the array, choosing instead to quietly wait at the door until she finally appeared. Yaoyao, already in a state of emotional numbness, felt even more despondent upon seeing Yiling. "Do you need something from me?" she inquired curtly. Yiling, undeterred by her demeanor, gazed intently at her face before presenting her with a spirit ring. Inside, you will find various cultivation resources and spirit stones. Take them and refrain from wandering too much. Your cultivation level is too low. The lifespan of a qi refining stage cultivator is fleeting. Since you possess a talent for learning formations, strive to extend your life. Yaoyao declined the spirit ring, feeling disgusted by the thought of accepting anything from him. "I distinctly recall warning you not to meddle in my affairs." Observing her unapproachable demeanor, Yiling took a deep breath, regretting the rigid approach he had taken when they first met, coercing her to become his disciple. Yet, the deed was done, and there was no point in dwelling on it now. I shall not interfere in your matters, but you must understand that enhancing your cultivation is crucial. Do not let your pride blind you. The spirit ring contains many rare treasures that you will find useful. After placing the ring down, he departed. Yaoyao contemplated kicking the spirit ring away but reconsidered, realizing that whatever her dog master had given her was undoubtedly more valuable than what Gongchen had offered. It would be unwise to let it fall into someone else's hands, as it might invite peril. Once everything was arranged, Yaoyao sauntered outside, only to discover that the disciples of the Xian sect appeared more animated than days prior. Tomorrow is the sect's grand competition. I am so excited. I wonder if I have improved since last year? One exclaimed. Sigh, you're ranked relatively high, while my position is dismal. Last time, I nearly fell into the bottom 100. For inner sect disciples like us, being ranked among the last 100 means demotion to outer sect status. The resources available to inner sect disciples vastly surpass those of the outer sect. It's distressing. I've told you not to be so lazy and to practice more. Now, just before the grand competition, you're suddenly anxious. But you need not worry too much. I see others who are far worse off than you. By the way, who do you think will secure the first place this year? The first prize is a day of cultivation at the spring, and our sect's spiritual energy is so dense that it must coalesce into clusters there. Who can predict who will take first? Regardless, we can only envy them. Yaoyao listened thoughtfully. It dawned on her that tomorrow marked the annual grand competition of the Xian sect. Although she was well-versed in the narrative, her role as a supporting character rendered her arc less significant. The original protagonist had seemingly enjoyed 3 years of favor in the Xian sect. Yet the author glossed over this, providing little detail beyond major events. Thinking of this made Yaoyao feel elated. She had been cultivating at the golden core level, eagerly awaiting this competition for the opportunity to absorb spiritual energy from the Xian sect's spring. Such a splendid chance could not be missed. As usual, she visited the trading street, which had grown even quieter, likely in preparation for the grand competition, though many were still engaged in transactions. The new sisters working the stalls, Li Lin and Li Lang, were quick and clever, which greatly pleased Yaoyao. Miss Yi, these are the items we have procured. We currently have 5 million spirit stones left. Yaoyao nodded in approval. You've done excellently. However, please refrain from calling me miss. Just refer to me as junior sister. With the competition tomorrow, I'm here to help, and after today's acquisitions, we shall pause until after the event. She was not one to exploit her employees. Rest was essential when it was due. However, the crowd behind her erupted in protest at her announcement of a temporary halt in acquisitions. Junior sister Yi, please don't. We can continue to acquire items. Participating in the competition will only take a few minutes. Yes, junior sister Yi. I've finally managed to procure items from my family, and I wish to sell them to cultivate further. With this, I could find valuable treasures in the Golden Core secret realm of the Divine Phoenix sect next month. Yaoyao's eyes sparkled. She had not anticipated that the disciples of the Xian sect would regard her secret realm so favorably. Nevertheless, it was evident that while the Xian sect was the foremost sect, its resources were not unmatched, and the number of disciples meant that only a select few could secure the best resources, leaving others to scramble for their own. Li Lin and Li Lang urged her further. Indeed, junior sister Yi, my sister, and I are merely outer sect disciples and unlikely to place in the top 10. We're only participating for the experience. It won't hinder our ability to continue acquiring items. According to the rules, the top 10 outer sect disciples would be admitted to the inner sect, while the bottom 100 would be demoted to outer sect status. Reluctantly, Yaoyao acquiesced to let them continue their acquisitions, surprised at their eagerness. I kindly ask everyone to spread the word, regardless of who secures the first position among the inner sect disciples. I am willing to offer 1,000 high-grade spirit stones for a day's opportunity to cultivate at the spring. Her proclamation ignited a stir among the crowd. They had exerted considerable effort to acquire items, and even selling at double the price would yield only a handful of high-grade spirit stones. Now, The prospect of selling a mere opportunity for 1,000 high-grade spirit stones was enticing. Of course, the initial excitement quickly waned as they realized that securing first place was beyond their reach. Nonetheless, this did not diminish their enthusiasm for disseminating the news. Previous grand competitions had always been spectacles, and this one promised to be even more exhilarating. Meanwhile, Jianglin, diligently cultivating within his cave, had successfully broken through to the mid-stage of the nascent soul realm, thanks to the 1 million high-grade spirit stones he had received from Yaoyao. As he opened his eyes and burst into laughter, I have finally reached the late stage of the nascent soul. The mid-stage had plagued him for far too long, and now he had finally succeeded. He felt immense gratitude toward Yaoyao. Although he regretted the loss of the heavenly level formation, it was of no use to him. In exchange for 1 million high-grade spirit stones, he had only utilized a few hundred to achieve his breakthrough. Upon emerging, Jianglin heard about Yaoyao's high offer for the first position among the inner sect disciples, and a glimmer of ambition flickered in his eyes. While he already possessed ample spirit stones, who would not desire more? Besides, as an inner sect disciple, with his newfound strength, he believed he could contend for the top spot. He shifted his focus away from personal expenditures and directed it towards the sect's resources. Chapter 26, Autumn Spirit. Second senior sister Yaoyao cast a glance at the law of all things, noting that she still needed over 100,000 points to advance further. With a sigh, she acknowledged her rapid progress. Suddenly, the teleportation array lit up, and she looked over to see a recording stone materialize. Dear child, the recording stone contains footage of the disciples' grand competition within the sect, as well as various scenes from the Sword Tower. I know you cannot conveniently emerge recently, so I recorded everything for you. Yaoyao's eyes sparkled. The affairs of the Shenhuang sect were deeply intertwined with her and her parents' destinies, and she was quite invested in them. She had thought she would miss out on these events, but her mother had ensured she could witness them through the recording. With joy, she activated the recording stone, and indeed, she beheld the scenes from the Shenhuang sect. It was just like recording a video on a phone. However, in this world, recording stones were quite expensive. Yaoyao had only managed to acquire a few thousand, which was somewhat insufficient for her needs. Each recording stone could only capture footage once, with a maximum duration not exceeding 1 day, but as long as the stone remained intact, the recorded images would persist indefinitely. How delightful to document each day of cultivation. Yaoyao focused intently on the images within the recording stone, realizing she had yet to visit the spiritual pulse peak captured in her footage. Now she could finally see it. A vast area had been transformed into numerous competition platforms, approximately 500 in total, with 2 disciples sparring on each. Yi-Er stood nearby, keenly observing every duel with her spiritual sense. A feat easily accomplished with her advanced cultivation. Although the sect had recruited many disciples and was in a state of rebuilding, every disciple underwent the Spirit Inquiry Stone upon entering. This stone revealed their spiritual roots and cultivation levels. The notice board displayed each disciple's cultivation level, precise down to the layers of chi refinement. The sparring matched disciples of equal cultivation, allowing for swift rankings. In nearly 2 minutes, 1,000 matches could conclude, efficiently sorting through the 1 million disciples. When new disciples arrived, they would seek opponents of comparable strength on the notice board, further accelerating the ranking process. After observing the disciples' competitions for a while, the scene shifted to the Sword Tower. As she was not within the formation, she could only watch as disciples fell into states of confusion, with some awakening in joy while others were left dejected. The former had succeeded, while the latter had failed. The Sword Tower was bustling with individuals eager to earn contribution points and acquire magical artifacts. Yaoyao's rule was that upon entering, one must challenge their limits. The further they progressed, the better the artifacts they could earn. When they returned for another challenge, they had to surpass their previous achievements to claim new artifacts, or risk being left behind. However, if they indeed surpassed their prior limits, the previously earned artifacts would not need to be returned, and they would receive an additional one. Who would ever scoff at having an abundance of magical artifacts? Yaoyao felt immensely satisfied as she observed everyone striving fervently, wishing they could break through a realm each day. She believed that within 3 years, the Shenhuang sect would undoubtedly grow into a formidable entity. After finishing her viewing, she stored the recording stone and continued to arrange formations for her artifacts, expending several thousand spiritual stones throughout the night. The next day, Yaoyao opened her eyes and, as usual, transmitted the completed artifacts to her mother. She rose and ventured outside, eager to witness the grand competition of the Xianyu sect and see who would claim the coveted first position in the inner sect, which had been on her mind. To her surprise, upon stepping out, she found several individuals waiting before her cave residence, causing her smile to falter. Bai Yiling maintained her usual indifferent demeanor, exuding an ethereal presence. Gong Chen and Ying Haoyu displayed agitation at the sight of Yaoyao. The former appeared nostalgic while the latter burned with fury. Yaoyao turned her attention to the only woman present, the second senior sister, Ling, whom she had yet to meet. Just from this brief encounter, Yaoyao could sense that this sister was aloof and detached, being the only character in the narrative who bore neither malice nor goodwill towards her, essentially treating her as if she did not exist. You have yet to meet your second senior sister. Here she is, Ling. Should you have any questions regarding your cultivation in the future, you may approach her. Bai Yiling was aware of the strained relationship between her and Yaoyao, and it was likely that the latter would not wish to seek her out. Yaoyao held no ill will towards Ling and nodded in acknowledgement. Second senior sister. Ling coldly nodded in response, and then the two stood in silence, facing each other. Junior sister, I previously sent you some items. Those trinkets seemed like things a girl would appreciate. Did you like them? Gong Chen, the gentle senior brother, sought to break the awkward silence with a warm smile that endeared him to others. Yaoyao followed suit and smiled, her tone turning innocuous yet biting. Are you referring to that spiritual ring you gifted me? I found the contents so unsightly that I simply discarded it off the mountain. It must have been picked up by someone else by now. Gong Chen's smile froze, disbelief etched across his face as he regarded Yaoyao. How could someone with such a gentle visage utter such cruel words? Junior sister, that was intentionally prepared for you. If you did not like it, there was no need to throw it away. Gong Chen's head hung low, his expression one of profound disappointment. Yet within his eyes flickered a glint of resentment. Before he had become Bai Yiling's disciple, Gong Chen had endured a difficult life. Previously, he was a prince born to a royal concubine, subjected to relentless bullying, which compelled him to don a facade of gentleness. Only the vivacious and cheerful junior sister could serve as his redemption. Gong Chen despised being looked down upon more than anything, and Yaoyao had deftly struck a nerve. Naturally, she was aware of how to inflict the most pain upon Gong Chen and had done so intentionally. Senior brother, since you have gifted me those items, I should be free to dispose of them as I please. Do you truly care about such trivialities? You know my family is vast, and even a single item from that spiritual ring is of heavenly quality. I must admit, I find your offerings rather unimpressive. Chapter 27. The best friend comes to slap the face the moment her words left her lips. Gong Chen could no longer maintain his smile and was left in silence. However, Ying Haoyu could not contain himself, his fiery red hair gleaming under the sun. The junior sister was as sharp-tongued as ever, displaying a complete disregard for hierarchy. Originally, Ying Haoyu was supposed to be reflecting on his past mistakes at the Cliff of Regret, yet he emerged in just a few days, a testament to the formidable forces backing him. Yaoyao shifted her gaze towards him, the ferocity in her eyes causing Ying Haoyu's heart to skip a beat, fearing she might once again unleash a barrage of attack talismans. Unexpectedly, Yaoyao broke into a grin and remarked, "Mutual feelings." This statement was quite sardonic. Ying Haoyu was not one to back down easily. He was ready to argue with Yaoyao, but Bai Yiling intervened. All right, having met your junior sister today, let's disperse. If anything arises in the future, we shall look out for one another. Bai Yiling, never one to shoulder responsibility, was merely seeking opportunities to steal glances at Yaoyao. Once his goal was achieved, he grew impatient with other matters and left first. Gongchen, usually gentle, departed with a sullen expression. Xiao Ling maintained her icy demeanor, tossing a spirit ring to Yaoyao before walking away without uttering a single word. Meanwhile, Eng Haoyu shot a fierce glare at Yaoyao, muttering, "You should be grateful for your looks. Otherwise, I would have surely dealt with you." Yaoyao chuckled, swiftly tossing a yellow-level explosion talisman at his feet. It detonated, creating a small crater, yet not injuring him in the slightest. Startled by the noise, Eng Haoyu glared at Yaoyao with even greater intensity. "What are you doing? Seeking death?" Yaoyao raised her hand, feigning to summon a formation. "What am I doing? I merely wish to hear the sound of an explosion." "Doesn't it remind you of the firecrackers we set off during the New Year? Or do you genuinely wish to stay and witness what I can do?" Eng Haoyu realized that she was a celestial tier formation master and knew he could not win against her, yet he could not swallow his pride. His face reddening with anger. He could only leave with a final threat: "Just wait for me." His retreating figure was both hasty and awkward. TSK, TSK, TSK. Truly incompetent yet so loud. Yaoyao tucked her hands behind her back and swaggered off to the sect competition. The annual sect competition was indeed a grand affair, featuring outer disciples, inner disciples, and core disciples. Each category had clear cultivation requirements. Outer disciples only needed to be at the qi refining stage, whereas inner disciples spanned from the foundation establishment stage to the nascent soul stage. This disparity led to discontent among many inner disciples, who felt it unjust that their monthly allowances were the same despite their varying levels of cultivation. Thus, the Xianyu sect instituted a rule: the bottom 100 inner disciples would be demoted to outer disciples each year during the competition, while outer disciples could only ascend to inner disciples by placing in the top 10. Additionally, outer disciples could challenge inner disciples at any time. Should they win, they would take their place. However, to avoid offending others, the sect competition was often the preferred method. Yaoyao strolled around the competition arena, observing the diverse martial arts styles on display, which bore no difference to the contests she had witnessed at the Divine Phoenix sect. Suddenly, a voice called out, "Yaoyao, dare you face me in battle?" Startled, Yaoyao paused. "I merely came to spectate." As her name echoed, all eyes turned to her. Recently, she had become the most renowned figure in the sect, her striking appearance and association with Bai Yiling sparking much discussion. However, as her wealth became apparent, the focus shifted solely to her affluence. Yaoyao regarded her challenger, a girl clad in a vibrant green dress, adorned with numerous protective artifacts, who gazed at her with an air of arrogance, clearly inexperienced in the harsh realities of life. "Who are you?" Lin Hongyu, brimming with pride as the daughter of a peak master, had been the center of attention since birth. She had long aspired to become Bai Yiling's disciple, but when he chose Jian Shishir instead, she often sought to provoke him, only to eventually become good friends. Alas, fate had taken Jian Shishir from them. How could someone like you replace Shishir? Yaoyao clicked her tongue, realizing this was a confrontation from a best friend. Nevertheless, she had no desire to engage in battle. It was not out of fear or a desire for modesty, but simply a reluctance to be viewed like a spectacle as she bested her opponent. Moreover, to fight merely because the other had challenged her would be quite undignified. "Who are you? Why should I fight you?" Lin Hongyu, accustomed to getting her way, grew even angrier at Yaoyao's dismissive attitude. "I am Lin Hongyu, the newly accepted disciple of Master Bai. He has not taken in a disciple for many years. Yet here you are, challenging me to see what makes you worthy of being his personal disciple." Her words, cloaked in righteousness, were a thinly veiled assertion that Yaoyao was unworthy of her position. Every elder and peak master in the Xianyu sect had their own personal disciples, all of whom were exceptionally gifted talents. What right did Yaoyao have to claim such a title? Yet Yaoyao swiftly demonstrated her worth. Calmly, she retrieved a rare earth-tier treasure, the ice lotus heart, from her spirit ring. This item was invaluable for cultivation, capable of directly enhancing a small level of cultivation. Coveted by practitioners of all stages, yet so precious it could fetch an astronomical price. Upon seeing it, the crowd's eyes widened in astonishment. Whoever can silence her in battle will claim this treasure. At this declaration, many rushed to the arena. After all, what did it matter if Lin Hongyu was the Peak Master's daughter? Not everyone was a disciple of her father's peak. They had nothing to fear in combat. With such a remarkable prize on the line, even facing the Peak Master would be worth it. Of course, this was merely jest, for they knew they could not defeat the Peak Master. Lin Hongyu was taken aback by the number of challengers, one by one. They faced off against her until only one remained. The challenger bowed respectfully. "I apologize, Lin Shimi." Lin Hongyu's expression soured. She wanted to protest, but her opponent had already launched an attack, leaving her with no choice but to defend. Yet, she was merely a novice who relished in the thrill of battle. Her cultivation far inferior to her adversaries, and she was easily outmatched. She had merely assumed that as Yaoyao was at the Qi refining first layer, she could easily overpower her. Chapter 28. Absorb the sect's spiritual energy first, yet the opponent was not one to show mercy. Their sole aim was to swiftly defeat Lin Hongyu and seize the treasure. With a fierce strike, Lin Hongyu was sent tumbling off the stage. In the arena, victory was determined either by surrender or by sending the opponent out of bounds. With Lin Hongyu now out of the contest, it was clear she had lost. The onlookers bowed to her, expressing their apologies. "Lin Junior Sister, my apologies." They then hurried to Yaoyao's side. Yaoyao readily handed over the Ice Heaven Heart, much to the other's delight, rendering them momentarily speechless. "Junior Sister Yi, should such good fortune arise in the future, do keep me in mind." Lin Hongyu's complexion fluctuated between crimson and pale upon hearing this. Everyone was reveling in her humiliation. Lin Hongyu had always been the center of attention. She had never experienced such disgrace before. "Yaoyao, I shall not let you off easily," she shouted in fury, covering her face as she fled. Initially, the crowd was preoccupied with preparations for the sect's grand competition, and few were focused on Lin Hongyu. However, her outburst did indeed draw significant attention. Yaoyao remained unfazed. There were plenty of people who would not spare her. Moreover, a glint of determination flashed in her eyes. Who could say who would not be spared? Aside from this minor incident, nothing else of note occurred. Yaoyao later heard that Jiang Lin was also participating in the sect competition. She decided to observe his matches and was impressed to find him undefeated. Her interest in Jiang Lin was piqued particularly due to his previous sale of a high-tier formation manual to her. It was evident that he was advancing rapidly with the aid of spirit stones. She couldn't help but hope he would sell her a few more high-tier cultivation techniques. As the disciples' duels progressed, the rankings fluctuated, and it soon became apparent that Jiang Lin consistently held the top position. Yaoyao was genuinely astonished. Although the inner disciples of Xian sect exhibited a vast range of abilities, it was undeniable that all who entered the inner sanctum were exceptional. Jiang Lin's ability to maintain his lead was truly remarkable. Moreover, judging by his performance in the matches, it seemed he would effortlessly secure first place. Before long, the sect leader announced that Jiang Lin was the champion of this competition, granting him the prestigious qualification to cultivate at the Xian sect's spiritual spring for a day. Jiang Lin approached Yaoyao in front of everyone, saying, "Junior Sister Yi, if it weren't for the spirit stones you provided, my progress would not have been so swift. I've heard you desire this qualification, and I shall consider it a token of gratitude." The crowd was left in shock at his words, and even the sect leader's expression soured. He had awarded this qualification as the prize for first place due to its immense value, and now the recipient intended to bestow it upon someone else? This was nothing short of a slap in the face. Yet Jiang Lin was genuinely grateful to Yaoyao, disregarding all else. That 100,000 spirit stones would ensure his resource needs for future cultivation. Yaoyao was taken aback by Jiang Lin's statement. After a brief pause, she patted his shoulder, saying, What are you talking about, senior brother? Our previous transaction was merely a fair exchange. There's no need to speak of help in such terms. I previously stated that should you grant me the cultivation qualification, I would compensate you with 1,000 top-grade spirit stones, and I shall not go back on my word. She handed Jianglin a spatial ring filled with the spirit stones, which he hesitated to take but ultimately accepted, realizing that Yaoyao was not one to lack resources. He bowed once more, saying, if there's anything you need in the future, just let me know, and I, Jianglin, will certainly oblige. Yaoyao smiled and nodded in agreement. The sect leader wanted to voice his concerns, but he had not previously stipulated that the qualification could not be transferred. After all, who would willingly part with such a remarkable opportunity? Yet who could have anticipated that this year would witness the emergence of the resourceful Yaoyao? He felt a headache coming on. If this precedent was set, what would happen in the future? At this moment, the sect leader remained blissfully unaware of the severity of the situation. Yaoyao approached him, her face alight with joy. Sect leader, may I now proceed to cultivate at the spring? The leader, feeling a pang of discomfort at her cheerful demeanor, waved his hand, urging her to go quickly. Inwardly, he mused, though they share the same visage, how is it that one is so endearing while the other is so irksome? Yaoyao was led to the vicinity of the spiritual spring, where the air felt almost stifling due to the dense spiritual energy. Soon, she found herself alone. Not wishing to waste any time, she promptly seated herself and began her cultivation, employing the devouring spirit technique to forcibly draw vast amounts of spiritual energy into her golden core. This technique was notoriously domineering, capable of rapidly absorbing spiritual energy. The reason it was not widely practiced was that an overload of spiritual energy could lead to catastrophic bodily harm. The devouring spirit technique had even been labeled as a malevolent art, often associated with self-destruction in battle. However, Yaoyao was undeterred. This was the perfect opportunity to utilize the technique. She needed a considerable amount of spiritual energy to refine her golden core, and due to her unique bloodline, she required far more energy than others to attain the same results. Without the devouring spirit technique, it was uncertain how long it would take to achieve her goals. As she closed her eyes in meditation, the devouring spirit technique activated, and spiritual energy rapidly coalesced around her, which she funneled into her golden core. The core swelled at an alarming rate, growing to its maximum size before she compressed it. After reaching the limits of compression, she absorbed more spiritual energy again, allowing it to expand before compressing once more. The Xianyu sect's spiritual spring had been nurtured over thousands of years by successive leaders using rare materials, resulting in an abundant and rich spiritual atmosphere. Now, as Yaoyao utilized the devouring spirit technique, the spiritual energy around her became so dense that it seemed almost tangible. Yaoyao continued to compress her golden core, and gradually it transformed from a golden hue to a fiery red, resembling a blazing flame. After 999 compressions, she ceased her efforts. This was not due to an inability to continue. In truth, she sensed her potential was still vast. Perhaps due to her new divine phoenix bloodline, she believed she would surpass even the male and female leads in prowess. She stopped not because she could not compress further, but because she had absorbed nearly 90% of the Xianyu sect's spiritual energy. Indeed, for millennia, the sect had contributed countless rare materials to the spring to sustain its energy, allowing it to become so concentrated that it could solidify. Now, with the majority of the sect's spiritual energy residing within her golden core, she could access it at will. The only reason she left a portion behind was to avoid immediate discovery by the sect's members, as that would lead to complications. Rising to her feet, she gazed at the spring, which could barely maintain its surface energy, her smile radiant. By next year, the Xianyu sect would undoubtedly replenish the spring with rare materials, allowing her to continue her ruse. A slight reduction in ordinary spiritual energy would likely go unnoticed by the others. Chapter 29. The loss of spiritual energy and techniques after depleting 90% of the spiritual energy of the Xianyu sect. Yaoyao left with an air of nonchalance, and within a mere day, her actions left others in awe. It seemed she had an abundance of spirit stones, enough to squander on purchasing cultivation qualifications, only to emerge before her time was even fully spent. Was this not sheer waste? Many lamented and wished they could take her place in cultivation. However, Yaoyao remained indifferent to their sentiments. Indeed, she possessed spirit stones in such excess that they were of little concern to her. At that moment, she was engaged in polite conversation with the elder managing the library. Elder, according to regulations, the items within the library can be exchanged for contribution points. As I understand it, contribution points can be purchased with spirit stones. I wonder what the price would be if I were to buy contribution points with spirit stones? The library of the Xianyu sect housed various techniques available for disciples to exchange with contribution points. There were numerous ways to acquire these contribution points, such as attaining first place in the sect's grand competition or completing tasks assigned by the sect. The establishment of the library aimed to motivate disciples to diligently fulfill sect tasks and contribute to the sect. Naturally, the contribution points required for exchanging techniques were substantial. A low-grade yellow technique demanded 500 contribution points, while completing an ordinary task typically yielded around 210 points. Thus, to acquire a simple technique, one would need to undertake numerous tasks. Many disciples strove diligently to complete these tasks, for apart from direct disciples and core disciples, it was exceedingly challenging for others to obtain a useful and suitable technique, relying solely on exchanges from the library. However, given the vast resources of the Xianyu sect, there were some second-generation cultivators with ample spirit stones. Consequently, a method was introduced allowing spirit stones to be exchanged for contribution points, thus providing a unique form of contribution to the sect. Yet, to prevent everyone from resorting to this method and neglecting task completion, the exchange rate was set quite high, 1 superior spirit stone for 1 contribution point. It is noteworthy that even core disciples received only 10 superior spirit stones as their monthly allowance, translating to merely 10 contribution points. Given that a low-grade yellow technique required 500 points, it would take core disciples 50 months of allowances to exchange for it. Yet, the core disciples, being at the out-of-body stage, would hardly regard a mere low-grade yellow technique, implying they would need even more contribution points for superior techniques. In light of these exorbitant exchange rates, most disciples had no choice but to undertake tasks. Only a select few second-generation cultivators could afford such exchanges. Elder Gong opened his eyes, intrigued by the most renowned disciple in the sect, who was rumored to possess a wealth of spirit stones. He regarded this with disdain, for the Xianyu sect was the foremost sect in the realm of cultivation, and as the overseer of the library, he knew that those who previously sought to exchange contribution points were backed by generations of family effort, something that an individual like Yaoyao could not compare to. Which technique do you wish to exchange for, considering the rate of 1 superior spirit stone for 1 contribution point? Yaoyao yearned to acquire all the techniques, but understood well that the library was not akin to the trading hall, where items were sold by individuals, often lacking quality. The library, being an integral part of the Xianyu sect, was designed to inspire disciples to engage actively in tasks and thus contained valuable techniques, including many heavenly grade ones. Although few could afford to exchange for heavenly grade techniques, the Xianyu sect certainly displayed them as a testament to its strength. Yaoyao believed that the sect could not afford to be so generous if it had someone like her with unlimited spirit stones. Otherwise, they would not dare to present such treasures for exchange. After all, heavenly grade techniques were exceedingly precious. One would not readily part with them, merely assuming no one could afford such an exchange. Elder, may I see which heavenly grade techniques are available? Elder Gong glanced at her, said little, and promptly produced a stack of bamboo slips, no less than 100 volumes. Truly, as the foremost sect, the Xianyu sect had an abundance of heavenly grade techniques readily available, and Yaoyao was confident they possessed even more. Elder, if I possess sufficient contribution points, does that mean I can exchange for as many techniques as I desire? Yaoyao gazed fervently at the 100 bamboo slips, each representing potential consumption points. Elder Gung, still somewhat uninformed, merely recognized Yaoyao's wealth in spirit stones, but was unaware of the extent. Thus he confidently affirmed, that is indeed the case. With her eyes gleaming, Yaoyao produced 8 spatial rings, each containing 1,000,000 superior spirit stones. She believed that these 8,000,000 superior spirit stones would be ample to acquire all 100 heavenly grade techniques. Elder, I will take all these heavenly grade techniques. Elder Gung was momentarily stunned. He mused that perhaps he was growing old, for how could he have misheard such an outrageous proclamation? He shook his head, realizing he might need to have his hearing checked. Are you serious? Elder Gung panicked, though he generally maintained a stern demeanor. He secretly hoped this was merely a jest from Yaoyao. Yet, how could she let this opportunity slip away, knowing it may never come again? Indeed, I am serious. Elder Gung's countenance darkened. He had underestimated Yaoyao. The 100 volumes of heavenly grade techniques were merely decorative within the library, and he had never anticipated they would be exchanged by a disciple. Even the foremost sect would feel the strain of losing 100 heavenly grade techniques. However, the library had no stipulations regarding the limits on disciples exchanging techniques. Theoretically, as long as one had contribution points, they could exchange for as many as desired. Not even the few affluent second-generation cultivators had ventured to make such extravagant exchanges. Elder Gung wished to retract his words, but having already spoken, he could only grimace as he calculated the spirit stones owed to Yaoyao. To Yaoyao's delight, among the heavenly grade techniques, there was even a supreme formation technique. She had previously only learned a low-grade heavenly formation technique. Mastering this one would enable her to potentially defeat the male protagonist solely through formations. Of course, as the destined child, he would not perish easily. Yet he would certainly be unable to contend with her in the slightest. Formation techniques were generally the least expensive, as few chose to purchase them, while other techniques were priced exorbitantly. The 8,000,000 superior spirit stones were just sufficient to procure all 100 techniques. After collecting the spirit stones, Elder Gung promptly closed the library, claiming he had matters to discuss with the sect leader, fearing Yaoyao might attempt to purchase additional techniques. Chapter 30. No one can oppress me anymore. Yaoyao's smile was almost crooked, although she felt a tinge of regret for not being able to deplete the entire collection in the library. The 100 celestial grade techniques she acquired were more than sufficient for her to study for quite some time. Moreover, as long as she presented these techniques to her sect, the consumption points would be adequate to purchase access to the secret realms. At this moment, her personal consumption points in the secondary marketplace were more than enough, leaving her with just 20 million while she spent the rest on experience years, once again buried under spirit stones as she commenced her cultivation. Meanwhile, Elder Gung, in a rush, approached the sect leader with a scowl. The sect leader was engaged in a discussion with Vice Sect Leader Lu Xinghai regarding the secret realms of the Divine Phoenix sect when he noticed Elder Gung's hurried entrance. Elder Gung, is there an issue with the library? The sect leader inquired, stroking his beard. Master, the new disciple that Bai Ling accepted has just purchased all 100 celestial grade techniques from the library. Upon hearing this, the sect leader inadvertently tugged at his beard. Grimacing in pain, Vice Sect Leader Lu Xinghai was so astonished that he rose from his seat. What? All 100 celestial grade techniques have been bought? That's an astounding quantity. Both the sect leader and the vice sect leader felt their hearts race. While acquiring 1 or 2 techniques might be trivial, the prospect of one person mastering such a multitude was implausible. Typically, an individual would devote their life to mastering a single technique. Acquiring 100 must indicate that they were intended for others. The Xianyu sect could not possibly allow its techniques to be disseminated to outsiders. However, after voicing this concern, the sect leader remained silent, furrowing his brow deeply. It would be one matter for his disciple to study them, but if they were to be utilized by outsiders, it would constitute a grave loss for the Xianyu sect. Lu Xinghai attempted to leave, but the sect leader halted him. Wait, Lu Xinghai and Elder Geng were exasperated. Master, what are we waiting for at this juncture? Yet the sect leader had already come to a realization, his expression calming as he spoke. That girl is not ordinary. She is backed by an immensely powerful family. And those techniques must have been acquired for her clan. Since she has purchased them, we can regard this as a gesture of goodwill toward her family. Under normal circumstances, one could not cultivate numerous techniques, and given that Yaoyao was already a celestial grade array master at such a young age, it was inconceivable without substantial familial support. Furthermore, as she was the disciple of his younger apprentice, she was considered one of their own. Bestowing upon her 100 celestial grade techniques was hardly a burden. The sect leader elaborated these thoughts to them, emphasizing that she was indeed a celestial grade array master, successfully witnessing the astonished expressions of both men. A family of such magnitude, offering 100 celestial grade techniques as a sign of goodwill was, after all, somewhat acceptable. However, Master, I have reason to believe that the girl has been acquiring various techniques and rare materials for her family these past few days. Wouldn't this mean our Xianyu sect is suffering significant losses? Are we not essentially supporting their family? The vice sect leader's brow remained furrowed, concerned about nurturing a formidable rival. Of course, they had never considered that Yaoyao might be using her resources to bolster a sect, as it was fundamentally impossible for one individual to join two sects. The natural order simply would not permit it. Their sect had occupied the paramount position for too long, and none wished to descend from their pedestal, disallowing any possibility of a stronger variable emerging. Yet the sect leader shook his head with a smile. Xinghai, you are failing to grasp the nuances here. Although that girl has been fervently acquiring resources, she has been paying double the spirit stones. Why would she choose to buy from our sect instead of elsewhere if she had access to such wealth? What does this indicate? Both Lu Xinghai and Elder Geng were perplexed. What does it indicate? The sect leader laughed heartily. It indicates that her family desires to cultivate a good relationship with us, which is why they are willing to pay double. The spirit stones provided are for the cultivation of our own disciples, thereby strengthening our sect. Is this not a goodwill gesture? You all still lack understanding of social intricacies. This girl has shown sincerity these past few days, and it is only fitting that we reciprocate. Those 100 celestial grade techniques represent our sect's sincerity. The sect leader spoke with unwavering confidence, asserting that without this rationale, he could not fathom why anyone would willingly spend double the spirit stones to acquire resources merely to express goodwill. Realization dawned upon Lu Xinghai and Elder Geng, leading them to share a laugh. With such a formidable family extending their goodwill toward the Xianyu sect, it would undoubtedly fortify their strength, a most fortuitous circumstance. Unbeknownst to Yaoyao, 5 days later, after completing her cultivation with the spirit stones, she took a moment to relax and communicated with Yi, who was occupied with recruiting disciples outside. Miss, the sect is currently accepting approximately 900,000 applicants, with over 2,000 in the nascent soul stage, more than 30,000 in the golden core stage, 200,000 in the foundation establishment stage, and 700,000 in the qi refinement stage. Yaoyao nodded. For now, we shall only accept these individuals. Otherwise, the sect cannot sustain its operations. Purchase a few people in front of each residence and instruct them to inform those wishing to join the Divine Phoenix sect that recruitment will continue after the Secret Realm event. After all, these disciples still needed to be ranked, and with new entrants arriving daily, the workload was immense. Furthermore, they required time to prepare for entry into the Secret Realm. Yaoyao embarked on an intensive cultivation regimen, knowing that mastering a celestial grade technique typically required 2 to 3 million experience years. She was unreserved with her consumption points, her spirit stones seemingly inexhaustible. Once again, she entered seclusion for cultivation. When she opened her eyes again, 10 days had passed. Yaoyao's eyes sparkled with joy. She had successfully cultivated all 100 celestial grade techniques to perfection, particularly the exceptional celestial grade array technique, which, despite its considerable cost and consumption points, had proven to be worth every effort. From now on, Bai Yiling would no longer have any means to impose upon her. Chapter 31. The Purple Fortune of Yi Fan. Father, I cannot swallow this grievance. You must help me seek vengeance. Lin Hongyu whined to her father, gazing at the well-healed wounds. Her father, Lin Yuan, was the esteemed leader of Ling and Peak. Being his only daughter, he cherished her as a precious gem, and he was well aware of the events that transpired during the sect competition. In Lin Yuan's heart, his daughter was perfection incarnate. The audacity of Yaoyao to harm her was something he could never tolerate. My dear daughter, fret not. Soon we shall enter the secret realm of the Divine Phoenix sect. I will provide you with some valuable items. You can personally teach Yaoyao a lesson. Lin Yuan vowed fiercely. Although he dared not offend Bai Yiling, he knew that within the secret realm, the rules were different. There, every faction relied on their own abilities, and life and death were not guaranteed. Lin Hongyu, grasping this notion, beamed with delight. After all, she was a cultivator at the golden core stage. If Yaoyao could enlist others' help previously, she was eager to see who could assist her now in the secret realm. With only 5 days until the secret realm opened, Yaoyao paused her acquisitions from Wang Wu and Wang Lu, allowing everyone time to refine the techniques they had gathered. There was no need for her to waste time searching for rare items when her spirit stones were plentiful and she could earn additional rewards. Upon opening her eyes once more, she found her cave dwelling reduced to ashes, having consumed a significant amount of spirit stones. Satisfied with her untouched formation, she nodded approvingly. It seemed that while others might harbor ill intentions, they dared not act recklessly. With spirit stones in hand, Yaoyao teleported to her mother's chamber. Jianglan was pleasantly surprised to see her daughter's sudden appearance. Previously, the two had spent each day together. And although her daughter had claimed to be a reincarnated celestial being, her demeanor had remained unchanged, leaving Jianglan with little cause for concern. However, after nearly a month of her daughter's seclusion in cultivation, she began to truly perceive the celestial essence of her daughter. My dear, have you been well? Jianglan asked, worry etched on her face. She nearly inquired whether her daughter felt unwell, only to remember that as cultivators, they were typically immune to ailments. Nestled in her mother's embrace, Yaoyao reassured her, I am fine, mother. I have merely been busy with my cultivation. The secret realm opens in 3 days, and I came to see how things stand at the Divine Phoenix sect. Jianglan affectionately ruffled her daughter's hair and informed her that the sect's disciples had completed their competitions, with many now focused on their training or in the sword tower. Your father has been engaged in battles there daily. Let me take you to see. Wait, mother. Yaoyao interrupted, transforming her appearance before accompanying her mother outside, leaving Jianglan in awe. Though uncertain why her daughter chose to conceal her visage, she wholeheartedly supported her decision. Mother, if anyone inquires about my identity, simply state that I am your daughter. If I am not at the Divine Phoenix sect, tell them I have gone out to cultivate. Jianglan patted her hand, assuring her, do not worry, my dear. I shall remember. Yaoyao first visited the arena, where a few disciples were still engaged in sparring to refine their techniques, though the atmosphere lacked the intensity of the previous rankings. The sword tower was bustling with activity, frequent breakthroughs echoing from within. Sensing the dense spiritual energy in the air, Yaoyao nodded in satisfaction. The rare herbs and treasures she had gathered were proving their worth. The spiritual energy here surpassed even that of the Xuanyuzong, though it paled in comparison to the richness found within spirit stones. Nevertheless, cultivating in such an environment would undoubtedly accelerate her progress. As Jianglan recounted recent events within the sect, Yaoyao suddenly froze, fixated on a young man before her. His head bore purple fortune. Yaoyao understood well that this was a world akin to a novel. Aside from the protagonists, most individuals bore white fortune, signifying ordinariness. Only her 2 canine senior brothers and a select few from Xuanyuzong possessed red fortune, a mark of extraordinary talent. Yet, never had she encountered anyone with purple fortune, which ranked just below that of the protagonists. Who could have anticipated that someone within her own sect would possess such a rare aura? Fortune. This was indeed fortune. Yaoyao gazed at the sect's fortune metrics, and after several moments of scrutiny, she confirmed that the experience bar for fortune had increased slightly, revealing a tangible rise since the beginning. It was evident that this method indeed bore fruit. Yi Fan sensed Yaoyao's intense gaze and furrowed his brow. However, upon noticing Jianglan beside her, he swallowed his impatience. "Greetings, Madam Sect Leader." Jianglan had grown accustomed to such formalities, responding with a gentle smile, "Please, rise." As she observed her daughter gazing at Yi Fan with such infatuation, Jianglan could not help but tug at her sleeve. "My dear." She bowed slightly to Yi Fan. "Forgive me, senior brother. Upon first meeting, you bear an uncanny resemblance to an old acquaintance, which left me momentarily entranced." Yi Fan sighed in relief, having feared that she was enamored with him. After all, she was the daughter of the sect leader. And he was unsure how to decline such an advance. "It is of no consequence." After exchanging pleasantries, Jianglan took her leave with Yaoyao and Yi Fan. Once they were out of sight, Yaoyao could no longer contain her excitement. "Mother, that person is a genius. With proper guidance, his future cultivation will be remarkable." Jianglan was puzzled by her daughter's enthusiasm, as she viewed Yaoyao as subordinates as top-tier experts. Nevertheless, being a devoted mother, she supported her daughter unconditionally. Yaoyao was fervently contemplating that once the secret realm concluded, she would summon the 9 elders at the integration stage she had conjured, ensuring that Yi Fan became one of her disciples. However, she realized that he possessed red fortune. Perhaps it would be wiser to have Yi take him on as a disciple, providing abundant resources to cultivate him into a formidable talent within 3 years. Of course, if his fortune could transform into gold, that would be the ultimate outcome. In truth, Yi Fan hailed from the illustrious Yi clan, a direct descendant with a spiritual root that could rival that of the protagonists. Chapter 32: The 3 Children of Fate in a Prestigious Family such as the Yi clan. Endowed with such exceptional spiritual roots, how could Yi Fan find himself reduced to joining a rather obscure sect like the Divine Phoenix sect? Since his birth, he had been a rare variant single spiritual root, and being the sole heir of the clan's head, he was indeed destined for greatness. Initially, the entire family rejoiced, pouring resources upon him. However, as time passed, a troubling realization emerged. Despite being a natural cultivator, Yi Fan, given his extraordinary variant single spiritual root, should have been progressing rapidly in his cultivation. Yet at the age of 7, he remained at the first layer of qi refinement, the most rudimentary level, attainable by anyone who merely practiced. No matter how many rare herbs or elixirs he consumed, he still lingered at that foundational stage. The family had invested countless resources in him. Even relying solely on medicinal pills, he should have reached the golden core stage. Yet Yi Fan remained at the first layer of qi refinement. Eventually, they concluded that his physique was too peculiar, akin to a sieve that could not retain spiritual energy, rendering him incapable of cultivation. This dark reality was difficult for Yi Fan to accept. Nevertheless, acceptance or denial did not alter the truth, and his treatment within the family began to plummet. Had it been merely this, it might have been bearable. After all, he was the sole heir of the Yi family, ensuring a life free from want. However, fate took a cruel turn when his parents were murdered by vengeful enemies during an outing, leaving him alone and vulnerable. Soon, the Yi family could no longer sustain him, and for years he toiled in menial roles. It was during this time that he heard of the Divine Phoenix sect's recruitment, which did not require cultivation levels, only the ability to pass the Heartstone test to gain entry. Yi Fan, desperate and with nothing to lose, fled the Yi family to join the sect. Initially, he expected a sect that did not prioritize spiritual roots to be in disarray, but upon arrival, he discovered the Divine Phoenix sect was extraordinarily affluent. Grasping the qi refinement pills tightly, he was determined to seize the opportunity to cultivate and participate in the upcoming expedition to the secret realm, hoping to uncover something that might alter his unique physique. Little did he know an elderly figure resided within the jade pendant he carried. Continuously absorbing the spiritual energy entering his body, this was the reason he could not retain spiritual energy. Once the elder had absorbed sufficient energy, it would herald Yi Fan's ascendance. Meanwhile, Yaoyao accompanied her mother on a leisurely exploration of the sect, during which she encountered 2 disciples marked with purple fates. After marking them, she left in high spirits. One of these disciples, named Xiaoling, possessed 5 spiritual roots and hailed from a small family. However, due to the family's limited resources, its members had devolved into squabbling over meager provisions. As a 5 spiritual root individual, Xiaoling lacked the strength to compete and was often bullied by his clan, leaving his family unable to hold their heads high. The situation worsened when his betrothed, a dual spiritual root individual, had already become a favored disciple of an elder in the sect and, to add insult to injury, sent her family to annul their engagement, humiliating him in the process. Fueled by resentment, Xiaoling vowed to exact revenge once his cultivation improved. The Divine Phoenix sect, which imposed no restrictions on spiritual roots, presented him with an opportunity. He believed that it could not be worse than his circumstances within the Xiao family. Unbeknownst to him, this gamble propelled Xiaoling to new heights. He could hardly believe that the qi refinement pills, fiercely contested within the Xiao clan, were freely distributed in the Divine Phoenix sect, 50 pills a month, akin to casting spiritual stones into the ocean. Seizing the moment, Xiaoling relentlessly pursued resources, determined to repay the kindness shown to him in his lowest moments. The last of the purple-fated disciples was a female named Luyu. Her unique spiritual body allowed her to enhance the cultivation of others significantly, yet it offered her no benefits and even diminished her lifespan. Aware of her peculiarity, Luyu had spent years evading capture, fearing she might be forced into servitude as a furnace. Understanding her vulnerability, she recognized that survival alone was impossible, although she cultivated rapidly. The scarcity of spiritual stones and resources made solo endeavors perilous. She needed a sect for support. However, she hesitated to join any sect, fearing it might lead to her downfall, thus living in continual dread. The emergence of the Divine Phoenix sect was her salvation. Unlike the previous 2, Luyu sought entry primarily because the sect's disciples were required to pass the Heartstone test. Those who could do so were unlikely to harbor malicious intentions, and perhaps she might truly find safety. Taking a chance, she hoped the sect would not treat her as a mere tool. Upon joining, she realized her gamble had paid off. An elder swiftly recognized her unique constitution and directed her to a technique that concealed her abilities. With this knowledge, she could traverse the world without fear. In that moment, tears streamed down her face. She had endured such a life for far too long, nearly forgetting what it meant to live normally. Yet, Yaoyao remained oblivious to all this. She cared little for the experiences of these 3 individuals. She simply knew that as their cultivation progressed, her own fortune would undoubtedly grow. The 3 of them had questioned whether the Divine Phoenix sect held ulterior motives, but aside from Luyu, the other 2 were deemed ineffective, leaving the sect with nothing to gain. Although Luyu noted the scarcity of resources, she felt assured enough to utilize them once she confirmed there was no hidden agenda. With her spiritual body, her cultivation speed far surpassed that of ordinary individuals. As long as she utilized these resources wisely, those who sought to exploit her would have to reconsider, especially since she possessed escape talismans to flee at the first sign of trouble. Chapter 33. Perhaps you should abandon your cultivation this time. She had discovered 3 children of destiny adorned with purple luck, a mere step below the golden tier. Yaoyao had every reason to believe that with greater effort in offering them spirit stones, their fortunes would flourish, and their transformation into golden luck would be merely a matter of time. Upon returning to Xianyu sect, Yaoyao felt her communication stone growing warm, indicating that her master was seeking her out. With a slight smirk, she headed toward Bailing's cave. As the foremost prodigy of Xianyu sect, Bai Yiling had already reached the early stages of the Great Ascension at the tender age of 10,000. In the entire realm of cultivation, there were scarcely a handful of individuals at the Great Ascension stage, and no one had achieved the Tribulation stage for several millennia. Most of those at the Great Ascension were ancient beings at least 50,000 years old. Compared to them, Bai Yiling was strikingly youthful. His esteemed position within the sect granted him unparalleled privileges, and as she drew nearer to his cave, the density of spiritual energy intensified. Yet, even this could not compare to the aura of the Divine Phoenix sect, possibly due to Yaoyao absorbing the vast majority of the spiritual essence. Bai Yiling sat in the grand hall, and as everyone assembled, he focused solely on Yaoyao's face and said, "In 3 days, the secret realm of the Divine Phoenix sect will open. Many will participate, and my intention is for you, junior sister, to take part. What are your thoughts?" Since the last incident where Yaoyao had embarrassed him, the eldest brother, Gongchen, had been absent, perhaps due to Yaoyao's seclusion. Now, having composed himself, he no longer bore the embarrassment of that day. Upon hearing Bai Yiling's words, he frowned, concern etched across his face as he gazed at Yaoyao. "Junior sister, your cultivation is too low. If you go alone, you may encounter numerous dangers. Master, perhaps we should forego this trip and wait for a later opportunity when there are no restrictions on cultivation levels." All disciples accepted by Bai Yiling were exceptional, at least. They progressed rapidly in their cultivation. The third brother, Haoyu, had the lowest cultivation among them, yet he was still at the initial stage of the nascent soul. And his youth was the only reason for this, otherwise his level would be much higher. Thus, none of them could enter the secret realm restricted to those at the golden core stage. Gongchen's gaze was filled with genuine concern for Yaoyao. His worry stemmed from the possibility of losing the one he cherished dearly, for he could not bear the thought of her passing. Yaoyao, with an amused smile, responded to Gongchen, her words piercing his heart. "Eldest brother, if you are so worried about me, why not abandon your cultivation? Then you could accompany me." Gongchen was momentarily speechless, incredulous at her suggestion. After years of arduous training to attain his current level, he would not forsake his cultivation merely to join her in a secret realm expedition. Even if Yaoyao were merely a surrogate, he would never entertain such a notion. Muttering under his breath, Gongchen replied, "Junior sister, you truly have a knack for jest." He was apprehensive that Yaoyao might utter something shocking again and hastily fell silent, fearing he might one day be suffocated by her words. Bai Yiling, observing the exchange, furrowed his brow. He understood that Yaoyao was a heavenly level formation master, so he harbored no concerns about her safety. Moreover, she possessed an arsenal of defensive artifacts and could effortlessly summon a plethora of explosive talismans. It was already commendable that she did not bully others. Ling. The second sister interjected, "Master, I think it would be wise to allow junior sister to give it a try. The path of cultivation is fraught with challenges, and remaining within the sect limits progress. The secret realm offers a valuable opportunity for growth. After all, the secret realm would be populated with many participants vying for resources, leading to inevitable conflicts which are essential for personal development." Gongchen, having endured mistreatment as an overlooked prince, harbored dark thoughts, resenting Ling for her superior talent and detesting Haoyu for his advantageous lineage. Yet, Yaoyao remained his sole beacon of light. Only Jian Shishir was deserving of the title of his junior sister. For a fleeting moment, Gongchen entertained the idea of eliminating Yaoyao, for no one could replace her in his heart. However, that face he could not bear to part with it. Unbeknownst to Yaoyao, who had traversed the halls of the underworld, she would rather embrace the thrill of danger than live in fear. The abundance of resources at her disposal brought her joy, and she had no intention of relinquishing that. After considering the opinions of his disciples, Bai Yiling ultimately decided to permit Yaoyao to participate in the secret realm. After all, many Golden Core disciples from the sect would be attending, providing mutual support. Yaoyao's wealth of trump cards ensured her safety, and most importantly, Bai Yiling sought to instill in her the significance of advancing her cultivation. If she did not elevate her level, her lifespan would be alarmingly short. Throughout the discussion, Yaoyao remained silent, knowing that even if Bai Yiling forbade her, she would still venture forth. 3 days later, Yaoyao boarded Xian Yusec's colossal flying vessel. Her eyes sparkled with excitement as she beheld it. The flying vessel she had purchased from the Divine Phoenix sect was of Earth-grade quality, capable of accommodating 100,000 people, consuming spirit stones for rapid travel, and serving as a defensive artifact against attacks, even enabling counterattacks. However, it was slightly smaller than she desired. Xian Yusec's vessel, on the other hand, was truly magnificent. As a sky-grade vessel, it not only boasted superior speed, but could also hold 100 million occupants. Yaoyao's envy was palpable. Regrettably, crafting such a large flying vessel required immense effort, and despite her desires, she could not procure one after waiting an entire month, finding none for sale. It seemed she had to devise a plan or learn the art of forging to construct such a vessel herself. However, the sheer scale of it made her feel it would take years to complete, and by then it would be too late. No! She must find a way to acquire Xian Yusec's flying vessel. Unbeknownst to Bai Yiling, his little disciple had already set her sights on the sect's flying vessel, and the disciples standing behind him were filled with excitement. Chapter 34. The wealthy sect. When they arrived, most of the other sect members were already gathered, forming a large crowd. As this event was organized by their own sect, and without any exchange of interests among the sects, each sect chose to maintain their dignity by not sending too many disciples. Even the largest sect, Xian Yu sect, only selected 10,000 disciples to attend. With tens of thousands of golden core disciples alone, and many more beneath that rank, everyone desired to participate, but only a select few were permitted. Moreover, all participants were chosen from the inner disciples, leaving the outer disciples entirely excluded. It remains a brutal world where the weak are devoured by the strong. What could the outer disciples do, even if they felt disgruntled? Their low cultivation level left them with no recourse. Yaoyao glanced around and noted the considerable turnout. At least 100,000 individuals, mostly scattered cultivators who had flocked to the promise of benefits from the secret realm. The sect disciples eyed the scattered cultivators with disdain, for each additional individual seeking benefits meant fewer resources for them. Yet, the scattered cultivators remained undeterred. They had no sect to support them and scarce resources to rely on, so they had to seize any opportunity available. What did it matter if they were glared at? They stood to gain, after all. Yaoyao, however, did not mind these scattered cultivators entering, for she believed that soon enough, they would all become disciples of her Phoenix sect. As the flying vessel soared overhead, it nearly missed its destination due to its swift speed, but Yi, along with a multitude of Phoenix sect disciples, finally arrived. Upon releasing the disciples, the other sects were taken aback at the sheer number of Phoenix sect members who filled the flying vessel to its capacity. Although secret realms are typically vast, what if this one were particularly small? The multitude could easily fill the space. No one dared to voice their discontent, considering it was the Phoenix sect's own secret realm, and receiving such a chance was a remarkable opportunity. The leaders from other sects attempted to approach Yi for a conversation, but he politely gestured that he needed to fetch more disciples and would return to speak with them shortly. With that, Yi swiftly departed, leaving others speechless. Yaoyao could not help but bury her face in her hands, lamenting the small size of the flying vessel she had purchased. Otherwise, a single trip would suffice. With 100,000 individuals, she would have to make 8 trips, which felt utterly mortifying. If she could, Yaoyao would prefer not to converse with Bai Yiling, but circumstances left her with no choice. Upon hearing Yaoyao call him master, Bai Yiling momentarily appeared lost in thought, though it was fleeting. Despite their strikingly similar features, their differences were stark, and even a mere glance could easily distinguish them. This realization deepened Bai Yiling's sorrow. Well, Yaoyao scoffed, noticing her aloof master trying to maintain an air of indifference. However, she could surmise his thoughts. He likely wished she had donned the garments favored by Jian Shir and mimicked her mannerisms. The attention of the crowd was captivated by the disciples of the Phoenix sect. If one were to speak of the most significant news in the cultivation world recently, it would undoubtedly pertain to the newly established Phoenix sect. Typically, a nascent sect would remain inconspicuous, especially considering the current stability of established sects and families. Sudden changes in their numbers were rare and minor. Yet, the Phoenix sect had made quite a stir, with their unique approach of disregarding any spiritual roots. One might question the purpose of such a sect. Previously, many had scoffed at the Phoenix sect, but now, as they stood outside the secret realm, observing the disciples, they found themselves in deep contemplation. If their eyes did not deceive them, every Phoenix sect disciple seemed to possess several defensive artifacts. Not just a few, but every single one. With 100,000 disciples present, if each possessed 2 or 3 artifacts, the total would be quite significant. Though members of other sects hesitated to voice their curiosity, scattered cultivators could no longer contain themselves. Having lived on the edge, they rarely encountered such artifacts. So witnessing an entire sect equipped with them was hard to ignore. "Excuse me, young brother, may I inquire how your sect's disciples all possess artifacts?" the scattered cultivator asked. "Of course, if it's not something you can disclose, I understand. Just a casual question." As this inquiry was posed, others perked up, eager to listen. The questioner was none other than Yaoyao, one of the first disciples to join the Phoenix sect. Prior to their arrival, Elder Yi had instructed them to share the benefits of their sect if anyone expressed curiosity. The disciples were more than willing to comply. While other sects might worry about too many disciples competing for resources, the Phoenix sect harbored no such fears. Elder Yi had assured them of their ample resources. With numerous spirit stone mines and countless alchemists and artifact forgers, including those of heavenly rank, dedicated to providing for them. Thus, there was no need to worry about an abundance of disciples. Rather, they welcomed new members, as this would elevate their sect's ranking, contributing to their collective progress. Naturally, this presupposed that one possessed the strength to surpass the newcomers. As Yaoyao elaborated on the benefits of the Phoenix sect, other disciples chimed in to add their insights, leaving those listening agape. They felt as though their senses had betrayed them. How could such extraordinary benefits exist? Even the esteemed Xian Yu sect could not offer such advantages. Yet, seeing was believing. The crowd couldn't help but glance at the artifacts adorning the disciples, only to look again in disbelief. Yi soon returned with another 100,000 disciples, and as he prepared to depart, Bai Yiling called out, offering to lend him her sect's flying vessel. Yi, having anticipated this, expressed his gratitude. "Thank you, Bai Xianzun," he replied, to which Bai Yiling nonchalantly waved her hand, and the speed of their departure left the onlookers astonished once more. Chapter 35, Highway Robbery. Such remarkable speed could either indicate that Yi possesses formidable strength, expending his own spiritual energy to propel the flying vessel, or that he is consuming spirit stones. It is well known that the faster one travels, the greater the consumption of spirit stones, particularly with such a sizable flying craft. However, it is rare for an ordinary individual to be in the former situation. After all, the world of cultivation is fraught with peril. What would happen if one's spiritual energy were depleted and they encountered a foe? Few would be foolish enough to risk such a fate. Thus, it is clear that the opponent has indeed been consuming spirit stones throughout their journey. At this astonishing pace, with such a large vessel, it is likely that they have expended at least tens of thousands of high-grade spirit stones. The spectators were once again astounded by the financial prowess of the Xinhuang sect. Even if one were to possess a mine at home, such extravagant spending would be imprudent. Nevertheless, the scattered cultivators resolved to join the Xinhuang sect as soon as the secret realm concluded. Observing the more than 9 million disciples of the Xinhuang sect, the other sect members could not help but twitch at the corners of their mouths, realizing that they would likely leave the secret realm empty-handed. However, it is not entirely certain. After all, the majority of the disciples of the Xinhuang sect are at the qi refining stage, possessing relatively low overall strength, and it is doubtful they would be able to seize any valuable resources. This time, Yi took the lead for the Xinhuang sect. As he produced the secret realm jade token to unlock the domain, others allowed the disciples of the Shenhuang sect to enter first, acknowledging them as the rightful owners of the realm. Yet Yi smiled and gestured to everyone, proclaiming, within the secret realm, each must rely on their own abilities. Upon hearing this, the scattered cultivators could no longer contain their eagerness and rushed in, followed closely by the disciples of the Shenhuang sect, a throng of people surging forward. Before Yaoyao entered, Bai Yiling gazed deeply into her eyes, urging, "Take care of yourself within the secret realm. Though your master wishes for you to experience trials, it is too dangerous. I only hope for your safety. Whatever you desire, your master can provide. There is no need for you to risk your life for it. Do you understand?" Yaoyao smiled at these words. Indeed. It was Bai Yiling's meticulous concern that led the original owner to believe she was the favorite disciple. The initial happiness she experienced was crushed upon discovering the truth. "Master, you may not even be able to defeat me now. If I encounter danger, I might have to save you." Her disdain for Bai Yiling was palpable. Every time she spoke, she felt an urge to retort fiercely. Bai Yiling was clearly taken aback, as he had just thought of Shi and worried that Yaoyao might meet a similar fate, leaving no trace behind. If he had to endure such an experience again, he would truly be devastated. Yet Yaoyao seemed indifferent to his concerns. It was understandable. She was a heavenly-level array master, and with his early-stage ascendance cultivation, he might not stand a chance against her. Feeling a pang of defeat, he closed his eyes, choosing not to look at Yaoyao. "Go on." Sensing her master's frustration, Yaoyao strode confidently into the secret realm. The disciples entering scattered wildly, and Yaoyao quickly located her father and mother, who were disguised with magical artifacts. "Father, mother, rest assured and undertake the trials. With your current cultivation and protective artifacts, no one will be able to harm you." Yuanbai and Jianglan were concerned for Yaoyao, but considering their daughter was an extraordinary being, they believed she would only grow stronger. Thus, they hastened to seek valuable items without further discussion. Yaoyao, however, shadowed her parents with a concealment talisman. Although the most formidable cultivators within this secret realm were merely at the golden core stage, and her parents carried several protective artifacts, she still harbored worries. They were fundamentally ordinary people, and even with cultivation, they possessed only 5 spiritual roots. Moreover, their age was a factor. It was for her sake that they had chosen the path of cultivation. With only 3 years remaining for herself, even if she were to ascend to immortality, she could not take them along. She must ensure they possessed the ability to protect themselves, for she was merely a supporting character. And one could never rule out the possibility of some bizarre plot twist necessitating the demise of her family. The secret realm was vast, at least 1/5 the size of the entire cultivation world, which is why Yaoyao suggested allowing practitioners from other sects to enter. Even with 9 million disciples from the Shenhuang sect participating, the space remained remarkably open. Yuanbai and Jianglan were not lacking in treasures. They even filled several spirit rings, thus strolling leisurely. However, while they did not initiate any confrontations, they soon found themselves targeted. After all, the two carried their respective artifacts, and while those of lower cultivation might not discern the quality of their treasures, at least 7 or 8 individuals could identify their value. "Hey, hand over your artifacts, and we will let you go." Yuanbai and Jianglan exchanged glances before promptly confronting the 3 assailants before them. They had diligently studied the knowledge of the cultivation world over the past few days, and they were no longer the novices they once were. They understood that if they could not gauge their opponent's cultivation, it indicated that those adversaries were stronger. Now, Yuanbai and Jianglan had reached the mid-foundation establishment stage, and their cultivation had stabilized. Although they appeared to be moving swiftly, compared to the treasures and elixirs they had consumed, their pace was akin to that of a tortoise. The couple had entered the secret realm primarily to seek combat. Previously, in their sect, competitions were ranked, and since they were not disciples, they could not engage in such contests. Moreover, during formal matches, everyone held back, unable to unleash their potential. They did not wish to hinder their daughter's progress, so they resolved to train vigorously within the secret realm. This was also their first experience utilizing their chosen cultivation methods, which were heavenly-level techniques selected with Yaoyao's assistance. While the difficulty of cultivation was high, so too was the potential for greatness. And they found the initial application somewhat challenging. Yet they remained undeterred. Among the three opponents, only one was at the same foundation establishment stage as they were, and their aura seemed less substantial, likely indicating an early-stage foundation establishment. The remaining two were merely at the 7th layer of qi refining. Even with 3 adversaries, the couple found themselves more than capable of handling the situation. Although it was their first engagement, they quickly settled into a rhythm, and with their combined efforts, the duo unleashed greater power, sending the 3 attackers fleeing in disarray. Yaoyao, hidden nearby, pondered whether she should procure a dual cultivation technique for her parents. Not to be misunderstood, she meant one of the legitimate kind. Noting how they seemed inseparable in action, perhaps such a technique would enhance their abilities. Subsequently, her parents encountered several waves of scattered cultivators attempting robbery, yet none could overpower them. Even those with higher cultivation levels were met with the couple's confidence. Knowing their many protective artifacts allowed them to fight without fear, treating each encounter as an opportunity to hone their combat skills, discarding artifact after artifact in the process. This left the attackers feeling heartbroken, for once they seized these treasures, they would belong solely to them. Chapter 36. Yifan breaks free at this moment. Yaoyao concealed her presence, observing as her parents treated this group of individuals as mere fodder, striking without mercy to better familiarize themselves with their techniques. The trio, initially confident in their numbers, believed it would be an effortless task to seize a couple of foundation establishment practitioners. To their astonishment, the opponents fought as if they were invincible, showing no concern for the injuries inflicted upon them and wielding an astonishing array of defensive artifacts. With no fear of repercussions, they simply unleashed their attacks. Where do such affluent individuals come from? The trio lamented inwardly, noting that the artifacts they bore seemed to cost nothing in spirit stones. With each strike, they sustained more wounds, and after exchanging glances, they took flight, retreating hastily. Yuan Bo and Jian Lan did not pursue. It was not out of compassion, but rather a recognition of the futility of the chase. Such a rare secret realm offered abundant opportunities for honing their skills. Subsequently, they discreetly equipped themselves with additional defensive artifacts, each one exuding an aura of opulence. Yaoyao chuckled, realizing her parents were clearly engaging in a form of entrapment. It was worth noting that they possessed heavenly-grade defensive artifacts capable of withstanding countless attacks from late-stage Golden Core practitioners, while the ones they had recently deployed were merely low-tier artifacts. Satisfied that her parents were safe and enjoying themselves, Yaoyao gradually withdrew. Along her path, she kept a watchful eye on the disciples of the Divine Phoenix sect, ready to assist any who found themselves in peril by disguising herself as someone who had previously revealed her presence. This led to the revelation that the sect leader's daughter had entered the secret realm and was actively aiding her fellow disciples. While Yaoyao reveled in her playful escapades, this infuriated Lin Hongyu and her companions, who had been eagerly awaiting the opportunity to teach her a lesson. Initially, Lin Hongyu had planned to ensnare Yaoyao with formations the moment she entered the secret realm, only to find that Yaoyao had vanished, leaving Lin Hongyu and her entourage searching in vain, their frustration boiling over. Meanwhile, Yaoyao, wishing to avoid drawing attention, once again concealed herself to observe the 3 fated children of her sect. This was crucial for altering the narrative. She could not afford any mishaps. The first she encountered was Yi Fan, the aberrant single spiritual root disciple whose body could not sustain spiritual energy. To Yaoyao's astonishment, he was not, like others, in search of rare treasures or opportunities. Instead, he remained stationary, practicing the soul-devouring technique. Yaoyao clicked her tongue, having assumed that such a technique would only be employed by herself, as no one wished to perish from an overload of spiritual energy. Yet, it seemed Yi Fan harbored no such worries, as he was incapable of retaining spiritual energy. He indeed contemplated this very notion. After becoming a disciple of Elder Yi, he had inquired whether his physique was unique, questioning why his single spiritual root could not hold spiritual energy. Elder Yi had informed him that such a situation was unprecedented, leaving him powerless to assist beyond providing Yi Fan with more heavenly materials. Nonetheless, Yi Fan did not relent. He had vengeance to pursue, which motivated him to exchange for the soul-devouring technique at the library. He recognized the risks involved, for the technique was often deemed malevolent, yet he was determined to take the leap. Uncertain of why his body could not retain spiritual energy, he speculated that perhaps by gathering a substantial amount, he could transcend some limit, thus enabling his cultivation. Yaoyao observed as Yi Fan drew in the spiritual energy of the entire secret realm, channeling it into his body. Good heavens! Was this secret realm destined to be depleted? Others, sensing the diminishing energy around them, gazed in alarm at their surroundings. The air had once been thick with spiritual energy, even more so than in the Xianyu sect, and many had anticipated a bountiful harvest. Yet, in an instant, the energy waned rapidly. What has transpired? Where has the spiritual energy of the secret realm gone? They wondered, perplexed by the unprecedented phenomenon. I know. There must be a heavenly-grade treasure manifesting, draining all the spiritual energy. Without further ado, they began scouring for the so-called heavenly treasures, oblivious to Yi Fan's actions. Meanwhile, Yaoyao continued to watch Yi Fan, noting that he was on the verge of depleting the entire secret realm's spiritual energy when he suddenly opened his eyes wide. Unbeknownst to her, Yi Fan was engaged in conversation with an elderly man. "Who are you? How did you come to be within my jade pendant?" Yi Fan inquired, his brow furrowing at the implication of conversing with a figure of such formidable strength as a late-stage crossing tribulation expert, a rarity not seen in millennia, with the strongest beings currently at the Mahayana stage. Moreover, what captured Yi Fan's attention was the realization that this entity's soul required spiritual energy for sustenance, leading him to the shocking conclusion that his decades of cultivation had been thwarted because this being had siphoned all his spiritual energy. Yi Fan could barely contain his anger, a mere flicker of it escaping him despite his efforts to maintain composure in the presence of such a powerful entity. He could only imagine the consequences of having drained spiritual energy from its host. "My young friend, I regret this situation. To make amends, I can reveal to you the location of my cave abode, which contains divine-grade techniques and artifacts, along with countless heavenly materials. I only hope you can assist me in reconstructing my body." Upon hearing this, Yi Fan was struck with astonishment. Divine-grade techniques and artifacts. Such treasures had not graced the cultivation world for millennia. Elder Duan said no more, merely closing his eyes as an assailant from the late-stage Golden Core realm was instantly obliterated by a mere thought from this late-stage crossing tribulation expert. Indeed, even a wisp of the soul intent could spell doom for a Golden Core practitioner. Yi Fan immediately placed his trust in the elder's words. He settled down, producing a spirit stone to commence his cultivation. Chapter 37. Strength through adversity. In a single breath, Yi Fan ascended to the 5th level of Qi refinement, encountering no hindrance whatsoever. After all, this was a feat he had practiced countless times before, so such an advancement was only to be expected. Nonetheless, Yi Fan was overjoyed. He was no longer at the 1st level of Qi refinement. Yaoyao was unaware that Yi Fan had already gained the companionship of a grandfather in the tribulation stage, but she was delighted to see the fortune value experience bar on her sect's marketplace progressing. Although it seemed a mere 1%, it was a significant improvement compared to before, when she would have needed a magnifying glass to see any progress. Clearly, Yi Fan had encountered a stroke of incredible luck. Yaoyao was equally thrilled that he could cultivate, as he was one of her own, and his newfound strength would serve as a boon to her. After confirming that he was in no danger, she sought out the other 2 children of fortune, eagerly anticipating the surprises they might bring her. On her search, She encountered several disciples from the Divine Phoenix sect in distress and effortlessly came to their aid. Grateful glances were exchanged, and upon learning she was the daughter of the sect leader, their joy was amplified. "Junior Sister Yi, I cannot express my gratitude enough," one of them exclaimed. Yaoyao tilted her head, her previously delicate features now radiating a touch more charm. "If you wish to show your gratitude, elevate your rankings. I look forward to seeing your names at the top." The disciples were invigorated by her words, eager to devote themselves to training. Feeling fortunate to belong to such a wonderful sect, endowed with abundant resources and blessed with such an adorable junior sister, they vowed to strive for the sect until their last breath. After bidding farewell to them, Yaoyao sought out one of the children of fortune, Xiaoling. He was a quintessential five-element root, making his learning process slow, yet his diligence had accelerated his progress significantly now that resources were available. When Yaoyao found Xiaoling, he was confronted by members of the Xiao family, who mocked him. Unable to tolerate their taunts, Xiaoling retaliated. Despite possessing numerous valuable items bestowed by Yi, he refrained from using them, choosing instead to hone his skills through sheer will. Yaoyao watched, her eyes twitching in disbelief. Truly, as a child of fortune, he was unyielding to himself. Armed with protective artifacts and offensive talismans, he nonetheless relied solely on his own abilities to withstand the onslaught. Inevitably, Xiaoling was overpowered and sent tumbling into a nearby ravine. Yaoyao initially intended to intervene, but upon seeing where he fell, her eyes widened. The secret realm was a place formed after the demise or ascension of great beings, inherently filled with their abandoned treasures, the most coveted being their legacies. To her astonishment, while others sought rare herbs and treasures, Xiaoling had inadvertently stumbled upon a location rich with the legacy of a powerful being. Could it be that his fate was to grow stronger through adversity? Curiosity led Yaoyao to follow him, and indeed, she witnessed Xiaoling safely entering a hidden abode and successfully inheriting the legacy. It seemed that this secret realm had been thoroughly explored by both Yifan and Xiaoling, leaving no spoils for others. Undeterred, Yaoyao trailed Xiaoling further. After he claimed the powerful legacy, he unexpectedly encountered his former fiancée Yi, who had since joined the Xianyu sect and reached the golden core stage. Looking down upon Xiaoling, who remained at the qi refinement stage, she couldn't help but mock him. "Xiaoling, I never imagined that after a year since our annulment, you would still be stagnating at the qi refinement stage while I have advanced to the golden core stage." Xiaoling clenched his fists in anger upon seeing this venomous woman. Initially, his family was well matched with the Fong family. But after she became involved with a direct disciple of the Xianyu sect, her arrogance soared. She had even come to his home to humiliate him, throwing their marriage contract in his face. Xiaoling had tolerated it all, fully aware that he could not contend with the Xianyu sect, for his five-element root rendered him a mere pariah in any sect. Without the Divine Phoenix sect, he likely wouldn't have had the courage to fight back. His decision to refrain from using the items bestowed upon him by his master was a deliberate attempt to push himself to grow swiftly. Only through facing life and death challenges could he unlock his true potential. Of course, should his life be truly in peril, he would not hesitate to utilize them. He was no fool. "Fong Jingya, we are already annulled. What more do you want from me?" His words seemed to imply that Fong Jingya was the one desperately clinging to him, which left her momentarily at a loss for words. With a haughty huff, she retorted, "You can only resort to such empty words, being nothing more than a qi refinement waste who will never catch up to me. Junior sister, why engage in conversation with someone like him? Watch as I teach him a lesson and avenge you." The man standing beside Fong Jingya was none other than Wei Jia, the favored disciple of the Ling and Peak Master, and the direct disciple of Lin Hongyu. Possessing dual roots, he had reached the late golden core stage in just 2 years and was on the verge of breaking into the nascent soul stage. Despite his unappealing appearance, he gained Fong Jingya's favor while recruiting disciples for the sect, and the first time he was flattered, he was pleased. After all, a waste like Xiaoling was no longer a concern, for Fong Jingya was now his woman. Seeing Xiaoling, his former rival, He couldn't resist the urge to assert his dominance, especially given Xiaoling's status as a mere qi refinement practitioner, making him an easy target for bullying. Xiaoling, however, was undeterred. He struck first, and in a moment of oversight, Wei Jia suffered a burn on his arm, igniting his fury. Xiaoling's demeanor turned cold. He no longer held back and unleashed a powerful artifact obtained from the Sword Tower. Despite his lower cultivation, the superior-grade artifact was enough to match a golden core practitioner, and he held his ground impressively. Wei Jia's expression shifted dramatically. Unable to fathom how a mere five-element root, whom he deemed inferior, could wield an artifact of such caliber. Xiaoling's attacks were relentless, leaving Wei Jie gritting his teeth in determination, realizing that overpowering him was unlikely and merely avoiding defeat was becoming increasingly arduous. Fang Jingyao watched, dumbfounded. She had worked hard to curry favor with this unattractive man, only to discover he couldn't even best the discarded waste she had cast aside. Her pride could not bear such a revelation. Chapter 38. Lu under siege as she observed Xiaoling earnestly engaging in combat with Wei Jia. Fang Jingya suddenly launched an attack. Yaoyao's gaze turned icy as she propelled a flying needle, leaving a deep gash upon Fang Jingya's face. Ah, my face. Wei Jia, intent on pursuing Xiaoling to deliver a finishing blow, found himself ensnared by Fang Jingya's frantic cries for help. Wei Jia, please save me. My face cannot be ruined. Her innate talent was lacking. She was merely an ordinary inner sect disciple, devoid of any substantial healing resources. Unable to break free, Wei Jia hastily rummaged through his spirit ring for items that could aid Fang Jingya. Meanwhile, Xiaoling, having been sent flying several dozen meters, landed beside a rare treasure. Yaoyao thought to herself, well, I intended to assist Xiaoling, but it seems she is managing quite well on her own. Perhaps I should refrain from complicating matters. While it was indeed an opportunity to acquire valuable items, she wished it could have been achieved without such a humiliating approach. With that, Yaoyao turned and left. She glanced at her fortune value, which had indeed increased slightly. Though it was not as significant as what Yifan had provided, it was still a welcome gain. Today, she had encountered all the disciples of the Divine Phoenix sect, most of whom were ordinary individuals with white fortune, with only a few exhibiting blue or green hues. There were no red ones at all. It seemed she had only secured 3 purple children of destiny. Casually, she sought the last of the fortunate ones, Lu. The first 2 posed no threat to Yifan, and even if Xiaoling encountered danger, it was within manageable limits. However, Lu found herself in a dire predicament. She was encircled by 10 late-stage Golden Core practitioners. Lu cursed her misfortune inwardly. After joining the Divine Phoenix sect, she had anticipated that not only would she escape further pursuit, but she would also be taken as a disciple by Elder Yi, receiving abundant resources and learning techniques to conceal her unique constitution. Little did she know that she had been under constant surveillance. The Harmony sect, a faction known for its dual cultivation practices, was often looked down upon by many, yet its numbers were substantial. After all, who could resist such comfortable cultivation? Lu was viewed as a prime target, a top-tier cauldron whose dual cultivation would easily enhance their cultivation levels at the cost of her lifespan. If she could yield such substantial benefits, they would not hesitate to prolong her life with rare treasures. However, Lu was adept at evasion and had managed to enter the Divine Phoenix sect without fear of capture. Initially, the sect would have kept them at bay, as they could not even pass the Heartstone. Yet, this secret realm had inadvertently provided them with an opportunity. Lu had thought she had concealed her unique physique, but her beauty had unwittingly betrayed her. Even facing such overwhelming odds, she refused to surrender. Lu unleashed her Qi refinement level 7 strength, heightening the excitement of the 10 opponents before her. Previously, she had only been at level 5, and within a month, she had made a remarkable breakthrough of 2 levels. Such a cultivation talent was irresistible to them. The higher her cultivation, the longer her lifespan, and the more opportunities they would have for dual cultivation. The 10 had received orders to attack Lu simultaneously. As her defensive artifacts activated, she drew her mystic-grade sword to confront them. Yet, facing 10 late-stage Golden Core practitioners, even an Earth-grade sword would struggle. Lu felt intense resentment, although her protective artifacts had temporarily thwarted their grasp. She understood it was merely a matter of time before they captured her. While Elder Yi had provided her with ample spirit stones and rare treasures, these were primarily intended for the training of the 3, leaving her with limited defensive artifacts. After all, the Sword Tower contained an array of artifacts for training purposes. If they were all distributed, the 3 would likely lose their fighting spirit. Now, she found herself inadequately equipped to defend against multiple attackers. Observing Lu's struggle, Yaoyao activated a finger formation, ensnaring all 10 individuals within the array, rendering them unable to advance. Who? Who is it? Lu. Noticing someone intervening on her behalf, cautiously surveyed her surroundings. Despite their assistance in restraining the 10, she remained wary, fearing a hidden agenda. You have done remarkably well to endure this far. Yaoyao stepped forward, her gaze filled with satisfaction as she regarded Lu. Truly, it is commendable that you have eluded so many pursuers and survived until now. Lu looked at the young woman before her, whose features were merely delicate and charming. Her expression clouded with confusion. She did not recognize her. I am grateful for your timely rescue, but may I inquire which sect you belong to? Upon seeing that her savior was a woman, Lu felt a sense of relief. Yaoyao, however, produced her unique identity token from the Divine Phoenix sect. I am the daughter of your sect's master. You may call me Junior Sister. She refrained from disclosing her name, opting instead for the title. Upon seeing the identity token, Lu's conviction solidified. Her master had previously mentioned that every disciple of the Divine Phoenix sect possessed an identity token that recognized individuals, impervious to theft. If one harbored ill intentions, it would shatter, expelling the owner from the sect. Ah, so you are the Junior Sister. Thank you for saving my life. Lu beamed with a radiant smile, feeling that her decision to join the Divine Phoenix sect had been the wisest choice. Yaoyao waved her hand with a smile. Your senior sister is the favored disciple of Elder Yi. I often heard him speak of you during my travels. Your progress is remarkable. As for these 10 individuals, how does senior sister wish to deal with them? Lu's expression turned frosty as she regarded the still captive 10. Naturally. They must be executed, to relieve my anger. However, Yaoyao shook her head. To allow them a swift death would be too lenient. They sought to capture you and would undoubtedly have subjected you to torment. It would be far too simple to let them die without suffering. With that, Yaoyao produced a collection of offensive talismans, each possessing various effects. Some ignited flames, others induced freezing, struck with lightning, unleashed toxins, and the most abundant were explosive. Here, take these and make them suffer. Only then will you find satisfaction. Having recognized Lu's unique constitution, Elder Yi had undoubtedly informed Yaoyao, and thus, the despicable Harmony sect deserved to be thoroughly tormented. Lu stared in astonishment as Yaoyao presented these items, her mind reeling as she accepted the bundle of talismans, each of which was at least of mystic grade, quite costly. How many were there in the stack? Chapter 39. Lin Hongyu's disfigurement. Yaoyao smiled and agreed, of course. The most effective way to exchange contribution points is to enhance oneself. She was genuinely pleased to witness Lu Yu's diligence. The 10 individuals trapped could observe their actions and hear their words, yet they were powerless to resist. They watched helplessly as Lu Yu hurled the poisonous talismans at them, instantly turning their bodies black and unleashing a sensation of unbearable prickling discomfort, though not fatal. It was as if Lu Yu had acquired a delightful toy, experimenting with each talisman. Once Yaoyao confirmed that she was no longer in danger, she bid her farewell and conveniently gifted Lu Yu a defensive artifact of Earth grade. She wished to provide a heavenly grade one, but her limited supply had mostly been given to her parents. Nonetheless, Lu Yu was immensely grateful. With this item, she felt secure in the secret realm, confident that even a dozen adversaries could not harm her. After ensuring Liu Yu's safety, Yaoyao resumed her watch over the other disciples of the Xinhuang sect. She would not intervene unless faced with a life-or-death situation, for her purpose in opening the secret realm was to afford everyone the opportunity for growth. She had not anticipated encountering Lin Hongyu and her companions. This remark came from Huang Jia, who accompanied Lin Hongyu. Huang Jia, along with Lian Wei Jia and Fang Jingya, had been assigned by Lin Hongyu's father to protect her. Thus, when Lin Hongyu expressed her desire to teach Yaoyao a lesson, the four had no choice but to comply in their search. Fang Jingya, being astute, proposed they split up and communicate via voice stones once they found Yaoyao. Consequently, she took Wei Jie and departed, leaving Huang Jia and Lian to endure the whims of the spoiled young lady. They gazed at the enchanting secret realm, lamenting the time wasted searching for a person instead of treasures. Lin Hongyu harbored a deep-seated hatred for Yaoyao and was unwilling to relent, dragging the two along in her relentless pursuit. No way, I must find Yaoyao. Regardless of their protests, Lin Hongyu persisted, her spoiled demeanor inciting a desire in them to strangle her. Huang Jia and Lian, one a noble scion and the other a royal prince, were accustomed to being adored, yet now they found themselves in the position of catering to Lin Hongyu's whims. It was infuriating enough to placate this capricious young lady, but now, in the midst of a treasure-laden secret realm, they were further burdened by her insistence. Just then, Yaoyao happened to pass by and overheard their conversation. Initially concealed, she revealed herself, asking, "Are you searching for me?" The sudden voice startled Lin Hongyu and her companions, but upon seeing Yaoyao, they erupted into laughter. They need not exert effort to locate her. She had walked right into their trap. "Yaoyao, you truly have no fear of death. After I suffered such humiliation before, you dare to appear before me." Lin Hongyu laughed arrogantly. Initially, Lin Hongyu had been envious of Jian Shishir, but was later touched by her sincere kindness, leading to a genuine sisterhood. With Jian Shishir's presence, Lin Hongyu's temperament was somewhat tempered. However, following Jian Shishir's unexpected demise, the existence of the substitute, orchestrated by Master Bai, revolted Lin Hongyu. Unable to confront Bai Yiling directly, she resolved to ruin Yaoyao instead. Observing Lin Hongyu's expression of barely contained rage, Yaoyao felt it was a reflection of her own intended retaliation. In the original narrative, absent this secret realm, the original protagonist remained safely at Xuanyuzong, never affording Lin Hongyu an opportunity to strike. Their encounters were always fraught with discord, as Lin Hongyu relentlessly sought to make the original protagonist's life miserable. Deprived of her master and beloved senior brother's assistance, the original protagonist could hardly withstand Lin Hongyu's assaults. On one occasion, Lin Hongyu had smeared her sword with Wang Ling water, a substance that prevents wounds from healing unless one finds divine materials. Lin Hongyu had thus marred the original protagonist's visage. Now that Yaoyao had arrived, she intentionally intensified the conflict with Lin Hongyu, who was now unable to restrain her urge to attack. "Lin Hongyu, I must say your audacity is remarkable. I wonder how you can utter such words. Had you not provoked me, I wouldn't even know who you are. After being defeated, you seek to confront me again? Truly, you are shamelessly unmatched." Yaoyao's words were merciless, and had it not been for her wish to prolong Lin Hongyu's suffering, she would have reduced her to ashes. Lin Hongyu trembled with rage. She had always been the one adored, and never had anyone dared to call her shameless. Wretched girl, die," Lin Hongyu commanded, reveling in her arrogance. Regardless of her brash words, she was certain that soon Yaoyao's face would be ruined without her beauty. She was eager to see if Master Bai would still protect her. Just then, Lin Hongyu gasped in shock. How could this happen? Before she could fully grasp the situation, Huang Jia and Lian, wielding swords smeared with Wang Ling water, lunged at her. "Huang Jia, Lian, have you both lost your minds? How dare you lay hands on me? I am Lin Hongyu. If you touch me, I will have my father flay you alive." Yet, regardless of Lin Hongyu's desperate cries, the two under the illusion viewed her merely as Yaoyao, fixated on the notion that if they marred her face, they could then search for treasures in the secret realm, their attacks growing more ruthless. Lin Hongyu's cultivation had been bolstered through elixirs, rendering her spiritual foundation and agility inadequate. Once her defensive artifacts were exhausted, her struggle became increasingly desperate. "Ah, my face." In a moment of carelessness, Li An's sword grazed Lin Hongyu's visage, eliciting a pained scream and a surge of despair. Her beauty was being ravaged. In that fleeting moment of distraction, Huang Jia's blade followed suit, carving another wound across her fair skin. "Ah." Yaoyao stood nearby, expressionless, observing Lin Hongyu's plight. Had Lin Hongyu not sought to ruin her own face, she would not find herself in such a tragic state. She believed she had not wronged anyone, yet Bai Yiling, Gong Chen, Ying Haoyu, and Lin Hongyu had all harbored intentions to harm her. Thus, she was prepared to embrace her retribution. An hour later, the formation that had sustained Yaoyao's spiritual energy dissipated, awakening Huang Jia and Li An from their illusions. Upon seeing Lin Hongyu drenched in blood, they were taken aback, their hearts nearly ceasing to beat. Those from Xuanyuzong were well aware of Lin Yuan's immense affection for his daughter in her current state. As those assigned to protect her, they feared for their own fates. "Junior sister, what has happened to you?" Yet, before they could comprehend, Lin Hongyu launched an attack, seizing Huang Jia by the throat. Chapter 40. Lin Hongyu's rampage unprepared. Huang Jia found herself grasped by the throat, her vision fading to white. Lin Hongyu showed no mercy. Her face had been mercilessly slashed for an hour. No matter how she screamed or struggled, both Huang Jia and Li An were like possessed beings, viciously tearing at her face. After holding her breath for an hour, it was time for her to unleash her pent-up fury. Lin Hongyu's visage was drenched in blood, rendering her unrecognizable, save for her eyes. Those eyes, filled with venomous hatred, glared at the two. "How dare you lay a hand on me? I will ensure my father tortures you both to death." Huang Jia, struggling against the grip on her neck, flailed at Lin Hongyu's hand. Meanwhile, Li An, recalling a prior incident, suddenly realized that both he and Huang Jia were ensnared in an illusion. "No, it's not like this, junior sister. It was Yaoyao who trapped us in this fantasy. We thought we were attacking her, unaware that it was you." Upon hearing this, Lin Hongyu's tension eased. Huang Jia seized the moment to extricate herself, coughing as she implored, "Yes, junior sister, Li An and I were truly attacking Yaoyao. She is the one who ensnared us in this illusion." Though anger still lingered on Lin Hongyu's face, she understood that neither of them possessed the audacity to assault her. Moreover, she had underestimated Yaoyao, who turned out to be a high-level formation master. Although Lin Hongyu could not discern Yaoyao's exact rank, she realized she could not defeat her. Casting a furious glance at the two, she barked, "What are you still standing around for? Hurry and find me some heavenly treasures that can restore my face." The incessant pain on her face stirred her rage, and thoughts of potential disfigurement overwhelmed her. She could only cling to the hope that this secret realm held a solution, for divine treasures were scarce in the market. Wen Jia and Li An immediately scattered in search of remedies, but despair gnawed at their hearts. They felt as if all hope had been extinguished. Meanwhile, Yaoyao had already departed long before, ensuring that Lin Hongyu would not perish so swiftly. The torment inflicted by Jing Haoyu and Lin Hongyu was not something that could be easily replaced. Furthermore, she was still unaware of who had slain her parents. The novel merely hinted that the original owner faced retribution, with her family suffering alongside her. In the original narrative, her parents did not cultivate, and only the original body was taken away, leaving her unable to contact them, completely ignorant of their fate. Even the news of her parents' murder was conveyed by a random individual within the sect, and the original body later failed to uncover the true killer. Now that Yaoyao had arrived, she would not leave such a perilous loose end. The secret realm's duration was set for half a month, during which Yaoyao diligently observed the disciples of the Divine Phoenix sect, focusing particularly on Yifan, Xiaoling, and Liu. The trio encountered numerous dangers along their journey, but they also stumbled upon abundant opportunities, especially Yifan, who, with his single spiritual root, finally began his cultivation, surging forward like a long-dammed flood to the mid-foundation stage. Moreover, the other disciples of the Divine Phoenix sect were also assessed through the Heartstone, indicating that their temperaments were sound. Within the secret realm, the majority of disciples belonged to the Divine Phoenix sect, and they would assist each other in times of difficulty, leaving little need for Yaoyao to intervene. Not a single disciple from the Divine Phoenix sect had met their demise. The identity tokens were provided by the system, and any damage would prompt a notification. Thus far, all remained well, affirming the disciples' safety. It was no surprise that the previous sect rankings had earned everyone a significant number of contribution points, sufficient to exchange for decent protective artifacts. After all, the world of cultivation was fraught with danger, and one ought to ensure their own safety when entering the secret realm. Yaoyao tended to her charges like a devoted gardener, nurturing them daily, watering and weeding, watching them flourish. She had also witnessed her parents making substantial progress, having advanced from mid-foundation to late foundation stage, affirming the efficacy of the secret realm's trials. As the allotted time in the secret realm concluded, Lin Hongyu, having endured half a month of torment, emerged, flanked by the haggard Huang Jia and Wei Jia. A deep-seated rage bubbled within her. She was determined to see Yaoyao punished. Without regard for the other sect disciples present, she brazenly exposed the truth. Yaoyao deliberately attacked me, causing Huang Jia, Lian, and me to turn against one another in the formation. I was left disfigured by Wang Lishui. The other sects, initially waiting for their disciples to emerge, perked up their ears at Lin Hongyu's outcry. This was gossip from the Xianyu sect, indeed a rare occurrence. Bai Yiling had not anticipated such a turn of events, especially with Lin Hongyu accusing her own disciple, Yaoyao. Disciples from other sects gradually stepped forth, and the now restored Yaoyao followed suit. Although her cultivation level appeared as mere first-stage Qi refining before the public. Upon sighting Yaoyao, Lin Hongyu charged forward, weapon in hand, intent on delivering a severe blow. Yet Yaoyao was unafraid. She possessed her own artifact, preferring to toss bombs, but should she be pushed too far, she would not hesitate to draw her sword and strike Lin Hongyu down. As a confrontation loomed, Bai Yiling swiftly intervened. Her cultivation at the Great Ascension stage rendered Lin Hongyu incapable of advancing a single step, leaving her to glare at Yaoyao with murderous intent. In her heart, she resolved that if she were to be disfigured, she would ensure Yaoyao suffered alongside her. With so many witnesses from other sects present, she could not allow the Xianyu sect to lose face. Though seething with resentment, Lin Hongyu was ultimately persuaded by Fang Jingya. Fang Jingya, too, was taken aback that Lin Hongyu had been so foolish as to allow herself to be disfigured, realizing the dire implications for their protection. None would be spared by Lin Yuan. Meanwhile, Yi Wenba, disguised among the crowd, nearly stepped forward to assist his daughter, but was firmly restrained by Jiang Lan. Chapter 41. Lessons from Lin Yuan. How could a mother not cherish her own daughter? However, given the current circumstances, they were not in a position to reveal themselves just yet. Nevertheless, both were resolute in their determination to develop the Divine Phoenix sect. Naturally, individuals from other sects expressed a keen interest in joining the Divine Phoenix sect, yet they were bound by their own affiliations. Abandoning their sects without just cause would invite ostracism from the world of cultivation. Thus, they could only gaze enviously at the disciples of the Divine Phoenix sect as they departed. Lin Hongyu's eyes were fixed on Yaoyao, filled with a burning desire to incinerate her with a mere glance. Yet Yaoyao remained remarkably at ease, occasionally provoking Lin Hongyu. Fang Jingya and the others strained to restrain Lin Hongyu. Yaoyao's spirits were exceptionally high. This expedition into the secret realm had yielded considerable benefits for the disciples of the Divine Phoenix sect, particularly for the three chosen ones. Yifan, without a doubt, had made remarkable progress after the awakening of his mutated single spirit root, his cultivation speed only slightly lagging behind the protagonists. Xiaoling, despite possessing 5 spirit roots, was fortunate enough to receive an extraordinary inheritance, the details of which remained a mystery, yet were undoubtedly impressive. As for Lu Yu, she boasted the finest spirit root among the trio, endowed with a unique spiritual body, a privilege neither of the protagonists enjoyed. She had merely exchanged for a divine phoenix bloodline through the system, a rarity in the entire realm of cultivation. As long as no one interfered with Lu Yu's cultivation, it was certain that she would be the one to make the most significant advancements. Yaoyao observed her fortune steadily rising, albeit by minuscule increments. Yet, it was still progress. Bai Yiling remained silent, his gaze fixed upon Yaoyao. His disciple, shrouded in mystery and endowed with formidable strength, possessed a capricious temperament and an uncanny knack for attracting trouble. He pondered whether he should have taken such a person as his disciple. A tinge of regret flickered in his heart, but it vanished the moment he laid eyes on Yaoyao's face. Perhaps this was the lingering thought his little disciple wished to leave him with, for otherwise, he felt he might not endure much longer. Upon returning to Xianyu sect, Lin Hongyu hastily disembarked from the flying vessel, having awaited this day for far too long. She was intent on exacting revenge on Yaoyao. Father. Lin Hongyu rushed toward her waiting father. During her time in the secret realm, she had already relayed everything that transpired to Lin Yuan via a communication stone. Upon learning of his daughter's disfigurement, Lin Yuan had caused quite a commotion at Xianyu sect, demanding that the sect leader take action against Yaoyao. Otherwise, he threatened to resign from his position as peak master. Lin Yuan embraced his daughter with a heavy heart and then cast a sinister glance at Yaoyao. Bai Yiling, bring your troublesome disciple to the Great Hall. The sect leader awaits. Lin Yuan was adamant that this matter not be settled privately. It must be brought to light. In the Great Hall, the sect leader and the newly appointed elder of the Law Enforcement Hall awaited their arrival. Upon hearing the incident involved Yaoyao, the sect leader felt a headache coming on. This girl had an uncanny ability to stir up trouble, and it had barely been a short while since she entered Xianyu sect, yet she had already created such chaos. However, as she was the disciple of his junior brother, and given his suspicions about her identity, it was imperative to handle her case with care. Master, Yaoyao attacked me without provocation in the secret realm, causing Wang Jia and Lian to fall into an illusion and turn upon one another. My face has been ruined by Wang Lishui. Lin Hongyu's voice quivered with tears as she tore away her veil, revealing a face marred by scars that elicited gasps from those present. Every inch of her visage bore the scars of her misfortune, a multitude of fine lines overlapping one another. Lin Hongyu wept genuinely. She had always cherished her beauty, and the prospect of permanent disfigurement was a heavy blow. Lin Yuan, upon seeing his daughter's face, was filled with rage, his eyes widening as he charged toward Yaoyao. I will kill you, you wretched girl. Yaoyao's demeanor turned icy. With such a daughter, Lin Yuan was not entirely blameless. Bai Yiling, sensing the ominous shift in Yaoyao's expression, realized the gravity of the situation. His disciple was not one to be easily trifled with, and he hastily attempted to intervene. Yet, unless Yaoyao chose to relent, even Bai Yiling could not stop her. With a flick of her fingers, she activated an array, instantly ensnaring Lin Yuan in an illusion, confronting him with a celestial tier beast. Lin Yuan was taken aback, a celestial tier array master. But soon, his mind was occupied with more pressing concerns. Celestial tier beasts were far superior to humans of the same level, and only those at the ascendant stage could hope to contend with them. Although Lin Yuan was on the verge of the ascendant stage, being in the late stage of the integration phase was still insufficient. He could not hope to match the beast. With a single blow, the beast shattered Lin Yuan's Earth-tier protective artifact. The sect leader, in a state of urgency, called out Yaoyao, quickly dispel the array. None among them could break such a high-level array. It would take time to dismantle it. However, Lin Yuan could not hold out for long. Yaoyao, unfazed, replied, Master, do you not think that Lin Peak Master's verbal assaults are inappropriate? I merely imparted a small lesson. You must understand. There has yet to be anyone born who dares to insult me. The sect leader shuddered at her words. He had already entertained thoughts regarding Yaoyao's identity, and witnessing her audacious demeanor only solidified his suspicions. First, dispel the array. I shall punish him later. The sect leader had made up his mind. Only then did Yaoyao dissolve the array, and as Lin Yuan emerged, he collapsed to the ground, coughing up blood, utterly devoid of strength. Lin Hongyu rushed to her father's side. Father, what has happened to you? She longed to reprimand Yaoyao in fury, but now she realized that her opponent was, in fact, a celestial tier array master, someone she could never hope to defeat. Observing Yaoyao's brutal demeanor, Bai Ling furrowed his brow. This was not the behavior he associated with his little disciple. Lin Yuan took a moment to regain his composure before patting his daughter's hand. I am fine. He retrieved a pill from his spiritual ring and consumed it, regaining enough strength to stand, though his gaze towards Yaoyao flickered with a hint of wariness. He had initially thought her to be a mere plaything. Little did he know, she was a celestial tier array master. Chapter 42. Lin Yuan's dismissal the sect leader. Yaoyao brazenly attacked her fellow disciples within the secret realm. According to the sect's regulations, such a disciple should have their cultivation revoked and be expelled from the sect. Lin Yuan, with a steely resolve, thought to himself that since both he and his daughter had already offended others, they might as well go all the way in their defiance. A young celestial-level array master, little did he know the immense effort the opposing forces had invested in cultivating such a master. Even as the peak master of Xianyu sect, Lin Yuan feared retaliation from such a powerful faction. It would be wiser to drag the entire Xianyu sect down with him. After all, the sect's rules were set in stone. The sect leader turned to Yaoyao. Do you have anything to explain? Yaoyao, unfazed, replied, It was Lin Hongyu who sought to attack me, which compelled me to set up an array against her. Huang Jia and Lian had already smeared their swords with Wang Ling water, and the illusion caused them to mistake Lin Hongyu for me, resulting in the injury to Lin Hongyu's face. She brought this upon herself. The sect leader silently agreed. Lin Hongyu's foolishness had led to her animosity with Yaoyao. If she succeeded, she would have utterly provoked Yaoyao. If she failed, it would be her own undoing. However, Lin Hongyu was not entirely devoid of sense. Her limited intellect urged her to eliminate Yaoyao immediately. You speak nonsense. How could I allow them to ruin my appearance? If I were to fabricate a reason, it should at least be plausible. Who would believe such a lie? Wang Jia and Lian, why are you silent? Speak up. Lin Hongyu insisted, portraying herself as the victim and firmly asserting that Yaoyao was the aggressor. Having been treated as mere background figures, Wang Jia and Lian found themselves named by Lin Hongyu, leaving them no opportunity to remain silent for self-preservation. Upon realizing Yaoyao's status as a celestial-level array master, they felt their lives were at stake. The only course of action left for them was to assist Lin Hongyu in eliminating Yaoyao, for if Yaoyao survived, they would surely perish. Indeed, we were merely seeking treasures together in the secret realm when Yaoyao suddenly appeared, ensnaring us in her array. She is utterly lawless. Sect leader, you must punish her. Surrounded by the three, Yaoyao maintained her composure. Lin Yuan gritted his teeth and said, Sect leader, since Yaoyao refuses to admit her wrongdoing, I suggest we conduct a soul search. At the mention of a soul search, everyone except Yaoyao changed their expressions. A soul search could damage the soul, and there was a high likelihood that the one searched would emerge as a fool. Lin Yuan's suggestion implied that they would search Yaoyao's soul. The truth would be unveiled, and regardless of the outcome, Huang Jia and Lian would not survive, and Lin Hongyu would face punishment. Yet Lin Yuan was willing to risk his daughter's punishment to destroy Yaoyao. A celestial-level array master posed an immense threat. He understood that if a soul search were to occur, the sect leader would undoubtedly possess the capability to subdue Yaoyao. But this was merely his desperate struggle. Yaoyao chuckled lightly. There's no need for such trouble. Why not simply swear by the heavenly Tao? Whoever harbors ill intentions shall perish. What do you say? The crowd's expressions shifted again. Yaoyao's proposition was too severe, and they genuinely dared not accept it. Lin Hongyu, with her eyes reddened, looked at her father, truly afraid to make such an oath. Lin Yuan found himself at a loss, having miscalculated from the outset, leading him astray at every turn. This matter ultimately lacks a definitive conclusion. Even if my daughter acted, she has already faced consequences. Sect leader, let us cease this matter here. Lin Yuan wished to sweep the issue under the rug, but Yaoyao had no intention of letting him off the hook. Oh! Cease it here? Peak Master Lin. You certainly jest. I am baffled as to what remains unresolved. Yaoyao casually waved her hand, and the image from the recording stone materialized before everyone, a scene depicting Lin Hongyu's earlier attempt to confront Yaoyao in the secret realm. Lin Hongyu's complexion drained of color. From the very beginning, Yaoyao had been prepared. The content of the scene clearly indicated that Lin Hongyu had deliberately sought to attack Yaoyao, only to be countered due to her ignorance of Yaoyao's celestial level status. Moreover, the Wangling water had indeed been smeared on her sword by Huang Jia and Lian. After witnessing the recording, the onlookers could only utter a resigned statement. With this evidence, there was no possibility of turning back. Lin Hongyu had sought to strike at Yaoyao. It was only fitting that Yaoyao would not show mercy in return. Well then, Lin Hongyu, do you have anything further to say? Lin Hongyu glared at Yaoyao, filled with hatred, yet found herself at a loss for words. What more could she say? The entirety of the scene was laid bare. She had no room for explanation. Lin Yuan had initially intended to plead for his daughter, but upon hearing that he too would be punished and stripped of his position as peak master, he was left in shock, his eyes wide in disbelief. Even Yaoyao raised an eyebrow, surprised that the sect leader was genuinely willing to punish Lin Yuan. Ultimately, this matter could be framed as Lin Hongyu's assault. While it was evident that Lin Yuan had aided her, there was no legitimate reason to impose punishment. Sect leader, on what grounds? Lin Yuan erupted in fury, ready to confront the sect leader. However, the sect leader's expression remained grave, his tone icy. During your years as peak master, how many misdeeds have you turned a blind eye to from your daughter? In the past, I merely tolerated your transgressions, but I can no longer condone your actions. Who knows what else you might do in the future? Lin Yuan was momentarily stunned before being escorted away by the elders of the Law Enforcement Hall. Lin Hongyu and her companions were also forcibly taken away. In the Great Hall, only the sect leader, Bai Yiling and Yaoyao remained. The sect leader's demeanor shifted instantly, transforming into a friendly and amiable countenance. Yaoyao, as my junior disciple's student, you need not always refer to me as sect leader. You may call me Sherbois. Let us cultivate a closer relationship. Yaoyao raised an eyebrow, sensing his attempt at flattery. If I were to call you Sherbois, would there be a welcome gift? Upon hearing this, the sect leader's expression froze. In this sect, it was likely that no one was wealthier than Yaoyao. Yet, she had the audacity to ask for a welcome gift. Not long ago, she had taken 100 celestial-level techniques from Xianyu sect, nearly causing him immense distress. Chapter 43. The Sacred Land of Nanling. The Sacred Land of Nanling stands as the most hallowed place within the realm of cultivation. It has existed for at least 100,000 years, purportedly established by an immortal who, upon ascending, left behind countless treasures, including celestial materials and various divine techniques and artifacts. It is said that within the sacred land, spiritual energy coalesces into a small river that encircles the entire sanctuary, with treasures abundant throughout. Numerous individuals at the ascension stage can be found within, each on the verge of transcending their mortal limits. While such claims may seem exaggerated, the sacred land has remained isolated from the world for millennia. Those inside do not venture out, and outsiders cannot penetrate its defenses, leaving the veracity of these rumors uncertain. At her tender age, Yaoyao possesses strength that surpasses that of entire sects, being a master of heavenly-grade formations. This is no idle boast from her sect leader. As the foremost sect in the cultivation world, it has attracted the most formidable families, yet none can compare to Yaoyao. Only within the sacred land of Nanling could one find someone of her caliber. Yaoyao smiled, amused by the unfounded assumptions of others. However, she indeed possessed knowledge of the sacred land. There exists a saintess there, the true counterpart to the female lead, facilitating the union of the protagonists, both serving as tools of destiny. Contemplating the unfolding narrative, a sardonic expression crossed Yaoyao's face as she addressed the eager sect leader. Master, you jest. How could I possibly be a denizen of the sacred land? It is far too noble for someone like me. The sect leader, taken aback, regarded Yaoyao with surprise, sensing a hint of mockery in her words regarding the sacred land. Was she perhaps an enemy of Nanling? Yet he had heard no such tales of animosity. Nevertheless, given the sacred land's seclusion for millennia, it was conceivable that there were matters unknown to him. Regardless, the power behind her was undoubtedly beyond their reach. Perhaps the sect leader had misjudged, but it did not matter. It was evident that Yaoyao was no ordinary individual. With a cheerful demeanor, he turned to Bai Yiling, saying, Dear junior brother, you have a remarkable disciple. Be sure to mentor her well, lest I hold you accountable. The sect leader jested, wishing to exchange pleasantries with Yaoyao, but fearing she might take it seriously and request something, he hastily departed. Bai Yiling silently escorted Yaoyao away, his gaze filled with unspoken emotions. He longed to behold her, yet each time he met her eyes, he diverted his gaze. Rest assured, the actions of Lin Hongyu were unjust. As your master, I will ensure Lin Yuan does not dare retaliate against you. Lin Yuan, being at the late stage of integration, despite losing his position as the master of Ling and Peak, could still attain an elder's status within Xuanyu sect. His resurgence was certainly not beyond the realm of possibility. Yaoyao was unperturbed by any potential vengeance from him. Should he dare approach, she would not hesitate to send him away. I understand. However, master, I wish for you to recognize that I am your disciple. In future matters such as this, you must speak up for me at the first opportunity, rather than remaining silent. Her words bore a hint of accusation, leaving Bai Yiling in a state of confusion. When Lin Yuan attempted to harm Yaoyao, he had indeed remained somewhat passive, knowing her strength and confidence in her safety. Yet, in hindsight, as her master, he ought to have intervened. Had she been a mere apprentice, he would have surely stood in her defense. A wave of regret washed over him as he reflected on how he had eagerly sought her out as a disciple, even if he had not genuinely regarded her as one at the time. This was a shortcoming on his part. I shall remember this. It will not happen again. Yaoyao had not intended for Bai Yiling to view her as a true disciple, but rather to convey that he had been remiss in his duties as a master. Beyond that, there were no other grievances. After all, as the male protagonist, if he were truly flawed in character, the readers would certainly voice their complaints. Yaoyao smirked mischievously, relishing the thought that they had brought this upon themselves. As she boldly departed, Bai Yiling remained lost in thought. This is the flower beloved by Jian Shishir. Previously, Bai Yiling had indulged his little disciple, allowing her to cultivate moonlight flowers within his cave dwelling. Following Jian Shishir's demise, Bai Yiling had been driven to madness, purchasing every moonlight flower in the cultivation world to surround his entire abode, ensuring that wherever there were moonlight flowers, his presence would be felt. After a prolonged gaze, Bai Yiling gradually retreated into his dwelling. However, he wore an expression of anguish as he instinctively retrieved a sleep-inducing pill. He no longer required sleep, yet only in slumber could he dream of his little disciple, offering him a semblance of solace. Placing a communication stone by his bedside, Bai Yiling succumbed once more to sleep. Father, please rescue me. I no longer wish to remain in this wretched place. Lin Hongyu wept upon seeing Lin Yuan at the cliff of reflection. The air was thick with sword energy, assailing her from all directions, leaving no avenue for escape. In a mere moment, several wounds marred her body, a testament to her desperate resistance. The scars on her face remained unhealed, for Wang Lingshui would not allow her injuries to mend, and the bloodied, raw flesh was now speckled with remnants of dark, sesame-like dust, an aftermath of the sword energy at the cliff of reflection. Chapter 44. Mocking Lin Yuan gazed at his daughter with a heart full of sorrow. He had always indulged her, never allowing her to shed a tear. Yet, as he witnessed her evading the onslaught of sword energy, sustaining injuries, his heart ached, and the bitterness in his eyes grew more pronounced. "Fear not, my daughter. I shall rescue you swiftly." Though he had lost his position as the peak master, he was still a cultivator of late-stage integration, endowed with considerable resources. The punishment at the thoughtful cliff could be mitigated with contribution points. Albeit at a steep cost, 100 contribution points would absolve 1 day, equivalent to 100 top-quality spirit stones. This was the very method used by Yaoyao to extricate himself last time. Having served as peak master for many years, Lin Yuan possessed a wealth of spirit stones, yet not enough to directly purchase 3 years' worth of contribution points. Even if he were to liquidate all his assets, his daughter would still be compelled to endure a year of this torment. "Just wait, my dear. I shall earn the spirit stones necessary to free you." Lin Hongyu nodded through her tears, only to be struck anew by a blade of energy, eliciting a cry of anguish. With tears in his eyes, Lin Yuan hurriedly departed. In his determination to save his daughter, he resolved to sell off all his possessions, even if it meant dealing with the very culprit, Yaoyao, who had caused his daughter's suffering. This thought filled him with loathing, yet how could he resist when Yaoyao offered double the price? For anyone in the Xianyu sect wishing to sell their goods, the only viable option was Yaoyao. During his tenure as peak master, Lin Yuan had numerous direct disciples, carefully selected to assist his daughter. However, with his fall from grace, their statuses had diminished to that of ordinary inner disciples, unless they caught the eye of another peak master. Thus, they were left to toil in their cultivation, awaiting the day they could ascend to core disciples of the sect. Now, Lin Yuan had no allies to call upon. He could only disguise himself and venture to the trading street to sell his wares, hoping to remain inconspicuous. At that moment, Yaoyao arrived at the trading street, intent on replenishing her stock from Wang Wu and Wang Lu. Lin Yuan suppressed his innate arrogance as he observed the bustling crowd, acutely aware that he was no longer a peak master with the same imposing presence. He fell in line, alongside a front-row Yaoyao, who was enthusiastically updating Wang Lu on her recent acquisitions, much to Yaoyao's delight. As among them were several heavenly-grade items, she handed over 50 million spirit stones, leaving the disciples in line gaping in astonishment. They speculated on the source of her wealth, surely. One spirit stone mine could not suffice. She must possess 10 to spend so lavishly, with her 10 filled spatial rings. Yaoyao prepared to depart when she spotted Lin Yuan mingling in the crowd, a wicked grin spreading across her face. "Ah, is that not the former peak master Lin? What brings you here?" Despite his attempts at disguise, Lin Yuan had not anticipated being recognized by her, drawing the attention of those around him. He felt a surge of embarrassment and anger. Had he not known he would be outmatched, he might have retaliated. Mortified by the curious gazes of others, Lin Yuan yearned to flee but understood he must procure spirit stones to rescue his daughter, who was ill-equipped to endure such suffering. Yaoyao reveled in his discomfort. Had it not been for her desire for prolonged torment, she would not have allowed these individuals to remain alive. "Make way for former peak master Lin. He is in a rush to exchange spirit stones to save his daughter. Contribution points are so exorbitantly priced. Who knows how much he must sell to gather enough spirit stones?" Her exaggerated demeanor elicited a soft chuckle from someone in the queue, followed by a ripple of laughter. The disciples of the Xianyu sect harbored little fondness for Lin Hongyu, a pampered daughter of the celestial elite, who could not be offended but was often indulged. Although they were astonished by the sect leader's decision to strip Lin Yuan of his title, it did not deter them from enjoying the spectacle. Lin Yuan's face flushed crimson, a deep purple hue of humiliation, yet he held his tongue, well aware that any words uttered would only invite further derision. He steeled himself to continue waiting in line. Yaoyao smirked, playfully remarking, "Apologies, I nearly forgot that former peak master Lin is no longer in power. He was just dismissed by the sect leader. Lin Yuan inhaled deeply, swallowing his humiliation. Had he spoken, what would he have gained but mockery? Upon returning to her abode, Yaoyao retrieved her communication stone and began to listen. The stone had been emitting sounds, likely the concerned voices of her parents. Indeed, as soon as she responded, their voices reached her, enveloping her in warmth. At long last, a genuine smile graced her face. "Mother, father, are you not aware of my capabilities? There is no need for concern. The woman who sought to harm me is currently facing punishment at the Thoughtful Cliff, and her father is not faring any better. Rest assured, I am well, however. I do not intend to remain in the sect for long. Focus on developing the Shenhuang sect." Lin Wenba, hearing this, quickly reassured her, "Do not worry, my daughter. Your mother and I will strive diligently. After this secret realm concludes, the disciples will have made significant progress, especially those three you emphasized." Yaoyao nodded with satisfaction. "Father, please ensure that Yi pays special attention to those three. Each should receive 10 million spirit stones and be instructed to approach Yi should they encounter any difficulties in their cultivation. They must reach the Great Ascension stage within 3 years." This request was somewhat excessive, yet it served as a pretext. Providing such a sum of spirit stones would seem daunting, but framing it as a directive changed the context entirely. Chapter 45. The futility of romance compared to intense competition. Reaching the Great Ascension stage within 3 years is an improbable aspiration, merely designed to ignite the ambition of the trio. After all, even Bai Yiling, the protagonist of this narrative and a paragon of talent, took nearly 10,000 years to attain the Great Ascension stage. It is worth noting that he prioritized emotional connections over cultivation, resulting in a significant expenditure of time. As for Yi Fan and his companions, they are but a hair's breadth behind the main characters in terms of fortune, under immense pressure and abundant resources. They might just achieve remarkable results. Despite the inexplicable affection the daughter harbors for the three, the two devoted fathers did not oppose her inclinations. Over a dozen individuals had inquired about Yi, and he found their persistent questioning rather irksome. Lu Yu also broached the subject. Yi could only provide a unified response, stating that the sect leader's daughter, their little junior sister, preferred to hone her skills in the outside world and would depart immediately after the conclusion of the secret realm. Only then did the crowd, albeit regretfully, cease their inquiries. Yaoyao listened to these exchanges with an unyielding smile. After a few more pleasantries, the connection with Jiang Lan was reluctantly severed. The matters spoken of by his daughter were promptly delegated. Yi summoned Yi Fan, Xiaoling, and Lu Yu, leading them to believe there was an urgent matter at hand. Yi Fan suspected his master had discovered the elderly figure within his jade pendant. Xiaoling assumed his master was aware of his inheritance of a powerful legacy, while Lu Yu feared her master intended to take action regarding her unique spiritual body. Initially apprehensive, they were taken aback when Yi presented each of them with a spiritual ring filled to the brim with spirit stones, a staggering sum that surely amounted to millions of high-quality spirit stones. "Master, why bestow upon us such a wealth of spirit stones?" queried the eldest brother, Yi Fan, while Xiaoling and Lu Yu followed suit. Yi feigned solemnity as he replied, "During the secret realm expedition, the young master observed your performances and deemed it necessary to cultivate you vigorously. Use these spirit stones as you see fit. However, for any rare materials or techniques you require, you must exchange contribution points at the treasure repository. The young master hopes you three can reach the Great Ascension stage within 3 years." While the request was audacious, the trio was not one to shy away from an opportunity, their spirits ignited by the challenge. Xiaoling, despite possessing the weakest spiritual root, was exceptionally fortunate, often stumbling upon treasures regardless of the circumstances. Lu Yu, endowed with a spiritual body, was fiercely determined to grow stronger, unwilling to be preyed upon. With 1,000,000 high-quality spirit stones in hand, they departed, spending their time either cultivating in their dwelling or traversing the path to the Sword Tower, frequently competing against one another and making rapid progress. The other disciples of the Phoenix sect followed a similar trajectory, their experiences in the secret realm yielding substantial rewards. Each day was consumed with either cultivation or martial competitions, vying for higher rankings or braving challenges in the Sword Tower, all succumbing to a state of relentless ambition. The Phoenix sect provided them with unparalleled resources. To stagnate would be a travesty. After organizing these affairs, Yi resumed his search for disciples. Having previously accepted 900,000 individuals, he had paused his recruitment for the secret realm. Now he was ready to resume. Although individuals with 5 spiritual roots were plentiful, the sect's requirement of the Heartstone made it inaccessible to all, alleviating Yaoyao's concerns regarding an influx of disciples, lest they attract the entirety of the cultivation world. At every location he visited, individuals who had already passed the Heartstone awaited his arrival, ready to be taken under his wing. The Phoenix sect continued to expand, while Yaoyao ventured down the mountain to scour for resources. She had previously made arrangements with the Trading Guild for regular acquisitions, and now was the opportune moment. Moreover, she was particularly intrigued by the last visit to the Destiny Treasure Pavilion, which had gifted her the celestial mechanism. She wondered what peculiar items might emerge this time. Such wondrous artifacts led her to suspect that the establishment was operated by divine beings. It had been rumored that a certain lineage within the cultivation realm could perceive destiny and expend their own lifespans to divine secrets, though such tales remained unverified. At least, within the narrative scope, no such individuals had appeared during Yaoyao's journey up to her demise. As for the events following her death, she remained oblivious. The Trading Guild representatives were nearly moved to tears upon seeing Yaoyao, as the days since their last transaction had stretched on, and they feared she would not return. They had prepared an even greater assortment of items, far exceeding what they had offered previously. Even if they were to engage in trades with others, the volume was daunting. If these items went unsold, their positions could be jeopardized. Miss Yi, this is the entirety of our current stock. Do let us know if it meets your expectations, the manager said, wiping the perspiration from his brow, his face brimming with anticipation. Yaoyao barely needed to assess the goods, for she would accept anything, given the diverse cultivation levels among her sect's disciples. What suited them was a myriad of curiosities, better left for them to exchange in the treasure repository. Nevertheless, she feigned scrutiny, discovering several Earth-grade alchemical furnaces that pleased her greatly. She intended to exchange for a few puppets from the system, some for teaching formations, others for alchemy, and yet others for forging, aiming to enrich her sect. The arrival of these alchemical furnaces was most timely. Regrettably, the selection of heaven-grade items was limited. Among them were 2 heaven-grade techniques and several rare materials. However, the absence of heaven-grade artifacts suggested they were likely only available at auction houses. Very well. I will take all of these items. I value them at 30 million high-quality spirit stones. What do you think? The manager nodded vigorously. Yes, yes. That sounds splendid. Excellent. This will sustain me for 2 months. Chapter 46. Portable space. Please pay close attention to my requests in the future. I desire flying devices of any size, as many as possible, as well as a substantial supply of foundation-building pills. I find myself in dire need of these pills lately. As for other items, naturally, I prefer those of higher quality. However, I am also open to accepting lesser grades. I welcome all offerings. The person in charge nodded fervently, his face flushed with excitement. Miss Ye's declaration implied that he could retrieve items from the depths of the trading house, those that typically remained unsold. He relished such customers. Yaoyao was equally pleased. She had recently taken on many disciples, the majority of whom were in the qi refining stage. While she had received over 10 billion qi refining pills from Xuanyuzong, she found herself lacking in foundation-building pills, as the sect had only procured a limited supply. Even though they were sufficient for the time being, the demands of such a large group were considerable. She could only exploit Xuanyuzong's resources for 3 years. Thereafter, she would depend on this trading house to support her disciples. Moreover, she needed to acquire more items, as her current stock was woefully inadequate. The person in charge stood in a daze, contemplating the enormity of her request. He wondered what kind of tooth gaps could necessitate so many items. After all, he managed the largest trading house in the cultivation world, boasting the most extensive inventory. He had offered 80% of the house's operational stock for this transaction, only to find it still deemed insufficient. After a moment of despondency, his excitement returned. Miss Yi was evidently not lacking in spirit stones. He would continue to seize the opportunity. Yaoyao shared the sentiment. Upon exiting the trading house, she discovered that the auction had yet to commence, prompting her to visit Yuanbao Pavilion. This peculiar establishment, however, offered no welcoming reception. As she stepped inside, she hoped the Tianshu pan would present itself as it had before. But nothing occurred. With skepticism, she advanced a step further, fearing that something might suddenly fly out and strike her. Yet, still nothing happened. In frustration, she jumped in place, only to hear laughter. Young friend, there is no need for further probing. Today, you are fated to have no treasures from Yuanbao Pavilion. Yaoyao, last time, I thought you were deceiving me. Who knew that these matters truly depended on fate? Intrigued by the peculiarities of the place, she resolved to return the following day. After bidding farewell to the old man, she wandered the streets until it was time to enter the auction house. To her surprise, the turnout was even greater than before. The previous crowd had gathered due to the auction of spiritual veins, but what could possibly draw an even larger audience today? Entering her private box with curiosity, she was served spiritual fruits, which were highly valued and typically reserved for esteemed guests. However, Yaoyao had reached a point where she regarded elixirs as mere sustenance, rendering the spiritual fruits beneath her notice. She casually placed bits, appearing in her true form rather than disguising herself. Regardless of the competing bids, she ensured her offers reached the highest amounts, inciting frustration among others as she claimed every item on the auction block. Many were irked by her audacity, especially since the renowned family had also attended today. Yet they refrained from bidding, allowing the woman in the box to monopolize all the items. Some disgruntled attendees attempted to challenge her by bidding against her on a particular item, hoping to force her to expend her resources. However, Yaoyao discerned their intentions and, after driving the price high, abandoned her pursuit, leaving her competitor dumbfounded. The rival had no genuine interest in the item and lacked the spirit stones to match her bid. Now he found himself desperately scrambling to procure the necessary stones, knowing that failure to do so would lead to repercussions from the auction house. This incident caused others who had contemplated teaching Yaoyao a lesson to reconsider. They dared not gamble on whether she would continue bidding or not. Attempting to purchase items themselves would lead them to ruin. Next up for auction was a portable space left behind by a powerful cultivator. The announcement sent ripples of excitement through the crowd. A portable space, capable of storing items and even serving as a dwelling, was a rarity, with only a handful of individuals in Xuanyuzong possessing such a treasure. Unlike spirit rings, which could only contain inanimate objects, a portable space could be utilized as a home, allowing for the cultivation of spiritual herbs and the placement of spiritual springs. Yaoyao had always longed for one, as it would spare her from having to sleep outdoors or reside elsewhere when venturing out. As a being from the 21st century, she yearned for the comfort of a home. The cave dwelling at Xuanyuzong did not appeal to her, lacking a sense of security. While she could not frequently visit Shenduangzong, this portable space was the perfect solution. This particular space had been bequeathed by a tribulation stage expert, encompassing a total area of 500 acres, with a starting bid of 5 million high-grade spirit stones. 5,100,000. 5,200,000. The other bidders grew hesitant, having already witnessed Yaoyao acquire 11 items in the previous auction, leaving them disheartened about the likelihood of claiming this portable space. The auctioneer found himself in an awkward position, standing on stage as the atmosphere grew tense. As the bidding continued, Yaoyao remained unresponsive, leading some to speculate that perhaps she had lost interest in the portable space, or worse, that she lacked sufficient spirit stones after her previous expenditures. Realizing this, the crowd regained their fervor and began bidding feverishly once more. 7 million high-grade spirit stones. 7,100,000. 7,500,000. Yaoyao observed the escalating bids before finally speaking up. 10 million. The room fell silent as expressions of disbelief spread among the crowd. What? Did you not claim to be out of spirit stones? Nearby, Yaoyao clenched his teeth in frustration. After their previous encounter had ended on a sour note, he had received a task from his family and departed, never anticipating that their next meeting would occur under such circumstances. Chapter 47. The substitute puppet. He had never forgotten the humiliation brought upon him by Yaoyao. Before encountering her, Yaoyao was the scion of a prestigious family, rapidly advancing in his cultivation. The greatest sorrow of his life was the untimely death of his junior sister. Apart from that, he had never faced any setbacks. This series of events had fostered a deep-seated hatred within him towards her. At this auction, there was indeed something the Ying family coveted. Yaoyao had previously been preoccupied with this matter, but now, with the unforeseen variable of Yaoyao's presence, what once seemed a certainty was now fraught with potential complications. Father, the one I mentioned earlier, the celestial tier-array master, is her. Just look at her arrogant demeanor. She likely intends to leave nothing for others at the auction. If we cannot obtain what we desire, perhaps Yaoyao's expression turned fierce. He had never suffered such a significant loss, and if Yaoyao remained alive, his resentment would never dissipate. No matter how he argued, it fell on deaf ears. Now that he had the opportunity to witness Yaoyao's own downfall, he felt a surge of excitement, striving to persuade his father to take action. Yaoyao understood the immense significance of this auction for the Ying family. Unlike the previous occasion when he was the sole decision-maker, the current items were essential for them to acquire, and his father, the head of the family, was personally present. Upon hearing his son's words, Ying's father stroked his beard, intrigued. Oh, this young lady is your new junior sister? The one you wish to deal with, the celestial tier-array master? He was well aware of his son's temperament. Yaoyao was a prodigy, cherished since childhood. Although he was also incensed by Yaoyao's actions, he desired to temper his son's arrogance. However, the items at stake today were of unparalleled value to the Ying family, and they must be secured. If Yaoyao were to obstruct their path, if reconciliation was impossible, then annihilation would be warranted, even if she had a formidable backing. The Ying family was not to be trifled with. Observing his father's contemplative expression, Yaoyao finally smiled. Yaoyao, I once thought it impossible to eliminate you. Yet here you are, seeking your own demise by competing with the Ying family for these treasures. Truly, you seem to have grown weary of life. On the other hand, Yaoyao was blissfully unaware of Yaoyao's arrival, and even if she did, she would remain unconcerned. She had resolved to provoke Bai Yiling, confident that with the support of Zuan Yuzong, no rational person would dare to confront them. Having secured the spatial artifact, Yaoyao examined its contents with satisfaction, envisioning all her cherished items neatly nestled within. She was particularly fond of the description of that sacred land. Perhaps she could even create a small river of spiritual energy within the space, when sufficiently condensed. It would manifest as a mist akin to the ethereal realms of her fantasies. Who would not wish to become a celestial being? Moreover, her supply of spirit stones was abundant and seemingly inexhaustible. Next came the final auction item, 2 substitute puppets. The mere mention of these sent a wave of excitement through the hall. The concept of a substitute puppet was straightforward. It served as a vessel to die in place of someone else. Yet, its true significance lay in the fact that once activated, the puppet could perish on behalf of its master, a process recognized by the heavenly Tao. What did this imply? It meant that if the puppet died, the heavenly Tao would also acknowledge the master's death. What use could this possibly have? The advantages were monumental. During a breakthrough, when one faced the tribulations of lightning, the puppet could be sent to bear the brunt of the storm. If the puppet was struck down, the tribulation would dissipate, allowing the user to successfully advance. It was akin to having an extra life. Furthermore, with 2 puppets available, one could risk free breakthrough twice, irrespective of the cultivation level. This was precisely what the Ying family needed. Their ancestor had been trapped in the late stage of the Great Ascendance for many years, showing signs of potential breakthroughs in recent years, yet his realm remained unstable. If he could survive the lightning tribulations, he would successfully enter the tribulation stage, becoming the sole powerhouse of that tier in the immortal cultivation realm, thus elevating the Ying family to new heights. However, the risks associated with the tribulation were perilous, with no guaranteed success. The ancestor was reluctant to take the risk, and the family could not afford to lose him in a failed attempt. The emergence of the substitute puppets was timely. The ancestor had previously declared that no matter the cost, they must acquire these puppets. Ying's father gazed intently at the substitute puppets on stage, as if envisioning the glorious future of the Ying family. Simultaneously, Yaoyao's eyes sparkled. She believed that both the celestial mechanism she had encountered before and the substitute puppets were destined for her. The celestial mechanism had revealed the future's outcome, while these puppets could aid her parents. If the narrative remained unaltered by the end, the substitute puppets would shield her parents from calamity, and the heavenly Tao would recognize their deaths, allowing them to live on safely. Perhaps she had never truly belonged in this world. Thus, the existence of only 2 substitute puppets seemed preordained. This was the last creation of the final celestial tier blacksmith, forged over countless years, and the last work of the master craftsman capable of withstanding the tribulations of the crossing phase. The starting bid was set at 10 million high-grade spirit stones. Unlike the oversaturation of alchemists or the complexity of array masters, blacksmithing remained a perilous profession. Low-tier blacksmiths could still sell their goods, yet high-tier blacksmiths, particularly those of earth grade or above, were often captured and confined, forced to forge various artifacts for their captors. Blacksmiths could not enhance their own cultivation. Instead, they risked their lives, which deterred many from pursuing this path. This also explained the scarcity of artifacts available for sale, especially high-tier ones. As soon as the auctioneer's words fell, others eagerly began bidding. Many were prominent figures from various sects, though Yaoyao could not discern if any members of Xuanyuzong were present. Within mere minutes, the price had doubled. 23 million, 24 million, 30 million. The Ying family observed the escalating bids and promptly entered the fray. Others hesitated upon witnessing the Ying family's involvement. It was not a matter of lacking spirit stones, but rather a reluctance to offend the Ying family. The Ying family anticipated this reaction, which is why they had refrained from bidding initially. Chapter 48. The beginning of the pit digging. If every time one called out a price, no one dared to follow suit, the auction house would surely harbor a deep-seated resentment towards them. The Ying family, being the foremost family in the realm of immortality, deftly navigated the intricacies of human relationships. They would only make their move when the price approached their expectations, allowing ample room for the auction to profit while minimizing their own losses. In the past, whenever a member of the Ying family made a bid, the auction would cease to proceed. However, today, the presence of Yaoyao introduced an unexpected variable. 35 million. Yaoyao had indeed placed a bid, and Ying Haoyu was exhilarated, as if he had secured the auction item himself. Father, look. She is indeed willing to bid. I wonder where she has amassed such an abundance of spirit stones. She has been out in the sects, acquiring various items at double the price, and has already produced several 100 million spirit stones. The sheer volume was beyond what even Ying Haoyu could muster, and jealousy tinged his words. Hearing this, Ying Fu was somewhat astonished, clearly not anticipating such financial prowess from the opponent. The Ying family could certainly match that quantity of spirit stones, yet it was not an insignificant sum for them either. Moreover, double the acquisition? What bizarre maneuver was this? As the head of the Ying family, Ying Fu was astute, but no matter how he pondered, he could not fathom the reasoning behind Yaoyao's double acquisition, which only heightened his wariness. 40 million. Ying Fu called out once more. Yet Yaoyao held her ground. 50 million. This time, Ying Fu refrained from continuing to raise his bid, for he knew he could not outbid Yaoyao. However, acquiring the death substitute puppet was imperative for the Ying family, prompting him to consider alternative strategies. Yaoyao successfully secured the death substitute puppet at the price of 50 million spirit stones, and a sense of reassurance washed over her. As the auction concluded, she intended to depart, but then noticed a middle-aged man approaching with Yaoyao, prompting her to halt. Many at the auction harbored a deep-seated animosity towards Yaoyao, perceiving her as someone who consumed all the delicacies, leaving nothing for others to savor. Particularly, there was one individual who had attempted to vex her but ended up losing everything instead. He still had not gathered the spirit stones and felt utterly hopeless. Now, observing the Ying family seemingly seeking trouble with Yaoyao, a group of departing attendees quickly lingered, eager to witness the unfolding drama. Even if they left the auction empty-handed, witnessing Yaoyao face adversity would suffice. Xiaoyu, I have heard of some discord between you and my son. As his father, I feel quite ashamed. You are both now senior siblings. Such discord is truly unwarranted. I, Ying, sincerely invite you to our home for a gathering and to offer my son an opportunity to apologize. Ying Fu spoke earnestly, while Ying Haoyu reluctantly echoed the invitation from behind. Yet, Yaoyao held not a shred of belief in their sincerity. Would Ying Haoyu apologize? Impossible. However, recalling the descriptions of the Ying family from novels, a thought crossed her mind. Perhaps a visit might yield unexpected benefits. In truth, there is no significant discord between my senior brother and me. It was merely childish play. Who knew that the sect leader and my master would favor me and impose punishment on my senior brother? Since Uncle Ying has extended such an invitation, I shall reluctantly accompany you. Yaoyao possessed a knack for provocation. Upon hearing her words, Ying Haoyu's expression contorted as he struggled to contain his fury. Though his disdainful gaze towards her revealed his true feelings, even Ying Fu's lips twitched in response. This girl was exceedingly unruly. How long had it been since anyone dared to be so brazen before him? Nonetheless, being an old fox, he quickly donned a smile and welcomed Yaoyao as they departed together. Initially, those who remained to witness the spectacle were taken aback when they saw the group chatting amiably as they left. What was the situation? Could it be that there existed a family even more formidable than the Ying family in this realm of immortality? The Ying family utilized a grand flying vessel for their travels, although it was certainly not as vast as those belonging to the sects, as it was merely for familial use. Once aboard the vessel, Ying Fu incessantly attempted to extract information from Yaoyao regarding her background. Yet, Yaoyao had no substantial background to reveal. She merely fabricated tales, and whether Ying Fu believed them was of no concern to her. It was evident that Ying Fu was not devoid of intellect. After a lengthy conversation, he found himself led around by Yaoyao. Indeed, this girl was not to be trifled with, and he pondered what kind of power could cultivate such an individual. Ying Fu resolved that it would be prudent to maintain a cordial relationship with her. It was better to coexist peacefully than to create an enemy, especially one from an unknown force. Upon disembarking, Yaoyao was met by those who had come to greet them. Along the way, the Ying family had planted rare heavenly materials, with spiritual energy rivaling that of the Xuanyu sect. Treasures that were typically fought over fiercely were casually cultivated by the Ying family, underscoring their immense wealth. Seeing Yaoyao gazing around, a hint of pride flickered across Ying Fu's face, quickly replaced by a genial demeanor. Xiaoyu, are you satisfied with our Ying family? Yaoyao nonchalantly replied, It's just average. Upon hearing this, not only did Ying Haoyu seethe with anger, but even Ying Fu struggled to suppress his impulse to retaliate, taking a deep breath to quell his rising fury. It seems that your living conditions must far surpass those of the Ying family. Ying Fu could hardly conceive of any force that could rival the Ying family, believing Yaoyao was merely speaking nonsense. Yet, to his astonishment, Yaoyao nodded in affirmation. Indeed, my living conditions are 100 times better than this. Just look at these plants. They appear utterly crude. The greenery Yaoyao referred to consisted of the rare heavenly materials planted throughout the estate, each selected by the Ying family to showcase their strength. Yet in her words, they were reduced to mere insignificance. Ying Haoyu's volatile temper flared, and he was about to step forward to teach Yaoyao a lesson, but was restrained by Ying Fu. "My dear friend, you certainly have a sense of humor." Ying Fu, not wishing to prolong the topic, led Yaoyao further along, to impress upon her the grandeur of the Ying family. He even took her to the courtyard outside the ancestral hall, which was surrounded by a thin spiritual river. Though narrow, this river contained enough spiritual energy to consume at least 10 high-grade spirit stones per minute. Maintaining this river alone required a substantial expenditure of spirit stones daily. Had Yaoyao not been so exasperating, Ying Fu would not have bothered to show her such things. Upon seeing the spiritual river, Yaoyao's eyes sparkled. She required additional spiritual energy for her golden core refinement and could not continue to drain the resources of Xuanyu sect. The Ying family had unwittingly presented her with an opportunity. "Uncle Ying, does your earlier promise of apologizing on behalf of your son still hold true?" Chapter 49. Phoenix. Ying Fu furrowed his brow. He did not believe his son had erred. It was merely an assertion to cultivate a relationship with Yaoyao. However, with the other party's words, he could not refute. Naturally, this was a matter of arithmetic. Yaoyao nodded, showing no reluctance as she pointed to the small courtyard, stating, "I shall cultivate here today, even if it means merely on the outskirts." Ying Fu's eyes flickered with displeasure at her words. Yet he began to regard Yaoyao with a sense of disdain. Was this trivial benefit truly worth such meticulous scrutiny? It revealed the other's inherent limitations. "That is naturally acceptable," Yaoyao replied with a smile. After today, it remained to be seen how much of the Ying family's spiritual energy would remain. Fate would decide. Having set her sights on this location, Yaoyao had no intention of wandering elsewhere with Ying Fu. Her eager demeanor, akin to one who had never encountered treasures before, only served to diminish her stature in his eyes. Ying Fu began to suspect that Yaoyao was merely a front for a powerful faction, responsible for acquisitions, and that she could not possibly utilize all these resources herself. After all, how could one individual exhaust such an abundance? Her eagerness upon encountering the spiritual spring was telling. In truth, the spring was merely visually stunning. With sufficient spiritual stones, one could easily replicate such an effect. This led to the conclusion that perhaps Yaoyao did not possess as many spiritual stones as she appeared to. Ying Fu's mind raced with various speculations. Outwardly, he ensured that Yaoyao was well attended to, granting her every desire, yet she found these people more of an obstacle and dismissed them all, projecting an image of singular focus on her cultivation. Ying Fu had long learned from Ying Haoyu that his junior sister was merely a 5-element root. Even amidst such a rich spiritual river, her advancement would be limited to the 5th layer of qi refinement, nothing to be feared. Yaoyao settled by the spiritual river, forming a formation to conceal her condition before initiating the devouring spirit technique. The originally milky white flowing river suddenly changed direction, tendrils of energy streaming into her body. Meanwhile, her golden core rapidly expanded and contracted in a rhythmic cycle. The once vibrant spiritual river maintained its appearance, yet the energy that should have enveloped it had vanished, leaving only an empty shell. Without careful examination, no changes would be detected. When her golden core could no longer expand or compress, Yaoyao knew she was ready to break through. She opened her eyes and surveyed her surroundings, although no one was visible. Several pairs of eyes observed her from the shadows. Concealing her presence, she swiftly took flight. To break through to the nascent soul stage required enduring a heavenly tribulation, and she could not afford to face it within the Ying family. The previous tribulation had been akin to mere rain, hardly drawing attention, but at the golden core stage, the severity of the tribulation intensified. Yaoyao arrived in a forest miles away, preparing for the final compression of her golden core. Dark clouds gathered ominously overhead, rumbling ominously. Ultimately, the thunder descended. Among the countless techniques she had practiced, some even nameless, one finally manifested its purpose, allowing her impervious body to withstand the tribulation. The nascent soul's tribulation proved manageable. After 3 strikes, the clouds dispersed, and Yaoyao successfully ascended to the nascent soul stage. However, A peculiar expression crossed her face as she regarded her dantian. She was aware that others' dantians would reveal a miniature version of themselves. As long as that figure remained alive, so would they. Even in grave injury, one could not be killed unless the nascent soul was destroyed. Except, of course, when one's lifespan expired. Yet at this moment, her dantian housed a fiery red phoenix. Did this mean she had exchanged for the divine phoenix bloodline, transforming from a human into a phoenix? Yaoyao took a moment to accept this reality. Having traversed into a fictional world, what could she not accept? Without lingering in hesitation, she resumed exchanging experience years, determined to push her cultivation to its limits. Although she had become a celestial-level formation master and could contend with the male protagonist without fear of defeat, should there exist a realm in this cultivation world where formations held no power, she would be rendered ineffective. Previously, she had suppressed her cultivation merely to deceive the Xianyu sect. Such restraint was no longer necessary. She set up a grand formation around herself, then entered her spatial realm to establish another formation, creating a double layer of protection. Afterwards, she filled the entire space with spiritual stones. The Ying family's spiritual energy paled in comparison to the decades-old springs of the Xianyu sect. She had depleted all absorbable energy and could only rely on her own spiritual stones. Once everything was prepared, Yaoyao wholly committed herself to her breakthrough. Initial, mid, and late stages of the nascent soul, breakthrough. Initial, mid, and late stages of the out-of-body, breakthrough. Initial, mid, and late stages of the combined body, breakthrough. Initial, mid, and late stages of the Great Ascension. Yaoyao opened her eyes, exhaling slowly. The 100 million upper-grade spiritual stones that had filled 500 acres had vanished, leaving only a thick layer of powder. A flicker of confusion crossed her gaze. She was not out of spiritual stones, nor was she unable to exchange for experience years. However, no matter how hard she tried, she could not break through to the Great Ascension stage. It was peculiar, as if some constraint held her back, suggesting that the highest cultivation attainable in this world was merely the late stage of Great Ascension. Yet, in the unfolding narrative, Bai Yiling would surpass the Great Ascension stage, becoming the first tribulation survivor of the cultivation continent. Was this a narrative constraint placed upon her? Yaoyao chuckled in frustration. This cursed plot. No wonder her numerous efforts were met with the prophecy of her family's tragic demise. Nevertheless, Yaoyao refused to accept that the narrative was irreversible. It was merely a matter of her efforts being insufficient. However, the lightning she had conjured during her tribulation had drawn many spectators, and numerous individuals gathered in that forest. Yet they could not enter due to her formation. Ying Fu was also alerted to the commotion informed by the family's ancestors, who advised him that it was the tribulation lightning of a Great Ascension breakthrough. He was urged to investigate the mysterious person undergoing the tribulation. If they had no sect or backing, they must be brought to the Ying family. Ying Fu hastily dispatched his subordinates to investigate this enigmatic individual while simultaneously diverting his attention to Yaoyao's situation. When dawn broke, Yaoyao expressed her desire to depart. She had reaped all the benefits, and remaining would serve no purpose. Ying Fu feigned reluctance for a moment before broaching the topic of purchasing a substitute puppet with spiritual stones. Chapter 50. Insufficient spirit stones, however. This was decisively rejected by Yaoyao, who, with her sharp tongue, declared that she would never part with the death substitute unless she were to perish. With that, she swaggered out of the Ying family residence. Even the usually mild-mannered Mr. Ying was irked, especially with Ying Haoyu fanning the flames beside him. Father, let us swiftly summon our ancestors to eliminate Yaoyao. Look at how arrogant she is, refusing to sell the death substitute to us. The only way to seize it is through such measures. Ying Haoyu spoke of their family's second ancestor, a mid-stage celestial, inferior to their great ancestor, who was a late-stage celestial. Nonetheless, in this realm of cultivation, the Ying family's ancestor was still a formidable presence. Surely, A mid-stage celestial should be able to subdue someone like Yaoyao. Yet Mr. Ng, with a grim visage, shook his head. Even at this juncture, he was reluctant to offend Yaoyao, at least not overtly. Moreover, he wished to ascertain who was backing her, who provided the support that allowed her such audacity. Furthermore, he had a more astute plan in mind. How you instruct your subordinates to sell all of our resources to Yaoyao. She is offering double the price, is she not? Let us exhaust her spirit stones. I refuse to believe that anyone would truly spend such exorbitant sums on resources. Once Yaoyao has depleted her spirit stones, her backers will surely reprimand her. By then, we can act, and the death substitute will be ours for the taking. Ing Haoyu pondered his father's words and couldn't help but smile. The disciples of Xianyu sect held Yaoyao in great esteem, primarily due to her double acquisition offer. If she were to run out of spirit stones, those disciples could indeed cast her into the depths of despair. As he envisioned the scene of Yaoyao suffering losses in her business dealings, punished by her backers and scorned by the disciples of Xianyu sect, his smile widened. Father, but what about the resources we have? What will happen to the disciples and the cultivation of our two ancestors? Mr. Ng, with a leisurely stroke of his beard, replied, once you have sold the resources, our spirit stones will increase, allowing us to gradually acquire what we need. There is no cause for concern. Ing Haoyu nodded in agreement. Indeed, this made sense. Without the head of the trading house desperately acquiring resources throughout the cultivation world, Yaoyao, who was at the late stage of celestial, would compel even the most obstinate of masters to concede. However, now was not the time to sever ties with her. Should the narrative take an unexpected turn, such as her surpassing the male protagonist, it could disrupt the intended plot, necessitating a dramatic twist. It would be wiser to wait until their fortune improved before confronting her directly. Currently, Yaoyao had been requesting Yi to extract thousands of spirit stones daily from the chi-gathering formations for the Divine Phoenix sect. Thanks to these formations, the spiritual energy wouldn't dissipate, gradually becoming denser, albeit at a slow pace. Yaoyao could not overtly distribute spirit stones to the other disciples. Instead, she subtly altered their cultivation environment, ensuring an abundance of resources, confident they wouldn't disappoint her. Yaoyao sighed in relief. She intended to continue her cultivation practice, but Wang Wu approached her, stating that the acquired spirit stones were running low. I had just replenished them with 10 million top-grade spirit stones yesterday. How could they be exhausted so quickly? The individuals assisting her in the acquisition were certainly not pocketing the profits. The volume of items acquired must have increased. Wang Wu confirmed this, explaining that over the past 2 months, the disciples of Xianyu sect had all participated in transactions. Those capable of cultivating in the first major sect had amassed some savings. The lesser ones could produce a few dozen pills, while the more fortunate ones had thousands, alongside treasures acquired during their tasks. However, these transactions were singular. After the first, there would be little left, with the exception of monthly distributions of pills from the sect. Today, however, several hundred individuals had come forward, brimming with spirit rings to sell. Some claimed to have been on missions outside, while others stated they had been in seclusion for years. Given the multitude of disciples at Xianyu sect, it was impossible for everyone to be recognized. The Ying family, the foremost family in the realm of cultivation, had existed for many years, amassing a wealth of resources thanks to their two ancestors. The items they brought were the fruits of their family's labor, and aside from the few prized possessions Mr. Ng was reluctant to sell, the ordinary and commonplace items were readily available. It was likely that purchasing them would require several billion spirit stones. Yaoyao paid little mind to this anomaly. After all, Wang Wu and his team would conduct thorough inspections. If anything was amiss, they would not accept it. Regardless of the reasons behind the sales, she would acquire all items presented. In one swift motion, she handed Wang Wu 100 million spirit stones. Wang Wu, bearing several filled spirit rings, felt dizzy from the sheer amount, yet he promptly set out to procure more resources. Meanwhile, Ing Haoyu observed this frenzied acquisition from a distance. eagerly awaiting the day Yaoyao would exhaust her spirit stones. That day would mark her downfall. On the first day, Haoyu was filled with pride. On the second day, he beamed with delight. By the third day, his smile grew strained. By the fourth day, he was utterly distraught. How could this happen? All that our family had to sell has been purchased by Yaoyao. How can she still possess spirit stones? Did she truly have so many that she could buy out the family? Haoyu immediately relayed this information to Mr. through a sound transmission stone, only to find his father equally flustered. He had resolved to severely exploit Yaoyao by selling all their available resources, confident that the double acquisition would provide him with enough spirit stones to procure even more items. Yet, indeed, the spirit stones were plentiful, but when Mr. arranged for others to acquire resources anew, problems arose. The market was nearly devoid of available resources, all having been purchased at inflated prices. Witnessing the trading house's frenzied activity, many began to suspect foul play, clutching tightly to their resources and refusing to sell, lest they find themselves unable to procure items in the market. The head of the trading house, hearing this feedback from his subordinates, furrowed his brow and sighed. While he wished to profit handsomely, he did not seek to offend everyone in the world, leading him to suspend the frenzied acquisitions after securing 100 spirit rings. Chapter 51. The stimulating gongchen. Only then could everyone finally breathe a sigh of relief. However, this was already a month later. And the current predicament facing the family was that while they possessed spirit stones, they lacked other essential resources. It is crucial to understand that lacking spirit stones is utterly unacceptable, yet possessing spirit stones alone does not equate to omnipotence. Even if one can purchase items with spirit stones, what if the vendors simply refuse to sell? Although everyone requires the spiritual energy contained within spirit stones for cultivation, it is not solely the energy that is needed. Other resources are equally vital as support. Under normal circumstances, the family would never encounter such dilemmas, as they would be adequately provided with all necessary resources for cultivation. However, this month has presented a problem where they have spirit stones but no additional resources. Were it not for the abundance of spirit stones, they might have questioned whether the family was on the verge of decline. Even though Father had converted the monthly resources into spirit stones for everyone, many remained deeply dissatisfied, especially since they could not procure resources despite having spirit stones. Several prodigies of the family, who were on the brink of a breakthrough, found themselves stalled due to insufficient resources. Consequently, discontent echoed throughout the family. Father placed the blame squarely on Yaoyao. Not only did he fail to compel her to exhaust all her spirit stones, but he also incurred a significant loss for his own family. The inability to acquire resources led many to harbor grievances which, while not threatening his position as the family head, nonetheless irked Father. It was a classic case of losing more than one gains. Furthermore, the mysterious figure who had undergone tribulations remained elusive to Father, resulting in a thorough reprimand from the ancestor who demanded that he procure a substitute puppet post-haste. Father Ying's heart was ablaze with frustration. Eventually, under the incessant persuasion of Haoyu, he sought the ancestor's assistance. Unbeknownst to these events, Yaoyao had recently received a substantial influx of resources from the family. She was blissfully immersed in her cultivation practices, initially believing that upgrading the law of all things would be an arduous task. After all, she had learned numerous techniques, yet had only reached the 6th tier, which required 1,000,000 experience points for an upgrade. A low-grade heavenly technique would yield only 10,000 experience points upon reaching great success. Fortunately, she had previously swindled Xianyu sect out of 100 heavenly techniques, and now the family had delivered another wave of resources. Although they lacked heavenly techniques, the accumulation of lesser resources was still beneficial. One day, she suddenly sensed a disturbance in the formation outside her cave dwelling. Furrowing her brows, Yaoyao slowly opened her eyes and stepped outside. To her surprise, she was greeted by her long-absent senior brother, Gongchen. Yaoyao's disdain for Gongchen was no less than that for Haoyu. He often presented himself as a modest gentleman while harboring a darkness within him. Ever since she had suggested that Gongchen forfeit his cultivation to accompany her to the secret realm, he had not appeared before her, and now, unexpectedly, he had returned. She could only wonder what ulterior motives he harbored. "Junior sister, I have prepared a cave dwelling for you, filled with many things that young girls adore. Your current cave is too far from the main peak. You should move into this new one," Gongchen proposed. Upon hearing this, Yaoyao immediately grasped his intentions. This man was relentless. He initially offered her items favored by female protagonists, aiming to mold her into a second Jian Shishir. However, Yaoyao had outright rejected his offerings. She had thought he would have given up, yet here he was, busy crafting another cave dwelling for her. Observing the expectant gleam in Gongchen's eyes, Yaoyao suddenly smiled. "Very well. Senior brother, lead the way." A flicker of triumph crossed Gongchen's gaze as he quickly donned a gentle demeanor and guided her to the meticulously crafted cave dwelling. Although the items within were indeed favored by Jian Shishir, they were also widely appreciated by many girls. Gongchen had evidently put great effort into this. From the grand bed to the delicate teacup and the carefully designed garden, all imbued with the essence of Jian Shishir's preferences. "What do you think, junior sister? Do you like it?" Gongchen inched closer to her, gazing at her face with an almost infatuated expression. When Jian Shishir was present, he often spoke to her in this manner, yet she remained oblivious to his intentions. Gongchen had initially been patient, willing to wait for his flower to bloom. But little did he expect his junior sister to depart from this world. His obsession made him unwilling to accept this outcome, and now with Yaoyao, who bore a striking resemblance to Jian Shishir, he was determined to fulfill his desires, lest the demons within him lead to his downfall. Yaoyao regarded Gongchen with evident disdain and took a step back. "Senior brother, I hardly know what to say. I already mentioned that your tastes are not to my liking. They are far too gaudy and cheap-looking. Moreover, do you lack spirit stones? Why prepare such visually appealing yet useless items for me? They hardly befit my stature." It had been a long time since Gongchen had experienced such contemptuous looks. After successfully becoming an apprentice, he had avenged his past grievances, and those who once looked down on him had long since been eliminated. Now, he found himself subjected to disdain once more. Taking a deep breath, Gongchen fought to contain his emotions. "Junior sister, your words wound me. Each item was personally prepared by me, infused with my heartfelt effort. How could you respond in such a manner?" Yaoyao fully embraced her haughty and willful demeanor. "But you claimed these were gifts for me, so I surely have the right not to like them, don't I? Besides, who in the sect doesn't know that I, Yaoyao, have an abundance of spirit stones? To confine me to such a meager dwelling only signifies your disdain for me." Utterly taken aback by her rebuttal, Gongchen genuinely contemplated ending Yaoyao's life. If it were not for her striking appearance, she would have perished several times by now. "Very well then, senior brother shall prepare something else for you. I assure you will like it." With that, Gongchen turned and departed, fearing that any longer in her presence would cause his facade to crack. Yaoyao remained unfazed. With someone like Gongchen, had it not been for her desire to continue observing him, she would never have allowed such a venomous snake to live. However, occasionally provoking him could yield benefits. Perhaps it would even cultivate a heart demon within him, allowing her to witness the destruction of all he held dear, a true delight. Having transmitted her recently perfected techniques to her parents, Yaoyao descended the mountain once more. Chapter 52. The disgraced nascent soul. She had originally intended to visit the Yuanbao Pavilion, yet, due to the invitation from the Ying family and her recent breakthrough in cultivation, she had forgotten all about it in a moment of elation. After all, there were treasures awaiting her. However, as Yaoyao ventured not far from the Xianyu sect, she soon detected a presence following her. Who could it be? Gongchen? Ying Haoyu? Or perhaps Lin Yuan, her daughter, still suffering at the cliff of reflection? It seemed she had quite a few adversaries. Yaoyao swiftly took flight. This was not a suitable place for confrontation. The pursuer immediately followed suit. She finally halted in a wooded area far from the streets and gazed into the darkness behind her. Are you still too afraid to reveal yourself? In an instant, the figure emerged, donning a mask that obscured all but a pair of eyes. Yet Yaoyao recognized him at once. Despite the transformation of his fiery red hair to black, there was no mistaking it. Haoyu, hand over everything you possess, he demanded. A sense of wariness washed over Yaoyao. The other party was clearly aware of her status as a celestial-level formation master, a feat he could never hope to rival. Yet he dared to provoke her alone, indicating he must have some form of support. Although she believed herself to be unparalleled in cultivation, Yaoyao remained vigilant. Haoyu, observing her, felt a thrill of vengeance. However, within the Xianyu sect, infighting was strictly prohibited. He would have to wait until she departed. Initially, his father had no desire to offend Yaoyao, but her insistence on claiming the replacement puppet from the Ying family indicated a hubris that would surely lead to her downfall. To his surprise, when Haoyu saw Yaoyao preparing her formation, he remained unfazed. He tossed a jade hairpin, which seemed to contain a specific formation that enveloped the area, rendering Yaoyao's defenses utterly ineffective. The nightmare formation. Yaoyao was taken aback. The very name suggested it was no benign construct. Legends spoke of its creation millennia ago when formation masters roamed freely, only to be thwarted by this exceedingly challenging technique designed to subdue them. The existence of the nightmare formation led to the demise of countless formation masters, eventually deemed an evil art, prohibited from further practice. It had been lost to time for thousands of years. To thinking how you could wield such power. Seeing Yaoyao's formation crumble, a smile spread across Haoyu's face. He had long urged his father to eliminate her. Even if he did not strike the fatal blow himself, her death would alleviate his inner turmoil. However, his ancestor had shown no interest in engaging directly and had entrusted the nightmare formation to them, instructing them to handle the matter. With the nightmare formation at his disposal, even a celestial-level formation master would surely falter. Furthermore, aside from her formidable skills in formation, Yaoyao was merely at the first level of qi refining. He could crush her with a single finger. Eager for glory, Haoyu sought to vanquish Yaoyao. Though his father acquiesced, he insisted that Haoyu disguise his intentions as a robbery to avoid implicating the Ying family. To achieve his goal, Haoyu disregarded the others around him. Observing Yaoyao's capitulation, he lunged forward, the oppressive aura of the nascent soul closing in. Instead of retreating, she advanced. And with exhilaration gleaming in his eyes, she struck his dantian. In an instant, Haoyu's nascent soul shattered, akin to a catastrophic fracture, limbs severed. As he witnessed her hand approaching, he intended to evade, but her speed surpassed him, even outstripping his cultivation. The blow sent Haoyu sprawling to the ground. Robbed of the strength to rise, left to lie there and cough up blood. Shock filled his eyes. After expelling 3 mouthfuls of blood, he managed to utter, "You are not merely at the first level of qi refining." Yaoyao had concealed her true prowess in the realm of cultivation. As long as one possessed a high level of cultivation or the means to procure elixirs that preserve youth, maintaining one's vitality was hardly a challenge. Thus, age was often gauged by bone age, which held the true measure of one's years. However, Yaoyao's bone age appeared no older than 15. Even if she had begun practicing formations from the womb, it was implausible for her to ascend to a celestial-level formation master at such a tender age. Hence, many regarded her as an unparalleled genius, tirelessly honing her craft to attain her current prowess. This misconception led many to perceive her as merely a first-level qi refiner, devoid of any suspicion. After all, she devoted her time to mastering formations, leaving little room for personal cultivation. Haoyu, emboldened by the presence of the nightmare formation, had let down his guard, believing her to be as good as dead. Little did he know Yaoyao's genius surpassed expectations. She not only became a celestial-level formation master, but also eclipsed his own cultivation level. Lying on the ground, he spat out more blood, his eyes brimming with hatred and envy. He too was a genius, celebrated among his family's elite. He was not inferior to anyone. Yet Yaoyao had humiliated him, trampled upon his dignity. Yaoyao understood that his nascent soul was irreparably damaged. Even if he survived, his path to cultivation was likely severed. In the world of cultivation, one who could not cultivate was worse than a mere 5-element root failure. His heart felt as though it had turned to ash. Yaoyao, witnessing his woeful state, approached him with a smile. Though he noticed her, fear eluded him. In his current predicament, death seemed a preferable fate. She crouched down, gently patting a clean spot on his cheek, untouched by blood. "What is this? You thought your meager skills were enough to rob me? Surprised, are we? Not only am I a celestial-level formation master, but my cultivation exceeds yours. How does it feel to have your nascent soul shattered?" A wave of profound shame washed over Yaoyao. When had he ever endured such humiliation? For it was Yaoyao who had brought him to this lowly state 3 times. Once, when she trapped him in a formation and slapped him. Again, at the Xianyu sect, when his hair was set ablaze, and now. He glared at Yaoyao, blood still spilling from his lips. Yet his gaze remained defiant. Chapter 53. I will never like you. You remind me of someone, a fellow named Yaoyao, who, much like yourself, is pathetically weak yet persistently seeks to provoke me. Is that not akin to thrusting one's face forward, inviting a strike? Yaoyao chuckled lightly, her tone dripping with malice. Tell me, is he not utterly shameless? Yaoyao's eyes blazed with rage, longing to rend Yaoyao to pieces. Yet he could scarcely rise to a sitting position, forced to watch as she laughed and departed, his fury causing him to spew blood once more. Meanwhile, Ying's father was engaged in conversation with the sect leader at Xianyu sect. A cautious man, he had come specifically regarding Yaoyao. Having resolved to take action against her, he felt compelled to inquire about her background. Setting down his spirit tea, he addressed Elder Kong. I have come out of concern for my ineffectual son. I have heard that he has had some conflicts with the newly accepted disciple of his master. Though I have already punished him, I remain uneasy. Might Elder Kong be willing to share information regarding the family background of young friend Yi, so that I may extend my apologies? Elder Kong stifled a laugh. Both he and Ying's father were seasoned schemers, well aware of each other's character. It was precisely this nature that had allowed the Ying family to thrive for so many years. Upon mentioning Yaoyao, the sect leader donned a mysterious smile. Old Ying, Yaoyao's identity is shrouded in mystery and of great significance. Such matters cannot be disclosed. Elder Kong burst into hearty laughter, much to Ying's father's chagrin. He knew that the old fox would not speak without extracting a price. I am aware you have been studying formations. This mid-tier heavenly formation is one I have specially sought out for you. I hope Elder Kong will graciously impart your wisdom. Ying's father said with a smile as he presented the technique, his heart bleeding, for he had sold all his family's resources, including every technique below the heavenly grade, to Yaoyao. Now, apart from a few heavenly techniques, they were bereft of resources. Oh dear, Old Ying, you are too kind. How could I accept such a grand gift? Elder Kong exclaimed, taking the technique and tucking it away, witnessing Ying's father's lips twitch in irritation. If you are so noble, then do not truly accept it. Having served as sect leader for so long, Elder Kong possessed an unyielding audacity, accepting the technique without a hint of embarrassment. After all, they had recently lost 100 heavenly techniques and were now in no position to refuse any offers. Once stowing the technique away, Elder Kong leaned closer to Ying's father and whispered, that child Yaoyao hails from the southern spirit sacred land. Upon hearing this, Ying's father's pupils dilated, and he could only shout in alarm, this is not good. His son was currently attacking Yaoyao. Elder Kong barely caught a glimpse of Ying's father's vanishing figure, scratching his head in confusion over the sudden urgency. However, he was not a fool and quickly grasped the gravity of the situation. The moment he mentioned Yaoyao's identity, Ying's father became anxious, clearly indicating that the Ying family had taken action against her. recalling the terrifying legends surrounding the southern spirit sacred land. Elder Kong promptly resolved to distance himself from the Ying family. If they were intent on courting disaster, they need not drag him along. Meanwhile, Ying's father hurriedly rushed forth, even deploying his flying vessel, burning spirit stones with fervor, desperate to prevent his son from causing harm. Unfortunately, he arrived too late. Gazing down at his son lying on the ground, bloodied and seemingly devoid of breath, Ying's father nearly stumbled as he disembarked from the vessel. Yet, he paid no heed to his own disarray and swiftly moved to lifting Haoyu. Son, my son. Haoyu had succumbed to unconsciousness, and no matter how fervently his father called, he did not awaken. Trembling, Ying's father examined his son's condition, only to discover the shattering of his nascent soul. Darkness enveloping his vision. His son was ruined. Yaoyao felt elated. She had longed to confront this group, but the opportunity had eluded her until now. Haoyu was truly foolish to present his face for a strike. Yet, who could have foreseen the deployment of the Nightmare Ray? Regardless, with her own protections in place, victory was assured. As she strolled leisurely, humming a tune, she mused that as long as she did not confront the main protagonists directly, chastising these side characters should pose no problem. After all, Lin Hongyu had been disfigured last time without any repercussions from the plot's divine authority. Now, having incapacitated Haoyu, she anticipated no complications. Upon re-entering the gate of Yuanbao Pavilion, Yaoyao felt disappointment wash over her as nothing emerged to greet her. It seemed fortune and treasures had once again eluded her grasp. Frowning, she remarked, "Why is this person so bothersome, akin to a fly? Not only irritating but repulsive. Senior brother, what brings you here again?" He gazed upon her face, nearly driven to madness. Once reluctant to disturb his delicate junior sister, he now felt no such reservations in the face of Yaoyao, acting as he pleased. "Junior sister, I realize this may come as a surprise, but I cannot restrain my feelings any longer. From the moment I laid eyes upon you, I have harbored deep affection. I hope you might accept my love," Gongchen declared, his gaze filled with longing. Yet, he refrained from mentioning the notion of her becoming his Dao partner. For such a commitment entailed a sacred oath to the heavens, pledging to regard one another as unique, facing every trial together. In Gong Chen's heart, only his junior sister was worthy of this bond. As for Yaoyao, she was merely a source of solace, akin to a beloved pet. And should he encounter someone who resembled his junior sister more closely, he would undoubtedly abandon Yaoyao. Understanding Gong Chen's intentions, Yaoyao could not suppress her laughter. "Senior brother, I am quite curious about the source of your courage to express such sentiments. However, allow me to inform you, do not harbor foolish dreams. You are simply unworthy of me." Her words seemed to wield an enchanting power, momentarily dissolving Gong Chen's anger as he gazed dreamily at her visage. In an instant, Yaoyao transformed into the likeness of Jian Shishir in his mind. She told herself, "In this lifetime, I shall never come to like you." Chapter 54. 3 years later. 3 years have passed. Old 3. Have you noticed the sheer number of participants arriving for the sect competition this time? The event hasn't even started yet, and our competition city is already brimming with people. In the bustling city, a street vendor inquired of a nearby man. The man, glancing around to ensure he was not being observed, leaned in closer and whispered, "Old 6. Are you truly unaware? The Divine Phoenix sect will be attending this triannual competition." "What?" Old 6 exclaimed, drawing immediate attention, prompting Old 3 to hastily cover his mouth. "What are you shouting for? With so many experts in this competition city, do you wish to attract unwanted attention and meet your demise?" The sect competition, held every 3 years, was the very purpose of the existence of the competition city. Typically quiet, it was now alive with formidable figures. And those like them were mere small fries, easily swept away by the slightest provocation. Old 6 quickly shook his head and was soon released. However, he could not contain his excitement for long and resumed gossiping with Old 3. "Old 3, is it true? The Divine Phoenix sect is really coming? No wonder so many from other sects have arrived this year. I heard that the Divine Phoenix sect has been expanding rapidly, attracting numerous disciples, leaving other sects with only the scraps to choose from. Many sects seem dissatisfied with the Divine Phoenix sect, and this time, they likely intend to teach them a lesson through the competition. Old 3 nodded in agreement. I think so too. Otherwise, it would be inexplicable why so many from other sects have come this year. Old 6 could not help but grit his teeth. Damn it. I have always wanted to join the Divine Phoenix sect, but I feared those rumored benefits were mere fabrications, so I hesitated. Now that they are arriving, I must take a proper look. Adopting a sage-like demeanor, Old 3 toyed with the spiritual wood in his hands and proclaimed, according to my sources, the benefits of the Divine Phoenix sect are indeed genuine. Furthermore, I have heard that they possess 10 experts at the Great Ascension stage. What? This time, Old 6 truly could not restrain himself and shouted, attracting the attention of many passers-by. Old 3 and Old 6 faces turned pale as they offered apologetic smiles before hastily departing the scene. Meanwhile, Yaoyao, who had been eavesdropping from a nearby stall, smiled slyly. She tossed a piece of spirit stone to the vendor and departed. The information was misleading. The Divine Phoenix sect did not have merely 10 Great Ascension experts, but 30. Over the past 3 years, the sect had recruited a staggering 70 million disciples and continued to do so, though the frequency had shifted from daily to weekly, monthly, and now annually. Yaoyao diligently exploited resources at the Xianyu sect, ensuring that all 70 million disciples were well provided for and made rapid progress. Presently, the Divine Phoenix sect boasted over 200 Qi refinement disciples, 40 million Foundation Establishment disciples, 20 million Golden Core disciples, over 800 Nascent Soul disciples, and more than 100,000 out-of-body disciples. Additionally, Yaoyao had summoned 200 late-stage integration elders and 30 late-stage Great Ascension Peak Masters from the sect's marketplace. In contrast, the Xianyu sect had merely over 300,000 out-of-body disciples and only 4 or 5 at the Great Ascension stage, establishing the Divine Phoenix sect as the unequivocal leading sect in cultivation. However, the Divine Phoenix sect had yet to make a public appearance, and now, after 3 years, the opportunity had finally arrived. Yaoyao beamed, unaware of how many people she had captivated, leaving those nearby in a daze. Junior sister, where have you been? Asked her second senior sister, Qiuling, who was also a disciple of Bailing. Qiuling's responsibility was to guide the Xianyu disciples in experiencing the world. She was particularly concerned about Yaoyao's rebellious nature, fearing she might cause trouble. After all, complaints about Yaoyao's behavior had been incessant over the years. It was merely that Yaoyao always cleared out the auction houses, leaving nothing for others. Bailing found it frustrating. This disciple was reckless and defiant, and he could do little to rein her in, especially since the sect leader had repeatedly warned him about her high status, advising him to refrain from harboring any prior intentions. Having come to understand Yaoyao's character, Bailing felt a mix of affection and exasperation towards her striking appearance and troublesome demeanor, ultimately deciding to let her be. Qiuling, who was solely focused on cultivation, had spoken to Yaoyao infrequently over the past 3 years, yet she understood her nature well. As the leader of the disciples, she naturally wished to avoid any unnecessary complications. Yaoyao felt indifferent towards Qiuling, neither harboring any fondness nor aversion. Second senior sister. I was simply bored and wandered the streets, buying a few things. She showcased a beautiful little magical artifact she had purchased, which, while not particularly useful, was visually appealing. This relieved Qiuling, who was glad to see that her junior sister had not emptied the entire street of goods, recalling how terrifying it had been when Yaoyao had previously done just that. In the Xianyu sect, many had initially speculated how long her double acquisitions would last. With numerous bets placed, yet 3 years had passed, and her spree continued, albeit now on a monthly basis. Yaoyao recognized Qiuling's concerns and couldn't help but smirk. There are so many people here. It's a pity that senior brother and third senior brother cannot witness the scene. At the mention of this, Yaoyao's smile broadened, nearly erupting in laughter. She had shattered Yinghaoyu's nascent soul, and although he had not died, he was rendered utterly incapacitated. The Ying family, for reasons unknown, dared not confront her directly and claimed he had been injured while on a mission. They would not admit that the assailant was Yaoyao. The Ying family had been tirelessly searching for rare treasures to aid his recovery, but Bai Yiling had stated that no remedy would suffice. Yinghaoyu remained in a pitiable state, resembling a fragile glass doll, struggling to take even a few steps without gasping for breath. The news of this predicament had nearly caused Yaoyao to burst into laughter. Though she had anticipated such an outcome, hearing it confirmed brought her immense satisfaction. Moreover, Gongchen had also suffered, as Yaoyao, with her protagonist's visage, had told him she would never harbor feelings for him, leading him to develop a heart demon. Chapter 55. The story begins originally. Gongchen was at the late stage of the nascent soul realm. However, during his breakthrough, he encountered a mental demon, resulting in not only a failure to advance, but also a regression to the mid-nascent soul stage. Gongchen was an individual of immense pride. Even the slightest misalignment in tone from others would unsettle him deeply, let alone the humiliation of failing to break through due to his inner turmoil. It is essential to recognize that the Xianyu sect boasted numerous prodigies. Although Gongchen had been accepted as a disciple by Bai Yiling, his innate talent was far from the apex. He even found himself overshadowed by Yinghaoyu and could only feign congratulations as he watched others succeed repeatedly, while harboring a profound resentment within. He yearned for the stagnation of others, wishing solely for his own cultivation to surge. The Xianyu sect had a considerable number of disciples in the out-of-body stage, and while the breakthrough to the nascent soul was challenging, it was not insurmountable in the eyes of those gifted. Yet, Gongchen could not achieve this milestone, which left him seething with anger and shame, unable to endure the gazes of others. Ever since his failure, he had secluded himself in his cave dwelling, dedicating day and night to relentless cultivation, unwilling to step outside unless he made significant progress. Even the feelings he had recently confessed to Yaoyao were cast aside, as his heart was consumed solely by the pursuit of advancement. However, Gongchen's mental demons had taken root. The more he wished to let go, the more tightly they clung to him. Whenever he reached a critical moment in his training, memories of the bullying he endured in his youth would resurface. Although he had long since avenged himself by eliminating those tormentors, the shadows they cast over his life lingered, perhaps due to the ease of their demise, which fueled his sense of injustice. The words Yaoyao had spoken, "You are not worthy of me," echoed cruelly in his mind, spoken by the very visage he cherished most yet associated with the most loathsome sentiments. Gradually, Yaoyao's face merged with those who had once bullied him, intensifying his agitation as his feelings of hatred for those individuals intertwined with his affection for his junior sister, leaving him uncertain whether to love or despise. The harder he strived to cultivate, the more counterproductive his efforts became. Gongchen had not left his cave for 3 long years. Qiu Ling, upon hearing Yaoyao mention the senior brother and the third junior brother, was taken aback, for she knew that the junior sister had a strained relationship with both. Nevertheless, she held no attachment to these relationships, as her focus remained squarely on her cultivation. Nodding in acknowledgement, she remarked, "Indeed, it is quite a pity. If the junior sister were to record this sect competition with a recording stone for the senior brother and the third junior brother, I believe they would be delighted to see it." Yaoyao could no longer contain her laughter, her eyes sparkling with mirth. "Second sister, you are truly adorable." If it were not for her understanding of Qiu Ling's nature, single-minded in her cultivation and lacking in emotional intelligence, one might think she aimed to provoke Gongchen and Yinghaoyu. The sight of others competing while he languished in mediocrity was more tormenting than death itself for Gongchen. As for Yinghaoyu, his situation was even worse. Rendered a mere shell of his former self, he was forced to witness the prowess of others while unable to engage in cultivation himself. Qiu Ling, puzzled by Yaoyao's laughter, glanced at her, seemingly perplexed by the source of her amusement. Yaoyao offered no explanation, smiling as she prepared to leave, only to catch sight of Bai Yiling staring at her in a daze, causing her smile to falter. What an unfortunate turn of events. Fortunately, she no longer had to endure such discomfort. Initially, Bai Yiling had been reluctant to participate in the sect competition, for it was this very event 3 years prior that had cost him his beloved disciple. At that time, he served as the leading elder of Xianyu sect, bringing a few disciples to broaden their horizons. Little did he know that by merely casting a favorable glance, his young disciple would vanish. When news finally reached him, it was from the nearby Yaoyao mountain, where all that remained were the tattered garments of his disciple and a trail of blood. It was clear. She had been devoured by a beast. The subsequent news of his disciple's death confirmed his worst fears. Bai Yiling was consumed by regret, wishing he had never brought her to the competition, never allowed her to stray from his sight, never. The weight of his remorse was overwhelming. Even after slaying every beast on Yaoyao mountain, his heart remained heavy with unquenchable fury. For 3 years, he had made no progress in his cultivation. Instead, he was ensnared by his mental demons. While Gong Chen's struggles stemmed from the nascent stage, Bai Yiling's torment, rooted in the Great Ascension stage, was far more perilous, threatening to shatter his very essence. Elder Kong observed the turmoil plaguing his junior disciple, anxious that he might succumb to his inner demons. After all, he was the sect's foremost prodigy. In truth, none in the entire realm of cultivation could rival Bai Yiling's brilliance, save for Yaoyao. Unable to bear seeing Bai Yiling wallow in despair, Elder Kong compelled him to lead the charge in the sect competition. If this was the source of his mental demons, then it was also where they must be vanquished. His words, "One of your disciples has perished there. Do you wish to witness Yaoyao meet the same fate?" resonated deeply with Bai Yiling. Even though he did not regard Yaoyao as a disciple, her likeness to his lost pupil was enough to stir an unwavering concern within him. Bai Yiling could not bear the thought of enduring that pain again. Though he felt a pang of discomfort, Bai Yiling quickly regained his composure, reminding himself that she was not his lost disciple. Returning to her quarters, Yaoyao examined the progress bar for the sect's fortune within the marketplace. The mechanics behind its fluctuations eluded her comprehension. Perhaps her years of neglecting her role as the protagonist's stand-in, combined with her lackadaisical efforts, had left Bai Yiling bereft of psychological solace, resulting in stagnation in his cultivation. The once brilliant aura of the foremost prodigy seemed to dim, and the golden hue of his fortune began to fade. Alternatively, it could be attributed to the rapid advancements of the sect's disciples. During her last visit to the Xinhuang sect, she observed many disciples transitioning from white to shades of green or blue, indicating a growth in their fortunes. Although such minor increments barely influenced the progress bar, they accumulated over time. Not to mention, the 3 promising disciples she had her eye on exhibited an even more vibrant purple fortune, seemingly on the brink of evolving into golden hues, rivaling the male and female protagonists. Chapter 56. Dark Poem. Yaoyao gazed at the luck progress bar, which had advanced by 20%, signifying a promising future. Based on the capabilities of the disciples from the Divine Phoenix sect, she believed that as their cultivation levels ascended, their luck would similarly increase. Moreover, it seemed that striking against the child of fortune might also enhance her own luck. Though uncertain of the efficacy of such an action, she was inclined to give it a try. The bustling atmosphere of the battle city was unprecedented. This city, created for the sake of sect competition, would only thrive for this month before returning to its former tranquility, awaiting another surge of activity 3 years hence. Numerous wandering cultivators, eager to amass spirit stones, set up stalls in Battle City, offering an array of peculiar items indicative of a relatively prosperous market. A girl bearing an uncanny resemblance to Yaoyao strolled down the street, holding the hand of a pallid yet bloodthirsty-looking man. "Brother, it's so lively here. I want to come here every day." The girl's bright smile and pure gaze, accompanied by her charming expressions, made her the epitome of the adorable neighborly sister. The man, known as Mingxi, possessed a demeanor that was anything but amiable. However, he acquiesced to his sister's request with a nonchalant nod. As he looked at her, a flicker of unspoken sentiment danced in his eyes. This girl was Jian Shishir, the object of Bai Yiling's long-standing affection, who now assumed the name Mingxi. Mingxi held the title of Demon Emperor, tasked with ensuring the peace of the entire continent's demonic beasts. Thousands of years prior, a wave of hunting swept across the cultivation world, leading to the capture and taming of countless demonic creatures. The Cultivation Society prided itself on nurturing these beasts, with each individual expected to possess one. Thus, it became a matter of status. Tamed beasts could be commanded by humans to assist them, but high-tier beasts were scarce. Lower-tier ones needed to transcend their own cultivation levels, a process that required demonic cores, which could only be obtained by hunting other demonic creatures. This cycle left the realm of demonic beasts in constant peril. The Mingxi clan belonged to the dragon lineage, the sovereign of all beasts. During this tumultuous period, Mingxi's father led the remaining beasts in an uprising against humanity. The battle resulted in countless casualties, but humanity learned a vital lesson and refrained from indiscriminate hunting, thus securing a peace that lasted for thousands of years. Due to this conflict, Mingxi's parents, who had already reached the late stages of transcending tribulation, could no longer suppress their cultivation and ascended to immortality, leaving behind Mingxi and his yet-to-hatch sister. Having witnessed his father's management of the beast realm from a young age, Mingxi was unafraid to ascend to the position of Demon Emperor. The only being capable of softening his heart was his unborn sister. Dragon eggs were notoriously difficult to hatch, and the time required for incubation was uncertain. Concerned for his sister's well-being, Mingxi kept her egg close, providing constant care. Yet, unforeseen misfortune struck. The egg's vitality dwindled day by day, prompting Mingxi to seek various treasures, spirit stones, rare herbs, and demonic cores, only to find his efforts in vain. Despite scouring ancient texts for solutions, he remained unable to alter the egg's fate. Ultimately, with no other options left, Mingxi resolved to traverse the entire cultivation continent in search of a remedy, believing that remaining in the Demon Emperor's palace was futile. Perhaps fortune would favor him outside. Fortune smiled upon him, for before he could leave the Yaoyao mountain, he stumbled upon Jian Shishir, who had been ambushed and cast over a cliff, lifeless. Mingxi harbored no affection for humanity. In fact, he felt a repulsion towards them. He initially intended to disregard her corpse, even considering kicking it aside for obstructing his path. However, when he drew his sister's egg near the lifeless body, an unexpected reaction occurred. The egg reacted with fervor, as if expressing joy. Observing closely, he noted that the egg's vitality surged toward the corpse. Initially, he believed the body sought to usurp his sister's life force, only to later realize that Jian Shishir was irrevocably deceased, and it was his sister who was willingly infusing her life force into this body. It appeared as though she wished to be born in this manner. Mingxi was utterly unfamiliar with such matters. His parents had departed too hastily, leaving him with no guidance on potential occurrences, only instructing him to guard his sister and assuring him that she would naturally be born when the time was right. Uncertain whether to intervene, he watched as the egg's vitality poured into Jian Shishir's body, culminating in cracks forming on the egg. With a heart full of trepidation, he witnessed the egg shatter, revealing an empty shell devoid of a little dragon, even lacking the egg fluid. In a state of panic, Mingxi examined the shattered remnants of the egg, while Jian Shishir began to stir beside him. She sat up, her eyes meeting Mingxi's, and she greeted him with a sweet smile. Brother. The human form of Jian Shishir had perished, but the dragon form of Mingxi had just begun to emerge. Mingxi retained only her memories as a dragon, devoid of recollection of her human past. Upon opening her eyes and seeing Mingxi, she instinctively felt a bond with him. After confirming that Mingxi was indeed his sister, transformed from human to dragon, Mingxi felt a profound sense of relief. Over the past 2 years, he had secluded himself, diligently teaching his sister the ways of cultivation. Now at the peak of his cultivation, he planned to pause his own progress until his sister could catch up, so they could ascend together to the celestial realm in search of their parents. Mingxie cultivated rapidly, her dragon bloodline granting her an unparalleled advantage within merely 3 years. She advanced from nothing to the initial stage of integration, a feat unattainable by others in the cultivation world. Observing his sister's restlessness, Mingxie eventually acquiesced to her persistent pleas, leading her to the marketplace not far from Yaoyao Mountain, in Battle City. Brother, why are you daydreaming?" she exclaimed. "No worries. Is there anything else you desire? Everything you love, brother will buy for you." Upon hearing this, Mingxie beamed with delight, proclaiming, "I knew you were the best." She promptly took Mingxie's hand and continued their shopping spree. Chapter 57. Bai Yiling goes mad. Master Kong was taking Bai Yiling on a shopping excursion, clearly burdened with concern for his little disciple. Ever since their master had perished during his tribulation, Bai Yiling had become the focal point of Master Kong's worries. As the foremost prodigy in the realm of cultivation, Bai Yiling's brilliance was both a blessing and a curse, prompting Master Kong to devote considerable effort to his well-being. To alleviate the monotony of rigorous training, he bestowed upon him the title of Elder of the Main Peak and even took on a few apprentices to mentor. For a fleeting moment, Master Kong felt a sense of relief at the death of Jian Shirshir. Had rumors of a romantic entanglement between master and disciple surfaced, not only would Bai Yiling's reputation be irreparably tarnished, but the esteemed name of the Xianyu sect would also suffer. Such an affair was utterly intolerable in any sect, and the world of cultivation would never allow such a scandal to unfold. Yet, Bai Yiling's affections ran deep. If he were truly infatuated with that face, perhaps there might have been a way to manipulate the situation. In the original narrative, Yaoyao was under the delusion that she had a doting master and a genuinely affectionate senior brother, alongside numerous fellow disciples. Yet none ever regarded her as a true member of the Xianyu sect. Unfortunately for Master Kong, his careful plans were thwarted by Yaoyao's arrival. He had believed her to be a person of the South Spirit sacred land, potentially even the exalted position of a saintess, certainly not someone he could easily influence. He could only contemplate alternative methods to persuade his little disciple to let go. This year, many will participate in the sect competition. Your second disciple is likely to excel. Master Kong exclaimed enthusiastically. The sect competition allowed disciples to showcase their skills, pitting the best from each sect against one another, ultimately determining the foremost sect. Many sects poured significant resources into cultivating a champion, yet the Xianyu sect consistently claimed the top spot, leaving others resigned to settle for second place. As the hierarchy remained unchanged, when Master Kong spoke of Qiuling, his face lit up with pride. Now a mid-stage practitioner, Qiuling was unmatched in this generation. However, recalling the previous champion, Gongchen, he couldn't help but sigh. That young man had become ensnared by inner demons, his cultivation regressing. Once the eldest and most accomplished among his peers, he had secluded himself for 3 years with no sign of return. Conversely, thoughts of Ying Haoyu left Master Kong feeling utterly despondent. The scion of the illustrious Ying family, endowed with exceptional talent and abundant resources, had suffered a catastrophic setback when his nascent soul was shattered. Master Kong shook his head, piecing together that the attack on Ying Haoyu must have been orchestrated by Yaoyao or those behind her. The Ying family had indeed courted disaster by daring to lay hands on Yaoyao, resulting in Ying Haoyu's total incapacitation. Upon hearing Master Kong mention Qiuling, Bai Yiling maintained an expression devoid of emotion, as if the mention of his disciple did not pertain to him at all. He had never truly been a competent master. Jian Shirshir had briefly brought him a semblance of paternal warmth, but with her passing, even that meager sentiment had dissipated. For millennia, the Xianyu sect had reigned as the preeminent sect in cultivation, with no rivals daring to challenge its supremacy. The sudden emergence of the Phoenix sect, audaciously proclaiming its intentions, was nothing short of folly. Initially apprehensive about this newfound sect, Master Kong's worries eased upon discovering that they recruited only those with inferior or completely lacking spiritual roots. While the world of cultivation teemed with individuals, the number of reputable sects was equally vast. Talented disciples had long since committed to established masters. There was simply no room for the Phoenix sect. Disciples were the very foundation of a sect. The Phoenix sect's focus on expansion without nurturing capable practitioners would inevitably lead to its downfall. Even if it endured for 3 years, Master Kong perceived it as mere survival. As Master Kong continued to ruminate on the Phoenix sect, Bai Yiling suddenly dashed forward. Seemingly possessed, Master Kong barely had time to react before witnessing his little disciple grasp the hand of a woman. Sure, you are sure, Bai Yiling exclaimed, his face a mixture of astonishment and joy, gripping Mingshi's arm tightly. 3 years had passed since he had yearned for her, and, despite the presence of Yaoyao, no one could replace Jian Shi in his heart. Mingshi, having developed complex feelings for his sister during their 3 years together, felt a surge of anger upon seeing Bai Yiling hold onto her. "Let go," he yelled. Yet, Bai Yiling's gaze remained fixated solely on Mingshi, oblivious to Mingshi's presence or words. Mingshi, too, regarded Bai Yiling with confusion. At that moment, it seemed as though a memory was on the verge of resurfacing, accompanied by a sharp pain that caused her to faint. Mingshi, poised to confront Bai Yiling, found himself at a loss when his sister suddenly collapsed. Sister. Chapter 58. The awakening of Mingshi. Bai Yiling swiftly outpaced Mingshi, quickly lifting Mingshi into his arms and employing his powers to soar back to the inn where he had previously landed. Upon witnessing someone attempting to take his sister away, Mingshi was consumed by rage, ready to strike Bai Yiling down, but was intercepted by the arriving Master Kong. Arriving too late to see Mingshi's face, he mistakenly believed his junior disciple had lost his mind again and hurriedly apologized. "Dear young friend, there must be some misunderstanding. Why not let us proceed together?" Blocked by Master Kong, Mingshi watched helplessly as Bai Yiling carried his sister away, disregarding the elder's words, and swiftly pursued them. Master Kong sighed, feeling as if he had aged several centuries, and promptly followed suit. Bai Yiling, filled with concern, pushed himself to his utmost speed, leaving the onlookers in the fighting city astonished, exclaiming, "What just passed by? Did I just see a figure? Whose speed is that swift? It must be at the ascension stage." Indeed, this competition among sects proved to be an ever-rising challenge. Bai Yiling placed Mingshi in his room, leaving several disciples of the Xianyu sect utterly astounded. They were unfamiliar with Bai Yiling, as he was their aloof uncle who rarely made appearances and maintained an air of distance even when he did. Who could have imagined that he would carry a woman into his chamber? The disciples dared not speak, yet their eyes exchanged glances and whispers, excitement bubbling beneath the surface. Among the crowd stood Yaoyao, surrounded by a small space of her own. The reason others kept their distance from her diverged from the original storyline. Rather than being a waste with 5 spiritual roots, she had become a living bodhisattva in the eyes of many due to her double acquisitions over the past 3 years. Though her cultivation had only progressed from the 1st to the 7th level of qi refinement, she commanded respect, as her resources likely surpassed those of her entire sect. Noticing Bai Yiling's anxious demeanor, even without seeing the face of the person in his arms, Yaoyao deduced it must be the female lead. Indeed, the female lead's influence was profound. Mingshi soon caught up, his anger at the abduction of his sister intensifying upon seeing those clad in the same attire as the man who had taken her. He unleashed a palm strike, indifferent to the potential harm his ascension stage cultivation could inflict on the disciples. This was merely a small interest he sought to reclaim. Witnessing this, Yaoyao's expression turned icy. Indeed, the demon emperor valued human life less than mere flowers. The disciples let out cries of despair, realizing they were the proud scions of the Xianyu sect yet powerless against such formidable power. Yaoyao swiftly threw a hairpin, a top-tier heavenly artifact, sufficient to counter Mingshi's strike. As the force of his palm dissipated, the disciples finally dared to breathe, their earlier breaths seemingly suspended. Mingshi's strike was not severe, Yet his fury escalated. He had intended to continue his assault, but ultimately prioritized his sister's well-being. Casting a fierce glare at Yaoyao, he entered Bai Yiling's room. Yaoyao had not anticipated becoming adversaries upon first meeting Mingxi, yet she remained unconcerned. They were destined to be foes. The other disciples hurriedly approached Yaoyao, expressing their gratitude. "Thank you, Sister Yi, for saving us. Indeed, had it not been for your intervention, we would have perished. If you require anything in the future, please do not hesitate to ask. I would gladly risk my life." Their thanks were sincere, for they understood Yaoyao possessed a multitude of artifacts, and despite her own safety, she had chosen to act, even at the expense of a heavenly artifact. Initially, their admiration for Yaoyao stemmed from her wealth, but now it deepened into genuine appreciation. How terrifying it was, they thought, to have come merely to witness the spectacle and nearly lost their lives instead. Unbeknownst to them, they were unaware of Mingxi's identity, yet seeing him enter Bai Yiling's room indicated a familiar relationship, only for him to turn on them, prompting complaints against the sect's foremost genius. Listening to these grievances with a radiant smile, Yaoyao noted that those brought forth were the Xianyu sect's elite, all core disciples and direct students. She was eager to see what choice Master Kong would make between these prodigies and Mingxi. Meanwhile, within the room, Bai Yiling and Mingxi engaged in a subtle confrontation, careful not to disturb Mingxi, who lay on the bed. "Who are you? And why have you taken my sister?" Mingxi demanded, his anger at its peak upon witnessing any man near his sister. At the sound of Bai Yiling's words, Mingxi suddenly recalled that his sister's body had been found outside. Could it be that the other party recognized that body? "Brother, do not strike Master." The voices of both men halted as they turned towards the window. Mingxi, or rather Jian Shishir, had fully integrated her memories as a human and grasped the current situation. Joy radiated from her as she looked upon Bai Yiling, whom she esteemed greatly, and now she had a brother. Both men inquired if Jian Shishir felt any discomfort, to which she smiled and shook her head, recounting the entire story. It turned out that Jian Shishir had always been Mingxi, but due to an accident, she had transformed in the mortal realm and was subsequently adopted by Bai Yiling. Chapter 59. The first encounter of the two. The chances of that egg's survival diminished increasingly, for it was only after the meeting of the two that Mingxi could be considered truly born. However, Mingxi found it utterly unacceptable. She hastily grasped Mingxi's shoulders, interrupting her gaze with Bai Yiling. "Sister, have you forgotten the words I once spoke? We must hasten our cultivation to reunite with our parents. The man before us is merely a fleeting presence. Cast aside your earthly memories. We must depart at once." Bai Yiling swiftly positioned himself before her, his tone calm yet resolute. "Though Shishir is your sister, I implore you to respect her choices." Mingxi gazed at him with seething resentment, wishing she could obliterate the very version of herself that had brought Mingxi into this world. From the outset, he had been aware that Mingxi's corporeal form was intrinsically linked to humanity and had long confined her, reluctant to let her engage with the mortal realm. Yet, he had ultimately relented due to his sister's pleas. He ought to have been firmer, ensuring that she had nothing but him. "Mingxi is my sister. What concern is it of yours? Step aside." An outsider had pricked Bai Yiling's heart, and sparks were beginning to fly between them. Mingxi wore a worried expression, yet her heart brimmed with satisfaction. She now had a master and a brother, both vying for her attention. There could be no greater joy. Previously, she had believed her feelings for her master to be unrequited, as such sentiments defied the natural order. However, witnessing her master's demeanor now hinted at a mutual affection. Her heart danced like honeyed nectar. After all, her brother was her sole kin. What merit was there in arduous cultivation within the Demon Emperor's palace? Mingxi shot a fierce glare at Bai Yiling, the very man who had ensnared his young sister. She had once commanded her sister's obedience, and they had existed in a world of just the two of them. But now, no, the situation could not be allowed to unfold this way. With a sardonic smile, she spoke. Unlike Mingxi's innocence, the young Mingxi had witnessed the brutal slaying of demon beasts by humans. As a former demon emperor, he was adept in manipulation. At the mention of Yaoyao, Bailing froze. Mingshi felt an unsettling sensation and quickly turned to Bailing. Master, who is the girl that resembles me so closely? What is her connection to you? Her possessiveness had always been overt, laid bare before Bailing. He had previously perceived no issue. Now, witnessing her anxious demeanor, he found it rather endearing, which alleviated his own unease. Her name is Yaoyao. She became my disciple after I learned of your departure. In my longing for you, I took her in as she bore a striking resemblance to you. Bailing had never uttered such heartfelt words before. Despite his calm countenance, his ears flushed crimson. Upon hearing her master express his longing, Mingshi felt an even sweeter sensation within, yet she also began to harbor an aversion towards the unseen Yaoyao. She had once believed herself to be uniquely special in her master's heart, but now there was another who bore her likeness. Having been absent for 3 years, did that mean the other held a different place in her master's affections? Mingshi felt a wave of anxiety wash over her. Master, let us meet her. I wish to see just how much she resembles me. Though discomfort lingered in her heart, gratitude also bubbled forth. Her master had always cherished her. Knowing the grief he must have endured upon her demise, it was Yaoyao who had been by his side. Even with a tinge of sourness, Mingshi suppressed her feelings. As the door opened, Kong Zhongmen, who had been anxiously waiting outside, rushed in, astonished upon seeing Mingshi. Moments ago, a barrier had prevented his entry, leaving him oblivious to the events that had transpired. Junior brother, this. Bailing's lips curled into a rare smile. He hadn't smiled in 3 years. Shi has not perished. She is now the sister of the demon emperor. Kong Zhongmen involuntarily murmured in response, his mind a whirlpool of confusion. Although he was not well versed in matters of romance, he was acutely aware of Yaoyao's fiery temperament. In the past 3 years, anyone daring to cross her would face her wrath. She would not let a moment of discomfort pass without retaliation. What would happen if she discovered she was merely a substitute? Especially knowing that she hailed from the sacred land of Nanling. Kong Zhongmen trembled, hastily attempting to intervene and prevent them from meeting Yaoyao. Yet, recalling that the man beside Shi was the demon emperor, he recognized the formidable power of the demon lineage and felt a renewed headache. As he opened the door, his gaze immediately fell upon Mingshi. This marked their first encounter. Until now, Yaoyao had only learned of their resemblance through narratives, but those were merely one-dimensional. Only through face-to-face interaction could the true extent of their likeness be gauged. In terms of appearance, they indeed shared similarities, but their expressions and spirits diverged significantly. Yaoyao's brows often arched with confidence and flair, her phoenix eyes exuding a sense of audacity. In contrast, Mingshi's gaze was soft and gentle, her beautiful phoenix eyes emanating warmth rather than aggression. Chapter 60. Severing the master-disciple relationship. This is a juxtaposition between a dignified elder sister and a delicate beauty. Mingshi lowered her eyes, feeling increasingly displeased, always sensing that she paled in comparison to the other. Yet, she soon lifted her smile. Are you Yaoyao? Just as my master described, you resemble me quite a bit. I am Mingshi, also a disciple of my master. I am grateful for your companionship by his side over the past 3 years. Otherwise, he would have surely suffered greatly from my absence. Thank you. Yaoyao raised an eyebrow, observing the polite exchange. The author consistently emphasized that the female protagonist is genuinely innocent and kind-hearted, yet if such words are spoken unintentionally, they may indeed be cruelly naive. Is that so? Don't just express gratitude, show some sincerity. Yaoyao crossed her arms defiantly, leaning against the doorway, gazing at Mingshi. Mingshi was momentarily taken aback by Yaoyao's unpredictable demeanor. The individuals she typically interacted with were rather innocent, or perhaps, due to her being Bai Yiling's disciple. Those around her were forced into simplicity, having never encountered someone like Yaoyao. Mingshi, who was deeply protective of his sister, advanced, intending to seize Yaoyao by the throat. However, Yaoyao was no pushover. Having understood the unfolding narrative, she remained on high alert. The moment he moved, she instantly activated a formation, momentarily trapping Mingxi within its confines. Recognizing Mingxi's evident malice, Yaoyao seized the opportunity to teach him a lesson. A celestial-grade beast emerged from the formation, lunging at Mingxi, who was sent flying in an instant. Had he not been a demon sovereign with substantial cultivation, he might have perished from that blow. Nevertheless, he still coughed up blood. Mingxi was at a loss as to how the situation had escalated so drastically, frantically reaching out to Yaoyao. "What have you done to my brother? Please, let him go, do not harm him." Yaoyao took a step back, leaving Mingxi grasping at empty air. Unable to bear seeing Mingxi in such distress, Bai Yiling grasped her hand. His gaze toward Yaoyao carrying a reprimanding undertone. "Release Mingxi." His tone was unequivocally commanding. Yaoyao felt a surge of indignation. It seemed her compliance over the past 3 years had given Bai Yiling the false impression that she was easy to deal with. "Bai Yiling, are you mistaken? You are still my publicly acknowledged master. When outsiders seek to harm me, your inaction is one thing. But to blame me for defending myself against someone who wishes to kill me? Do you truly consider yourself worthy of being a master?" Bai Yiling was momentarily stunned by her words. He had always known Yaoyao was not to be trifled with. Yet this was the first time he faced her fury head-on. No wonder no one dared provoke her. Even he felt the weight of her gaze. Mingxi's heart raced in turmoil as she perceived her master hesitating. Did Yaoyao hold weight in his heart? "Master," she implored, her eyes brimming with desperation. Bai Yiling steadied himself, addressing Yaoyao. "He has not harmed you. There is no need for extermination. Release him." Yaoyao let out a cold laugh. Fortunate that she had never harbored hope for her ineffectual master, or she would be in tremendous agony now. "Bai Yiling, you are truly repugnant. I will release him. But you will no longer be my master. Do we have an understanding?" After 3 years of exploitation, she felt it was sufficient. With the plot now unfolding, she could no longer remain within the Xianyu sect for even a day. Elder Kong, who had been quietly observing, sensed the situation spiraling out of control. Upon hearing Yaoyao's intention to sever ties with her master, he hurriedly intervened. "How did it escalate to this? Junior disciple, what are you saying? As a master, you should care for your disciple." Lightly reprimanding Bai Yiling, he then turned to Yaoyao with a beaming smile. "Yaoyao, is it truly that dire? Speaking of severing ties, let's not be hasty. You know your master's disposition. He isn't adept with words." Mingxi's face turned pale as she witnessed the unfolding drama, truly realizing the changes that had transpired over the past 3 years. Previously, Elder Kong had always spoken to her with such tenderness, yet now he addressed another girl so similar to her in the same manner. She felt a mix of pain and grievance, momentarily forgetting her brother still trapped within the formation. Yaoyao maintained her defiant demeanor, almost feeling sympathy for the conniving Elder Kong, who had played the role of both father and mother to Bai Yiling over the years. However, in the original narrative, he had never treated her with such gentleness. It was merely a consequence of her newfound strength. "Elder, as you can see, I am not the one acting unscrupulously here. Why don't you look at him? Has he uttered a single word?" she taunted, directing her mockery at Bai Yiling. As a paragon of excellence, Bai Yiling, despite his calm and indifferent nature, found it difficult to accept defiance from Yaoyao. Elder Kong understood this, but desperately tugged at Bai Yiling's sleeve, knowing the significance of the Southern Spirit Holy Land. Even the Xianyu sect, being the foremost sect, could not afford to offend it. What would happen if they were to be annihilated? Yet Bai Yiling remained unmoved, glancing at Mingxi's distressed expression, and blurted out, "Fine, we shall sever our master-disciple relationship from this moment forth." He dismissed the sect's concerns, believing that as long as he remained within the Xianyu sect, it would always have his support. However, over the past 3 years, his junior disciple had made no progress in her cultivation, having devoted all her energy to longing for her master. Such indulgence in emotional entanglements especially of an ethically questionable nature, made him contemplate abandoning the matter altogether. Yet, he could not simply forsake his junior disciple, especially when the Xianyu sect so desperately needed her. Elder, you heard that. Furthermore, I do not wish for such a master. If I were to see him every day, I would surely die of frustration. With that declaration, Yaoyao released Mingxi, who collapsed to the ground, half kneeling. Spewing forth a significant amount of blood, his body smeared with grime and bloodstains. Chapter 61. The Arrival of the Divine Phoenix Sect Brother. Mingxi exclaimed, rushing to support Mingxi. Fortunately, Mingxi soon began to heal himself. The bloodline of the dragon was remarkably potent. Mingxi turned to Yaoyao, her voice laced with anger. How could you do this? I initially wanted to thank you for accompanying Master in my stead, but who knew you were such a person? I despise you now. I no longer wish to express my gratitude. With that, she helped Mingxi away. Yaoyao merely shrugged at her words. She had no need for Mingxi's affection. Bai Yiling gazed at Yaoyao with a complex expression, asking, Are you satisfied now? His feelings for her were entangled. From the outset, his intentions had been less than pure, merely seeking to leverage her appearance to keep his inner demons at bay. Yet, she had consistently opposed him, as if perceiving him as an adversary. Bai Yiling sensed that she had long wished to sever their master-apprentice bond. Yaoyao chuckled, her smile radiant. Satisfied? No, if you desire to please me, this is insufficient. With that, she closed the door. Outside, Bai Yiling glanced at the listless Master Kong before pursuing his young apprentice. Alone, Master Kong reached out to his junior brother, yet ultimately failed to grasp his garments. How has it come to this? He lamented, his head throbbing with confusion. Mingxi assisted Mingxi into Master Kong's chamber, her expression fraught with concern. Brother, how do you feel now? Mingxi had just endured several fierce blows from the celestial beast, feeling as though his internal organs were in disarray. Had he not been the king of beasts, inherently capable of restraining such creatures, he might have perished outright. The beasts within the formation did not fear his royal status, but fortunately, his bloodline exerted a suppressive force. Not wanting to worry his sister, he forced a smile. I'm fine, don't worry. Gently stroking Mingxi's hair, his delicate features softened with tenderness. However, upon noticing Bai Yiling's approach, his expression shifted. Bai Yiling, observing their closeness, wore a displeased countenance. Sure. Have you forgotten my previous teachings? Men and women should maintain a respectful distance. Even with a brother, such intimacy is inappropriate. Otherwise, when you have a sister-in-law, she may feel discontent. Mingxi stiffened at her master's words. Even as she felt a pang of unhappiness, she instinctively distanced herself from her brother. She truly cherished her brother and relished their closeness, but would she still be able to share such intimacy once he had a sister-in-law? Confusion clouded her thoughts. Mingxi shot a sharp glare at Bai Yiling. Sister, ignore his nonsense. No one can replace your position in my heart. Mingxi's face brightened with a smile. I knew you were the best, brother. For a moment, one felt bittersweet while the other was elated. Fortunately, Mingxi sought a moment of solitude with her master, allowing them to converse privately. She believed she had quietly slipped away once her brother fell asleep, unaware that Mingxi was merely feigning slumber. Secretly distressed at the thought of her meeting with that man, unbeknownst to them, their heartfelt exchanges went unnoticed by Yaoyao, who was captivated by the significant progress on her fortune value experience bar, which had surged by approximately 5%. Surprised, she nearly let out a shout. Just yesterday, her experience bar had not been so full. What had she done? Had she injured Mingxi? Caused discord between Mingxi and Bai Yiling? Or was it because she had severed her master-apprentice relationship with Bai Yiling? Her subconscious suggested the latter, pondering if this rupture constituted a form of retaliation. She believed she had finally grasped the pattern of her fortune value increase. Suddenly, a commotion erupted outside, as if many were engaged in fervent discussions. The noise interrupted the intimate exchange between Bai Yiling and Mingxi. Initially pleased, Mingxi, though now of the dragon lineage, still retained her memories and emotions as a human. She was certain of her feelings for her master, a genuine affection between the sexes. She had thought her master indifferent, only to discover he had undertaken numerous endeavors over the past 3 years out of longing for her. With a gaze filled with emotion, she looked at Bai Yiling. Yet their moment was shattered by the uproar outside. Displeased yet curious, she rose to investigate the source of the disturbance. Bai Yiling's ears flushed crimson. Although he had yet to breach that invisible barrier with his young apprentice, he felt they were close. "Shall we see what it is?" he inquired gently, his eyes softening as they met hers. Mingshi nodded eagerly, a smile gracing her lips. In the distance, a colossal airship approached, an enormous vessel unlike any they had seen before. Bai Yiling frowned at the sight. Such a massive airship could only be specially forged, as there were none available for purchase. The airships of their Xianyu sect were of similar size, crafted over several years by the Peak's master. How could another of such magnitude exist? Onlookers in the arena also marveled at the sight of the great airship, engaging in animated discussions. "Which sect has arrived?" asked a bystander. "Have you no eyes?" "Those are disciples of the Xianyu sect, who arrived this morning." Another replied. "What? Not the Xianyu sect? I assumed only they could possess such grandeur. Surely, only they would have an airship of this size." "Believe me, it's not my imagination. Many share this belief." As they gazed at the distant airship, it suddenly appeared before them in the blink of an eye, its vast form casting a shadow across half the sky of the arena. As the crowd marveled, figures began to descend from the airship. Due to its size, it could not land within the arena. Yaoyao observed the descending disciples of the Divine Phoenix sect, nodding in satisfaction. This was her hard-won dominion. Once all the disciples had disembarked, Yi directed the airship to hover just outside the arena, restoring light to the previously dim area, allowing everyone to behold the true visage of the Divine Phoenix sect disciples, leaving them in awe. Chapter 62. Slapping Bai Yiling quick. Someone pinch me. I feel as though I've entered an illusionary array. Otherwise, how could I possibly be witnessing so many yuanying and out-of-body stages? This must be an illusion. A man muttered deliriously. Upon hearing this, a companion promptly delivered a slap, leaving the man momentarily stunned. "I didn't ask you to hit me so hard." "That seems a bit personal," he protested. "Did you not ask for a slap? I was concerned you had actually entered an illusion." However, while it may be plausible for one person to fall into an illusion, the idea of such a multitude entering one simultaneously seemed quite unfathomable. "What sect is this? Why are there so many at the out-of-body stage? It's blinding. Someone help me cover my eyes. Heavens. Each of them is armed with an array of protective artifacts. My red-eye condition is flaring up again." This is even more impressive than the Xuanyuzong. As the commotion attracted attention, the sect leader, Kong, witnessed the gathering of yuanying and out-of-body practitioners, all garbed in identical sect attire, clearly from the same sect. He estimated that there were at least 1 million at the out-of-body stage. Our Xuanyuzong only has 300,000 at that level. A wave of immense crisis washed over him. Yi Fan, Xiaoling, and Liu Yu trailed closely behind Master Yi, while others clustered beside their respective masters, some forming small groups, curiously observing the competition city. Although they occasionally accepted missions and descended the mountain for training, this was their first experience with such a grand event organized by their sect. In the midst of the growing chaos, Yaoyao approached Ji Wenba and Jiang Lan, calling out, "Father, Mother." Many onlookers from Xuanyuzong were taken aback. Wasn't that their own goddess of wealth? Why was she addressing someone who appeared to be the leader of another sect as her parent? Kong was equally dumbfounded, preoccupied with the fear that his sect might be overshadowed by this sudden emergence, only to be met with an astonishing revelation from Yaoyao. "Yaoyao, are you not a disciple of Xuanyuzong? How can you call these members of another sect your parents?" Kong's mind was in turmoil, and he harbored a growing sense of foreboding. Yaoyao, however, smiled brightly. "Kong, when have I ever been a disciple of Xuanyuzong?" Kong was taken aback. "Haven't you always been? You've left me outside Xuanyuzong for 3 years. Others from Xuanyuzong chimed in, "Yes, junior sister. You have always been our disciple. For 3 years, we've sold you items, and you bought them at double the price. Have you forgotten?" The Xuanyuzong members were bewildered, and the onlookers were even more confused, though their excitement only grew. Is it possible for one person to be a disciple of two sects? Such a scenario was strictly forbidden in the cultivation world, which emphasized lineage. Serving two sects would invite divine retribution. Indeed, anyone witnessing this spectacle would be perplexed. I am particularly curious about which prestigious sect this is, as it seems to overshadow Xuanyuzong. Are you foolish? Other sects have already arrived, and the only ones yet to show up are the rumored formidable ones, the mysterious Shenhuang sect. Is this truly the illustrious Shenhuang sect? And this woman is the daughter of their leader? How could she have become a disciple of Xuanyuzong? I sense a conspiracy. Hearing Kong's words only made Yaoyao laugh more heartily. Indeed, I have spent 3 years at Xuanyuzong, but I am not their disciple. If I were, Kong, please enlighten me. Why do I not possess the disciple token of Xuanyuzong? He had indeed failed to provide Yaoyao with the disciple token, initially believing she merely needed a trinket to soothe her emotions, and later thinking that denying her an identity card would be beneficial if she truly desired one. Who knew this would become the crux of his embarrassment? You are my junior disciple, and this cannot be denied. Kong recalled how over the past 3 years, Yaoyao had relentlessly acquired items from Xuanyuzong, even swindling him out of 100 top-tier cultivation manuals. Reflecting on it now, he felt a pang of regret. He had often questioned how she managed to collect so many items. Those could have propelled her to the ascension stage and beyond, but he had assumed it was for the sake of the Southern Spirit Sacred Land. Yet it was evident now that she was using Xuanyuzong's resources to support another sect that was not only rivaling them, but seemingly surpassing them as well. Kong felt a wave of dizziness wash over him. The weight of this revelation was a staggering blow to him. Bai Yiling, who had initially come out with Mingshi to observe, found the flames of trouble licking at his own feet. He rushed to steady his swaying senior brother, casting a fierce gaze at Yaoyao. Yaoyao, observing Bai Yiling's anger, felt an immense sense of satisfaction. She had endured 3 years of frustration, and though their encounters had been infrequent, the suffocating memories from Xuanyuzong always lingered. Now she was finally free from these people. Once she uttered her words, Bai Yiling sensed an impending misfortune. Indeed, Yaoyao waved her hand, and a recording stone began to play the events of that morning, revealing how Mingshi had inexplicably attempted to attack her, while Bai Yiling, instead of intervening, had sided with the outsider, ultimately leading Yaoyao to sever their master-disciple ties. I did once regard you as my master, but that was merely a formality. When you asked me to become your disciple, there was no initiation feast. And I do not even possess a Xuanyuzong disciple token. Now that I wish to leave, what right do you have to stop me? Bai Yiling's expression turned ashen, while Mingshi, embarrassed by the exposure of the recording, fidgeted with her fingers, feeling the weight of the crowd's gazes laden with unspoken meanings, making her uneasy. At that moment, Yi Wenba stepped forward, positioning himself protectively in front of his daughter, and boldly addressed Bai Yiling. Chapter 63. Bai Yiling forever remains the enemy of the Divine Phoenix sect. As soon as the words were spoken, all the disciples of the Xianyu sect drew their magical artifacts towards Bai Yiling, even those suspended midair, pointing their swords at him, their faces etched with fury. Onlookers were astonished, their gazes filled with a mix of bewilderment, shock, and disdain directed at Bai Yiling, the acknowledged prodigy of the cultivation world. They suddenly realized that this once revered genius was about to descend from his pedestal. Bai Yiling's complexion turned pale. He had never anticipated that his simple desire for solace would lead to such grave consequences. Yaoyao, observing her father's wrath, discreetly gave him a thumbs up, impressed by his performance. She then continued to glare fiercely at Bai Yiling. Bai Yiling, do you acknowledge the words I have spoken? Upon meeting the gazes of the crowd, Bai Yiling, who had long grown accustomed to admiration and envy, now faced a different reality. I do. He found himself unable to refute. After all, He had coerced Yaoyao into becoming his disciple, yet he had never considered it significant. It was merely pride buried deep within his bones. From birth, Bai Yiling had been valued for his innate talent, cherished by his master after becoming a disciple. Following his master's demise, his senior brothers continued to indulge him. He had never been denied anything he desired. Thus, upon witnessing Yaoyao's grief at the loss of her small disciple, he had unilaterally determined her fate, disregarding her wishes. Now, facing the backlash, Bai Yiling could only endure the scorn of others. Yuanba glared at Bai Yiling, declaring, the so-called genius of the cultivation world. Merely a hypocrite. I, Yuanba, as the master of the Divine Phoenix sect, hereby announce that the Divine Phoenix sect will have no dealings with the Xianyu sect, and Bai Yiling shall forever be our enemy. Indeed, as per the sect master's decree. Just as the recently awakened Master Kong heard these words, he fainted again. Yuanba maintained his furious demeanor as he led Yaoyao away, with the disciples of the Divine Phoenix sect following suit. Bai Yiling overheard the fragmented discussions around him, mixed with glances cast his way, igniting a sense of humiliation and anger within him. Mingshi, standing beside Bai Yiling, noticed his distress and cautiously called out, "Master." However, in his current state of anger, Bai Yiling found himself inadvertently directing his ire towards her. Had it not been for her, he would never have sought Yaoyao as a substitute. Yet, she was still his beloved disciple. He forced out a response, "I am fine," before he could no longer suppress his emotions and stormed away. Mingshi observed Bai Yiling's attitude towards his sister with growing dissatisfaction. "Sister, you are no longer human. Why cling to the memories of your former life? You should follow me to the Demon Emperor Palace to cultivate. That is the rightful path." However, Mingshi, infatuated and somewhat blinded by her feelings, could not heed her brother's words. Before regaining her memories, she had listened solely to him, but now, she only listened to her master. "Brother, master has been very good to me. Just look at how he sought a substitute for me after learning of my death. It shows how much he cares. He is merely a bit angry now." Since regaining her memories, Mingshi had been discontent with her transformation from human to dragon, finding it unsightly by human standards. More importantly, it meant she could no longer be with her master as a human. As she hurried to catch up with Bai Yiling, Mingshi's gaze deepened. He regretted allowing his sister to leave the Demon Emperor Palace. He must find a way to deal with Bai Yiling. A fleeting thought crossed his mind. He and Mingshi were siblings. How could he possibly harbor feelings for her? But the thought vanished just as quickly, unnoticed by Mingshi, as if he had erased an inappropriate bug. As the protagonists departed, the remaining onlookers engaged in fervent discussions. The disciples of the Xianyu sect felt the weight of disapproving gazes for the first time, their faces flushed with embarrassment. How could Master Bai do such a thing? The first disciple lamented, prompting others to voice their grievances. "I had always viewed Master Bai as my goal, after exhausting myself in training. I would remind myself of his greatness, thinking I could never catch up. Yet, he turned out to be such a person. Indeed, I once believed he resembled an immortal and envied him. Who knew he could resort to coercion? We are losing face for the Xianyu sect. Hey, don't you think Yaoyao is equally excessive? The magical artifacts worn by the disciples of the Divine Phoenix sect today look familiar, don't they? I wondered how Yaoyao managed to acquire so many resources. It turns out they were all for supporting the Divine Phoenix sect." As these words were spoken, an awkward silence fell over the crowd as they turned to the speaker. They recognized those artifacts as items they had sold, but felt no need to comment, despite the discomfort it stirred within them. After all, they had unwittingly nurtured a rival force, and were now subject to the disdain of many. A chuckle escaped Wang Wu from the crowd. "How curious. When you were selling those items, you wanted to sell them yourself, and at that, for double the price. No one coerced you. Why the disgust now?" He continued, "I recall a saying, lift the bowl to eat, set it down to curse. Isn't this precisely the situation? You." The disciple who first criticized Yaoyao turned crimson, unable to restrain himself from wanting to confront Wang Wu. However, he was held back by others, preventing him from acting on his impulse. Wang Wu shot him a challenging glance before turning to leave. Yet, as he turned, a look of sorrow crossed his face. He and his brother had been assisting Yaoyao in resource acquisition for 3 years, developing a bond with her. They understood that beneath her seemingly unruly exterior lay a remarkably amicable person who had treated them well over the years. Moreover, with her departure, how would they continue their rapid cultivation with the spiritual stones she had provided? Chapter 64. The envy of the disciples of the Divine Phoenix sect due to the arrival of numerous disciples from the Divine Phoenix sect. The competition city has become exceedingly crowded. Many disciples have opted to practice their cultivation aboard flying boats suspended in midair. After all, time is of the essence. Within their sect, cultivation level signifies contribution points, which in turn represent everything. With better resources, their strength will undoubtedly experience a swifter enhancement. Meanwhile, Yaoyao has taken her parents into her cave abode. The personal space, purchased at a substantial price, has been transformed into a beautiful sanctuary over the past 3 years. During her journey to the realm of cultivation, she acquired various handicrafts, which, although devoid of spiritual energy and thus ineffective for cultivation, are visually appealing. Consequently, her expansive space features a stunning palace surrounded by a 1-meter-wide river of spiritual energy, this energy extracted from spirit stones. The entire area is enveloped in a milky white mist of spiritual energy, creating a breathtaking sight. This river of spiritual energy far surpasses the one previously observed by the Ziying family, both in length and width. Additionally, as the space allows for the cultivation of living plants, Yaoyao has taken the liberty of planting an array of beautiful and spiritually enriched flora, enriching the air with abundant spiritual energy and enhancing their growth. Upon entering the palace, everything shines with the brilliance of daylight, thanks to the countless luminous pearls Yaoyao had acquired, which are both aesthetically pleasing and functional. She prepared a pot of spiritual tea using spiritual water for her parents. A display of opulence that Yaoyao dares to claim is unmatched in the cultivation world. Father, mother, I have now departed from the Xianyu sect. Our family can finally be reunited. Yi Wenbai managed to maintain his composure, while Jiang Lan's eyes glistened with unshed tears, overwhelmed by the joy of this long-awaited occasion, one they had yearned for over the past 3 years. My dear, at last, no one can impede our family reunion. However, that Bai Yiling is truly despicable. During this sect competition, we must teach the Xianyu sect a lesson. Yi Wenbai's anger flared at the mere mention of the Xianyu sect. Previously, his daughter had never mentioned that she had been coerced into joining, but now even Bai Yiling acknowledged it, confirming the truth of the matter. The thought of their daughter having endured 3 years of humiliation within the Xianyu sect ignited a fierce desire to obliterate it. Yaoyao, recalling the impending sect competition, narrowed her eyes. The Xianyu sect has occupied the top position for far too long. It is indeed time for them to receive a well-deserved lesson. Although the Xianyu sect had previously held the first position, it is time for the Divine Phoenix sect to take that crown. By the way, father and mother, who do you plan to have participate in this competition? Jianglan smiled and patted Yaoyao's hand. Your father and I have discussed this matter with Elder Yi. Among the disciples of our sect, the highest cultivators are Elder Yi's 3 disciples. Yi Fan and Xiao Ling are currently at the late stage of the out-of-body realm, while Lu has already reached the early stage of the integration realm. Therefore, we intend for Lu to secure the top position. Yi Qing was delighted upon hearing this, reflecting on the exceptional talent of Lu, whose rapid progress in cultivation would surely make her the envy of the entire cultivation world. Although this rapid advancement is also attributable to the abundant resources provided to them, it remains true that without innate talent, such heights would be difficult to achieve. This arrangement is splendid. I trust that with Lu's integration realm cultivation, she will be more than capable of defeating the disciples of the Xianyu sect, and as for those from other sects, they are hardly worthy of concern. While Yaoyao's family rejoiced in their reunion, a storm was brewing outside in the competition city. Many disciples of the Divine Phoenix sect chose to continue their cultivation aboard flying boats, while others ventured into the streets. However, venturing might be an understatement. It was more akin to a sweeping conquest. Disciples of the Xianyu sect, having shed their sect robes, mingled within the throngs of people. Observing the Divine Phoenix disciples' unabashed spending with an unsettling familiarity. Wasn't this reminiscent of Yaoyao's own behavior when she was part of the Xianyu sect? Their extravagance was evident as they purchased everything in sight without questioning the prices, welcoming all opportunities. How could the disciples of the Divine Phoenix sect possess such vast reserves of spirit stones? This question plagued not only the Xianyu sect disciples, but also those from other sects and wandering cultivators selling goods. They had been so captivated by the previous exploits of Yaoyao and by Yiling that they neglected to notice these peculiarities. The enormous flying boats that the Divine Phoenix sect arrived in could only be acquired at a tremendous cost, and the continued suspension of these vessels in midair incurs significant expenses in spirit stones. Each passing second while these boats hover represents a substantial expenditure. Not to mention, the disciples adorned with an array of visible and invisible magical artifacts dazzled the onlookers. The crowd muttered in envy. How could they be so extravagant? Each and every one of them is flaunting their wealth. Eventually, someone could no longer contain their curiosity and approached a seemingly amiable disciple of the Divine Phoenix sect, inquiring, "How does your sect possess such an abundance of spirit stones?" The questioner braced for the worst, prepared to flee should their inquiry provoke ire. To their surprise, the disciple merely smiled and shared the various benefits enjoyed by members of the Divine Phoenix sect. What? A nascent soul disciple receives 30 high-grade spirit stones and 500 body refining pills each month? Do you consume body refining pills as if they were meals? What? Contribution points can be exchanged for a wide array of resources? Upon entering the sect, one is granted contribution points based on their cultivation level, 500 contribution points for those at the early nascent soul stage, and even a single contribution point can be exchanged for a high-grade spirit stone. What? Just advancing one rank in the sect can yield an additional 100 contribution points? What? Your sword tower possesses various formations, and breaking these formations grants corresponding magical artifacts? The deluge of benefits left everyone utterly astounded. Could there truly exist a sect in the cultivation world with such generous offerings? Even the disciples of the Xianyu sect at the nascent soul stage only receive 10 high-grade spirit stones and 500 body refining pills each month. Such a stark contrast was nothing short of tragic. No wonder the Divine Phoenix sect boasts over 8 million nascent soul disciples and over 100,000 out-of-body disciples. Given such resources, if one cannot elevate their cultivation, it would be a travesty against the heavens. Many cast glances at familiar faces, conveying a shared sentiment. We are hungry, we crave sustenance. They could hardly contain their eagerness to join the ranks of the Divine Phoenix sect. Chapter 65, Unrequited Love? Indeed, many are filled with envy and jealousy. After all, most of those who come to the Battle City possess their own sects and cannot gain entry into the Divine Phoenix sect. Joy seems to belong to others. Meanwhile, the wandering cultivators experience pure exhilaration. The Divine Phoenix sect, having been established for a mere short time, might have gone unnoticed had it not initially attracted attention by accepting cultivators with 5 spiritual roots. In a world where the cultivation sects have long been determined, only those with true prowess have survived to this day. Even if one wishes to take on a master, they would prioritize the renowned sects rather than a newly rumored Divine Phoenix sect known for its generous offerings. Furthermore, the Divine Phoenix sect's acceptance of 5 spiritual roots raises questions about the future of such a sect with an average level of cultivation that is comparatively low. Yet now, the disciples of the Divine Phoenix sect present reality before them, compelling belief. The wandering cultivators are restless, while those from established sects are simply filled with sourness, unwilling to accept their discussions about how to enter the Divine Phoenix sect. How could Master Bai force that young woman to become his disciple? Is it possible she possesses a unique physique that aids in cultivation, or does she hold a special status? It must be said, the shift in topic was cleverly executed. Just moments ago, everyone was pondering how the illustrious Bai Yiling could engage in such coercive actions. And now their thoughts have turned to why he felt compelled to force Yaoyao. Ah, did you notice the young woman who stood beside Master Bai? What young woman? Everyone was focused solely on Master Bai and the sect master of the Divine Phoenix sect. How could they pay attention to anyone else? Indeed. Who would notice an outsider? Everyone was engrossed in the spectacle, oblivious to those nearby. However, one keen observer did take note, for Mingshi was strikingly eye-catching. Especially with the sect master of the Divine Phoenix sect standing beside her. Are you suggesting there is a connection with that young woman? That is Bai Yiling, the genius they have admired for countless years, an object of both reverence and jealousy. Have you not noticed? The young woman beside Master Bai bears an uncanny resemblance to the daughter of the sect master of the Divine Phoenix sect, who was coerced into becoming a disciple. A collective gasp echoed around them, so profound that it nearly created a vacuum. They were seasoned individuals who had seen their fair share of absurdities. Could it be that these two women are twins? Yet one is recognized as the daughter of the sect master of the Divine Phoenix sect and is forced to become Bai Yiling's disciple, while the other stands beside him. Could this be a mere puppet or a case of unrequited love? The imaginations of the crowd ran wild, and as the gathering swelled, numerous versions of the story began to circulate. The once revered Bai Yiling, idolized by many, suddenly found himself cast down from grace. Meanwhile, Bai Yiling hid in his chamber, attempting to evade the prying eyes of others. When he initially forced Yaoyao to become his disciple, he did not perceive any wrongdoing. However, now, exposed before so many, he realized just how unbecoming his actions were. Mingshi grew anxious for her master. Having finally persuaded her brother to allow her a moment alone with Bai Yiling, she boldly entered his room. "Master, are you all right?" Mingshi timidly gazed at Bai Yiling, her heart heavy with concern. "I'm so sorry, Master. It's all my fault. If it weren't for me, you wouldn't have had to force Yaoyao into becoming your disciple." While she spoke, her heart swelled with conflicting emotions, both sweet and painful. In truth, she felt elated that her master would go to such lengths for her. Yaoyao had merely been coerced into becoming a disciple, while she had gained love. Bai Yiling, having lived through countless years, despite never having faced disgrace, felt the sting of humiliation in front of so many. Nevertheless, he managed to maintain his composure. Observing his self-reproaching disciple, he reached out to gently stroke her head, a gesture he once cherished. "I am fine, my dear disciple." Bai Yiling wished to change the subject. Even though his disciple sought to comfort him, it only added to his discomfort. He refused to accept the notion that he was a person of such poor character. "By the way, I never inquired earlier, what happened back then? Who attacked you?" Bai Yiling redirected the conversation, intent on moving past the previous topic. Mingshi was indeed led astray, and she began recounting her past experiences. 3 years ago, Mingshi accompanied Bai Yiling to Battle City for the sect competition. As his most cherished disciple, the entire sect doted on her, causing her to become innocent and lively. One day, she sneaked out to shop and overheard talk of a phoenix egg existing in the 10,000 Beasts Mountain. Her heart was immediately captivated. After all, it was a phoenix, a legendary creature, and incredibly beautiful. Mingshi yearned for it, so she ventured alone to the mountain, only to be tragically struck through the heart by a sword before she even realized what had happened. Bai Yiling held her tightly, his heart aching for her. "It's all right now, your master is here." He noticed their closeness and, with a slight cough, released her, turning his head away. "You are well liked in the sect, and everyone treats you kindly. You never wander off alone from Xianyu sect, nor do you hold grudges against anyone. Who could have intentionally spread false information to lure you out?" Mingshi pondered, but shook her head. Just as her master had said, everyone in Xianyu sect adored her, especially her senior brothers, who treated her with great kindness. Why would anyone wish her harm? After analyzing for a long time, neither of them could conjure a name. Suddenly, Mingshi recalled, "Why haven't I seen my familiar faces from the sect during this competition? Master, where are my senior brothers? Are they in seclusion?" Her innocent eyes blinked curiously at Bai Yiling. Bai Yiling hesitated before replying. Your senior brother has encountered cultivation difficulties and is currently in seclusion. As for Yaoyao, that child is injured and recovering. Ah? Chapter 66. The frantic Lin Hongyu. Upon hearing these words, Mingshi finally felt a sense of relief, only to be reminded of her dear sister. In the past, with her companionship, they shared countless whispers. Moreover, Hongyu's assertive nature often led her to assist with tasks that Mingshi found challenging. Indeed, she cherished this friendship dearly. Master, why haven't I seen Hongyu? Is she preoccupied with something? As the thought of Lin Hongyu crossed her mind, Bai Yiling's expression faltered. For the matters concerning Hongyu were entangled with Yaoyao, leaving her at a loss for words. Master, why are you silent? Has something happened to Hongyu? Mingshi grasped Bai Yiling's arm tightly, her eyes reflecting a desperate plea. Bai Yiling sighed. I am uncertain how to articulate this, but she is indeed present. If you go to see her, you will understand. Obediently, Mingshi turned to seek out Lin Hongyu. Indeed, during this sect competition, Lin Hongyu had arrived but had remained hidden within her chamber, avoiding any contact. Initially punished to remain at the cliff of reflection, her father had later exhausted his resources to rescue her from that fate. Yet, she had spent an entire year there, enduring the torment of self-inflicted wounds from the sword aura, and the disfigurement of her face had plunged her into despair. Since her release, Lin Hongyu had persistently urged her father to procure rare and precious materials for her healing, willing to try anything. However, both Lin Yuan and Lin Hongyu understood that the power of the Wangling water was immense. Only a legendary divine elixir could possibly restore her ravaged visage. Yet, Lin Hongyu stubbornly refused to accept this reality, clinging to the hope that perhaps fortune would smile upon her and she might indeed encounter such a remedy. Lin Yuan had relinquished his position as the master of Ling and Peak, yet his prowess still allowed him to serve as an elder. He chose to oversee the outer sect, a role that afforded him ample time to search for medicinal herbs for his daughter. Regrettably, his efforts yielded nothing. Observing his daughter's sorrowful countenance each day, he urged her to venture out for a change of scenery, but Lin Hongyu, fearful of being seen in her disfigured state, had not stepped outside even once. It was only when Lin Yuan suggested the possibility of finding medicinal herbs at the competition that he successfully persuaded Lin Hongyu to emerge. She had not seen anyone for over 2 years, and upon arriving in the city of combat, she had sequestered herself in her room. Thus, when a knock sounded at her door, panic surged within her. Who is it? Who goes there? The once audacious young lady had transformed into a sensitive and timid soul, her disfigurement making her wary of any external approach. Hongyu, it's me, Jian Shishir. Lin Hongyu's eyes, the only visible part of her face, momentarily displayed confusion before erupting into sheer joy. Jian Shishir, you're alive. She recalled that Jian Shishir was the favored disciple of her master Bai, surely possessing many precious items, perhaps even a remedy for her affliction. With a sudden burst of energy, Lin Hongyu sprang up and swiftly opened the door, pulling Mingshi inside. Mingshi was momentarily taken aback. Had she not recognized Hongyu as her dear sister, she might have reacted defensively. Hongyu? Why the urgency? Do you miss me? Mingshi's heart swelled with happiness, for after 3 years of presumed death, not only had her master expressed profound longing, but it seemed that the veil of their relationship was finally lifting. To discover that Lin Hongyu felt the same was unexpected. However, Lin Hongyu gripped her arm tightly, urgency lacing her voice. Shishir, you are the most cherished disciple of Master Bai. You must have many pills and elixirs. I've been disfigured. Surely you can save me. Quickly. Give me the medicine. Her desperation had reached a frenzied level. Mingshi, taken aback by Hongyu's intensity, found the situation diverging sharply from her expectations. Instead of expressing her longing for the past 3 years, Hongyu immediately demanded something from her. Feeling the sharpness of Hongyu's nails piercing through her clothing to her skin, Mingshi winced. Hongyu, please release me. You're hurting me. Upon hearing this, Lin Hongyu promptly let go, though her gaze remained resolute, as if waiting for Mingshi to produce the sought-after elixirs. Rubbing her arm, which still stung from the pressure, Mingshi finally asked, "How did you come to be disfigured?" It was then she noticed the thick veil that obscured Hongyu's face, rendering her features completely hidden. Lin Hongyu, sensing Mingshi's hesitation to provide her with medicine, showed a flicker of dissatisfaction in her eyes. Yet, knowing she needed something from her, she recounted the events that led to her current state, albeit with a glossed-over narrative. Mingshi felt a surge of joy upon hearing that Lin Hongyu had confronted Yaoyao on her behalf. However, her elation turned to shock upon learning of the Wangling water's involvement. Wangling water? How could Yaoyao be so malicious? For someone who cherished their beauty, Mingshi could scarcely fathom the horror of having her face marred by such a substance. And then what? After Yaoyao disfigured you, surely the sect leader would punish her severely. At this, Lin Hongyu's gaze faltered. She could not disclose that the Wangling water had been intended for Yaoyao's use. Instead, she vaguely replied, "Even if she were punished, what difference does it make? My face is still ruined." Afterward, she grasped Mingshi's arm once more. Sure. My father has been searching for medicine for me these past few years, but has found nothing. You must have some. You are Master Bai's beloved disciple. And even if you lack it, surely Master Bai possesses something. Please help me obtain it." Lin Hongyu's fervent gaze bore into Mingshi, instilling a sense of dread. Mingshi felt conflicted yet ultimately retrieved her spiritual ring, emptying its contents for Lin Hongyu to peruse. Chapter 67. The aversion of Mingshi. Lin Hongyu rushed towards the pile of items, eagerly sifting through them in search of anything that might restore her appearance. Blood, spirit-settling pills, creation pills, infant cultivation pills, Xian frost spirit flowers, pure source fruits, accompanying demon herbs, cloud spirit stones. Mingshi observed these precious items, carelessly discarded by Lin Hongyu, with a pang of heartache. Each item was a treasured gift from her master and brother, and though she knew they wouldn't be damaged, she couldn't help but feel dismayed by Lin Hongyu's reckless treatment. Moreover, she felt a deep disappointment in Lin Hongyu, having been dead for 3 years. She had expected her to miss her dearly, to express surprise upon seeing her, and to eagerly inquire about her experiences during those years. Instead, all Lin Hongyu seemed to care about was her own appearance, not uttering a single word of concern for her. The facade of sisterly affection began to crumble. "Is there nothing left?" Lin Hongyu exclaimed, having rummaged through all the items in her spirit ring. While there were indeed valuable items, none could restore her appearance. In her former self, she might have sought assistance from Mingshi, but now her sole desire was to reclaim her beauty. As the search came to an end, she turned to Mingshi again. Sure. You must have other spirit rings, right? What you have given me are merely inferior goods. The valuable items are hidden away. Aren't they? Lin Hongyu was consumed by her obsession with her appearance, which had morphed into a profound inner demon. Mingshi's heart leapt with joy at these words, her brows knitting together. "Hongyu, how could you think of me in such a way? Have I ever withheld anything good from you? I assure you, there is no second spirit ring." Lin Hongyu deflated like a punctured balloon, her spirit waning. Suddenly, she ripped off the veil concealing her face, and Mingshi was confronted with the horrifying sight of Lin Hongyu's disfigured visage. At first glance, she recoiled, releasing their clasped hands, her expression a mix of disgust and fear as she took a step back. Lin Hongyu's eyes flashed with resentment. Though she had befriended Jian Shi with ulterior motives, partly due to her connection with Bai Yiling, she genuinely considered her a friend. The desire to teach Yaoyao a lesson, coupled with the wish to vindicate her friend whom she had thought deceased, had fueled her actions. Yet, upon seeing the disgust in Mingshi's eyes, she was left questioning the purpose of her sacrifices. It was hardly surprising that Mingshi reacted so. Lin Hongyu's face was truly terrifying. The wounds from the water of Wangling had healed grotesquely, with crimson flesh protruding, and any expression she made caused blood to seep forth. Moreover, After spending a year on the penitence cliff, the sword energy had left her covered in grime. Even though she had attempted to cover her face with cloth, the sword energy could inflict injuries, and the dust was relentless. Lin Hongyu's wounds bore traces of dirt, resembling tiny sesame seeds scattered across her blood-red scars, occasionally oozing a pale crimson. The sight was harrowing. Lin Hongyu could think of nothing else. She was aware that her transformation for Jian Shishir had led her to this state. She could not fathom enduring another 13 or 30 years of disfigurement. Sure. Could you please plead with Master Bai on my behalf? I have never asked anything of you before, but I desire only this, restoration of my beauty. Sure. We are the best of sisters. I have sacrificed so much for you. Lin Hongyu leaned in closer, but as she exerted too much effort in her expression, blood seeped from her wounds, splattering onto Mingshir's face. Mingshir, unprepared for the sudden assault, was startled, her face paling as she pushed Lin Hongyu away. I understand. I will seek Master right away, she stammered, hastily exiting without another glance. Lin Hongyu watched her retreat, feeling a surge of rage. How could she not know her appearance was terrifying? Yet, being treated with such disdain by Mingshir felt like a dagger to her heart. Moments later, Fong Jingya entered, startling Lin Hongyu. In a fit of anger, she hurled a teacup from the table at Fong Jingya, unperturbed by the potential for harm. How dare you? Did I not tell you to knock before entering and announce your presence? You should have waited for my permission. Fuming, Lin Hongyu hastily covered her face with her veil before directing her ire at Fong Jingya. Fong Jingya, having entered without forewarning, was accustomed to Lin Hongyu's unpredictable temperament. She deflected the teacup with her spiritual energy, lowering her head in apology. I am sorry, Hongyu. I thought your door was left ajar for me, so I entered. Her gentle words belied a sinister glint in her eyes. Long ago, Lin Yuan had been stripped of his position as peak master due to Yaoyao, opting instead for a role as an outer sect elder. While outer sect elders could have their own disciples, their numbers were limited compared to peak masters, and their resources depended solely on their master's generosity. With Lin Yuan's resources sold to Yaoyao to acquire spirit stones for contributions to save Lin Hongyu, what resources remained for those who followed him? His disciples scattered, leaving only Fong Jingya behind. Originally, Wei Jia, the disciple of Xian Yu sect whom Fong Jingya had pursued, had even abandoned Xiao Ling for her, urging her to leave with him. Yet, Fong Jingya, tearfully claiming her poor spiritual roots would be a burden anywhere, chose to remain, moving Wei Jia to compassion. Even after re-establishing his apprenticeship, he often shared his monthly allowance with her. Fong Jingya was not oblivious to the fact that her choice to stay meant serving Lin Hongyu, the spoiled young lady. However, Lin Hongyu's naivety made her easy to manipulate, and her affection for her capable father made Fong Jingya willing to care for her. After her disfigurement, Lin Hongyu's temperament had grown increasingly volatile, frequently lashing out at Fong Jingya. In this instance, even though Lin Hongyu knew she had wronged Fong Jingya, she made no effort to rectify it, nor would she ever apologize. Instead, she harbored resentment for Jian Shishir, who had left the door ajar upon exiting, her mind replaying the expression of fear and disgust on her face. No, if her life was to be filled with suffering, then she would ensure that Jian Shishir's life would not be any better. Chapter 68. Publicly accepting disciples. You've been out for quite some time today. Have you discovered the elixir that will restore my face? Lin Hongyu initially felt a surge of anger, yet her thoughts were swiftly redirected by Fong Jingya. Oh! Do enlighten me. Lin Hongyu was reluctant to venture into the world with her current visage, always relying on Fong Jingya as her eyes, sharing everything with her, which proved quite convenient. Fong Jingya recounted the events of the day, igniting a spark in Lin Hongyu's eyes. This was precisely the opportunity she had been yearning for. Come here and do as I instruct. Lin Hongyu spoke in a commanding tone, which Fong Jingya had long since grown accustomed to, listening attentively as her demeanor gradually dimmed. She had not anticipated that Fong Jingya harbored such thoughts. Lin Hongyu instructed Fang Jingya to disseminate the news that Ming Shi was originally Bai Yiling's disciple, who had tragically passed away 3 years ago. This circumstance compelled her to force Yaoyao into becoming her disciple. The relationship between Bai Yiling and Jian Shishir was fraught with complications, as Jian Shishir had seduced her master. Upon hearing this, Fang Jingya immediately set about her task, spreading the news while also revealing another piece of information. Whether it was the scandal of the master-disciple entanglement that shocked the cultivation world, or Jian Shishir's miraculous resurrection, it was certain that trouble would soon follow. Leisurely wandering the streets, Yaoyao found herself bombarded with various versions of the day's events before she had even completed her stroll. Tales of her being a twin sister to Ming Shi circulated, claiming she was the elder sister while Ming Shi was the younger, asserting that Bai Yiling had fallen for her at first sight and compelled her to become his disciple. Although she had no affection for him, rather, it was her sister who harbored feelings for him, hence her presence by Bai Yiling's side. There were even rumors suggesting that she possessed a divine bloodline, and should she acknowledge him as her master, her cultivation would inexplicably soar without the need for training, thus attracting someone of Bai Yiling's caliber. Some even proclaimed her to be the reincarnated wife of Bai Yiling. Yaoyao was left in a state of bewilderment. Was this the sort of narrative the human mind could conjure? Yet, recalling the absurd gossip she had encountered in the modern world, she felt a sudden sense of acceptance. To her astonishment, one particular rumor proved to be accurate. Observing the disdainful and furious glances directed at her due to the romance between the two, Yaoyao felt a sense of relief wash over her. After 3 years of suppressing her feelings, it was finally someone else's turn to endure. As one of the protagonists in this unfolding drama, Yaoyao resolved to make a bold move. She began setting up a stall in the street to accept disciples. Many had already been watching her every move, and upon witnessing her accept disciples for the Shenhuang sect, the street erupted as if water had been dropped into a hot oil pan. Countless individuals had previously expressed their desire to join the Shenhuang sect, yet now, seeing Yaoyao truly accepting disciples, no one dared to approach. They were well aware of the sect's stringent regulations regarding the Heartstone, but the criteria for passing it remained elusive, merely stating that one must be free of guilt and possess righteous intentions, with no clear standards for judgment. Who could be certain they would succeed? After an extended period of hesitation, a brave soul finally stepped forward, declaring, "Let me give it a try." The crowd turned to the speaker, gasping in surprise. It was the renowned Song Shishir. This individual, a wandering cultivator, had garnered a modest reputation in the cultivation community for his benevolence, known for his efforts to eradicate evil and assist the oppressed. Despite his modest cultivation level, he was held in high esteem by many. If Song Shishir is willing to try, then surely he can enter the Shenhuang sect, exclaimed one onlooker. Indeed, Song Shishir is a true paragon. I witnessed him vanquish an evil cultivator just the other day. Such individuals are the role models of our cultivation world. As Song Shishir approached Yaoyao, he extended his hand towards the Heartstone. If he were to succeed, it would glow. If not, he would fail. However, when he placed his hand upon it, no light emerged. Initially, he assumed there was a delay and waited patiently. Yet, a sense of trepidation crept in. Could his actions from centuries past, when he had slain his brother and taken his wife, be haunting him? That shouldn't be the case. He had committed no wrongs, and for years had engaged in virtuous deeds, amassing a significant amount of merit. What he had believed to be an embodiment of goodness now seemed to be a fade. With his face turning crimson, Song Shishir shouted, "This Heartstone must be broken. Quickly replace it with a functional one." He refused to acknowledge that the fault lay with him, convinced of his virtuous reputation. Yaoyao cast him a sidelong glance, retorting, "How could the Heartstone be broken? It operates perfectly well. Perhaps you are simply unaware of your own misdeeds? Should I enlighten everyone about your past actions?" Song Shishir hesitated, yearning to affirm her statement. After all, that incident had occurred centuries ago, and no one should be aware of it. Yet, She was the daughter of the Shenhuang sect's leader, and given the sect's generous treatment of disciples, her resources would be unparalleled. It was entirely possible that she might uncover his past. Realizing this, Song Xiushi hastily retreated, moving with such speed that the others were left in stunned silence. Moments later, they began to murmur amongst themselves, having just witnessed two sensational events in a single day, one involving the prodigy, which was almost too much to bear. The first participant had failed to pass the Heartstone test, shattering the rumors that entry into the Shenhuang sect was effortless. The onlookers had assumed it would be simple, but now found it to be rather daunting. After an extended silence, no one dared to step forward again. Yaoyao remained unperturbed, leisurely sipping her spirit tea. The crowd, captivated by the ethereal aroma, could hardly conceal their envy, for such precious tea was a luxury few could afford. Eventually, after a prolonged wait, Yaoyao's eyes widened as she recognized the next individual approaching. Chapter 69. The bold sixth. It turns out that the audacious sixth is none other than the third and sixth, who had previously shared gossip with Yaoyao. It was not surprising that they wished to join the Divine Phoenix sect. Both the third and sixth felt a twinge of nervousness. The third whispered, "Shall I give it a try first?" Yaoyao smiled and nodded, appearing quite amiable. The third, anxious, grasped the heart-questioning stone tightly, shutting his eyes in fear of the outcome. Upon witnessing the stone emanate light, the sixth joyfully tugged at the third, exclaiming, "Why do you have your eyes closed? Look, the heart-questioning stone is glowing." Only then did the third dare to open his eyes, and upon seeing the glowing stone, he was nearly overwhelmed with excitement, urging the sixth to try it as well. The sixth, who had just reassured the third, now found himself equally jittery, but fortunately, the stone also shone brightly for him. "Wonderful!" The third gazed eagerly at Yaoyao, asking, "Does this mean we can join the Divine Phoenix sect?" Yaoyao smiled as she handed them the spirit-questioning stone, stating, "As long as you can cultivate, you are already disciples of the Divine Phoenix sect." The two were elated, placing their hands on the stone, confident in their ability to cultivate. This would have concluded their encounter, but Yi called for Yaoyao. She could simply follow Yi, yet before departing, the sixth posed a question to Yaoyao. The query astonished those nearby, for they did not expect the sixth to be so audacious as to directly address the matter with the principal figure. Their excitement grew, eager to learn the answer. The third was equally surprised by the sixth's sudden inquiry, feeling his companion's boldness was quite excessive, and swiftly attempted to apologize to Yaoyao. "My relationship with Bai Yiling was once a coerced master-disciple bond, but now it has dissipated. As for why he forced me to be his disciple, it likely relates to his previous disciple. When I first entered the Xianyu sect, many would gaze at me in astonishment, claiming I resembled his late disciple." A murmur of disbelief rippled through the crowd as the third speculation proved true. Bai Yiling had indeed compelled someone to become his disciple merely for their appearance. Many found this hard to accept. Initially, they had come merely for amusement, treating the absurd rumors as mere entertainment. But now that the truth was being revealed by the principal figure, they realized that Bai Yiling would forever be marked by disgrace. "You speak nonsense. How could Bai Xianzuan be such a person?" A woman suddenly shouted from the crowd, her face flushed with indignation. Beside her stood another woman clad in similar attire, who quickly restrained her. "Those are disciples from the Piao Miao Palace," someone exclaimed. The Piao Miao Palace was a prominent sect in the cultivation world, composed entirely of female disciples. Yaoyao quickly understood it was likely another admirer of Bai Yiling. As the male protagonist, he possessed both beauty and talent, undoubtedly attracting numerous admirers. "Whether I speak nonsense or not, you may inquire with Bai Yiling himself. If you doubt me, you can summon him now to confront me. I wish to see how he will cast the blame upon me for his own misdeeds." "Why you?" The woman attempted to retort, but was silenced by her companion. Though they were reluctant to believe that Bai Xianzuan could be such a person, Yaoyao's unwavering demeanor suggested that perhaps there was truth to her words. The sixth, feeling somewhat awkward, offered Yaoyao a sheepish smile and quietly apologized. "Sister Yi, I'm sorry. Yaoyao waved dismissively. It's quite all right. Rather than let others speculate freely, I would rather reveal the truth. After all, I speak nothing but the truth. And I am unafraid even if Yikes comes to confront me. She then instructed Yi to distribute the divine phoenix sect's robes and disciple identity badges to the two, emphasizing the importance of this month's allowance. The monthly allowance of the divine phoenix sect was determined by one's cultivation level. The third and sixth, who dared to sell goods amidst such esteemed competitors, possessed higher cultivation levels, thus receiving a substantial allowance. As they beheld the seemingly radiant spirit stones before them, the eyes of the other onlookers widened. These were the benefits of the divine phoenix sect. Others quickly formed a line, eager to join the sect, while those from other factions looked on enviously, filled with jealousy and discontent. As the number of disciples standing beside Yi increased, the third finally pulled the sixth aside and whispered, "How could you dare ask such a question earlier? If Sister Yi had been angered, you would not be able to join the divine phoenix sect." To his surprise, the usually carefree sixth responded cleverly, "See? Even you, with your intelligence, didn't he grasp the situation? We all witnessed today's events. The divine phoenix sect and Yikes have become entangled in this conflict, with the matter still unclear and unfavorable words circulating about Sister Yi. It was essential for her to speak out. By asking the question, I merely provided her an opportunity to clarify. Otherwise, how could she have broached such a sensitive topic?" The third, not lacking in wit himself, understood what the sixth was implying. He playfully tapped the back of his head. "Good lad. I thought you were a simpleton, but you possess such insight. Now, Sister Yi will surely remember you. In the future, if you require assistance, you will not be forgotten." After all, with so many disciples in the divine phoenix sect, standing out was no easy feat. Meanwhile, Yaoyao was actively accepting disciples, drawing a crowd of spectators from various sects in the cultivation world. They would undoubtedly spread the word about this thrilling event. As the number of disciples beside Yi continued to grow, she distributed their belongings and allowed them to explore freely. The spirit stones from their allowances were ample enough for a delightful outing. Among those in line, several villagers appeared. Yaoyao did not mind their presence and did not ask them to leave. As long as they could cultivate, their lack of prior experience mattered little. Noticing Yaoyao's silence, others hesitated to speak, for many cultivators often looked down upon those who appeared untrained. The first villager to reach the front of the line was an elderly man. He bowed respectfully to Yaoyao, introducing himself as the village chief of a nearby settlement. Hearing that a sect was recruiting disciples, he had come to plead with the fairy not to take offense. Chapter 70. The Seven-Colored Fortune. The old village chief placed his hand upon the stone pointed out by Yaoyao. The heart inquiry stone indeed illuminated. Yet the spirit inquiry stone remained dark, indicating that cultivation was not possible. The chief did not express much disappointment. After all, at his age, if he could cultivate, he would have done so long ago. His primary purpose for coming was to assess the potential of his villagers. He stepped aside, patiently awaiting the results of the villagers' tests. Many villagers looked on with expectation, but the spirit inquiry stone remained unlit. As one by one they tested, doubts began to arise amongst the crowd about the stone's functionality. Just when it seemed that someone might voice their concerns, a 12 or 13-year-old girl stepped forward, and to everyone's astonishment, both stones lit up. "Nini, splendid. You can cultivate." The other villagers congratulated the girl, whose family felt a mix of joy and sorrow. Their daughter would embark on a journey of cultivation. Yet they had heard tales of immortals who would enter seclusion for decades, leaving their loved ones behind, perhaps never to reunite. The girl, overwhelmed by the prospect, embraced her mother, exclaiming, "Mother, father, I can't bear to leave you." Others consoled her. Suddenly, a young boy, also around 12 or 13, approached to take his turn. The villagers instinctively stepped back, a reaction that piqued Yaoyao's curiosity. The boy was dressed like them, clearly a villager, yet he was isolated. Could this be the plot of a protagonist from a novel? Yaoyao's eyes sparkled with realization as she activated her fortune eye, an ability she rarely employed, as it often distracted from her surroundings. What she saw was puzzling, while the fortunes of others radiated normal colors: white, azure, blue. With a rare hint of red, the boy's fortune was an extraordinary kaleidoscope of colors: gold, purple, red, blue, green, white, and black. The distribution was uneven, with black dominating, comprising more than half, while gold was scarcely present. Nini, standing beside Yaoyao, whispered, "Sister, he is a celestial misfortune star. He brings bad luck." Could it be that his peculiar fortune was a reflection of this? Nini, having passed the heart inquiry stone test, was unlikely to spread malicious rumors, suggesting there was truth to her words. The boy, named Wu Xing, followed the earlier procedure, grasping the heart inquiry stone, but to his dismay, it did not shine. The villagers murmured amongst themselves, "See, I told you he was a celestial misfortune star." His mother died in childbirth, and shortly after, his father perished. His adoptive family all met untimely ends within 5 years, and nothing grows near their home. What else could he be but a harbinger of doom? It seemed their decision to keep their distance was justified. Who knew when disaster might strike? Such a person was unworthy of cultivation. Each harsh word pierced Wu Xing's heart, reddening his eyes. This cannot be. I have lived in this village since birth, never straying beyond its bounds, and I have always sought food diligently. I have committed no wrongs. How can I be deemed unworthy? He shouted angrily at Yaoyao, his expression one of betrayal. Yaoyao, unfazed, produced 10 heart inquiry stones. If you doubt their authenticity, here are 10. You may test each one. Wu Xing eyed her suspiciously, hesitating before picking up another stone. After 5 seconds without illumination, he reached for another, only to be met with the same result. One by one, he tested all 10, yet none shone. Impossible. How can this be? Wu Xing struggled to accept the truth, pointing an accusing finger at the villagers. Are you conspiring against me? The villagers, though aware of his misfortune, felt hurt by his accusations. They were kind-hearted individuals who, despite their fears, had often left a bowl of rice out for him when they saw him starving. They did not expect gratitude from him, as the celestial misfortune star's appreciation was not something they desired. They simply could not bear to watch him starve. Yet, despite their compassion, he regarded them with suspicion and disdain. Many villagers spat at him, lamenting that they should never have aided such an ungrateful wretch. I do not know them, nor would I conspire to mock you. There is no benefit in that. Yaoyao remained composed, her calm demeanor contrasting sharply with Wu Xing's emotional turmoil. If you still suspect my heart inquiry stones are flawed, seek out one you trust and strike me with a glowing one. This was obviously a jest, and the crowd erupted in laughter at Wu Xing's expense. Embarrassed and enraged, he turned to leave. Though he occasionally harbored dark thoughts, he had never acted on them, and was certain he would not. How could he be judged as morally corrupt? After Wu Xing departed, the testing continued, with many villagers successfully entering the Divine Phoenix sect, clutching their spirit rings and grinning like fools. With Yaoyao's validation, the already tarnished reputation of the Xian Yu sect plummeted further. Previously, coercing individuals to become disciples could be attributed to personal character flaws. But the revelation of a romantic entanglement between master and disciple was a matter the heavens would not tolerate. Sooner or later, divine retribution would descend, and no one could predict its form. As disciples of the Xian Yu sect walked the streets, they were met with scornful glances, a stark contrast to the arrogance they once wielded as members of the foremost sect. Especially in the competition city, where the Divine Phoenix sect had numerous disciples. Tensions ran high. Although their leader declared a vendetta solely against Bai Yiling, he was still affiliated with the Xian Yu sect, straining relations between the two. Old grievances resurfaced, and conflicts were imminent. Reminder, Yaoyao is only aware of the plot up until her demise. After her death, the story continued, and she remains oblivious to subsequent events. Additionally, remember this Wu Xing. Chapter 71. I want you to swear publicly when Master Kong awoke. He was immediately confronted by the distressing news shared by his beloved disciple, nearly causing him to faint from shock. Fortunately, he managed to steady himself. With great effort, he rose, rejecting his disciple's offer of support, and directly sought out his junior brother. At that moment, the atmosphere of warmth shared between Bai Yiling and Mingshi was abruptly shattered by Master Kong's intrusion. "Junior brother," he implored, "if you still recognize me as your elder brother, then swear to me that you will not develop romantic feelings for your disciple." Mingshi gazed at Master Kong in astonishment, never expecting her cherished master to utter such words. However, Master Kong continued unabated. "A romantic relationship between master and disciple is condemned by the very heavens. You wouldn't want all your years of cultivation to amount to nothing, would you? Moreover, even if you disregard your own fate, consider your little disciple. What if the heavens decree her demise?" Bai Yiling felt a pang of anxiety in his heart. He had already lost his little disciple once and could not bear to face such a loss again. The thought of it drove him to the brink of madness. Hearing Master Kong's words, Mingshi quickly turned to Bai Yiling, witnessing his hesitation, which deepened her own distress. "Master, you know I don't care about such things," she wished to declare, ready to profess that being with him was worth any sacrifice, even death. Yet before she could voice her thoughts, Master Kong continued to persuade her. "Mingshi, my dear, you have always been a good child. Your master understands your feelings, but have you considered Bai Yiling's aspirations? He is cultivated for millennia and is among the most likely to ascend to immortality. Would you be able to bear it if he were to perish while facing tribulations just to be with you?" Master Kong struck at the heart of the matter, leaving Mingshi speechless. She could endure any punishment herself, but the thought of her master suffering was unbearable. With her face pale and biting her lip, she struggled to respond. Bai Yiling, too, was in turmoil. After the sudden death of his little disciple, he had realized his feelings for her. But with her gone, that realization had turned into an obsession, and even knowing it was wrong, he chose to indulge in his emotions. Yet, facing the prospect of losing something so precious once more was a pain he could not withstand. "All right," Mingshi suddenly exclaimed, tears streaming down her face. "Master." Her voice, filled with sorrow, stirred Bai Yiling's heart, compelling him to instinctively reach out to wipe her tears, but for her sake, he turned away. Master Kong grasped Mingshi's arm tightly. "Mingshi, do you wish to see Bai Yiling's hard-earned cultivation dissipate in an instant? Do you want to witness him struck down by the heavens?" Mingshi shook her head vehemently, crying. She loved her master dearly and could not bear the thought of him suffering even the slightest harm. Ultimately, she could not find her voice and ran away in tears. Master Kong breathed a sigh of relief. It was one thing for a young girl like Mingshi to be naive, but for his junior brother, who had lived for over 10,000 years, to act so childishly was unacceptable. He truly wished he could abandon this matter. But he could not bear to see his talented junior brother's future ruined by love. He resolved to calmly counsel Bai Yiling, "Junior brother, you have reached the stage of great ascension with a long lifespan ahead. Why become entangled in matters of love? You may find that your feelings wane with time. In the vast river of time, nothing is eternal." However, Bai Yiling remained unmoved. No matter how Master Kong reasoned, he dismissed love as inconsequential, replying simply, "Brother, you do not understand." Master Kong, who had been single for millennia, felt a pang in his heart. Ultimately, he opted for a different approach. "If you truly wish to be with that child, you should devote yourself to cultivation. Perhaps once you attain immortality, you will be free from such divine retribution." Bai Yiling took this to heart, and for the first time in 3 years, he felt a renewed urgency to cultivate. Seeing his junior brother finally receptive to his words, Master Kong felt relieved. After all, if he could persuade Bai Yiling, then Mingshi would inevitably be swayed as well. As Mingshi ran away, feeling both wronged and heartbroken, she knew she would eventually yield, but it saddened her that her master had given up first. While running, she mourned her lost love. Reaching the outskirts of the fighting city, she sought a place to cry freely, only to discover she was not alone. Another was already there, weeping. Tears streaming down her face, Mingshi asked. You? Why are you crying too? Noticing the other was a mere child, her tone softened. Wu Sheng, filled with rage and despair, had been mocked ever since the Heartstone failed to shine. He felt an intense hatred toward those who ridiculed him. Yet he understood that he could not cultivate. Anyone here could easily end his life with a mere finger. Thus, he fled from the scornful gazes and finally found a secluded spot to weep, startled by Mingshi's voice. Who are you? Wu Xing worried she might wish him harm, though he could not fathom why she would want to. He had heard tales of the ruthless nature of the cultivation world, where one could casually extinguish lives. Mingshi, noticing Wu Sheng's striking appearance and red-rimmed eyes, felt a surge of empathy. I am Mingshi, a disciple of Xianyu sect. Why are you here alone in tears? Where are your parents? Have you encountered some injustice? Inherently kind-hearted, Mingshi could not resist the urge to help those in need, and she desperately sought a distraction from her own sorrow, lest she be consumed by her grief. Chapter 72. Taking Wu Sheng as a disciple. Wu Sheng was unaware of what the Xianyu sect entailed, but it was evidently a sect. Reflecting on his recent rejection by the Divine Phoenix sect and recognizing the familiar visage before him, he felt a stir of hope. I am a villager from the nearby area. Since my parents passed away early, the villagers ostracized me. Unable to survive in the village, I sought to try my luck in finding a sect to take me as a disciple. However, the individuals from the Divine Phoenix sect informed me that I had not passed the Heartstone test and refused to take me in. I feel so wronged. I was born in that village and I wouldn't even harm an ant. How could they claim I have ulterior motives? Yet, that person called Sister Yi insisted that I was ill-intentioned. Others regarded me with fear, and I fled here, worried they might harm me. Woe is me. I can no longer endure this. The villagers already discriminate against me, and no sect is willing to accept me. I am on the brink of starvation. Seeing Wu Sheng's distress, Mingshi felt somewhat at a loss. Please do not cry. It cannot be that serious. How about this? You can join our Xianyu sect. We do not require the Heartstone test. Even if you cannot cultivate, it matters not. I can arrange for you to be a nominal disciple. You need not despair. Is that truly so? Wu Xing gazed up at Mingshi with watery eyes. Mingshi nodded with conviction, despite her relationship with her master. She felt empowered to make this small decision. Wu Xing immediately turned to bow deeply to Mingshi, expressing his gratitude. Thank you, fairy, for saving my life. Mingshi was taken aback, not anticipating his actions, and rushed to help him up. Please, do not do that. It is but a trivial matter. Feeling discontented, Wu Xing thought it unjust that a mere word from someone could determine his fate, while he himself had to struggle for survival. Casually, he remarked, by the way, the woman from the Divine Phoenix sect who recruits disciples bears a striking resemblance to my sister. I wonder what her connection is to my sister? Mingshi suddenly realized. The disciple recruit from the Divine Phoenix sect must be Yaoyao, who indeed resembled her. A flicker of unacknowledged disdain crossed her eyes, which Wu Sheng, who was observant, noticed with delight. Fortune seemed to be on his side, and he felt he had made the right wager. Though uncertain of the relationship between Mingshi and the woman named Yi, he initially shared his plight with her. Cautious not to voice too many grievances to avoid any implication of friendship between her and the Divine Phoenix's representative. Upon confirming her unfavorable view of Yi, Wu Xing knew precisely how to navigate the conversation. Perhaps due to the early loss of his parents, Wu Sheng had developed a keen ability to read people's emotions. Mingshi, having quickly concealed her disdain, replied, I have no connection with that person. We merely had some minor conflicts, but I doubt we will meet again. After all, that person had been with her master for 3 years and bore her likeness. She was unwilling to let her master engage with her. Wu Xing flattered her, saying, No wonder. A gentle person like you could never be at fault. It must be the others' doing. I have long suspected that woman was colluding with the villagers to bully me, intending to make me a target of ridicule by sabotaging the Heartstone. Her malice is unmatched. Far from your benevolence. Mingshi felt a surge of satisfaction at his words, Any remark that belittled Yaoyao while elevating her would be the most delightful. She joyfully shared tales of the Xianyu sect with Wu Sheng, ensuring he would become familiar with his future sect. Upon arriving at the inn, Mingshi had already promised Wu Xing that he could study under her master, revealing just how formidable her master truly was. Yet, her determination soon ignited. She was not one to easily concede. Even if she made a vow, she remained her master's disciple. Time was on her side, and she would surely find a way. Perhaps, with enough effort, she would transform from a mere dragon to a legendary being, transcending the heavens. Who could possibly thwart her union with her master? In this regard, both Bai Yiling and Mingshi seemed to resonate with each other's thoughts. Having reached this understanding, Mingshi no longer felt despondent. Instead, she eagerly introduced Wu Sheng to her master. "Master, this is Wu Sheng. Please take him as your disciple." Bai Yiling was taken aback. He was well acquainted with his little disciple's temperament, having raised her himself. He had anticipated that she would continue to voice her grievances regarding earlier matters. To his surprise, she had brought a young boy for him to accept as a disciple. Even Bai Yiling found it difficult to comprehend. However, that did not prevent him from feeling a tinge of jealousy. Even though the boy was merely 12 or 13, possibly still innocent, he was still male. How could his little disciple prioritize this boy over their own bond? Irritated, he turned away. "Let him be your junior disciple then." Though it was a simple utterance, Mingshi, who had long harbored affection for her master, could discern his emotional shift. He was jealous. How delightful to realize that her master still cared for her. With this revelation, Mingshi playfully leaned against Bai Yiling, disregarding Wu Sheng's presence. Wu Sheng, witnessing this exchange, felt a flicker of emotion. Having made the decision to take Wu Sheng as a disciple, Bai Yiling relayed the matter to Master Kong, who, without scrutinizing Wu Sheng further, nodded in agreement. It was beneficial to divert the attention of his little disciple, rather than have her continually orbiting around Mingshi. As everyone anticipated, the sect competition was finally about to commence. The event was presided over by the mayor of the Dual City, a youthful figure from the Mu family, who bore an uncanny resemblance to a fox. "Welcome, everyone, to the Dual City. I trust you have all been eagerly awaiting this moment. Without further ado, let the sect competition begin. In addition, our Mu family has prepared excellent items for the upcoming auction, so do not miss the chance to partake." Chapter 73. The commencement of sect competition. The sect competition takes place once every 3 years, marking one of the most significant events in the realm of cultivation. All prominent sects participate, and the rules are well known to all. There are 2 arenas. The first combatant to enter must defend their platform. If they succeed, they continue to battle the next challenger, with a 10-minute respite in between matches. Both platforms operate simultaneously, and each sect may send a maximum of 20 participants. Ultimately, the victors from both platforms will face each other to determine the ultimate champion. During the competition, the use of magical artifacts and talismans is strictly prohibited. Combatants must rely solely on their cultivation prowess. However, the defenders may consume medicinal pills during their breaks. Although this contest is labeled a sect competition, it is understood among participants that only disciples are allowed to compete, with no elders or sect leaders permitted. After all, they are not like the Xuanyuzong, which boasts the formidable Bai Yiling, a prodigy capable of defeating opponents beyond his level. Numerous smaller sects, either unwilling or unable to participate, have gathered merely to witness the legendary Shenhuang sect. To avoid any appearance of bias, Bai Yiling and Mingshi are kept apart, yet their mere presence draws attention. Especially with Yaoyao, the focal point of recent gossip, sitting prominently ahead, reminding everyone of the intricate relationships among the trio. Bai Yiling finds it challenging to endure the prying eyes of the crowd, despite occupying the finest position within the Xuanyuzong. Mingshi, raised under her master's indulgence, is similarly uncomfortable, unaccustomed to the disdainful glances and murmurs directed her way. As the atmosphere thickens with anticipation, Master Kong stands to address the gathering before any combatants ascend the platforms. Esteemed guests, the rumors surrounding our elder Bailing and his disciple Jian Shishir have escalated alarmingly. In my capacity as the leader of Xuanyuzong, I wish to clarify that Jian Shishir is deeply cherished by Elder Bai, having been raised under his guidance. 3 years ago, when Jian Shishir mysteriously vanished, we mourned her presumed demise. Thus, Elder Bai's reaction upon encountering Yi Zongzhu's daughter, who bears a striking resemblance to Jian Shishir, was entirely understandable. As for the matter of coercing her to become his apprentice, that was a misstep on Elder Bai's part. After the competition concludes, I shall personally escort him to the Shenhuang sect to offer apologies and reparations. Master Kong vehemently insists that their bond is purely one of teacher and disciple, dismissing any notion of romantic involvement. While many harbor doubts, the oppressive aura of Xuanyuzong silences dissent. However, Yaoyao remains unfazed. Before she can speak, her protective father, Yi Wenba, interjects. Master Kong claims that the relationship between Bailing and Jian Shishir is merely that of teacher and disciple. How could such a trivial bond provoke such fervent actions from the illustrious Elder Bai? Surely, this is hard to believe. The audience, now more intrigued, even begins to snack on sunflower seeds brought by villagers hoping for a fortune in the realm of cultivation. To their surprise, cultivators have taken a liking to these mundane treats, leading to a rapid sellout of the snacks. Following this interruption, Bailing and Mingxer exchange knowing glances, having previously agreed on a silent vow. Together, they declare, I, Bailing Jian Shishir, swear by the heavens that our relationship is pure and untainted, devoid of any ulterior motives. Should we lie, may the cosmos forsake us. This proclamation convinces many, who had speculated tirelessly over the past 3 days about a possible romantic entanglement, that their connection is indeed innocent. Some even doubt their own hearts. Yi Wenba attempts to argue further, but is halted by Yaoyao's plea. Father, let it be. This is merely a matter of male and female. What does a vow prove? It cannot be viewed through conventional logic. After the vow, Bailing and Mingxer maintain composed expressions, as Bailing contemplates hastening his cultivation so that he and his disciple may ascend to immortality beyond the reach of the heavenly laws. Mingxer, on the other hand, muses that Jian Shishir's vow has little bearing on her own affairs, viewing it as a clever strategy in their recent interactions. As the rumors surrounding the trio dissipate, many spectators find the event dull, having anticipated a more explosive confrontation. However, the focus soon shifts to the first challenger stepping onto the platform. The initial combatant inevitably draws all attention, yet none are eager to be the first. The reasoning is simple. The defender must expend energy to maintain their position, continually fending off challengers, which poses a considerable test of both skill and stamina. In previous competitions, a member of Xuanyuzong would typically take the first turn to showcase their prestige as the leading sect. Disciplined disciples are wise enough to conserve their strength for the later rounds. Qiuling, you shall be the last, Master Kong advises, but before he can finish, 2 figures soar onto the arena. Clad in identical attire, they occupy opposing platforms. On Platform 1 stands Lu, while Platform 2 features the 20th disciple from the Shenhuang sect S contingent of 20. The rationale for ascending in order from lowest to highest ranking is not merely to conserve energy, rather, it is to facilitate a true test of skill. If the most formidable challengers were to compete first, the remaining participants would have no one to face. Chapter 74. The opulent sect. This is the confidence of the disciples of the Divine Phoenix sect. Only they could afford to be so audacious. As Lu, the representative who secured first place for the Divine Phoenix sect, stepped forward, it was only natural for her to make a dazzling appearance. From start to finish, successfully defending the arena, could anything be more impressive? Lu of the Divine Phoenix sect, seeking insights from all esteemed talents. Meanwhile, another contender on a different platform echoed her sentiments. Master Kong observed Lu on stage, and then glanced at Yaoyao, who was leisurely conversing with others below, gritting his teeth in frustration. In participating in this sect competition, He not only lost the prodigious talent of Yaoyao, but also discovered that a significant portion of the sect's resources had been allocated to the Divine Phoenix sect, inadvertently fostering a rival sect. Furthermore, the reputation of his junior brother had taken a hit, and despite any vows made, whispers of discontent would inevitably circulate. The losses were indeed severe. Go up and confront them. You must bring them down. Master Kong insisted on having Qiuling enter last, whether out of shame or strategy. They could not afford to lose the title of the foremost sect in this competition. Otherwise, the reputation of Xian Yu sect would be at stake. Lan Dai from the mysterious Butterfly Palace has come to seek guidance. This Lan Dai was the same female cultivator who had previously questioned Yi Yaoyao. She harbored an infatuation for Bai Yiling, akin to a fan's adoration for an idol. Initially distressed over the past 3 days, she had now confirmed her idol was not the person she believed. She sought to teach Yi Yaoyao a lesson. After all, the champion could designate an opponent for the match, and while the other party could refuse, it would not bode well for their sect's reputation. Such actions would offend the opposing sect, but Lan Dai could not afford to consider that any longer. Witnessing her idol being slandered, she was eager to confront Yi Yaoyao. Lan Dai's senior sister, witnessing her impulsiveness, was so enraged she stamped her foot. Why did you rush in like that? You're too naive. Though Lan Dai possessed considerable talent and a high cultivation level, she was no match for Lu. She had thought her late-stage nascent soul cultivation would suffice to defeat her opponent, but Lu dispatched her with a single move. Though Lan Dai emerged unscathed, Lu had shown restraint, yet the humiliation was unbearable. Her face burned red, and she pushed through the crowd, fleeing the arena. As spectators watched Lan Dai fall so easily, the disciples from other sects began to take notice of Lu. Disciples from the Sword Sky sect, unwilling to be outdone, engaged Lu in combat. The Sword Sky sect, a slightly lesser sect than Xianyu, was often said to have the potential to surpass Xianyu if not for Bai Yiling. Yet now, the Divine Phoenix sect appeared poised to overshadow both. The disciples of the Sword Sky sect were all sword enthusiasts, dedicating their time solely to sword practice, resulting in rapid cultivation progression. However, as weapons were prohibited in this contest, the participants from the Sword Sky sect resorted to sword qi, necessitating a state of unity between human and sword to conjure it. Each competitor was, without a doubt, elite. Lu, invigorated, engaged earnestly with her opponent, who possessed late-stage out-of-body cultivation, one of the finest among the disciples. The arena allowed for genuine engagement, differentiating this contest from previous ranking competitions within the sect, thus unveiling true potential. On the second arena, a disciple from the Divine Phoenix sect had already defeated 3 opponents. It was evident his spiritual energy was nearly depleted, and the third opponent had been bested with great effort. Many were waiting to see whether he would concede or consume a pill to replenish his energy. With only 10 minutes of rest, it was nearly impossible to fully restore his energy. Conceding would be preferable to being struck down later. Others watching could not help but shake their heads. See? This is the drawback of going first, they mused, though their lips curled into smiles. Everyone anticipated the man's descent, yet he surprised them by producing a delicate vial from his spiritual ring and carefully consuming a small amount. A wave of spiritual energy wafted through the air. 10,000-year spirit milk. Those who recognized it gasped in astonishment. The revelation sparked a wave of excitement. 10,000-year spirit milk, a drop of which could only be obtained once every 10,000 years, could instantly replenish all spiritual energy without any side effects. Others looked at the vial with a mix of envy and disbelief. What a waste. You're not even in a life or death situation. Why resort to the 10,000-year spirit milk? A single drop can fetch thousands of spirit stones. How can you squander it like this? Upon observing the condemning gazes of the crowd, the man's pride only swelled. This 10,000-year spirit milk was a reward for his victory. When the sect selected the top 20 to participate in the competition, each was granted 10 drops of this precious essence to replenish their energy during the bouts. Not only could it restore spiritual energy instantaneously, but it also facilitated cultivation. The contribution points required for its exchange were exorbitant, making it a coveted resource. Now, with such an opportunity at hand, many seized the moment. And a considerable number experienced breakthroughs. He had fought tooth and nail to secure his place among the top 20, and he was rightfully proud. With his energy fully restored, he returned to his optimal state and resumed combat with the next opponent. Below, the disciples of the Divine Phoenix sect discussed when the 20th contender would be defeated. As they approached this competition as a means of training and did not wish for the opponent to monopolize their chances, they were well aware of Lu's prowess. Should these two vanquish all the disciples, their efforts would be in vain. Hearing their discussions, disciples from other sects could not help but roll their eyes. Is this the difference between people? They can't wait to finish all their matches, while others worry about missing their turn. After engaging in combat with the Sword Sky sect disciple for nearly half an hour, Lu finally unleashed her full potential and defeated her opponent. She felt sufficiently familiar with her techniques and no longer required her opponent to feed her moves. Moreover, her own spiritual energy had been expended. Chapter 75. Fox and Mu Yuan, the disciple of the Heavenly Sword sect, who had been defeated, wore a bewildered expression. Although he sensed that Lu Yu was formidable, he had always believed he had a chance of victory. Little did he know that the opponent had merely treated him as a mere target. As others witnessed the downfall of the cultivation fanatic from the Heavenly Sword sect, their expressions reflected a mix of astonishment. Upon closer inspection of Lu Yu, they realized they could not discern her cultivation level. In the realm of cultivation, an inability to perceive one's strength could stem from two possibilities: either the opponent's power surpassed one's own, or the individual employed methods to obscure their true abilities. Clearly, Lu Yu belonged to the former category. Meanwhile, Lu Yu, resting on stage, retrieved a familiar-looking vial and, with practiced ease, consumed a drop of the millennia-old spiritual milk. The onlookers, whether affiliated with sects or not, gazed with envy. Initially, they had assumed that the disciple from the Divine Phoenix sect possessed the millennia-old spiritual milk due to family connections. However, with Lu Yu also having it, it could not be claimed that they hailed from the same family. Rather, they were indeed from the same sect. Others turned their attention to Yaoyao, a woman adorned with protective artifacts, seemingly wrapped in gold, shining brilliantly. Could it be that the Divine Phoenix sect possessed such an abundance of spirit stones that any disciple could casually utilize millennia-old spiritual milk for replenishment? In that moment, the Divine Phoenix sect basked in glory, truly a dazzling presence. After restoring her spiritual energy, Lu Yu prepared for her next battle. However, the disciple from the Divine Phoenix sect on the second stage encountered an opponent with superior cultivation and was swiftly defeated. That disciple lamented the lost opportunity for practice. Yet, the other disciples, eager for combat, eagerly rushed into the fray, and whenever they took a break, they indulged in drops of millennia-old spiritual milk, leaving the spectators in a state of astonishment. One might think the millennia-old spiritual milk had been renamed to annual spiritual milk. Master Yi, Madam Yi, Miss Yi. Your esteemed names are well known. The two stages were alive with fervor. Lu Yu consistently held the title of champion on the first stage, while the second stage witnessed frequent changes in champions, yet the disciples of the Divine Phoenix sect remained outstanding, leaving a lasting impression. Yaoyao raised her gaze towards the speaker, Mu Yuan, who had just presided over the sect competition. The Mu family was the second largest family in the realm of cultivation, with the Ying family being the foremost. However, due to Yaoyao's influence, the heir of the first family, Ying Haoyu, had suffered a crushing defeat, rendering him incapacitated. Ying's father was preoccupied with finding a method to restore his son, as he could not allow him to remain a cripple. Furthermore, the second ancestor of the Ying family had encountered a sudden disruption in the absorption of spiritual energy during cultivation, resulting in the loss of what should have been abundant energy, leading to a failed cultivation and a diminished lifespan. The Ying family faced a significant blow. The Mu family seized the opportunity to develop itself, subtly gaining a momentum that rivaled the Ying family. The arena of combat had always been under the management of the Mu family, and Mu Yuan, as a second-generation cultivator and heir, exhibited humility unlike the arrogant Ying Haoyu. He was amiable, treating even ordinary individuals as brothers, and he had taken on many important responsibilities from his father at an early age. After exchanging a few words with Yi Wenba, Mu Yuan directly addressed him as Uncle Yi. He had long heard of the illustrious Divine Phoenix sect, but had never encountered its disciples until today, and indeed, they lived up to their name. The disciples appeared exceptionally gifted, with Miss Yi standing out as particularly remarkable. Uncle Yi, I truly envy you. This compliment elicited hearty laughter from Yi Wenba. Mu Yuan was adept at reading the room and understood that Yi Wenba cherished his daughter, thus he filled his discourse with praises for Yi Yaoyao. However, due to Yi Yaoyao's previous demeanor, he was cautious not to tread on any sensitive topics, leading to minimal interaction between them. Nevertheless, Yi Yaoyao discerned his sycophantic nature. Mu Yuan had a chair brought over to sit beside Yi Wenba and proceeded to identify various disciples in the crowd, explaining their sex and the intricacies of their relationships, weaving captivating tales of gossip that captivated Yi Yaoyao, who listened intently while observing Lu Yu. Though she possessed some knowledge of these forces within the cultivation world, she had never seen them firsthand, making it challenging to connect the dots. With Mu Yuan's insights, she finally began to grasp the broader picture of the cultivation realm. Realizing that Yi Yaoyao seemed to hold a position of prominence within her family, Mu Yuan became even more animated in his storytelling. He even subtly hinted at the discord between his family and the Ying family, suggesting that the sect supported by the Ying family was the Xianyu sect. By doing so, he aimed to position the Divine Phoenix sect as an ally, promoting mutual benefit. Yi Wenba and Jiang Lan perceived this underlying message. Yet they decided to let their daughter take the lead in such matters, as her happiness was paramount. Yi Yaoyao recognized the implication, but refrained from providing a definitive response, as Mu Yuan had not stated it outright. Lu Yu maintained her status as the champion, commanding respect from her peers. While the disciples of the Harmony sect gazed at her with eager eyes, they had long coveted her Yin spirit body, believing that by cultivating alongside her, they could significantly enhance their own powers. Naturally, the higher Lu Yu's cultivation level, the more beneficial it would be for them to absorb her strength. Lu Yu had anticipated the presence of the Harmony sect among the crowd, fully aware that those practicing such distasteful techniques would often seek new disciples. She had diligently cultivated for 3 years without a moment's respite, aspiring to one day eradicate the Harmony sect. Now, having reached the early stages of integration, she possessed enough strength to protect herself, no longer the timid figure who once scurried like a mouse in search of filthy hiding spots. Initially, she contemplated disguising herself to avoid recognition by the Harmony sect. However, Yi Yaoyao had specifically advised her to present herself as she was. For if the Harmony sect dared to act against her, it would provide her with the perfect pretext to strike back. The Divine Phoenix sect stood as her strongest ally. In that moment, Yi Yaoyao's words resonated, dispelling any lingering doubts. Chapter 76. A gesture of friendship. Lu Yu unleashed a greater potential, sending her opponent off the stage with ease. She then directed a thumbs-down gesture towards the members of the Heroine sect, a sign she had learned from Yi Yaoyao, signifying a great humiliation. Lu Yu emphasized the gesture with her palm, ensuring that the members of Heroine sect could clearly see it, while others were perplexed by its meaning. The mocking smiles on their opponents' faces indicated it was far from a favorable sign. Consequently, whispers circulated among the crowd, and the faces of Heroine sect's members flushed with indignation. In this realm of cultivation, one's abilities eclipsed their character, which explained why many failed to pass the Heartstone test. Although the Heroine sect was known for its unique cultivation methods, they prided themselves on mutual consent and never resorted to coercion, allowing them to avoid annihilation by more righteous sections. However, Lu Yu's spiritual essence was exceedingly alluring, prompting them to take the risk. Brother Ian, we must request your presence to gauge the opponent's strength. This girl has grown remarkably over the 3 years since we last saw her. We cannot afford to let her slip away. They had pursued Liu for years, vigilantly waiting outside Shen Huang's sect for her appearance, but she had remained elusive. Now that she had finally emerged, they were determined to seize the opportunity. Outside, myriad methods existed to abduct her. The individual referred to as Brother Ian arrogantly ascended the arena, already envisioning how he would cherish and pamper the one before him. However, he soon began to question his life choices. Liu Yu had initially held back, only intensifying her attacks against disciples of Xianyu sect, seemingly avenging her junior sister. Many were grateful for her restraint, for had she been more ruthless, she could have easily taken lives instead of merely displacing opponents. Yet, when facing Brother Ian, Liu Yu showed no mercy. As one of the more accomplished disciples of Heroine sect, at the mid-stage of the out-of-body realm, he had always been self-assured. Given the ease with which members of Heroine sect advanced in their cultivation, the path to higher realms, however, was fraught with challenges. As the heavenly Tao maintained a semblance of fairness, no one from Heroine sect had yet achieved the fusion stage, having perished in tribulations prior. Despite Brother Yin's formidable standing within Heroine sect, Liu Yu effortlessly dominated him, targeting vital points with precision. Brother Ian found himself in a precarious defensive position, unable to counterattack. Observers quickly shook their heads, recognizing the one-sided nature of the bout. It was only a matter of time before Liu Yu would bring him down. But Liu Yu seemed to find amusement in her opponent, treating him as a target for her frustrations. As Brother Ian began to falter, she feigned exhaustion, granting him a glimmer of hope, lest he surrender. Though appearing weak, her strikes remained swift, each one leaving a new scar on Brother Yin's body. Cunningly, she inflicted 12 precise wounds, each time deepening the existing ones. Brother Ian, filled with disbelief, momentarily considered surrendering, but, seeing Liu Yu's apparent depletion of energy, resolved to press on, hoping he could topple her and thus elevate Heroine sect's prestige, attracting many disciples to their cause. However, reality was proving to be quite different from his expectations. Watching Liu Yu, who maintained her pace yet continued to inflict injuries, Brother Ian felt a surge of frustration rise within him, as if he were choking on an unvoiced complaint. Unbeknownst to him, the wounds had grown alarmingly deep, revealing bone beneath the surface, though the gradual deepening had masked the pain from his perception. A sly smile graced Liu Yu's lips as she delivered a decisive blow, sending Brother Ian crashing down. He barely had the chance to spit out the blood that welled in his throat before he lost consciousness. The onlookers, witnessing Liu Yu's ruthless display, began to reassess their initial impressions of her as a kind-hearted individual, leading many who contemplated stepping onto the stage to hesitate. Fortunately, Liu Yu maintained a relatively normal disposition towards disciples from other sects, save for those from Xianyu sect and Hehuan sect. Many cast sidelong glances at Xianyu sect, as Hehuan sect had long been a source of controversy within the cultivation world. Many considered them akin to heretical sects, unworthy of association with righteous paths. Yet, Hehuan sect countered that cultivation was fundamentally about cultivating the heart, with the pleasures of love being entirely natural, especially as they did not impose their will upon others. Others found it challenging to refute this argument, though they harbored disdain towards Hehuan sect. Now, with Liu Yu equating Xianyu sect and Hehuan sect, many were left astonished. Did Shenhuang sect intend to sever ties with Xianyu sect and declare war? Master Kong, who had been watching from the sidelines, trembled with fury. Betrayal from one's own disciples stung the most. He had always regarded Yaoyao as the saintess of Nanling's sacred land, fostering a close relationship with her, hoping to draw Xianyu sect closer through her elder status. Who would have thought that her intentions were far less pure? Yet, in a different light, one could argue her motives were quite straightforward. She had never intended to align herself with Xianyu sect and remained unwavering in that stance for 3 years. It was he who had been foolish, failing to recognize this truth and mistakenly believing her resource acquisitions were for the sake of the sacred land, when in reality, They were for Shen Huang's sect. Nevertheless, Lu Yu's cultivation level was undeniable. Defeat was inevitable. Historically, in sect competitions, having even one disciple at the out-of-body stage often ensured victory. Yet, Lu Yu single-handedly elevated the competition's caliber, causing those who had initially aimed for first place to falter. Defeated? How could this happen? Master Kong watched as his disciples fell, his hands trembling uncontrollably. Bai Yiling, a junior disciple who had faced Master Kong's wrath on numerous occasions, finally mustered a semblance of compassion. Senior brother, I understand your anxiety, but please remain calm. Chapter 77. The kindness of my little disciple. Upon hearing these words, sect leader Kong felt a wave of dizziness wash over him. His gaze fixated on his little junior brother, whom he had always indulged, even when he misbehaved. A surge of frustration compelled him to consider striking him. Bai Yiling, observing the profound anger and anxiety of his senior brother, offered words of consolation. Brother, do not worry, our sect will remain the foremost. Kong, unable to muster a smile, recognized that none of the other disciples could rival Chioling. As he watched one disciple after another succumb to defeat, he found himself questioning who could possibly stand a chance. His little junior brother had already lost 2 of his 3 disciples, and now even Chioling might struggle against the disciples of the Divine Phoenix sect. Who else was left? Suddenly, Kong's eyes widened. How could he have forgotten that his little junior brother still had a disciple? The recently resurrected Jian Shishir was indeed his disciple. Kong's heart leapt with joy as he glanced at Jian Shishir, then at Bai Yiling, who nodded in affirmation. A smile graced Kong's face. He could discern that Jian Shishir's cultivation was on par with the woman on the arena, creating a sense of suspense about the outcome. However, if his little junior brother had confidence, she would surely prevail. With the assurance of maintaining their sect's reputation, Kong breathed a sigh of relief. Yet, to be cautious, he decided to let the other disciples of Xuanyu sect take the stage first. Chioling, initially intended to be the grand finale, was also included in the lineup, tasked with exhausting Lu Yue's spiritual power to the fullest extent. Even though Lu Yue possessed the miraculous Millennium Spirit Milk, a single vial could only sustain her for so long. Once it was depleted and Jian Shishir took her place, victory would be assured. As the competition progressed, Lu Yue indeed found herself facing heightened challenges. The disciples who had previously fought against her were merely the initial combatants sent by their sect, yet each subsequent challenger surpassed her in strength. Lu Yue's spiritual energy dwindled time and again, and the Millennium Spirit Milk was nearing its end. Following Chioling's defeat, Mingshi took to the arena. She desperately sought an opportunity to redeem her reputation, as the previous rumors had significantly tarnished her standing. As a pampered princess, Mingshi could not endure such humiliation. In the realm of cultivation, strength commanded respect. If she demonstrated formidable power, the whispers would cease and admiration would replace them. With this mindset, Mingshi struck with unrelenting ferocity. Despite being at the initial stage of integration like Lu Yue, Mingshi was a dragon, while Lu Yue was merely human. In their shared realm, the prowess of a beast far surpassed that of a human. Thus, when Mingshi made her move, Lu Yue felt the weight of suppression. She fought valiantly to defend herself, expending all her spiritual energy in vain, unable even to counterattack. Even as Lu Yue's face flushed crimson, she failed to inflict any damage upon Mingshi. The spectators stood in stunned silence, for the disciples of the Divine Phoenix sect typically preferred a more gradual approach, allowing their opponents to exhaust themselves, seemingly honing their techniques. Discussions abounded regarding the likelihood of the contest extending over 3 days, but then came a far more ruthless contender. Yaoyao observed the fierce exchange between Mingshi and Lu Yue from the sidelines, her brow furrowing slightly. She had initially intended for Lu Yue to dominate the first arena from beginning to end, but with Mingshi now on the stage, that plan was rendered impossible. In a moment of misalignment, Mingshi and Yaoyao's gazes met, and she was struck by the striking resemblance between them, a wave of irritation surging within her. How could a face so similar to her own provoke such disdain? Remembering Yaoyao's previous rudeness and her haughty demeanor, Ming Shi's strikes grew even more ruthless, inadvertently sending Lu Yue flying out of the arena. Lu Yue coughed up blood as she soared through the air, and Yaoyao swiftly flew to catch her, administering a life-saving pill. Once Lu Yue's vitality returned and her eyes fluttered open, Yaoyao entrusted her to her fellow disciples for support, turning her attention back to Ming Shi. Ming Shi appeared taken aback by her own fierce actions, shaking her head at Yaoyao. I didn't mean to. I simply lost control of my strength and never intended to hurt her so severely. She had always been reluctant to harm even the smallest creatures and had become an anomaly in the cultivation world. This was her first act of aggression, and her expression betrayed her panic. Bai Yiling, watching from the sidelines, lamented the excessive kindness of his little disciple. In the arena of life and death, no one would have batted an eye if she had eliminated her opponent, yet his little disciple felt guilt for having caused harm. Conversely, Yaoyao despised Ming Shi's excessive compassion. The original host, suffering and aggrieved, had sought out her master only to be met with indifference. The sect leader merely reprimanded Lin Hongyu, sending her to reflect at the cliff of regret for a few days, and then assigned her the task of finding spiritual herbs to restore the original host's appearance. Naively, the original host had believed the deceitful words that the wangling water was not a divine-grade herb, failing to recover her beauty until her demise. She was unaware whether Ming Shi's remarks to Lin Hongyu were intentional or accidental, but it did not hinder her from harboring resentment. Yaoyao leaped onto the arena, drawing curious glances from the onlookers. After concealing her true cultivation, she had only presented herself as a first-level Qi practitioner. I will give you 10 minutes to rest. Once you are ready, I will make my move. With that, Yaoyao closed her eyes, unwilling to gaze upon a face she found so distasteful. If Ming Shi disliked being compared to her, why should she embrace the association? The crowd erupted in murmurs, speculating about Yaoyao's actual cultivation. Surely, she could not be merely a first-level Qi practitioner. That would be akin to courting death. The disciples of Xuanyu sect, who had known her for 3 years, suddenly realized they knew nothing about her true capabilities. I told you she couldn't possibly be a first-level Qi practitioner, even if she has 5 spiritual roots. After 3 years in Xuanyu sect and with the resources she has acquired, she could have reached the integration stage solely through the consumption of pills. The onlookers cast disdainful glances at the naysayers. On the stage, Ming Shi was momentarily surprised at Yaoyao's arrival, yet a clandestine thrill surged within her, one she was not fully aware of. Deep down, she cared, even if she knew Yaoyao was merely a substitute. She felt jealousy that someone could accompany their master for 3 years. Now that Yaoyao was no longer a disciple of Xuanyu sect, she pondered if their master, hindered by their master-disciple bond, might choose to be with Yaoyao instead. The mere thought of this possibility ignited a tempestuous fury within her. Taking a deep breath, she declared, I am ready. Come forth. Chapter 78, Mercilessly Tormenting Ming Shi. Bai Yiling takes action. Although Ming Shi harbored a disdain for Yaoyao, she reminded herself to refrain from inflicting excessive harm, aiming merely to bring her opponent down. Yet Yaoyao unleashed a flurry of ruthless strikes. Seizing the rare opportunity to torment the female protagonist, she suppressed her own cultivation to match Ming Shi's level, intent on indulging in a thoroughly gratifying bout. Ming Shi had initially possessed confidence in securing the first place. Her ambition had not been overwhelming until she desired to escape the clutches of rumor, which added pressure. However, upon clashing with Yaoyao, apprehension began to seep into her heart. As a scion of the dragon bloodline, subduing a mere human should have been effortless. Yet Yaoyao proved unexpectedly formidable, resisting her efforts entirely. Each of Yaoyao's strikes targeted Ming Shi's visage. If one of them was destined to be disfigured, then it was a case of if a friend must perish, let it be so. Ming Shi's defenses faltered, and onlookers were reminded of the previous confrontation between Lu Yu and Ming Shi. The sect leader, Kong, stood in shock. unable to comprehend how Mingshi had become so weak, unable to best even Yaoyao. Though cloaked in a device that concealed her true prowess, Yaoyao appeared to be merely at the first tier of qi refinement, yet that was a FAA day. Kong was baffled. Yaoyao, with a bone age seemingly no more than 18, was indeed a genuine celestial tier formation master. How could she possess such formidable cultivation? Surely, she was not an ordinary human. Could she be a reincarnated deity? Meanwhile, Bai Yiling watched his battered disciple with a heart full of anguish, wishing he could bear the blows on her behalf. While Mingshi defended with all her might, she was repeatedly wounded by Yaoyao's spiritual energy, each strike inflicting excruciating pain. My face. Upon seeing blood trickle down her cheek, Mingshi lost her composure, abandoning her gentle facade and resorting to lethal strikes. Yaoyao showed no mercy, leaving her mark on Mingshi despite her feeble attempts at defense. Regrettably, Yaoyao lamented that she could not douse Mingshi's face with Wangling water. Overcome with rage, Mingshi was oblivious to Yaoyao's restraint, fixated solely on her ruined appearance and the humiliation suffered in front of so many onlookers, prompting her transformation. Bai Yiling, he suddenly shouted. Given the disapproval they had already faced, it was crucial that no one discovered his disciple was a dragon. Following the ancient war between humans and beastkind, which had cost countless lives, humanity still harbored a deep-seated animosity towards the latter. If her true nature was revealed, he could not guarantee her safety. Mingshi, momentarily regaining her senses upon hearing Bai Yiling's voice, realized that Yaoyao had thoroughly defeated her. Not wanting to see her face any longer, Yaoyao struck with a palm, sending Mingshi soaring through the air, her internal organs feeling as though they had been displaced. Bai Yiling leapt forth to catch Mingshi. Though she did not lose consciousness, the pain was severe, and her embarrassment was compounded by the fiery sting on her face. With a choked voice, she cried, "Master, she bullied me. You must avenge me." Bai Yiling was pained by the sight of his injured disciple. Her words ignited a fury within him, and he resolved to take action against Yaoyao. The onlookers were astonished. Bai Yiling was in the ascendant stage of cultivation, unmatched even by the elders in attendance. His disregard for the rules of the duel to confront Yaoyao seemed to threaten the very oaths of the Xianyu sect. Kong, witnessing this, felt a wave of darkness wash over him. Yet, the most shocking sight was Yaoyao standing her ground with a mocking smile, as if inviting Bai Yiling to strike her. What was happening today? Were they all trapped in a collective dream? Bai Yiling sensed something was amiss with Yaoyao's demeanor and suddenly recalled a solemn vow he had made. I, Bai Yiling, swear by the heavens that I shall not raise my hand against anyone before me or my family, otherwise my dearest shall perish. Oh no! Had they all lost their minds? Rubbing his eyes vigorously, he looked again and found that Bai Yiling had indeed halted, choosing to endure rather than retaliate. The expressions of those witnessing shifted dramatically. This relationship was anything but normal. The most shocked of all was Mingshi, her face stained with blood, neglecting her pills in favor of watching her master avenge her. Who would have thought that her master would choose restraint? Could it be that in these 3 years, Bai Yiling had genuinely developed feelings for Yaoyao? The mere thought sent a wave of suffocation through her chest. Yaoyao's eyes flickered with disappointment. She had almost drawn Bai Yiling's ire. Despite her seemingly passive stance, she had secretly enveloped herself in a protective aura of spiritual energy, ensuring her safety against any blows. But for Bai Yiling, any action taken against her would mean doom for Mingshi. In the realm of cultivation, oaths were binding. As Bai Yiling suffered backlash from his own cultivation, he was grievously injured and could not retaliate. He stepped down from the stage, intending to assist Mingshi in leaving, only to have her shake him off. Mingshi, filled with anger and sorrow, ran away. Clearly, her brother was the one who cared for her most. She sought him out. Bai Yiling instinctively began to pursue her, but his movements exacerbated his injuries, forcing him to halt. Kong was numb with despair. The 20 disciple slots of the Xianyu sect had been exhausted, and even if they had not been, none could match Yaoyao's prowess. They had lost their claim to the title of the foremost sect. Just 3 days prior, Yaoyao had still been one of their own. The mere thought of this caused Kong great anguish, and he disregarded his injured disciple, leading the remaining members of the Xianyu sect away. They had forfeited their chance at the title, and lingering would only invite ridicule. The spectators sighed as they watched the Xianyu sect retreat. This competition had thrilled them. They had expected the first place to remain unchanged for a millennium, only to be upended by an unexpected contender on the very first day. They felt as though they could boast about this for 3 years. Their gazes burned with fervor as they regarded Yaoyao on the stage. Chapter 79, Is Yaoyao about to have a Dao partner? Amidst the crowd, Wuxing gazed at Yaoyao with fervent eyes, pondering when he might attain such prowess himself. Yet, he believed that day was not far off. He had heard from his so-called senior brothers that the Xianyu sect was the most formidable faction in the realm of cultivation. Now that he had joined the Xianyu sect, he would soon grow strong. With this thought, a smile graced Wuxing's lips as he sought out Mingshi, knowing he would need her assistance to speak favorably on his behalf. In the throng, Fang Jingya was equally astonished to witness Yaoyao effortlessly send Mingshi flying. After all, Yaoyao had always presented herself as merely a first-level qi refinement cultivator, relying solely on magical tools and talismans in her few displays of strength. Who could have anticipated that her cultivation would be so advanced? A headache washed over her, having offended Yaoyao by siding with Lin Hongyu. She realized that seeking forgiveness would not be a simple task, especially since she understood Lin Hongyu would never apologize. What is this? Fang Jingya's eyes widened as she beheld Xiaoling on the second arena, effortlessly bringing down his opponent. How could this be? She recalled their encounter in the Golden Course secret realm, where she had dealt him a severe defeat. Although she was aware of his entrance into the Divine Phoenix sect, he was undeniably a legitimate 5-element root cultivator. The Fang and Xiao families were neighbors, and having grown up alongside Xiaoling, she was well aware of the authenticity of his spiritual roots. With the Xiao family reduced to just a handful of members, she had long contemplated calling off their engagement. After aligning herself with Wei Jie of the Xianyu sect, she believed she and Xiaoling had become inhabitants of entirely different worlds, prompting her to brazenly annul their engagement. This was also a gesture to showcase her sincerity to Wei Jie. Little did she know that the Xiaoling she had once underestimated had not only entered the Divine Phoenix sect with his 5-element roots, but had also surpassed her expectations within 3 years. A feat that left her utterly bewildered. Fang Jingya's expression twisted with disbelief, causing those nearby to instinctively step back, though she remained oblivious. Does the Divine Phoenix sect truly possess such abundant resources? Her wavering heart grew even more uncertain as she glanced once more at Xiaoling, then resolved to devise a plan to leave the Xianyu sect for the Divine Phoenix sect. Throughout the day, Yaoyao defended her position on the arena, defeating opponent after opponent and meticulously honing her techniques. To the astonishment of onlookers, she employed different methods each time. How many techniques has she mastered? It is customary for practitioners to specialize in a single technique and perfect it over a lifetime. That day, countless talented individuals were left questioning their own abilities after being bested by Yaoyao. Meanwhile, Yaoyao felt increasingly elated, having noticed that when she knocked Mingshi off the stage, the golden aura of fortune above her head had dimmed slightly. This change was fleeting. Had she not activated her aura perception upon seeing the protagonists, she might have missed it. The fortunes of both protagonists were gradually fading. Initially, their auras had shone brilliantly, more dazzling than gold, yet now they were no longer blinding. The fortune value experience bar in her system also progressed slowly, though the increase was minuscule, less than 1%, making it difficult to discern with the naked eye. Nevertheless, any progress was welcome. Yaoyao held her ground until the afternoon, still unchallenged. Mu Yuan declared the conclusion of the first day's battles, his eyes sparkling as he regarded Yaoyao. After a moment of contemplation, he summoned his subordinates and whispered a few words, leaving them visibly astonished. That evening, the triennial auction of the Battle City commenced. As there were no contests scheduled for the night, the Mu family organized the auction to encourage participation from disciples of various sects in the sect competition. This auction, held every 3 years, featured some of the Mu family's most prized possessions. Yaoyao eagerly anticipated this auction, having grown weary of the previous ones. She had spent so much that the auction house staff were nearly in tears at the sight of her. Feeling a tinge of guilt, she rubbed her nose. Previously, she had indulged in excessive purchases to provoke Bai Yiling. Now she had to be mindful of her spending, as others needed to survive as well. Mu Yuan fawned over Yaoyao, warmly inviting her to his private box, while Yuan Bo and Jiang Lan exchanged glances, recognizing the potential for a Dao partner in the cultivation realm. They would not oppose their daughter's wishes. Yet, they could hardly fathom that one was there to recruit a subordinate while the other sought to become one. Upon entering the auction house, Yaoyao encountered Mingshi and her entourage, their animosity palpable. Several attendees paused to watch the unfolding drama. Mingshi averted her gaze, humiliated by the earlier incident, her heart brimming with resentment towards Yaoyao. Mingshi glared at her with malice, but to her surprise, Yaoyao not only remained unafraid, but offered a mocking smile in return. Bai Yiling trailed behind them, his young disciple still in a huff. He had tried to placate her despite his injuries, but to no avail. Unable to divulge the promise he had made to Yaoyao, he feared it would only exacerbate his disciple's anger. Thus, he found himself at a loss, unable to explain why he ultimately held back. His disciple insisted he had developed feelings for Yaoyao, leaving Bai Yiling in a state of confusion. He gazed at Yaoyao with a complex expression, initially believing that their teacher-student relationship would be mutually beneficial. After all, many sought to be his disciple. Although Yaoyao had previously claimed he had coerced her into becoming his apprentice, he had dismissed her words. However, witnessing her prowess on the arena, he realized that had she not been unable to defeat him, she would never have agreed to become his disciple. A pang of guilt settled in Bai Yiling's heart. Chapter 80. You are quite generous. Both parties have entered, leaving the onlookers profoundly disappointed, as they had anticipated a fierce confrontation. Their curiosity was piqued, particularly regarding Bai Yiling, who lamented the loss of his beloved disciple, yet seemed reluctant to lay a hand on Yaoyao. The intricacies of human emotion. Mu Yuan directly led Yaoyao and her family into his exclusive private box. As the young master of the auction house, his box was undoubtedly the finest, and Yaoyao made no objections. Inside, Mu Yuan confidently assured, Miss Yi, rest assured, this auction will undoubtedly meet your utmost satisfaction. Yaoyao casually nodded. Truth be told, she had encountered myriad treasures, and it was increasingly challenging to impress her. Meanwhile, Bai Yiling followed his disciple into the box reserved by Mingshi. Although sect leader Kong attempted to retain Bai Yiling, considering that Xianyu sect had their own box, he ultimately refrained from voicing his thoughts. Perhaps it was best to let him go. After all, his status as a senior brother seemed inconsequential to his younger disciple now. Kong felt a twinge of discontent, recognizing the growing rift. The Mu family had indeed prepared remarkable items for this triannual auction, the first of which was the formidable heavenly-grade weapon, the Rainfall Sword. This exquisite sword, a superior quality heavenly-grade artifact, possessed an indescribable allure for sword cultivators. Bidding commenced, with participants frequently glancing towards Yaoyao's box, having heard tales of her seemingly inexhaustible reservoir of spirit stones. Whenever an auction occurred, she would sweep the treasures clean. After an extended bidding war, the Rainfall Sword was finally claimed, yet Yaoyao remained unresponsive. Doubts arose among the crowd. Had the notorious female demon changed her ways? If Yaoyao were privy to their musings, she would find it amusing, for she had already indulged in a top-tier heavenly-grade sword, satisfying her desires for sword cultivation, and thus saw no need to contend further. As additional items were auctioned off without her participation, the atmosphere grew increasingly jovial. Next up was the penultimate item, which required a senior elder from the Mu family in the ascendant stage to present it. The auctioneer's announcement caused a stir. What treasure warranted the involvement of a family elder? In the cultivation world, no one had broken through the tribulation stage for thousands of years. The ascendant stage represented the pinnacle of cultivation, and any family possessing such a figure would treat them as a revered ancestor. To have them serve merely to present an item was unheard of, leading many to question Muyuan's sanity. However, when the elder unveiled the item beneath the crimson cloth, an eerie silence enveloped the room. The artifact, known as the Moonfall Whip, crafted from the binding immortal rope, was classified as a divine-grade weapon. With a starting bid of 10 million superior spirit stones, the auctioneer's voice trembled with excitement, though it garnered little attention from the crowd. They had speculated this would be a remarkable item, but its value surpassed all expectations. Gasps echoed throughout the room as attendees struggled to comprehend the implications. A divine-grade artifact. It had been millennia since such an item had graced the cultivation world. It was imperative to acquire it. In a corner of the venue, Grandpa Duan questioned his very existence as he gazed at the jade pendant. His emotions spiraled as he exclaimed, "This is a divine-grade artifact. How could it possibly appear here?" Grandpa Duan was a formidable figure from 90,000 years ago, a time when divine-grade items were more common. Yet, the cultivation world had since declined, not only in resources, but also in the number of individuals who could surpass the tribulation stage. Yifan gasped, his attention drawn to the whip resembling the binding immortal rope. It was indeed a remarkable treasure. Grandpa Duan sighed, regretting that previously, Yifan lacked the cultivation level to access his cave abode. Had he done so, he could have acquired vast amounts of spirit stones and secured the Moonfall Whip for himself. Now it would be left to others. Yifan felt a pang of disappointment. Who wouldn't he desire such a treasure? The thought of it falling into someone else's hands was unsettling, but then he remembered Yaoyao. It was all right. Sister Yi would surely make a move. As expected, Yaoyao did indeed take action. She straightened her posture, leaning slightly forward to get a clearer view of the Moonfall Whip. It was a fiery red whip, seemingly composed of the binding immortal rope, shimmering with an ethereal glow, reminiscent of flames. The color struck her as oddly familiar. Was it not the same hue as the fiery phoenix residing within her dantian? In that moment, she thought to herself, what a remarkable find! 1,100,000. 1,200,000. 1,300,000. The appearance of a divine-grade artifact drove the attendees into a frenzy. Not to mention, the most prestigious sects in the cultivation world had gathered. And whoever secured this divine tool would dominate all. Even a mere chi refining stage cultivator could use it to bind an ascendant stage master. It was that formidable. Sect leader Kong was equally fervent in his bidding, adamant that such an item must not fall into the hands of rival sects, lest his own sect suffer disgrace. Yaoyao had yet to begin bidding. She cast a meaningful glance at Muyuan. "You are quite generous." She was well aware that Muyuan had deliberately presented the Moonfall Whip to curry favor with her. Anyone familiar with her legend understood that her wealth was more than mere hyperbole. Regardless of how many people competed in the bidding, only she could claim it. Muyuan could only manage a wry smile. He was indeed reluctant to part with such an artifact. However, the Mu family had no intention of claiming the divine tool for themselves, as they were acutely aware of the potential for catastrophic consequences. It was better to present it as a gesture of goodwill. Had it been offered outright, Yaoyao would undoubtedly refuse, hence this approach. Chapter 81, You truly have cultivated a remarkable disciple. It was an unexpected acquisition, one that the Mu family could not retain. Thus, it would be better to present it to Miss Yi. Yaoyao did not put him in a difficult position. Once the auction concludes, you may approach Elder Yi regarding a collaboration. My parents are wholly engrossed in their cultivation, and all matters of the sect are overseen by Elder Yi. Muyuan was elated, showering her with a plethora of flattering remarks, his sycophantic demeanor on full display. Yaoyao could hardly bear to look at the fool before her and turned her gaze to the audience below. With the emergence of the divine artifact, the crowd was frantically bidding, risking their fortunes. 23 million. 24 million. The price had already doubled, yet each bid was met with eager responses from others, resulting in several individuals calling out simultaneously due to the rapid pace of the bidding. It seemed the fervor would continue for some time. Why had a divine artifact, absent for tens of thousands of years, suddenly appeared? The Moonfall Whip was evidently meant for the female protagonist, barring any unforeseen circumstances. Yaoyao smiled. 30 million. Her voice cut through the previously frenzied crowd, plunging it into an immediate silence, each face contorted in apprehension. How had this calamity re-entered the fray? Hadn't she refrained from bidding until now? The most worrisome scenario had indeed come to pass. Previously, when others attempted to bid against Yaoyao, they either called out exorbitant amounts, only to be met with her resolute silence, or they would mock her with inflated bids, only to find themselves dismissed. Those who had attempted to toy with her were left flabbergasted, as they lacked the spiritual stones necessary for the auction house, many of them still laboring to repay debts incurred. If it were for anything else, it might have been dismissed, but this was a divine artifact. Numerous individuals gritted their teeth and continued to bid, unwilling to concede that the resources of their entire sect could be outmatched by a mere Yaoyao. No matter how many spiritual stones the opposing bidders possessed, they could not surpass the entirety of their sect's assets. 31 million. 34 million. The leaders of other sects were visibly strained, their foreheads glistening with sweat, as producing such an amount was exceedingly arduous. Sect leader Kong felt the pressure mounting. He had been confident in securing the Moonfall Whip, given the foundational wealth of the Xianyu sect, whose resources were historically premier. Although producing the sum was challenging, it would not break the bank until Yaoyao made her move. Having observed her lavish spending at Xianyu sect for the past 3 years, sect leader Kong understood her financial prowess all too well. If she set her mind on acquiring something, there was little doubt she would succeed. The thought of her redeeming 100 tomes of heavenly-level techniques sent pangs of anguish through him each time it crossed his mind. The only one in the entire hall unperturbed by Yaoyao's entry into the bidding war seemed to be Mingxi. Sister, do you desire the Moonfall Whip? I shall bid for you. Mingxi glanced at Bai Ling and found him watching her as well. She quickly turned away, feigning annoyance as she said, "Thank you, brother. I knew you were the best person in the world for me." Bai Ling's lips pressed together, his fists clenched. Sure. I can also secure it for you." Mingxi felt a sweetness in her heart at his words, yet the memory of him enduring injury rather than harming Yaoyao left her feeling suffocated with sorrow. Mingxi cast a smug glance at Bai Ling, thinking, foolish human, especially a soft-hearted one, how could he possibly be worthy of my sister? Their draconic lineage was undeniably noble. Mingxi and Bai Ling exchanged glances, each recognizing the battle intent in the other's eyes as they joined the fray. 40 million. Mingxi raised an eyebrow at Bai Ling. Confident in his status as a demon prince, with the resources of an entire demon palace at his disposal, making it feasible for him to produce such spiritual stones. Bai Ling remained unfazed, calmly stating, 45 million. He was under no duress, having lived for 10 millennia and possessing a wealth of resources garnered through his extraordinary talents, supplemented by his master's teachings. After his master's departure, his senior brother continued to provide him with resources, which he could convert into spiritual stones, rivaling even the Xianyu sect. This was more than sufficient to secure the Moonfall Whip for his beloved disciple. However, sect leader Kong, hearing Bai Ling's bid from a distance, felt his blood boil, spitting out a mouthful. He had been simmering with frustration all day, having fainted twice from anger, and now, with blood on his lips, he felt himself rapidly weakening. The Moonfall Whip was essential for the Xianyu sect, while others could bid. It was intolerable that his junior brother would contest with him. Did he think he was unaware that his junior brother sought the whip merely to curry favor with Jian Shishir? After all, the resources his junior brother possessed were gifts from him. Sect leader Kong could not help but pound his chest in an attempt to alleviate his discomfort. In that moment, the thought of eliminating his junior brother crossed his mind. After all, it was Jian Shishir's influence that had brought Yaoyao into the fold, nearly depleting the Xianyu sect's resources to cultivate a super sect. Now his junior brother was directly competing with the sect, using resources bestowed upon him. "Master, what troubles you?" The disciples beside sect leader Kong were astonished at his condition and rushed to prevent him from continuing to strike his chest. His face was ashen, muttering, "Ungrateful wretch, ungrateful wretch." And with that he fainted, regardless of the disciples' attempts to channel spiritual energy into him. The Xianyu sect hastily withdrew from the auction. Meanwhile, Bai Yiling remained oblivious to his beloved senior brother's peril, continuing to contend with Mingxi in the bidding war. 60 million. Yaoyao announced. 65 million. Mingxi countered. 70 million. Bai Yiling declared. The remaining bidders had surrendered, merely observing the spectacle of the three. They felt somewhat disheartened. Aware that this price was far from reaching the trio's limits, yet it was already beyond their means, and anything further would lead to financial ruin. Mingxi taunted Bai Yiling. "You have truly raised an admirable disciple, allowing her to contend with Shi for possessions." Mingshi, who had begun to soften, immediately changed her expression at Mingxi's words. Unaware of Yaoyao's advantages, she assumed that all those spiritual stones were gifts from Bai Yiling, intensifying her feelings of bitterness. So many high-grade spiritual stones. After years of being a master, she had never encountered such a sum. Sect leader Kong is so endearing, how could one write him off? Playful face, watch me revive him, then kill him again, and revive him once more. Chapter 82. The emergence of the phoenix egg. Bai Yiling observed his young disciple's anger and hurriedly explained, "No, those spirit stones are hers, not gifts from me." He intended to assert that he had not bestowed anything upon her, yet he indeed had, though the amount was trivial. How could he expect his disciple to believe such a claim? He certainly could not ask Yaoyao to reveal the spiritual ring he had given her. Mingshi had not initially directed her gaze at him, but she remained eager for her master's clarification. To her dismay, his explanation was utterly insipid. He couldn't even deceive a child. "Come on. Why have you stopped speaking?" Mingshi lowered her head, falling silent. Meanwhile, Yaoyao was oblivious to the tangled emotions surrounding her. She was solely focused on bidding. Both Mingxi and Bai Yiling were fiercely competitive. Mingxi declared, 100 million. Bai Yiling countered, 110 million. Yiqing interjected, 120 million. The audience, both on and off the stage, felt dizzy at the mere mention of such staggering figures. Mu Yuan, the young master, had not anticipated such a turn of events. He had assumed that everyone was aware of Yaoyao's reputation and would refrain from bidding. However, with two unexpected variables, he quickly communicated with the auctioneer in the private chamber as he watched the trio prepare to bid indefinitely. 200 million! Yaoyao exclaimed, gasping. The auctioneer seized the moment while the other two remained silent, stating, "Apologies, everyone. Due to the exorbitant price, continuing the bidding may prevent us from concluding tonight's auction. So we have decided to suspend the auction for the Moonfall Whip. The maid will invite the three of you to continue bidding privately shortly." Mu Yuan sensed the predicament worsening. It would have been better to simply gift the item to Yaoyao. His original intention to curry favor was swiftly turning into animosity. Yet Yaoyao dismissed Mu Yuan's repeated apologies with indifference. "It's perfectly fine. I have an abundance of spirit stones. As long as they dare to continue bidding against me, I can keep this going indefinitely. Let us see who falters first." Mu Yuan wiped the sweat from his brow. Realizing that Miss Yi was indeed as formidable as the legends suggested, no, rather, she was extravagantly affluent. The auctioneer on stage trembled, feeling that presiding over this evening's auction would be a tale he could boast about for a lifetime. "The next item requires the assistance of our elder from the Mahayana stage to escort it here. Please wait a moment." The audience felt their hearts racing, nearly stopping from the rapid pace. The previous item had been delivered by an elder from the Mahayana stage. Could this possibly be another divine artifact? However, unlike the Moonfall Whip, this exhibit was substantial, far too large for an average person to embrace. The auctioneer trembled as he unveiled the red cloth, revealing a colossal egg. "Ladies and gentlemen, after examination, this is a phoenix egg, available for bidding with no reserve. Gasps filled the air as the crowd instinctively checked their ears, convinced something was amiss. But surely it could not be both their sight and hearing that were deceived. A phoenix egg. What is a phoenix? A celestial being, revered even in the heavenly realms, possessing a steed such as this would be a monumental fortune. The audience was electrified, their excitement causing a ringing in their ears. Numerous sect leaders began dispatching elders to liquidate their sect's resources, even if it meant selling their entire sect. They were determined to acquire the phoenix egg. Phoenix egg. Mingxi stood in shock, his composure shattering for the first time. Having been born earlier, he had heard tales of the phoenix from his parents. In the heavenly realms, phoenixes and dragons were the most noble beings, and although he believed his own lineage of dragon serpents to be esteemed, they were not true dragons. The phoenix egg, a treasure that belonged to the highest order of the upper realms, was inexplicably present here. Amongst the beasts, they could devour each other. If he could consume the phoenix's bloodline, he could transform into a true dragon. Mingxi's breath quickened. Mingshi was equally astonished. It was the very news of the phoenix egg that had driven her to flee alone, leading to her untimely demise at the hands of an unknown assailant. To her astonishment, the existence of a phoenix egg was indeed real. Could it be that the Mu family had deliberately leaked this information to her? Yet, they bore her no enmity. In another private box, Yaoyao felt a wave of intense heart palpitations as the phoenix egg was brought forth. This sensation struck her as profoundly familiar. After racking her brain, she recalled experiencing this very feeling 3 years prior when she had exchanged for the divine phoenix bloodline. Did this mean that possessing the divine phoenix bloodline had transformed her into a phoenix? Was her fervent reaction a desire to incubate this egg? Yaoyao found herself momentarily speechless. This hypothesis was utterly dreadful. 1 billion. The previously fervent crowd abruptly halted, turning their resentful gazes toward Yaoyao's box. She seemingly intended to leave them with nothing. Who amongst them could afford such a price? Even Bai Yiling, aware of Mingxi's desire and intending to bid, found himself at a loss for words. The requisite spirit stones were exorbitantly high. He doubted he could muster his entire fortune. 1 billion upper-grade spirit stones. That amount could potentially drain 1/10 of the entire cultivation world's reserves. He looked helplessly at Mingxi. Poetry. Perhaps we should settle for the moonfall whip instead. Let us forget about the phoenix egg. Mingxi felt a profound sadness. How could her master be unaware of her longing for the phoenix egg? She had risked her life for mere rumors, and now the object of her desire lay before her, yet her master was unwilling to purchase it for her. She turned toward Mingxi. Though she lacked the spirit stones, her brother surely had them. Yet he was entirely entranced, his eyes shimmering as he gazed at the phoenix egg, oblivious to her distress or her need for him to bid on her behalf. In an instant, tears brimmed in Mingxi's eyes, and she ran off in tears. Having been struck by Yaoyao, now her coveted desire was being seized by the same person. What was the point of remaining? Seeing his sister flee in tears, Mingxi instinctively felt compelled to chase after her. However, the phoenix egg was of utmost importance, and he hesitated. In that moment of indecision, Bai Yiling had already sprinted out after her. Though he felt displeased, he reassured himself that with her company, his sister would be safe. So he allowed Bai Yiling to go. He needed to ensure the phoenix egg's ultimate ownership and then engage in ruthless actions. It wasn't he that Mingxi was reluctant to spend spirit stones. Rather, he understood better than anyone present how precious the phoenix egg truly was. He intended to devour the phoenix egg for his evolution. Such a matter could not be disclosed to anyone. Otherwise, even if he transcended to immortality, he would meet a grim fate in the heavenly realms. Small tip, this phoenix egg is different from Mingxi's situation. It is simply an unhatched egg. So there is no need to speculate on who the phoenix might be. Chapter 83. Could this egg possibly be born of my mother? Mu Yuan stood by Yaoyao's side, watching her declare a price of 1 billion without a flicker of emotion on her face. And he could not help but swallow hard. Despite his utmost efforts to regard Miss Yi highly, he still underestimated her. Miss Yi. This is an exorbitant amount of spirit stones. A mere 10 million would suffice. After all, he still had to rely on the formidable backing of the divine phoenix sect. How could he accept such a vast sum? Yet Yaoyao shook her head, stating, "I've already set this price. So there's no need for you to offer me any concessions. The Mu family is the second most prominent in the immortal realm, is it not? So take these spirit stones, surpass the Ying family, and become the first. I wish to witness your capabilities. For our divine phoenix sect has already surpassed the Xianyu sect. A younger brother cannot be inferior." In that moment, Mu Yuan felt invigorated, as if he had been electrified. "Very well, boss. Our Mu family will undoubtedly surpass the Ying family and become the foremost clan." He felt no shame in addressing someone so much younger than himself as boss, for he possessed the art of maintaining his youth, and in the realm of cultivation, strength was paramount. It was a title he could bestow without hesitation. Ultimately, no one contested Yaoyao for the ownership of the phoenix egg, not out of lack of desire, but rather due to insufficient means. Yaoyao successfully claimed the prize. The breathtaking auction had reached its conclusion. As Yaoyao and her parents emerged from their private box, their gazes met those of others from various sections. Many were seething with rage, veins bulging, unable to restrain their desire to confront Yaoyao. One particularly foolish individual could not contain himself and spoke out against her. "Miss Yi, your style is as domineering as ever, leaving nothing of value for others, seemingly unafraid of offending the entire cultivation community." Yaoyao raised an eyebrow, unfazed. "How am I being domineering? Is this not an auction? Is it not the highest bidder who prevails? If I can produce this amount of spirit stones, then the items are rightfully mine." Moreover, there were 10 other auction items, and I refrained from bidding on any of them. Given my capabilities, acquiring all the items would have been effortless. I have already made considerable concessions. Is that not enough? You. The foolish one was promptly silenced by those around him. The crowd glared at Yaoyao, understanding her argument was valid, yet feeling particularly irked by her tone. Where did this girl acquire such vast quantities of spirit stones? Did she perhaps dig up all the spirit stones in the immortal realm? While the Moonfall Whip could be overlooked as a divine artifact that Missy acquired, the Phoenix Egg held immense significance for the cultivation community, especially since it had yet to hatch. It would be better for Missy to relinquish it so that they could jointly oversee its incubation. Should a phoenix emerge, it would surely be a blessing for the entire realm. Yaoyao anticipated the difficulty of her departure, while the Moonfall Whip could be overlooked. A divine being such as the Phoenix Egg was a living entity. Its hatching could dramatically alter the balance of power among sects, and no faction would permit anyone to possess it unilaterally. Since everyone feels this way, I suppose I shall comply. The crowd's eyes gleamed with anticipation, eager for the Phoenix Egg to fall into their hands. Yaoyao's eyes twinkled mischievously. "However, there is but one Phoenix Egg. To whom shall I entrust it? Naturally, it shall remain with me. Give it to me." The moment her words fell, at least 7 or 8 voices erupted in unison. The speakers shot daggers at one another, unwilling to yield. In this instance, any concession would be folly. A sardonic smile flitted across Yaoyao's face. "I have devised a plan. Such a treasure as the Phoenix Egg must be entrusted to the most capable sect for safekeeping. Otherwise, if it were to fall into the wrong hands, it could be stolen without a trace by morning. The arena battles will continue for 2 more days, and the sect that emerges victorious shall claim the Phoenix Egg." The crowd turned their attention to her in unison, realizing her intent. "So that is your strategy? Do not think we are unaware of your strength. You have managed to defend the arena all day today." Yet, for the moment, they could not propose a better solution, and nodded in agreement. Thus, Yaoyao was able to secure both the Moonfall Whip and the Phoenix Egg. At the first opportunity, she sensed a faint aura emanating from the egg, causing her to worry. Would this Phoenix Egg fail to hatch? Yet, she also felt it should not be the case. After all, in the narrative, the egg did hatch, resulting in the emergence of a little phoenix that became Ming Shi's contracted spirit beast. Just considering this made Yaoyao feel inexplicably anxious. She wondered if her alterations to the story had caused such a drastic change. leading to the premature appearance of the phoenix egg, which was meant to surface later in the tale. However, for her, any change was welcome. Yaoyao noticed that after she secured the phoenix egg, her fortune value experience bar advanced by 10%, now reaching 35%. Fortune was once again tilting in her favor, indicating that the outcome could indeed vary. Yuan Bo, hearing this, laughed heartily, mistaking it for a jest from his daughter. However, Jiang Lan appeared contemplative. "My dear daughter, you too possess this sensation? I just felt that the phoenix egg seemed oddly familiar, which is quite peculiar." Yaoyao's heart skipped a beat, and she replied playfully, "Could it be that the egg was born of my mother?" Jiang Lan was momentarily taken aback, then laughed as she chased after Yaoyao, pretending to scold her. "You little rascal, how dare you tease your own mother?" Yaoyao laughed and swiftly evaded, disappearing from sight. Yet, the instant she lost sight of her parents, her expression turned cold. Did her identity still bear any significance? In the entirety of the narrative she was aware of, there had been no other twists until her demise. In the book, Yaoyao was merely a supporting character. A mere pawn, cherished for 3 years due to her appearance before being cast into an abyss of despair leading to her death. The storyline had not elaborated on any connection between Yaoyao and the phoenix. She leaned more towards believing that it was a series of reactions triggered by her exchange for the divine phoenix bloodline, as long as no uncontrollable anomalies arose. She would be content. Suddenly, several hostile gazes were directed at her. Yaoyao was well prepared and remained unfazed. After all, she had previously stated that whoever possessed the ability would claim the phoenix egg, so it was understandable that this group would contemplate taking action against her. However, she was somewhat surprised. She had anticipated a larger crowd, yet it appeared only 2 or 3 sects had shown up. It seemed that the other sects were, indeed, on the straight and narrow. Chapter 84. I can no longer move. Please cast a glance my way. As for my parents, there is no need for concern. Their protective talismans are sufficient to sustain them for an entire hour, not to mention the presence of a death substitution puppet. All I need to do is focus on dealing with the individuals before me. Previously, I had engaged in combat solely with disciples from various sects, and their strongest could never surpass my own abilities. I had to suppress my cultivation level, but now, the auras before me clearly indicate they are at the Great Ascension stage. It appears that several sects have resorted to their hidden cards. Alas, I possess only a single phoenix egg. With so many of you, there is simply not enough to share. Yet, the individuals before me paid no heed to my provocation and simultaneously launched their attacks against Yaoyao. She did not overestimate her capabilities. Instead, she promptly activated a formation, a simple confinement array that separated and contained them. Fearing a misstep, she refrained from confronting them all at once, opting instead to engage them one by one. Indeed, battling those at the integration stage is a vastly different experience from contending with those at the Great Ascension stage. Furthermore, Yaoyao need not worry about inflicting irreparable damage on her opponents. She unleashed her full potential, experimenting with techniques she had yet to employ, striking fiercely with each movement. The ancestral masters who had been summoned in haste were astonished. Wasn't it said that she was merely a talented disciple of a sect? How could she possibly be stronger than him? The very reason for calling upon their collective strength was to prevent other old dogs from seizing the opportunity. Who would have thought that even securing the prize would prove so challenging? Feeling increasingly familiar with her techniques, Yaoyao dispatched one opponent with a decisive kick before turning her attention to another. The second adversary met the same fate, sent flying by her newfound skills. However, upon facing the third opponent, Yaoyao discerned a hint of familiarity in their attacks. After all, she had studied countless techniques, including many unique to various sects, and it was not surprising that she recognized some of them. Yet, it was peculiar that while the moves felt familiar, she could not replicate them. Suddenly, it dawned on her, this was the technique of the Harmony sect. Upon acquiring it, she had noted the requirement for dual cultivation, which had deterred her from mastering it. Thus, she now felt a sense of familiarity, yet remained unable to utilize it. Recalling the vile deeds perpetrated by the Harmony sect, Yaoyao's resolve hardened. She transformed her spiritual energy into needles, conjuring thousands of them that pierced the bodies of her foes, rendering them unable to evade even with their eyes. Meanwhile, Mingxi observed the unfolding chaos from a distance, initially intending to intervene, but realizing that others had already taken action. While he feared not these individuals, he preferred that fewer witnesses were privy to such occurrences. He swiftly turned to seek his sister, recognizing that the pursuit of the phoenix egg would have to wait a few days. Indeed, such significant matters necessitate meticulous planning. Although lacking in cultivation, Yaoyao noted the abundance of talismans at her parents' disposal. Hidden in the shadows, she watched as they engaged their opponents. Despite their lack of combat experience, her parents faced 5 adversaries without trepidation, their concern for their daughter's safety spurring them to fight even more fiercely. Adorned with protective artifacts, they feared not injury and could thus engage their foes without hesitation. Yaoyao nodded in affirmation, knowing that one party need not worry about their safety while the other was undeterred by the prospect of death. She believed that a victor would soon emerge. Indeed, despite their insufficient cultivation, the 5 opponents, drained of spiritual energy, found themselves unable to gain the upper hand and were forced to retreat. Uncertain if the ancestral master had succeeded in obtaining the phoenix egg, at that moment, Yaoyao revealed herself, striking the 5 retreating figures and leaving them gravely injured. The 5 stared in shock at the sudden appearance of this individual, their eyes reflecting disbelief and recognition. Their retreating forms became even more frantic and disordered. "Father, mother, are you unharmed?" Upon seeing her daughter safe, they finally exhaled in relief, assuring her that they were fine. She remained uncertain about how to hatch the phoenix egg. The novel had merely depicted Mingxi obtaining it and waiting for it to naturally hatch into a phoenix when the time was right. Yaoyao was unsure whether she merely needed to wait patiently or if Mingxi had performed some undisclosed action, leaving her to tentatively explore the process. She arranged a plethora of rare treasures and spiritual stones before the phoenix egg, yet it remained unresponsive. Yaoyao scratched her head in confusion. Was it ineffective? Did she need to wait longer? Or perhaps a demon pill was required? After waiting a while longer with no change, she reluctantly abandoned her focus on the egg and resumed her cultivation. Due to the laws governing all things, she did not reject any technique, even those of lowly quality. With an abundance of techniques at her disposal, her cultivation demanded a high level of mental acuity. Even though Yaoyao could cheat to purchase experience, she often felt overwhelmed by the sheer volume of knowledge, fearing the possibility of mental fragmentation. Consequently, her progress had slowed over the past 3 years. As she diligently closed her eyes to cultivate, the phoenix egg stirred ever so slightly. Meanwhile, Bai Yiling, who had pursued Mingxi, exerted himself too much and aggravated his injury. His formidable cultivation meant that the backlash was equally severe, though he should have been resting in bed. He forced himself to move, only prolonging his recovery. Sure, please stop running." Though Bai Yiling felt a sharp pain in his chest, his expression remained composed. Observing Mingxi continue to sprint ahead, he suddenly devised another plan. Bai Yiling groaned in pain, halting in his tracks while clutching his chest. Although Mingxi continued her flight, she remained aware of his pursuit, her heart fluttering with delight. Suddenly recalling that his injury stemmed from his reluctance to harm Yaoyao, she stubbornly thought that it would be better to inflict pain on him instead. Seeing his little disciple come to a halt, Bai Yiling's lips curled into a faint smile. Sure, I can no longer move. Please cast a glance my way." Chapter 85. The Fire Master Fang Jingya. In a moment of vulnerability, Mingxi feigned indifference to Bai Yiling's face, choosing instead to support him. Since her master was reluctant to harm her for fear of repercussions, it was only fitting that he was now enduring such excruciating pain. Bai Yiling detected the hint of jealousy in Mingxi's words, a subtle smile gracing his lips. Aware that the truth could no longer remain concealed, He confessed the promises he had made to Yaoyao. Upon hearing this, Mingshi felt a bittersweet pang in her heart, realizing that her master's actions were all for her sake. The two reconciled, their bond mending. Suddenly, with her lips clenched, Mingshi seemed to hesitate, as if grappling with unspoken words. Bai Yiling, familiar with his young disciple, recognized that this expression meant she was troubled. Sure, what would you like to say? Mingshi glanced at Bai Yiling before voicing her thoughts. Master, I truly desire that phoenix egg, an inexplicable obsession for the egg stirred within her. Its absence caused an unsettling restlessness in her heart. Bai Yiling recalled Yaoyao's stubborn demeanor and felt a sense of self-directed irony, realizing that the Xianyu sect had become a source of ridicule. Yet, this was a request from his beloved disciple. Previously, his senior brother had mentioned taking him to the Divine Phoenix sect to apologize, and perhaps this could serve as an opportunity to negotiate with Yaoyao. Seeing her master's agreement, Mingshi's face lit up with a radiant smile. In her heart, there was nothing her master could not accomplish. Bai Yiling hurried to see Master Kong, who was surrounded by a throng of people. However, only Master Kong and he were present among the sect's administrators. Now that Master Kong had collapsed, a sense of panic spread among the disciples, who took turns attempting to channel spiritual energy into him, yet to no avail. Upon Bai Yiling's arrival, a sigh of relief permeated the air. Uncle Bai, please save our master. He has been unconscious for so long. Bai Yiling, maintaining a composed demeanor, attempted to infuse Master Kong with spiritual energy, but it proved ineffective. He quickly retrieved a Millennium Snow Lotus from his spiritual ring, refining its essence and administering it to Master Kong. Gradually, Master Kong began to awaken. His mind still clouded, he quickly recalled the events that had transpired. Senior brother, how are you faring? Bai Yiling inquired anxiously, observing him from the bedside. Master Kong uttered not a word, his gaze vacantly fixed upon Bai Yiling before he slowly turned away, presenting his back to him. The atmosphere grew heavy with silence. The other disciples felt an acute embarrassment. Astonished by Master Kong's reaction towards Uncle Bai, none dared to utter a word. Bai Yiling was equally taken aback, rendered momentarily speechless, engulfed in confusion. Like Mingshi, he had been nurtured and cherished by his master and senior brother since childhood, and had always received support in his endeavors. Now, to be met with resentment felt jarring. Bai Yiling found it difficult to lower his head, especially with so many juniors present. Senior brother, please rest well, he said, leading Mingshi, who appeared to have something more to say, away. The following day, Yaoyao appeared on the arena, greeted by a throng of disciples even more frenzied than before. Although they were aware that their sect's disciples were unlikely to triumph against Yaoyao, the allure of the phoenix egg compelled them to take their chances, only to be summarily defeated. Some disciples from the Divine Phoenix sect gathered below to observe their young master's duel. Xiaoling had spent the entire morning on the arena, yet in the afternoon, he too was knocked down. As the one among the 3 fated sons endowed with the least favorable conditions, possessing 5 spiritual roots, his ability to keep pace with the other 2 could only be attributed to sheer fortune. After his defeat, he diligently studied from the sidelines, vowing to become the champion in 3 years and bring glory to the Divine Phoenix sect. Brother Ling Xiaoling frowned at the melodramatic voice that grated on his ears. What brings you here? He recognized Fong Jingya, his expression not as hostile as she had anticipated. After all, he was not enraged despite her previous actions of calling off their engagement and humiliating him. Did his lack of anger imply that he still held hope? Brother Ling, I apologize. I should not have treated you that way. I had my reasons. Wei Jia forced me to end our engagement and humiliated you. None of this was my desire. I have been suffering greatly at Xianyu sect. Could you take me away? I still wish to marry you. Fong Jingya's face, though not classically beautiful, possessed a certain charm, and her tearful demeanor incited glares of indignation from nearby disciples. Xiaoling, bewildered by the attention, exhibited neither pity nor gentlemanly decorum. Do you think I am blind? Can't I discern the truth from your words? I am not a fool. And you still think to deceive me. I have refrained from retaliating solely due to a lack of opportunity. Should the chance arise, you shall see what I am capable of. Fang Jingya's face flushed with embarrassment and anger, quickly turning a deep shade of purple. Noticing the gazes of others upon her, she hastily fled, internally cursing Xiaoling. She had always known him to be dense, but now he seemed nothing short of a rock in a cesspool, entirely impervious to her wiles. Uncomfortable herself, she wished ill upon others as well. Upon her return, she found Lin Hongyu gazing at her with eager anticipation, or rather, it was hard to say anticipation, for Lin Hongyu's entire face was swathed in bandages, even indoors. What news from the outside? Lin Hongyu asked impatiently. She had not ventured beyond for 3 years, too fearful to interact with anyone but her father. And now only Fang Jingya dared to visit her. Yet, being a vivacious spirit, she had confined herself due to her disfigurement. Relying on Fang Jingya for tales of the outside world, which had become her sole source of joy. Seeing Lin Hongyu in such a state, Fang Jingya felt a secret satisfaction. After all, she had once treated her like a servant. Now, she was easily manipulated by her words. Hongyu, I truly feel for you. You cannot imagine that yesterday, Yaoyao knocked Jian Shishir off the stage. Jian Shishir's face was covered in blood. It was utterly disfigured. Lin Hongyu's excitement caused her to grip Fang Jingya's arm tightly. Is that true? Jian Shishir is disfigured? Her eyes sparkled with a frenzied light, her lips curling upward uncontrollably. She had disfigured herself to avenge Jian Shishir as her dear sister. They ought to share in the suffering. Fang Jingya winced at the pain, Lin Hongyu's long nails digging in, but she held her composure. Indeed, it is true. Many witnessed the event. Jian Shishir was utterly humiliated when she fell. Yet one cannot deny that she has a good master. By nightfall, her face was restored. Hongyu, look at the splendid gifts Jian Shishir possesses, yet she does not share them with you. You have sacrificed your beauty for her. Chapter 86. United for revenge. After Fang Jingya uttered those words, she immediately concealed herself behind Lin Hongyu, who, as anticipated, began to vent her frustrations by hurling objects. The cacophony of crashing items continued until Lin Hongyu finally ceased her onslaught, her eyes filled with resentment as she gazed out the door. Despite her earnest pleas to obtain some spiritual medicine from the elder for her facial injuries, Jian Shishir had offered her no assistance. Yet, when it came time for Lin Hongyu to face disfigurement, she miraculously recovered overnight. Jian Shishir. Lin Hongyu seethed, her teeth gritted as if she wished to pulverize her adversary. Yaoyao had remained steadfast on the arena throughout the day, while members of other sects exerted every effort to dislodge her, yet they had failed, leaving many disheartened. The prospects of success for the following day appeared grim as well. Mu Yuan declared the day's competition concluded, and as Yaoyao descended from the platform, she initially intended to seek out Lu, but her attention was drawn elsewhere, and she proceeded directly toward another matter. Wang Wu, are you all right? Yaoyao inquired upon noticing Wang Wu in the company of several disciples from the Xianyu sect, seemingly being bullied. Wang Wu, taken aback by Yaoyao's voice, recognized her as the partner he had collaborated with for 3 years and understood her personality well. She was not one to meddle in others' affairs. Junior sister Yi. Miss Yi, I'm fine, he replied, casting a furtive glance at the disciples of Xianyu. In truth, he was indeed unharmed, however. The disciples had just accused him of being a traitor for assisting Yaoyao in acquiring resources. They believed that selling resources was not wrong, but helping with acquisitions was. Now that the Xianyu sect had lost its top ranking, their humiliation drove them to seek a scapegoat. Though they dared only to verbally deride Wang Wu, they did not have the courage to physically confront him. Yaoyao, uncertain whether to believe him, simply scanned the group of Xianyu disciples before addressing Wang Wu. It's good to hear you're well. If anyone from Xianyu bullies you to the point of feeling unwelcome, seek me out, and I shall aid you in avenging yourself. The disciples trembled at the thought of Yaoyao's formidable presence in the arena over the past few days. Wang Wu felt a warm surge of gratitude. Miss Yi was genuinely kind. Over the past 3 years, she had enabled him to cultivate to a level he had never previously dared to dream. Now she was willing to assist him once more. Rest assured, Miss Yi. My brother and I, along with the Li family girl, will be just fine, he assured her with a smile. Yaoyao nodded, choosing not to press further. The decision was ultimately his, and she would not interfere. That evening, as Lu prepared to rest, Yaoyao unexpectedly appeared at her door. Lu held a fondness for her junior sister. Is there something you require, little sister? She asked. Yaoyao nodded. Come with me. I shall take you to exact revenge. Lu paused for a moment, then recalled that the revenge she meant was against the heroine sect, which invigorated her spirit, prompting her to follow Yaoyao eagerly. The two stealthily soared through the skies on their swords, heading directly toward the heroine sect. Their disciples are not particularly formidable. I will assist you from the sidelines. You shall take the lead in your vengeance, and should danger arise, I will come to your aid. Lu nodded, drawing her sword as she prepared to strike. Yaoyao began to weave a formation from the outside, trapping all within. If Lu found herself in peril, she would intervene. While the heroine sect boasted considerable strength, with each disciple possessing decent skills, they were not overwhelmingly powerful, primarily being at the out-of-body and nascent soul stages. Yesterday, the sect's elder had forcibly elevated his prowess to the Great Ascension stage through secret methods that burned his life force, allowing him to exchange blows with Yaoyao. Today, however, Yaoyao observed him behaving in a rather unsettling manner, speaking with an added touch of allure that repulsed her. Even if one practiced evil arts, it was generally at the cost of their own life. The heroine sect, with its ability to burn life force to alter gender, was truly grotesque. Thus, Yaoyao resolved to strike against the heroine sect that very night, unwilling to delay any longer. The existence of such a sect, even for a single day, was an affront to her principles. What is this? The heroine sect had only a few disciples on guard, as the rest were engrossed in their cultivation, completely oblivious to the impending doom. Lu was not one to waste words with them. She simply struck down one with her sword. With her consolidation stage prowess, dealing with these disciples was a mere task. Even when faced with numerous foes, she felt no fear, for she possessed defensive artifacts that, while limited, would buy her ample time to retaliate. Instead of killing her opponents outright, Lu targeted their tendons and then incapacitated their dantians, rendering them incapable of cultivation and leaving them with future hardships in sustenance. Yaoyao observed with satisfaction, nodding approvingly. She appreciated such ruthlessness. Why eliminate them when they could continue to suffer in life? Upon hearing the disciples' agonized cries, others rushed out, stunned to see Lu in action. Among them were both male and female members, and those who had been coerced could not emerge, leaving only the aggressors visible. Lu's strikes grew more merciless, and despite the disciples' desperate resistance, they failed to inflict harm upon her, as Yaoyao stood watch, ensuring no one could breach her defenses. What seemed to be a scenario of one against many ultimately saw all adversaries subdued. By the time Lu ceased her assault, her garments were soaked in blood, the hem continuously dripping. Yaoyao could not help but applaud, admiring her. Well done. Do you feel a sense of relief now? Lu beamed at the praise. She had long since found peace, yet she nodded in acknowledgement. Thank you, big sister. The majority of the Xian sect members had been rendered incapable. As for those who had been coerced, the two women liberated them, indifferent to their future paths. On the third day, the final day of the arena competition, the combatants on the second platform were replaced by Yifan, while Yaoyao remained on the first. Observing that both competitors hailed from the Divine Phoenix sect, the expressions of the other sects grew increasingly grim. This year, the Divine Phoenix sect had dominated thoroughly, leaving no room for others to garner attention. Even the long-standing first-ranked Xian sect had fallen, rendering them unmatched. The ultimate confrontation lay ahead between Yaoyao and Yifan. It was the first time Yaoyao scrutinized the misfortunate Yi Fan among the three favored children of destiny closely. Sharing her surname, he was indeed remarkable. Chapter 87. The life reversal of Yaoyao. Although Yi Fan had encountered Yaoyao before, she had presented herself in a different guise at that time. This was their first official meeting. Both represented the Divine Phoenix sect, and regardless of the outcome, the conclusion was already predetermined. Yi Fan harbored the desire to triumph. Yet he felt it was an implausible aspiration, as his junior sister, Lu Yu, surpassed him in skill. However, she had been defeated by a woman who bore a striking resemblance to Yi's sister, who then easily vanquished her adversary. Despite these circumstances, he resolved to exert every ounce of his strength in the contest. Yaoyao was somewhat intrigued by the grandfatherly figure within Yi Fan's jade pendant. Yet she knew that unless Yi Fan found himself in peril, the elder would refrain from intervening in the battle. Yi sister, please. Yaoyao raised her hand. Senior brother, please. They declared in unison as they launched their attacks. Yi Fan held nothing back, and Yaoyao matched her realm to his level. The match was an exhilarating display of prowess. While Yi Fan lacked the cultivation of Lu Yu, he knew that even with his utmost effort, it would be challenging for Lu Yu to suppress him. In contrast, facing Yi's sister, he felt entirely overpowered, yet under such pressure, he managed to unleash his full potential. The other disciples watching from the sidelines were thoroughly entertained, as it was a veritable visual feast. In the end, Yaoyao's relentless assault culminated in Yi Fan being knocked down. Though he was drenched in sweat, his expression radiated satisfaction. He clasped his hands in gratitude towards Yaoyao, exclaiming, "Thank you for your guidance, Yi sister." She waved her hand dismissively. Mu Yuan's eyes sparkled with increasing admiration. The more he learned about Yaoyao, the more he recognized the wisdom of aligning himself with the Divine Phoenix sect. I hereby declare that the champion of the sect competition is the Divine Phoenix sect. Upon hearing this definitive statement, the disciples of the Divine Phoenix sect were flushed with excitement. Although the outcome had been anticipated, they had initially entered the sect with a sense of trepidation. Little did they know that the Divine Phoenix sect would bring them such immense joy. They had become disciples of the foremost sect. Yaoyao stood proudly upon the stage, basking in her victory after 3 years of undercover work, finally vanquishing her adversaries. Master Kong, supported by his disciples, gazed upon the scene with despondency, his spirit crushed. "Let us depart," he murmured weakly. Bai Yiling, his lips pressed tightly together, felt the shift in his senior brother's demeanor over the past few days. Although he had apologized privately, his brother's attitude remained unchanged, leaving him feeling somewhat aggrieved. Master Kong had lost all faith in Bai Yiling, with the loss of the title of the foremost sect. The Moonfall Whip and Phoenix Egg had fallen into the hands of the Divine Phoenix sect. Moreover, Yaoyao possessed an abundance of resources, making the rise of the Divine Phoenix sect an unstoppable force. He could already envision the downfall of the Xianyu sect. As Yaoyao led the disciples of the Divine Phoenix sect aboard the flying vessel, the other sect leaders could not resist mocking her. "Young friend Yi, although the Phoenix Egg is temporarily in your possession, it pertains to the entire realm of cultivation. Please ensure its safekeeping. We hope it hatches a phoenix." Yi Wenba stepped forward to intercept, his expression grave. "There is no need for concern, esteemed sect leader. After all, we of the Divine Phoenix sect are the foremost sect. If we cannot protect the Phoenix Egg, then the other sects stand even less chance." Yaoyao gave her father a thumbs up from behind, proud to call him her father. Jianglan smiled and interjected, "My husband tends to speak the unvarnished truth. I trust you won't take offense, will you?" This remark sent the sect leader away in a huff. At that moment, he and the remaining elite of his sect were oblivious to the fact that their sect was on the brink of extinction. The words had incited a fiery rage among the other disciples, prompting many to take action. Master Kong, witnessing the chaos, felt his face flush with anger. "Stop, everyone. Cease at once." He forcibly intervened, but his condition worsened, leading him to cough twice. "Take those who have acted out to the law enforcement hall." In truth, Only Gongchen and Ing Haoyu genuinely admired Mingshi. The other disciples, charmed by her amiable nature and her connection to Bai Yiling, offered her superficial kindness. However, any deep-seated affection was merely an illusion of camaraderie. With the Xianyu sect's fall from grace, tensions ran high. And seeing Mingshi's striking resemblance to Yaoyao only fueled their disdain for her, blaming her for their sect's troubles. In the unfolding drama, the disciples' sentiments toward Mingshi had shifted drastically due to their perception of Yaoyao's likeness. The reversal of fortunes had indeed come to fruition. "Master, you are so good to me." Mingshi observed the affectionate exchange between the two with growing discontent. "Sister, did you not express a desire to visit your senior brother and third senior brother?" Chapter 88. The current state of the Divine Phoenix sect. The three individuals arrived at Gongchen's cave dwelling, where the exterior appeared lifeless, with even the grass lacking vitality, indicating the owner's neglect. Ever since Gongchen succumbed to his inner demons, he had been drifting through each day in a daze, at times acutely aware of his suffering, while at others, lost in illusions of a joyous life with his junior sister. As the voice from his dreams echoed, Gongchen burst forth like a gust of wind, gripping Mingshi's arms tightly. Sure, is it truly you? Please tell me you love me. You must love me." Gongchen remained haunted by Yaoyao's words. "I will never love you," feeling himself ensnared by a curse of inadequacy. Bai Yiling and Mingshi exchanged glances, their expressions shifting. For Mingshi, the situation was simpler. He harbored equal resentment towards anyone his younger sisters favored. "Master, shall we visit the Ying family to see senior brother San?" In response to his young disciple's request, Bai Yiling never declined. Thus, when Master Kong summoned Bai Yiling to discuss the Divine Phoenix sect's apology, they found no trace of him. Upon hearing his disciple's words, Master Kong felt no anger. Rather, he was overwhelmed by a deep sense of sorrow. Turning away with a heavy heart, his disciple watched his master's retreating figure, sensing that he seemed to have aged several years. The situation on Ing Haoyu's side was even more dire. Ever since his nascent soul had been shattered, and with no means to take revenge on Yaoyao, he had become irritable and despondent, wearing a perpetual scowl. Despite his father's efforts to procure spiritual herbs, none could restore him. It was unheard of for a shattered nascent soul to recover. Although he felt a fleeting joy upon learning of Mingshi's resurrection, it was quickly overshadowed by the thought that she could return from death while he remained irreparably damaged, further deepening his frustration. He had sought trouble with Yaoyao solely for the sake of his junior sister, and now he had no desire to see Mingshi at all. Fortunately, she still had her master. Meanwhile, news of Mingshi's miraculous return to life spread rapidly after the various sects departed from the competition city. Almost everyone was intrigued by her resurrection. After all, who among them did not have someone they cherished? The prospect of bringing loved ones back to life sparked considerable interest. Many began to contemplate Mingshi, or, more accurately, the treasure that had enabled her revival. Compared to 3 years prior, the Divine Phoenix sect had expanded significantly. As the spiritual veins could not extend far enough to supply sufficient spiritual energy, Yaoyao decided to construct a field of spiritual herbs every 10 mountain peaks, allowing the herbs to radiate their energy naturally. These fields were entrusted to the disciples for management, with daily contributions rewarded in points, calculated on a daily basis. Yaoyao established a regulation that required disciples of the Divine Phoenix sect to accumulate a minimum of 50 contribution points each month, with those failing to meet this requirement facing expulsion. This mandate compelled those who wished to remain idle to become industrious. Earning contribution points was straightforward. One could engage in ranking challenges, with each advancement granting 100 points, easily fulfilling 2 months' quota. Additionally, managing the herb fields yielded 30 points monthly, and completing a few sect tasks would ensure they reached the required 50 points. Many mortals resided at the foot of the Divine Phoenix Mountain, serving as registered disciples, assisting with various tasks, preparing meals for the chi refining disciples, constructing new cave dwellings for new disciples, and crafting sect garments. Some urgent tasks even offered extra contribution points. Consequently, the divine phoenix sect enjoyed a stellar reputation among the common folk, with many non-cultivators aware of its existence. Various methods existed for earning contribution points, alleviating concerns of expulsion, provided one remained diligent. Even though the sect was exceptionally powerful, it had never officially competed against others, leaving its true strength unknown. Yet, with a single display of prowess, they would undoubtedly emerge victorious. Elder Yi gathered all disciples who had not ventured out on tasks in the open grounds of the divine phoenix sect, with some unable to fit even while flying on swords. The disciples were taken aback upon hearing Elder Ye's announcement. What jest is this? Our peer, the young mistress, has already reached the ascended stage? Previously, those who had striven hard and ranked high felt quite accomplished, but they now realized they were no different from frogs at the bottom of a well. Furthermore, Elder Yi had good news to share. At this sect's tournament auction, I secured a moonfall whip, a divine artifact. Yaoyao spread her hand, revealing the moonfall whip nestled within her palm. The crowd felt as though their breaths had ceased. A divine artifact? As if that revelation were insufficiently astounding, she continued, Moreover, I also acquired a phoenix egg. With a casual wave, she placed an unrecognizable egg, comparable in size to a phoenix egg, onto the first arena stage. Chapter 89. Vowing to protect the phoenix egg heavens. I cannot believe my eyes. I have laid witness to the phoenix egg. The phoenix. The phoenix is a divine being. Someone, please lend me your support. My legs feel weak. No, I can hardly stand myself. A throng of disciples gazed excitedly at the egg, many of their faces flushed with exhilaration. This was the closest they had ever come to the divine. Previously, they had only heard whispers of such wonders, if that. And it was only upon entering the divine phoenix sect that their fortunes began to change. They had fallen in love with the divine phoenix sect. Yaoyao observed their fervent reactions with great satisfaction. Her efforts to acquire a certain lawn bird's egg had not been in vain. The phoenix egg was far too precious. It would be best kept within the confines of her spatial abode. She had procured this phoenix egg for a staggering 1 billion top-tier spirit stones. Yet the leaders of other sects insisted that it was far too significant to remain in her possession. What should I do? Should I relinquish it? Even though this phoenix egg remains unhatched, it is universally understood that once the phoenix emerges, the standing of the divine phoenix sect in the cultivation world will be unassailable. Yang Yongfeng, a seasoned disciple who had transcended the qi refinement stage, shouted loudly. He was among the first disciples of the divine phoenix sect when it comprised merely 16 members, a true elder. Without the divine phoenix sect, he might still be struggling at the second layer of qi refinement, but the sect had afforded him extraordinary opportunities, enabling him to ascend from the second layer to the foundation establishment stage in just 3 short years. Although his progress may seem slow compared to other disciples, he was deeply content. Yang Yongfeng felt a profound sense of loyalty to the divine phoenix sect. He had previously lamented his inability to compete with other sects due to lack of cultivation. But upon hearing Yaoyao's concerns about other sects attempting to seize their treasures, he could not remain silent. With his outcry, the other disciples joined in, affirming, indeed. Junior Sister Yi, we must not surrender the phoenix egg. If other sects attempt to seize it, we shall vow to protect the phoenix egg with our lives. Vow to protect the phoenix egg. Vow to protect the phoenix egg. The fervor in the air was palpable. These disciples, having been tested by the Heartstone, were of impeccable character and exhibited unwavering loyalty to their sect. Yaoyao had orchestrated this rallying of spirits to rekindle their enthusiasm. Previously, her brother Yi had expressed concerns that the abundance of resources provided by the sect had led some disciples to become complacent, focusing more on managing the medicinal fields than on their cultivation. She did not wish to be a tyrant, forcing them to toil endlessly for the sect's benefit. Yet the harsh reality of the cultivation world demanded that one rely on oneself. Indeed, her efforts bore fruit. As she observed the disciples fervently raising their arms in unison, Yaoyao gently raised her hand, and silence fell upon the assembly. Esteemed brothers and sisters, in light of this, let us entrust the care of the phoenix egg to all of you. Other sects will not relent. We must safeguard our phoenix and ensure its safe hatching. To inspire enthusiasm, the most effective strategy is to encourage participation. This marked Yaoyao's inaugural attempt to unite the sect against a common adversary and protect their interests. As they gazed upon the phoenix egg on the main stage, their spirits ignited with determination. They would indeed protect the phoenix egg with their utmost dedication. Afterward, Yaoyao finally settled into her modest abode within the divine phoenix sect, where she could see her parents daily. However, her parents were engrossed in their own cultivation, either in seclusion or on the path to it, leaving Yaoyao to pursue her own endeavors. She had previously attempted to break through to the Great Ascension stage. Despite having achieved perfection in that stage, she found herself unable to progress further. It felt as though she were repeatedly colliding against an impenetrable concrete wall. No matter how fiercely she charged forward, her efforts yielding no results. She surmised that only when Yaoling breaks through to the Great Ascension stage would she herself be able to advance, a frustrating predicament indeed. Nonetheless, even though Yaoling was still in the early stages of his own ascent, if he continued his diligent practice, his cultivation would rise effortlessly. And she believed it would not be long before she too could break through. Yaoyao's daily routine now involved arranging formations for the magical artifacts destined for the Sword Tower, with an increasing number of disciples. The consumption of artifacts had surged dramatically. Fortunately, she had established a trade relationship with the local trading post, allowing her to procure at least 50% of the necessary resources each month. The trading post, eager for its own growth, was willing to sell her these resources, especially since she purchased them at double the usual rate. In the past, Yaoyao often depleted the trading post's stock, leading to discontent among the locals. To avoid inciting public ire, they could only afford to sell her half of their inventory. Nevertheless, this was sufficient, as magical artifacts were not easily consumed. Many cultivators lacked even a single artifact, making the lavishness of the divine phoenix sect apparent. As for medicinal pills, the sect boasted over 800 peaks, which translated to more than 80 medicinal fields. Yaoyao had exchanged for 10 alchemist puppets from the sect's marketplace, ensuring a steady supply of commonly used pills, essentially achieving self-sufficiency. The expenditure of spirit stones, however, flowed like water. Yaoyao watched the consumption points in the sect's marketplace steadily rise, nodding in satisfaction. It seemed she would soon be able to purchase another secret realm. Yet, she hesitated over which cultivation realm to acquire. The majority of disciples in the sect were at the out-of-body stage or below, so it would be more prudent to exchange for a secret realm suited for the out-of-body stage. However, Yu had already reached the integration stage and could not enter the out-of-body realm. She acknowledged her bias. The 3 children of destiny held greater significance for her, especially when she observed the vibrant red luck aura surrounding them, now tinged with hints of gold. It reassured her that her actions were justified. Yet, she found it perplexing that the progress bar for her luck value had only reached around 35%, despite pursuing the correct path and exerting considerable effort. The increase was painfully sluggish. Junior Sister Yi, the leader of the Xianyu sect, has arrived, seeking to offer an apology. Chapter 90. A desire to eliminate Mingxi. Master Kong did not arrive alone. He was accompanied by Yaoling, Mingshi, and Mingxi, his younger sister. Master Kong's complexion was far from favorable, likely due to his inability to properly nurture his health. Upon arriving at the Divine Phoenix sect, his pallor worsened. For the spiritual energy here was surprisingly more abundant than that of the Xianyu sect, indicating superior resources. When he spotted Yaoyao, a hint of crimson tinged his cheeks, a mix of embarrassment and anger. Yaoyao, my dear disciple, I have come to apologize on behalf of my junior brother. His previous actions were indeed inappropriate. You may impose any punishment upon him, but please, do not let this matter jeopardize our cordial relationship with the Divine Phoenix sect. Master Kong forced a smile as he addressed Yaoyao. Yi Wenbai and Jiang Lan were in seclusion. Otherwise, they would not have allowed Master Kong to assume such a familial stance so easily. Master Kong glanced at Yaoling, who pressed her lips together and said, Yaoyao, I was in the wrong. Please forgive me. These resources are my compensation. Yaoling presented a spiritual ring. And when Yaoyao probed it with her spiritual sense, she was astonished to find it filled with cultivation techniques, 10 heavenly grade, 50 earthly grade, and 200 mysterious grade manuals. What a lavish offering! I can accept the spiritual ring. Master Kong smiled at her words, but Yaoyao added, however, I shall not forgive you. This matter will never be resolved. Mingshi, who had been quietly standing beside Yaoling, could no longer contain herself. My master is a good person. Why won't you forgive Yaoyao? You have spent 3 years at the Xianyu sect. Although my master acted somewhat rashly, you suffered no loss. What are you holding on to? Mingshi stepped forward and locked eyes with Yaoyao. Everything my master did was for my sake. If anyone should apologize, it is I who should apologize to you. However, you injured me in the arena a few days ago. We are even now. Please do not blame my master anymore. Yaoyao was taken aback by the absurdity of her logic and replied incredulously, Are you perhaps mentally challenged? Mingshi was stunned into silence. What? Yaoyao retorted vehemently, I said you are indeed mentally challenged. When we fought in the arena, was that not expected? We were on the life and death stage. Even if I had killed you, it would have been your own fault. How dare you use your injuries, which healed by the next day, to impose moral obligations on me? Mingshi's face flushed with indignation. How can you say that? I am. Besides, what does Yaoling's mistake have to do with you? Does he lack a voice or hands that you must speak on his behalf? Yaoyao cast a sidelong glance at the two of them, her expression a mix of amusement and disdain. Have your ties grown so intimate that you can replace him? Seeing Yaoyao on the verge of exposing their relationship, which was Master Kong's greatest fear, he quickly interjected, Yaoyao, this is entirely Yaoling's fault. Mingshi is merely too kind-hearted, wanting you to forgive her master. Do not misunderstand. How about this? Set a condition for forgiveness, and let us avoid conflict with the Xianyu sect. Yaoyao regarded Mingshi, who had remained silent until now. How about this? In the cultivation world, strength speaks volumes. Whoever is willing to face me in battle, if you win, this matter shall be settled. However, let it be understood that this is a life and death contest. No outside interference is permitted unless one party concedes. Upon hearing this, Master Kong exchanged a glance with Mingshi. Fight Yaoyao? Mingshi lost last time. It is clearly not feasible. Then, Yaoling? Yaoling, feeling the weight of Master Kong's gaze, pressed his lips tightly together. I cannot fight her, Master. Master Kong furrowed his brow, unaware of the agreement between Yaoling and Yaoyao, and thus could not comprehend his reluctance to engage. His patience was wearing thin. Surely he couldn't be the one to confront a young girl? Mingshi, however, understood that Yaoling was bound not to act. She immediately turned to Mingshi, her eyes pleading. Brother, please defeat her for me. I cannot match her strength. Avenge me. Mingshi had been contemplating this himself. Since entering the Divine Phoenix sect, he had noticed the egg on the competition stage that bore a striking resemblance to the phoenix egg, and he struggled to suppress his desire to seize it. He needed to find the right moment, and now presented an opportunity to gauge Yaoyao's strength. I understand. Sister, rest assured, I shall teach her a lesson. Yaoyao and Mingshi stood on the second arena, adjacent to an egg that closely resembled that of a phoenix. Each arena was imbued with formations to ensure that no harm befell them during their sparring, otherwise, they would be repairing damages daily. Other disciples of the Divine Phoenix sect, having heard of Yaoyao's duel, hurriedly gathered to watch. As Yaoyao and Mingshi began their confrontation, both unleashed lethal strikes. Yaoyao harbored a genuine intent to eliminate Mingshi. Unable to confront Yaoling and Mingshi at present, she resolved to target Mingshi instead. In the original narrative, Mingshi, as Mingshi's brother, developed an inappropriate affection for his sister. Observing the growing bond between Mingshi and Yaoling, he succumbed to darkness. Mingshi's motives were not born from affection for Yaoyao, rather he was compelled by her visage. He aimed to restore Yi Yaoyao's appearance and thwart the budding romance between Bai Yiling and his sister. While the text does not disclose the identities of those responsible for the demise of Yi Yaoyao's parents, she believed that the two before her were inexorably linked to her misfortunes. Despite Mingxi's efforts to aid her in regaining her beauty, his intentions were purely self-serving. Though their enmity was not profound, it did not preclude her from desiring their demise. To disrupt the fortunes of Bai Yiling and Mingxi, she needed to sever their ties. Now, with no reservations, she unleashed the oppressive aura of the Great Ascension stage, causing the crowd to change countenance. Master Kong's face turned pale as he realized that his sect had encountered a formidable adversary. It was not merely the prowess of the Great Ascension stage that instilled fear, but rather the youth of the opponent. She was not only a heavenly grade formation master, but also possessed cultivation at the Great Ascension stage, rivaling his own strength, if not surpassing it. How could this not send shivers down Master Kong's spine? Chapter 91. The fault lies with you, Master Kong, having lived for over 90,000 years, had never encountered a prodigy like Yi Yaoyao. It was inconceivable unless she possessed a method to alter her bone age, which, to his knowledge, was impossible. At merely 16 years of age, she was a celestial-level formation master with cultivation at the Great Ascension stage. This was beyond the realm of his comprehension. No one could possibly be so formidable. Yi Yaoyao must surely be a reincarnated deity. The thought that no one in the cultivation world had advanced to the tribulation stage in over 90,000 years, and that his sect had already offended such a celestial reincarnation, made Master Kong's chest ache with a painful intensity. He was fortunate not to have fainted, a testament to his robust constitution. It was clear that the Xianyu sect could not afford such an enemy. With Yi Yaoyao's growth becoming uncontainable, conflict was no longer an option. On the stage, Yi Yaoyao and Mingxi engaged in a breathtaking duel. Had it not been for the formation's restraints, they might have uprooted the very ground beneath them. Mingxi was astounded. Despite having previously defeated his sister, he had never imagined that she could surpass him. After years of diligent cultivation and possessing the bloodline of a dragon, he believed no mere human could rival him. Even his sister's master was no match for him. Yet, this petite girl before him managed to suppress his attacks. Determined to eliminate Mingxi, Yi Yaoyao did not hold back. With a flick of her fingers, she cast a formation that obscured Mingxi's vision, ensnaring him in a mire before delivering a decisive strike to his dantian. Unsure of how to slay a dragon, she relied on the adage of striking a snake at its vulnerable point, and although she could not discern where that point lay on a human, she believed that attacking the dantian in the cultivation realm would suffice. She was convinced that Mingxi possessed a demon core. Mingxi, taken aback by her mastery of formations, hesitated for merely a moment before being struck at his dantian. PFF. Brother. Mingxi, witnessing her brother's injury from below, was horrified and rushed to intervene. However, as she moved, they were immediately surrounded by several peak masters from the Divine Phoenix sect who unleashed their oppressive aura, preventing any action from the three. Master Kong's pupils contracted. How could the Divine Phoenix sect have so many great ascension cultivators? It was one thing for their disciples to be so powerful, but did each peak master truly possess such strength? The Xianyu sect had no more than a handful of great ascension cultivators. Master Kong's head spun. Bai Yiling, fearing for Mingxi's safety, held her tightly. Sure, you cannot go. Mingxi, tears streaming down her face, cried, "Let me go. That's my brother. I cannot stand by and watch him die." On stage, Mingxi fought valiantly, but was once again struck by Yi Yaoyao, causing him to spit blood. Mingxi, in desperation, attempted to strike Bai Yiling. Yet, he restrained her hand with a serious expression. Sure, this is a life and death duel. Even if you intervene, it would not change the outcome. Strangely, he recalled that when he had forced her to accept him as her master, she had offered no resistance. Surely, it could not be that Yi Yaoyao's cultivation had soared to such heights in merely 3 years. That was implausible. The irony was that he had foolishly believed that allowing Yaoyao to become his disciple would be a favor to her. He had been overly arrogant. Mingshi struggled against Bai Yiling's grip, crying out, "Master, I beg you, please help my brother. He cannot endure any more. He will be killed." Bai Yiling's expression faltered. Had he been capable of intervening, he would have done so, but he was simply unable to match her strength. "Senior brother." Bai Yiling glanced toward Master Kong, who surpassed him in cultivation. Master Kong, however, chose to ignore him. How absurd. Mingshi had no ties to their sect, and he was utterly unaware of how Jianshi had returned from death, along with the existence of an elder brother. His junior had not shared any of this with him, and when he inquired, he was met with mere evasions. The duel on stage was one Mingshi had consented to. How could he intervene without further antagonizing Yaoyao? Perhaps, in the face of life and death, Mingshi would unleash boundless potential and emerge victorious, thereby averting future conflict with Yaoyao. Yet, alas, no miracle occurred. The stage was painted with Mingshi's blood as Yaoyao struck him time and again. She reflected on how dragons were indeed more challenging foes than humans. Had they been of equal cultivation, he would have perished long ago, yet Mingshi remained merely gravely injured. However, that would soon change. As Yaoyao prepared to deliver her final blow, a sudden black whirlwind swept through, whisking the severely wounded Mingshi away. Mingshi, witnessing this, broke free from Bai Yiling's astonished grasp and followed the whirlwind. Yaoyao's expression hardened as she watched them vanish. Could it be that the child of fate could not be slain, nor could their family be harmed? Frustrated, Master Kong sighed in disappointment as he realized Mingshi had not triumphed. Yaoyao, whether you believe it or not, the Xianyu sect bears you no ill will. Please accept the spirit ring. I hope one day you may change your mind. With that, he forcibly led Bai Yiling away. Bai Yiling had intended to chase after Mingshi, but Master Kong's grip on his wrist was unyielding. This time, Master Kong did not hold back. Should Bai Yiling attempt to resist, he would suppress him with his cultivation. Gritting his teeth, Master Kong commanded, "Kneel." Bai Yiling, concerned for Mingshi, dared not utter another word upon seeing his senior brother's fury, and obediently knelt. After witnessing him kneel, Master Kong followed suit, crashing down with a resounding thud that echoed painfully. Master Kong, oblivious to the pain, turned his tear-streaked face toward the ancestral tablets. "Esteemed masters, elders, and my teacher, I am deeply remorseful. Since assuming leadership of the Xianyu sect, I have not only failed to elevate its status, but have also allowed it to lose its prestigious title. Now, I have provoked a formidable enemy. I am truly unworthy of your legacy." Tears streamed down Master Kong's face as he lamented his failures. The Xianyu sect had flourished for countless years, showing no signs of decline, yet under his stewardship, it had begun to falter. Not only had they lost their esteemed title, but they now faced a reincarnated deity, backed by a powerful sect. If they were to target the Xianyu sect, it would spell utter ruin. Bai Yiling had not anticipated his senior brother's profound sorrow and, bewildered, attempted to console him. "Senior brother, do not cry. Is it not your fault that the Xianyu sect is in this state?" Chapter 92, I will retrieve all that I have lost at long last. The pent-up emotions of Master Kong erupted after days of restraint, leading to an intense fit of coughing that reverberated through the air, raising concerns that he might cough up his very lungs. Bai Yiling hastily knelt and moved forward a few steps, supporting the faltering Master Kong. "Brother, your injuries have yet to heal. Please, do not let your emotions overwhelm you." Master Kong was engulfed in a tumult of sorrow. If this were a tale of court intrigue, it would surely culminate in a tragic demise. However, they inhabited the realm of cultivation, and should this matter remain unresolved, Master Kong risked succumbing to inner demons. He was aware of his plight, yet time was a luxury he could not afford. Pushing Bai Yiling's hand away, the disciple he had once cherished as a son now felt like a burden he could scarcely bear to look at. "Do not call me brother. I would rather be devoid of such a..." Ultimately, he was left alone with his brother, the only kin he had left. Now, he uttered the wish to be free of this. Bai Yiling's eyes brimmed with tears. He had perhaps been lost in the blissful reverie of his disciple's resurrection, neglecting other matters of significance. Subsequently, bound by his promise, he refrained from intervening in Yaoyao's extensive resource acquisitions, a grave misstep. The error had long since been committed. And even if he wished to atone, the opportunity had slipped away. Although he had seen little of Yaoyao over the past 3 years, he recognized her meticulous nature. No matter how sincere his apologies, she would not grant him forgiveness. After 3 years of neglecting his cultivation, Bai Yiling finally resolved to strengthen himself. Observing the glimmer of hope in Bai Yiling, Master Kong's fury subsided slightly. His previous outburst stemmed from his distress. After all, this was his beloved, who he had watched grow. How could he entirely harden his heart? Bai Yiling nodded in agreement. Master Kong's statement reflected the reality that he had entrusted his best disciples to Bai Yiling, indicating the genuine regard Master Kong held for him. Otherwise, he would not have schemed for Bai Yiling's future. Gongchun possessed a singular wood affinity. Though its lethality paled in comparison to other affinities, it promised rapid advancement. Xiaoling, with her mutated ice affinity, exhibited even greater talent. Yihaoyu, with a mutated fire affinity, boasted formidable power. The first 3 were all chosen by Master Kong for Bai Yiling. Despite Bai Yiling's shortcomings as a master, often indifferent to his disciples' progress, merely offering a few words and some resources when he remembered, these 3 still emerged as leaders among the disciples of the Xianyu sect. He wondered about Shi's situation. Considering her status, she should face no difficulties. His priority now was to cultivate his disciples. Speaking of his little disciple, Bai Yiling suddenly recalled another disciple he had taken on in the arena, prompted by his little disciple's insistence. Frowning, he realized that he had been rather negligent. Having accepted Wu Xing without inquiry, merely captivated by Yaoyao's visage. Xiaoling, do you happen to have another new? Upon hearing this, Bai Yiling's expression stiffened. He was certainly not a responsible master. Wu Sheng had likely been left to fend for himself these past few days, and Bai Yiling was unaware of his whereabouts. Cough. Summon Wu Sheng. Nevertheless, since he had already accepted the boy as a disciple, there was no turning back. Wu Xing arrived promptly, filled with hope as he approached the Xianyu sect. Having lived in a mountain village since birth, he had never encountered such a magnificent place. Every individual here seemed ethereal, akin to celestial beings, filling him with aspirations of becoming one like them. However, upon disembarking from the flying vessel, he found himself abandoned, with no one to guide him. Lacking cultivation, he had to seek sustenance and shelter, resorting to sleeping on the grass, enduring the dewy nights. Being unfamiliar with the area and overwhelmed by the vastness of the Xianyu sect, he wandered aimlessly, fearful of encountering terrifying beings. Having heard tales of celestial beings whose mere gestures could shift mountains and seas. What if he inadvertently provoked someone and met his demise? Xiaoling eventually located Wu Xing not far from the foot of the Xianyu sect. It turned out that when they had disembarked from the flying vessel, Bai Yiling and his companions had forgotten about him, and Wu Xing, dazzled by the grandeur of the sect, had failed to keep up. Ultimately forced to sleep rough in the vicinity. Chapter 93. Wu Xing begins his cultivation. Bai Yiling observed Wu Xing's disheveled appearance, with strands of grass entwined in his hair, and could not help but cast a sidelong glance at him. He had never anticipated having such a disciple. Wu Xing, I must inquire, is your identity genuine? If you are an impostor sent by someone to infiltrate the Xianyu sect with nefarious intentions, I assure you that I will not hesitate to reduce you to ashes. Speak the truth, or I shall resort to soul-searching. Wu Xing was unfamiliar with the concept of soul-searching, but the ferocity in Bai Yiling's words filled him with dread. Master, I am merely an ordinary villager from a mountain village, having never ventured beyond its confines since birth. And I have never practiced cultivation. I am certainly not a villain. Wu Xing urgently sought to affirm his innocence, terrified of being cast aside as he had been days prior. This was his chance to ascend to immortality. He could not afford to be expelled. If you must, go ahead and search my soul. Though I know not what it entails, I am willing to prove my innocence, Wu Xing declared, gritting his teeth. Yet, in his heart, he was unwilling to accept such a fate. He cherished himself above all, and the thought of suffering was more unbearable than having his heart torn from his chest. He dared to make such a proclamation, believing he had discerned the mindset of individuals like Bai Yiling, who were born with every advantage and lived in simplicity, making them less likely to be deceived. He assumed that by merely stating his case, they would be wholly convinced of his sincerity. Bai Yiling, indeed, took his words at face value. To agree to soul-searching implied a clear conscience, and Wu Sheng had voluntarily chosen to become his disciple, unlike Yaoyao. There was no chance of a repeat of Yaoyao's incident. As long as your identity is legitimate, you shall be my disciple from this day forth. Now, I will assess your spiritual roots. Do not be afraid. The spiritual root reveals one's innate talent. Wu Xing eagerly placed his hand upon the spirit query stone. He had seen it before, but Yaoyao had only allowed him to touch the heart query stone, which had deemed him unworthy of the spirit query stone. Now, he was finally permitted to touch it. However, upon contact, the spirit query stone failed to respond. It did not even flicker with the light of the 5 spiritual roots. Bai Yiling regarded Wu Xing with a peculiar gaze, though it was not entirely unexpected, given that he was merely a villager. Very well. I shall consider it akin to nurturing a mortal whose lifespan is short. Wu Sheng, however, was in a state of panic. Master, why is the stone not glowing? I saw Nini's stone light up when she touched it. A foreboding sense began to settle in his mind, yet he was reluctant to accept it. Bai Yiling shook his head. It is of no consequence. Even if you cannot cultivate, you may pursue whatever you wish in your spare time. If you wish to attempt cultivation, you may do so. Wu Sheng felt as if he had been struck by lightning, staring incredulously at Bai Yiling. After all his efforts to escape the scorn of his fellow villagers and aspire to immortality, he was now being told he could not cultivate? No. I refuse to believe it. I must cultivate. I will find a way. His fervent desperation was unmistakable, causing Bai Yiling to frown. Among his male disciples, one was a prince and another the scion of the foremost family, both exhibiting impeccable manners, while Wu Sheng was a stark contrast. Do as you wish. Let your senior brother instruct you. With that, he tossed Wu Xing a spirit ring. Wu Sheng, eager to open the small object, had seen others do so before, revealing many treasures, yet he lacked the spiritual energy to unlock it. Seeing Wu Sheng's naive demeanor, Bai Yiling felt a swell of dissatisfaction, but recognized he could not renege on his promise to take him as a disciple. Aware that he could not open it for now, Wu Xing blushed with embarrassment as he accepted the spirit ring, urging Bai Yiling for a chance to cultivate. Bai Yiling acquiesced, instructing Gong Chen to teach him. Observing the new disciple, seemingly incapable of cultivation, Gong Chen's smile widened. Previously, he had been outshone by his senior brothers and sisters, all of whom possessed superior talents, which had fueled his jealousy while he feigned brotherly grace. Now, at last, he had a junior brother to boast about regarding his speed of cultivation. Yet, Gong Chen's amusement quickly faded. He soon discovered that within a single hour, the newly accepted disciple had surged from being unable to cultivate to reaching the 7th level of qi refinement. Brother. Upon seeing her brother lying bloodied on the bed, Mingshi rushed over. Brother, what has happened to you? The other little demons scrambled to find medicinal pills and various treasures of heaven and earth. Mingshi was conscious, but gravely injured, feeling as though death was imminent. However, his dragon bloodline would not allow him to perish so easily. Sister, I am fine. First, give me a few drops of the eternal spirit milk. Mingshi hurriedly brought the jade bottle to Mingshi's lips. After drinking, his complexion improved significantly, and he was gradually able to sit up. He gazed intently at Mingshi and said, Sister, I am severely wounded. The Demon Emperor's palace is unsafe. You must remain by my side for protection until I recover. This was the perfect opportunity to separate Mingshi from Bai Yiling. Mingshi bit her lip, agreeing. Given her brother's condition, she could not possibly leave his side. As for Master, she would send him a message shortly. Life had become rather leisurely for Yaoyao. After Mingxi was rescued, she had a confrontation with Yi Yong. As one of the first puppets summoned by Yaoyao and tasked with overseeing the other disciples, Yi Yong firmly held the top position. During the earlier sect competition, Yi and the others had believed that with Lu Yu's cultivation, no other disciple could possibly surpass her, ensuring a solid first place. Thus, they had left Yi Yong to oversee the other disciples in the Shenhuang sect and did not participate in the competition. Little did they know, a newcomer named Mingxi had defeated Lu Yu. Fortunately, Yaoyao had arrived just in time, otherwise they would have faced a disastrous outcome. Chapter 94. The divine secret realm is about to open upon hearing that Yaoyao and Yi Yong were to engage in a duel. The audience swelled in number. Many were unfamiliar with Yaoyao, as only a select few had been rescued by her during the Jin Dan secret realm incident. The majority had never laid eyes on her, and even the newcomers had merely heard of her without ever witnessing her presence. In contrast, Yi Yong had become a familiar figure over the past 3 years, having established himself as the leader among the disciples, and was the one with whom everyone had the most interaction. He had held the top position for 3 consecutive years, and despite Sister Lu's persistent challenges, she had always met with defeat. The spectators were left wondering whether Yaoyao could surpass her elder brother. As the duel commenced, Yi Yong, fully aware of Yaoyao's formidable strength, did not hold back, launching fierce attacks that elicited gasps of astonishment from the crowd. However, Yaoyao maintained a calm demeanor as she countered his moves, showcasing an exhilarating display of skill. The disciples were captivated, their admiration for Yaoyao growing exponentially. They discerned that although the two were evenly matched, Yaoyao, the young mistress, exhibited remarkable composure in her confrontation with the elder brother. Ultimately, Yaoyao emerged victorious, sending Yi Yong tumbling from the stage. Yi Yong, acknowledging her prowess, clasped his hands in respect, admitting defeat to the profoundly skilled young mistress. The onlookers gazed at Yaoyao with sparkling eyes, enthusiastically proclaiming, "Young mistress." Her smile radiated with a sense of triumph, invigorating her spirit. From that moment forth, Yaoyao ascended to the rank of the foremost disciple, while others fell back a position. Inspired by her extraordinary abilities, many intensified their training. Aspiring to reach her level of prowess, Yaoyao devoted her time at the Shenhuang sect, occasionally observing her parents' cultivation, while primarily focusing on her own training. Recently, she had mastered the art of forging, enabling her to create numerous magical artifacts independently. Many disciples were engrossed in challenges at the Sword Tower, necessitating timely updates to their formations and artifacts. Even Yaoyao found herself busier than a spinning top. However, the continuous crafting of artifacts demanded a steady supply of materials, which, despite her ample stock, dwindled rapidly. Consequently, the number of tasks posted in the task hall surged, as Yaoyao sought not only a variety of materials, but also in large quantities, offering substantial contribution points in return. The disciples marveled at the increased opportunities to earn contribution points, which could be exchanged for anything desired, including spirit stones, making them highly coveted. With a steady influx of materials, Yaoyao also took the time to visit the alchemy room during her breaks. She had exchanged for 10 heavenly-tier alchemist puppets, capable of refining pills as long as the necessary materials were provided. During her visits, an elderly man would pursue her, insisting she take him on as a disciple, claiming she possessed innate talent in this field. Yaoyao, while astonished by the puppet's lifelike emotions, showcased her own alchemical skills, proving her competence to the alchemist. She had studied alchemical techniques long ago, but had never practiced them until now, leading to the old man seeking her as a mentor. In the end, she chose to avoid the alchemy room, fearing the old man would catch her. According to other disciples, the old man grew furious at being unable to apprentice under her, and recently, the alchemy room had been filled with the sounds of exploding alchemy furnaces. Yaoyao shook her head, chuckling at his misfortune. There was no way she would ever become anyone's disciple. 3 months later, a shocking announcement reverberated throughout the entire cultivation world. The divine secret realm was about to open. The revelation originated from reports of divine phenomena witnessed in a remote snow country, which quickly spread among local cultivators, prompting many to flock to the forests of the snow country to sense the presence of the divine secret realm. Although the realm was still suffused with spiritual energy and showed no signs of opening yet, predictions suggested it would likely unveil itself in approximately 3 months. This news sent shockwaves through the community, as it had been nearly 90,000 years since the last mention of the divine secret realm. Its sudden reappearance sent everyone into a frenzy. "Father, did you hear? The divine secret realm is about to open. My face is finally going to be saved," Lin Hongyu exclaimed, gripping her father's arm tightly, her long nails digging into his flesh, yet he displayed no sign of discomfort. "Excellent. Hongyu, I can finally restore your face." Lin Yuan's weary face lit up with joy. For the past 3 years, he had sold off all resources to ensure his daughter could emerge, with all disciples departing save for Fang Jingya, who volunteered to care for Hongyu. He had taken on the role of an outer sect elder, leading to a significant reduction in resources. The spirit stones acquired from selling everything had finally allowed him to rescue his daughter. Yet she had become increasingly fearful of revealing her appearance, obsessively seeking any means to restore her beauty, regardless of how absurd. She had scoured the entire cultivation realm in search of so-called divine medicines, amassing a collection of various spiritual herbs, though none could alleviate the negative effects of Wang Lingshui. Having neglected his own cultivation for 3 years, Lin Yuan's own strength had significantly waned. He understood the importance of training, but could not bear to see his daughter in such despair. Now, hope had finally appeared on the horizon. The Ying family was also stirred by the news. Ying Haoyu, pale-faced, felt a rush of excitement upon hearing about the impending opening of the divine secret realm. "Father, there must be divine medicines within the realms that can heal my body. I must participate." Ying's father, equally exhilarated by the news, turned sternly to admonish his son. Ying Haoyu, caught between excitement and worry, Ying Haoyu's once vibrant red hair had dulled over the past 3 years, losing its luster. "Father, what do you intend to do?" Ying's father wore a cunning expression. "Your second ancestor will emerge from his seclusion this time." Previously, he encountered a setback in his cultivation due to a sudden depletion of spiritual energy, leading him to fall into a state of madness. His lifespan has dwindled to only 50 years. He will not miss this opportunity when the divine secret realm opens. Ying Haoyu immediately grasped his father's intent. "Father, are you implying that the depletion of spiritual energy during his cultivation is due to Yaoyao?" Chapter 95. Why is there no progress in cultivation? Initially, no one anticipated the sudden depletion of spiritual energy during cultivation. If it were not for the unity of the Ying family, who have rarely encountered significant discord, they might have suspected someone was deliberately trying to harm the second ancestor. After much contemplation, the only irregularity was that Yaoyao had practiced outside the ancestral courtyard for an entire night, even though everything appeared normal thereafter. Whether or not she was responsible for this occurrence, it was certain that she was implicated. Previously, Ying Fu had hesitated to act against Yaoyao due to her seemingly illustrious background as a potential descendant of the South Spirit Saintess. However, now that Yaoyao had acknowledged her identity as the daughter of the sect master of the Divine Phoenix sect, she could no longer be the South Spirit Saintess. Ancient texts had described the South Spirit Saintess as an orphan, and since Yaoyao had both parents, she was clearly not the one. Without such a formidable background, she was merely from a sect with a slightly greater abundance of spirit stones. Even if the origins of her sect's wealth remained unclear, the Ying family could still contend with a single sect. Moreover, Yaoyao had become the focal point of animosity. After obtaining the phoenix eggs, only 3 sects had dared to confront her, not because the other esteemed sects looked down upon her, but rather because they perceived those 3 as foolishly testing her defenses. Once it was confirmed that Yaoyao possessed formidable cultivation, especially with the artifact known as the Moonfall Whip in her possession, many sects formed clandestine alliances to seize the phoenix egg. Among them were sects that approached the Ying family. After some hesitation, Ying Fu decided to act together with others. For if it were only the Ying family against an opponent who was a heaven-tier formation master with profound cultivation, they would stand little chance. A collective effort would yield a greater probability of success. The Ying family regarded Yaoyao as a mortal enemy, especially considering her destruction of their first talent, Ying Haoyu, which warranted a blood feud. Furthermore, Yaoyao possessed a wealth of resources. Eliminating her would yield substantial gains, even if shared among them. For the sake of this immense profit, Ying Fu resolved to enlist the second ancestor's aid. The second ancestor had a high likelihood of breaking through during the seclusion, but the abrupt interruption of spiritual energy led to a failed breakthrough and a backlash that diminished his lifespan to merely 50 years. However, should a miraculous herb appear to save him, he could continue to live. It was believed that the second ancestor would not refuse such assistance. Ying Haoyu envisioned the gruesome demise of Yaoyao and erupted into maniacal laughter. All ambitious cultivators were rushing towards the snow country, including sect Master Kong, Bai Yiling, and other peak leaders. Aside from those in seclusion, only a handful remained at Xianyu sect, as they took many disciples to the snow country. Though they understood that, in such a divine-level secret realm, most disciples would likely meet their end, the realm of cultivation was inherently cruel. Cultivating was an endeavor against the heavens, and the ascent was fraught with peril. One must pay a price to advance. Without such relentless effort, how could one hope for progress? Bai Yiling had been diligently cultivating over the past 3 months, also overseeing the training of Gongchen and Qiuling. He was most astonished by Wu Sheng, who, despite initial despair, exhibited an unexpected capacity for cultivation, and even more astonishing was the terrifying speed of his advancement. In just 3 months, he had risen from having no cultivation to the late stage of the nascent soul realm, surpassing Gongchen's cultivation level, causing Gongchen to struggle to maintain his composure. Bai Yiling felt he had misjudged Wu Sheng, so he procured a new spirit testing stone to evaluate Wu Sheng's spiritual root, which still failed to illuminate, revealing no spiritual root. This left him perplexed. Yet, in a world with billions of cultivators, peculiar spiritual roots were not unheard of. Perhaps Wu Sheng truly possessed a spiritual root that even the stone could not discern. Given his rapid advancement, he likely shared the same anomalous single spiritual root as Bai Yiling, if not surpassing it. Wu Sheng's cultivation speed was so swift that it bordered on the terrifying. His breakthroughs faced no obstruction and occurred with an ease that suggested he was favored by the will of heaven. This delighted Wu Sheng, who had once feared abandonment due to his inability to cultivate. To his astonishment, he found himself making remarkable strides, progressing from being bested by his senior brother Gongchen to overpowering him. Wu Sheng felt as if he had undergone a metamorphosis, becoming the sort of being others spoke of, capable of extinguishing lives with a mere wave of his hand. He initially intended to test this newfound power, but knowing that internal strife was prohibited within Xianyu sect and that he could not harm fellow disciples, he contemplated venturing out to see if he could indeed obliterate a group of mortals with a single gesture. However, he also learned that cultivators were forbidden from acting against ordinary people lest they face dire repercussions due to the cycle of karma. After all, there were many places in the world where the concept of cultivation was entirely foreign, and the inhabitants, being mere mortals, would suffer immensely from an encounter with even the lowest-ranked cultivator. The heavens are indifferent, treating all beings as mere fodder. Thus, the law of heaven prohibits random acts of violence against ordinary individuals, as the consequences are too severe to bear. Regrettably, Wu Sheng had to relinquish this notion, as the inability to flaunt his newfound wealth and power felt like the most arduous of trials. With the opening of the secret realm, his master had brought him along, and he was so overjoyed that he could hardly sit still. Upon noticing this, Bai Yiling furrowed his brow. Although Wu Sheng's cultivation speed was undeniably impressive, he found his personality quite disagreeable. Wu Sheng, sit down and focus on your cultivation. Wu Sheng, feeling intimidated by Bai Yiling, could only shrink his neck and comply. Returning to his practice, Gongchen and Xiaoling were diligently cultivating nearby. Gongchen cast a glance at Wu Sheng, his eyes filled with envy and resentment. It seemed his inner demons had yet to fully dissipate, as he felt an inexplicable frustration despite his relentless efforts, believing his talents warranted progress, even if not extraordinary. Xiaoling faced a similar dilemma, but accustomed to silence, she diligently cultivated while occasionally glancing at Bai Yiling. Meanwhile, Bai Yiling found himself missing his little disciple. Although they often communicated through voice stones, he still longed to see her. She had just sent him a message indicating that both she and her brother would attend this secret realm, which finally brought him some relief, as he would soon reunite with his little disciple. Settling down, he began to cultivate alongside his disciples, yet, after a considerable time, Bai Yiling opened his eyes, puzzled. Why had he made no progress in his cultivation? Chapter 96. Is the yellow-grade artifact rare? Almost all cultivators are rushing towards the snow country, despite predictions that the divine-level secret realm will not fully open for another 3 months. They are anxious not to fall behind and wish they could teleport to the snow country the moment they hear the news. What if the secret realm opens early? They would have no chance to lament their fate. In contrast, Yaoyao, who is aware of the unfolding narrative, leisurely accompanies Nini on their journey. Yaoyao chose not to embark with the large contingent led by Yi, partly to take advantage of these 3 months to experience the ordinary daily life within the cultivation world. Since gaining her memories, she has been rushing toward the realm of immortals and has remained at Xuanyu sect, never having truly experienced what the outside world of cultivation is like. Another reason for her choice is Nini, the only girl from the same village as Wu Sheng, who possesses spiritual roots and was taken into the Shenhuang sect by Yaoyao. Nini, whose full name is Zhou Nini, is a rare dual-element cultivator of fire and ice, embodying the principles of mutual generation and restraint. However, what piqued Yaoyao's interest was that when she first met Nini, she exhibited merely a common white fortune. But upon encountering her again a few days ago, she had transformed into one with red fortune. In just 3 months, Nini's fortune shifted from white to red. Yaoyao found herself questioning her own existence. After all, she possessed a system, and yet it seemed that the truly fortunate one was Nini, whose progress far surpassed her own. What use is rapid cultivation speed when someone else's fortune skyrockets like a rocket? Yaoyao mused that perhaps she should give her system to Nini, feeling unworthy of its power, especially since her own fortune value had only reached 1/3 of its potential in 3 years. Though she jested, she knew she must reverse her and her family's destiny, and thus could not part with the system, nor was she able to closely investigate why Nini's fortune surged so rapidly. She insisted that Yi accept Nini as her disciple, intending to explore the anomaly during their time together in the cultivation realm. If only her fortune could rise as swiftly, she would not have to live in constant fear of narrative-driven demise. Sister Yi, are we traveling too slowly? Zhou Nini, trailing behind Yaoyao, asked, her youthful face etched with urgency. It is important to note that the snow country is exceedingly remote, spanning nearly the entirety of the cultivation continent. Traveling on foot would likely take an eternity. Typically, cultivators would expend their spiritual energy to hasten their journey, while those with some funds might use a teleportation talisman, and disciples from other sects rely on flying devices. Yet, Yaoyao wished to savor the essence of the cultivation world, strolling leisurely. Not at all, we still have plenty of time. Seeing the child's distress, she added, I have a flying boat in my spirit ring. If time becomes tight, we can take it and arrive in half an hour. Nini's expression brightened. Her curiosity piqued as she began to take in her surroundings. They had just left Luoxian town, distancing themselves from the realms of Shenhuang sect and Xuanyu sect. Yaoyao forgot the name of the town they were in, but it felt moderately prosperous, albeit incomparable to Luoxian town. Look, this is a top-tier yellow-grade artifact. How could your items compare? A boastful voice suddenly pierced through the bustling marketplace, filled with pride that one could almost visualize the smug expression on the speaker's face. Nini, Having spent her life in a small mountain village near Yaoyao Mountain, had heard of cultivation but never imagined she could practice it herself. Yaoyao followed suit, realizing she, too, had limited exposure to the world beyond. The scene unfolded much as she had envisioned, a man proudly showcasing his yellow-grade artifact, a rather unattractive large iron hammer. Yet the onlookers did not seem to mind its appearance. Rather, they expressed envy. Truly a top-tier yellow-grade artifact. Brother, where did you acquire it? Another exclaimed. I have always wanted a yellow-grade artifact, but I can only afford a common-grade one. You are truly extravagant. Enough. The last time I accompanied someone to a secret realm, it was a near-death experience. I found nothing of value, only some low-grade herbs suitable for refining cheap pills, and the wastage rate was extreme, nearly driving me to despair. The man at the center of attention wore an expression of pride, his head held high. Don't touch it. If you damage my Wenyang hammer, I will demand compensation in spirit stones. Yaoyao, upon seeing the heavy hammer in his hands, could not fathom what sort of hand could possibly damage it with mere touch. Nevertheless, the others kept their distance, wary of incurring the cost of repairs. Curious, Nini asked, is a top-tier yellow-grade artifact truly rare? Why do you say that? Her question was sincere. After entering Shenhuang sect, she had enjoyed a life free from worry over resources, where artifacts were plentiful. Thus, witnessing someone's pride in their yellow-grade artifact prompted her inquiry. In her eyes, yellow-grade artifacts were hardly remarkable. Her senior brothers and sisters exchanged them starting at the level, with common and yellow-grade artifacts going largely unclaimed. However, what was routine for her seemed to others like an act of ostentation. Initially reveling in the praise of the crowd, the man's expression darkened upon hearing Nini's words. What nonsense are you spouting, little girl? This is a top-tier yellow-grade artifact. Do you even comprehend its rarity? Speak without knowledge, and you may find my Wenyang hammer smashing your head in, were I not in a good mood today. Yaoyao realized Nini's innocent words could be perceived as boastful and regretted that she could not intervene. After all, she understood that the majority of cultivation resources were controlled by sects and noble families, making it exceedingly difficult for those without connections to acquire them. Nini's words were not intended to boast, yet they struck at the hearts of the listeners. Nonetheless, Yaoyao chose not to interfere. Personal growth was essential. Although Nini had only been cultivating for 3 months, she had already established her foundation and possessed various talismans and artifacts sufficient to handle minor complications. Chapter 97. Encountering a robbery at merely 13 years of age, Nini was evidently oblivious to the intricacies of the situation. Upon hearing the man's remarks, she defiantly brandished her enchanted weapon. Behold my sword. It is a premium-grade mystical artifact. I assure you, I speak no falsehood. Yellow-grade artifacts are indeed commonplace in our divine phoenix sect, and those are the ones that no one desires. The crowd held their breath at her proclamation. What did she mean by stating that yellow-grade artifacts were so ubiquitous, yet unwanted? Their minds struggled to comprehend the absurdity of it all. Their gazes fixated on the sword in Nini's hand. A premium-grade artifact. They had never encountered such a weapon in their travels, for even at local auctions, artifacts of such caliber were scarcely available. Yet here, this young girl produced one with ease? A multitude of thoughts began to swirl among the onlookers. The man wielding the Heaven's hammer was utterly dumbfounded, swallowing hard as he stammered, "Little girl, you jest, surely? How could a sect possess such abundant resources that they would disregard even yellow-grade artifacts?" Although Nini was somewhat naive to the world beyond, she was not without wit. Observing the crowd's bewildered expressions, she seemed to grasp the underlying implications. However, she shook her head resolutely. I would never lie. If you are genuinely curious, why not join the Divine Phoenix sect as disciples? With mere contribution points, you can exchange for anything in the treasure pavilion, including even heavenly-grade techniques and artifacts. The crowd was rendered speechless. The mere mention of yellow-grade artifacts had already evoked envy, yet now they were informed that heavenly-grade techniques were within reach. Were they truly inhabiting the same realm of cultivation? You speak of the Divine Phoenix sect? The very one renowned for its abundant resources and exceptional treatment? Nini nodded, and the atmosphere grew increasingly restless. They had certainly heard tales of the Divine Phoenix sect, especially with Yi actively recruiting disciples for 3 years. The legends surrounding the sect resonating throughout the realm of cultivation. Yet, despite these accounts, many remained skeptical, unable to believe that such a sect could genuinely offer such generous terms. After all, possessing 5 spiritual roots placed one at the very bottom of the hierarchy. And it was unfathomable that a sect would not only accept individuals with 5 spiritual roots, but also provide them with valuable resources. Some even speculated that the Divine Phoenix sect harbored ulterior motives in gathering people, suggesting that rumors of energy absorption for cultivation were circulating to explain their extensive recruitment of disciples. This only heightened their apprehension towards the sect. Now, witnessing a disciple of the Divine Phoenix sect speak firsthand, it appeared they had previously misjudged the sect. After showcasing her artifact, Nini bashfully withdrew, realizing her words had struck a nerve and feeling somewhat embarrassed in the face of the crowd. "Sister Yi, let us depart." Outside, Yaoyao urged Nini not to refer to her as the young master, wishing to keep her identity concealed. They had even refrained from donning the attire of Divine Phoenix sect disciples. Yaoyao nodded, casting a glance at the peculiar expressions of several individuals. Indeed, as they strolled through the marketplace, purchasing items and enjoying their surroundings, a group began to follow them. Once they exited the city and reached the outskirts, this group finally revealed themselves, launching an attack on Yaoyao and Nini. Among them were those who, fearing the rumors, had never dared approach the Divine Phoenix sect, as well as others who had previously sought entry but had been rejected by the Heartstone test. This latter group was now the one surrounding Yaoyao and Nini. They wasted no time with idle threats, immediately initiating their assault. Yaoyao did not even need to lift a finger. Nini was more than capable of handling the situation alone. She perched herself on a nearby tree, watching the spectacle unfold as Nini wielded her premium-grade artifact in combat. Facing 4 or 5 mid-foundation stage opponents proved challenging for Nini, yet such adversity ignited her fighting spirit, revealing her boundless potential when pushed to the brink. "Brothers, let us destroy her artifact first. Its enhancement is far too significant. Without it, she will be much easier to handle," one shouted, prompting the others to focus their efforts on disarming Nini. With all her might, she resisted, but ultimately, her sword was knocked from her grasp, significantly diminishing her combat effectiveness. Just as defeat loomed over Nini, Yaoyao intervened. With a mere wave of her hand, the 4 or 5 assailants found themselves sent flying, their fates sealed. Nini gazed at Yaoyao with starry eyes, awestruck by her prowess. "Sister, you are truly incredible. I wish to become as formidable as you." Seeing the admiration in her eyes, Yaoyao affectionately ruffled Nini's hair. "Do not envy me. With diligent practice, you shall soon match my strength." "Is that truly the case?" Nini exclaimed, her eyes wide with hope. Yaoyao smiled and nodded, knowing the truth of her words. It was best to instill such aspirations while Nini was still young, otherwise, the opportunity would soon slip away. As the pair continued their journey, they even came to the aid of a nobleman beset by robbers. Upon seeing Yaoyao, the nobleman was utterly captivated, immediately proposing marriage. However, Yaoyao swiftly activated a teleportation talisman, vanishing without a trace, leaving no shadow behind. "How terrifying! Men only serve to impede my swiftness with a sword," she mused. Yaoyao was acutely aware that she was ensnared in a narrative of cultivation, not one where a wealthy heiress would encounter an injured man, nurse him back to health, and unwittingly fall for a scoundrel who would lead her to despair. Had that been the case, she would have plunged her dagger into the grievously wounded man without hesitation, foreseeing no possibility of saving him. Nini found the entire episode amusing, stifling her laughter with a hand over her mouth. Yaoyao, hearing the muffled giggles, sighed in exasperation. "Cultivators have keen hearing. Do you truly think I cannot hear you from this distance?" After evading the nobleman, the duo arrived at the next small town. which appeared even more desolate than the previous. The roadside stalls offering cultivation-related goods had dwindled significantly. Yaoyao led Nini into a modest tavern, where a multitude of mortals operated various establishments, serving dishes made from spirit beast meat alongside simple fare. The presence of these ordinary folk amidst the cultivation world indicated that they had connections within the sect or were competent cultivators themselves, which deterred most from offending the tavern owners. Yaoyao and Nini casually ordered a couple of spirit dishes to sample. Having not eaten in quite some time, Yaoyao found herself slightly nostalgic for the experience, though the essence of a foodie was woven into her very being, allowing her to relish a meal even when not hungry. In the tavern, an elderly man was regaling the patrons with tales of old. Chapter 98. The compliment for digging the ground with toes in the blink of an eye, as the first arena was seized by the disciple of the Xianyu sect. By Xianzun, Yaoyao, the daughter of the Phoenix sect's leader, could no longer contain herself. She leapt onto the stage and engaged in battle with the disciple. Jian Shi. Initially, Yaoyao was filled with curiosity, having never witnessed a storyteller in action. However, to her dismay, after only a few sentences, she found herself awkwardly digging her toes into the ground. How infuriating! The tale being spun was about her exploits during the sect competition. Although she did indeed revel in her victories back then, being the subject of storytelling while seated in the audience left her feeling quite embarrassed. Yaoyao contemplated changing to another establishment, but seeing the sparkling eyes of Ni, who was enthralled by the storyteller recounting her tale, she knew there was no chance of leaving. Alas, children are truly challenging to manage. Yaoyao had no choice but to block out the sound, calmly savoring the low-grade spirit beast meat served by the waiter. To her surprise, the culinary skills of the kitchen were quite impressive, yielding a delicious meal. Indeed, prolonged stays can lead to a certain degree of assimilation. Though Ni had been present during the sect competition, hearing the events retold still ignited her passion. Moreover, now that she had become a fervent admirer of Yaoyao, listening to others praise her brought her even more joy than if the accolades were directed at herself. After the storyteller concluded, the audience began tossing copper coins as tips, and Ni enthusiastically threw a low-grade spirit stone onto the stage, causing the storyteller to bow in gratitude. Ni felt somewhat flustered, but thankfully, the storyteller quickly dashed away with the spirit stone, alleviating her fears of unwanted attention. Surrounded by onlookers, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. Prior to this, they had meandered through the streets of the small town, and Ni, fully aware of the local prices, had exchanged all her high-grade spirit stones for low-grade ones, believing this would ensure discretion. However, she soon realized that she still stood out quite prominently. Observing the gleaming eyes of those around her, Ni remained unfazed. After all, throughout their journey, they had encountered numerous would-be robbers, and there had been no need for Sister Yi to intervene. She could handle it herself. Ni offered a sheepish smile to Yaoyao, who, thankfully, did not mind her impulsiveness. Despite her frequent blunders, Yaoyao had never reproached her. Upon hearing that a local auction was taking place that day, Ni's eyes sparkled with excitement as she looked at Yaoyao, who understood that they would not be leaving anytime soon. Let us go. Children should be allowed to indulge in their interests, and Yaoyao herself found auctions quite enjoyable. Nevertheless, she surmised that in such a small locale, the quality of items up for bid would likely be rather unimpressive. Indeed, Ni entered the auction with keen interest, only to exit shortly thereafter. Disappointment etched on her face. The grand finale item auctioned was merely a low-grade, yellow-tier magical artifact, which she found unremarkable. Yaoyao nodded in satisfaction, confident that in future towns, they would not witness such frenzied excitement again. Throughout their journey, they had encountered shops run by nominal disciples of the Phoenix sect in nearly every town, distinguished by a prominent ingot emblem. Initially, Yaoyao had wished to use a phoenix as their symbol, but as no one had ever seen a phoenix, she ultimately settled on the ingot design, signifying the sect's wealth. Indeed, that was accurate. As they continued their travels, they faced yet another pursuit, this time not from common highway robbers, but from individuals intent on seizing a phoenix egg. Even though they had disguised themselves, Yaoyao could easily discern their true intentions. After all, how could a barren little town harbor such formidable foes? Naturally, upon spreading the rumor of possessing the phoenix egg, these individuals, drawn by the scent of opportunity, came rushing in, failing to consider that they were targeting an empty shell of the phoenix sect. Ni, take this. Yaoyao tossed the moonfall whip to Ni, confident in her own protection from the divine artifact. Even without a magical weapon, she could hold her own. There were 3 assailants surrounding them, and as 2 of them fixated on the moonfall whip, their eyes widened in disbelief. That was a divine artifact. The only one maintaining any semblance of composure initiated an attack on Yaoyao, reminding his companions of their purpose. Only then did the other 2 shift their focus to Yaoyao and join the fray. This was Ni's first experience wielding the moonfall whip, and her hands trembled slightly. Her own magical artifact was merely of the mysterious grade. She had never anticipated that she would one day have the chance to wield a divine artifact. Yet, witnessing the 3 attackers coordinating their assault on her sister, Ni swung the whip to lend assistance. Though she was at the foundational level, the enhancement provided by the divine artifact allowed her to contend with opponents at the Great Ascension stage. Yaoyao conjured formations to counter the 3 assailants, and even without a magical weapon, she maintained her upper hand, particularly with Ni stealthily attacking from behind with the divine artifact. The 3 adversaries desperately channeled their spiritual energy, employing their own artifacts in an attempt to carve a path to escape. They had come as vanguards, not intending to kill Yaoyao, for they understood that was impossible. Their objective was to engage her in combat, hoping to severely injure her at a great cost. However, it seemed that such a plan was slipping from their grasp. They had initially assumed that facing 3 opponents at the Great Ascension stage, alongside a liability, would be a straightforward endeavor. When Yaoyao protected the girl, they thought they could launch a surprise attack, believing she would be unable to fend off 6 hands. Who would have imagined that Yaoyao would so readily entrust the moonfall whip to the girl, showing no fear that the adversaries might flee with it? If they were in her position, they would have fled long ago. The 3 felt disheartened as they forcibly elevated their cultivation using secret techniques, determined to inflict injury upon Yaoyao. Yet, Ni's whip ensnared them, and Yaoyao's formations effectively restrained their movements. Ultimately, the 3 exchanged glances, then resolved to forcibly break the formation and retreat. "Sister Yi, let us pursue," Ni urged as Yaoyao grasped her arm, fearing the girl would take off without her. "No need, they have not accomplished their goal, and they will certainly return." Yaoyao relished the prospect of facing the older foes after besting the younger ones, for therein lay the true challenge. Ni listened, half comprehending but nodding obediently, trusting that her sister would not lead her astray. All she needed to do was follow. Chapter 99. The catastrophe of village destruction. They ambled along, deliberately biding their time for the pursuers to arrive, with Yaoyao intending to ensnare them all at once. On their journey, they passed a humble inn situated on the outskirts, where 7 or 8 individuals were sipping tea. The impending opening of the divine-level secret realm had stirred everyone into action, drawing them in a unified direction. Otherwise, this remote inn would typically be devoid of any human presence. Yaoyao and Nini entered and settled down, calling for 2 bowls of cool tea. Although the tea served at the modest inn was merely ordinary, not the ethereal brew one might hope for, and excessive consumption of mundane food could hinder a cultivator's progress, Yaoyao found herself occasionally tempted to indulge. Once seated, they attracted little attention from the other patrons, who were all eager travelers headed to the snow country, conversing animatedly about the secret realm, each exuding palpable excitement. Yaoyao noticed one solitary cultivator, donned in tattered Taoist robes, seated alone at a table, quietly sipping his tea with an indifferent expression, seemingly unconcerned about the secret realm. Nini, intrigued by this individual, wished to whisper her thoughts to Yaoyao, but remembering the acute hearing prevalent in the cultivation world, she swallowed her words, her eyes darting restlessly instead. Suddenly, a bloodied man rushed onto the road outside, startling everyone into action. Even the robed man followed suit. Yaoyao and Nini rose with the crowd. The man, drenched in blood, bore no visible wounds, yet it was evident he was gravely injured, his breath growing fainter. He collapsed on the ground, gazing at the onlookers, but unable to utter a word, merely pointing feebly in a direction, an action that consumed his last ounce of strength. Before his eyes widened in death. This was Nini's first encounter with death, and she was taken aback. Though she had never taken a life during her previous encounters with bandits, she understood the cruelty inherent in the cultivation world, yet witnessing it firsthand was a stark revelation. Yaoyao remained composed, contemplating the direction the man had indicated before his demise. The surrounding crowd began to discuss the situation. It seems something significant has occurred ahead. Shall we go see? They speculated. Their cultivation levels were modest. If a grave matter had transpired, they would likely be mere fodder, yet safety in numbers was a consideration. Have you lost your senses? Why meddle in matters outside? We don't have multiple lives to spare. We ought to depart swiftly. One voiced. As cultivators, it is our duty to vanquish evil and protect the weak. If there is injustice, we must intervene. How can you be so cowardly? Another retorted. Listen, I remind you. The news of the divine level secret realm opening has been circulating for half a month. We are far from the snow country. If you waste time on this triviality, you may miss the opening of the realm and truly regret it. At this, silence enveloped the group. Even those who had advocated for heroism fell quiet, and a few tacitly chose to depart. They were ordinary cultivators, lacking the resources for a hasty journey, and could only expend spiritual energy, resting intermittently to restore their strength. Their pace was already slow and could not afford to lag further. However, the robed man did not leave with them. Instead, he placed the deceased man's body beneath a nearby tree and resolutely advanced in the direction the man had pointed. Yaoyao regarded him with admiration, while Nini, moved by his resolve, tugged at her sleeve, indicating her desire to follow. In truth, she was equally curious about the man. They made no effort to conceal their presence and followed closely behind him. After walking for 2 to 3 kilometers, the surroundings grew increasingly desolate until a small village appeared ahead, home to perhaps a dozen families. Yet, before they drew near, a pungent scent of blood wafted through the air. Yaoyao's expression turned grave. Cultivators must not harm ordinary folk, as dictated by the laws of heaven. This seemingly ordinary mountain village should not have attracted such a catastrophic fate. The robed man led the way into the village, where the sight of bloodied corpses met their eyes, each death more horrific than the last, with hearts and lungs brutally extracted, leaving their chests hollow and terrifying. Nini, petrified by the gruesome scene, found the courage to advance only with Yaoyao's reassurance, reminding herself that she was a cultivator and must adapt to such sights. The robed man examined the bodies with a somber demeanor, noting that each had met a similar fate. He suddenly clasped his hands together in greeting. Addressing Yaoyao and Nini, might I inquire as to why you two celestial friends have come here? His gaze was primarily directed at Yaoyao, as he could not discern her cultivation level, suggesting she either surpassed his own or had concealed her power through some technique or artifact, leaning towards the former. Upon hearing this, the robed man released a small sigh of relief. As long as they were not adversaries, that sufficed. I am Lu Ran, a wandering cultivator with a penchant for justice. I have witnessed many strange occurrences. From my observations, it appears that the demon clan has slaughtered the entire village. In the cultivation world, there exists a delicate balance of powers, the ordinary who cannot cultivate, the extraordinary who defy the heavens, and the malevolent beasts that harbor animosity towards humanity, along with the demon clan that seeks to obliterate all in their quest for dominion. But has not the demon clan been absent for 90,000 years?